Chapter 1. Survival. Knock, 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 knock. Zhao Mo jolted awake from his slumber, gently tapping his throbbing head, still heavy from the remnants of a hangover. The urgent knocking outside the door persisted, and assuming it was merely his roommate, he felt a twinge of irritation as he rose to open the door. To his astonishment, a charming young woman stood before him, her demeanor adorably innocent. It dawned on him that he was in a hotel, not his own rented abode. Is she from room service? The young woman, noticing Zhao Mo clad only in his shorts, quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Mr. Zhao, the recording has commenced. Oh, wait, recording what? Mr. Zhao, you signed a contract. If you don't participate now, you will incur a substantial penalty fee. Please hurry and get dressed, it's quite chilly like this. With that, she turned and dashed away, leaving Zhao Mo bewildered in her wake. The television in the room was on, though the volume was quite low, currently broadcasting a preview for a reality show. The annual Celebrity Wilderness Survival Challenge will officially commence today. The participating celebrities include the martial arts superstar Li Jing, the fitness fanatic Wu Chun, the emotionally intelligent Zhou Bo, the culinary expert Zhou Lei, the renowned beauty known as San Peng, and the lucky audience members drawn by the production team, Zhao Mo and Gu Xiao. Upon hearing his name called, Zhao Mo looked up at the television in astonishment, only to find that the image displayed was not his own. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He hastily made his way to the bathroom, gazing into the mirror, only to find that he was no longer himself. Confusion washed over him as a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. So, it appears I have traversed into an alternate reality, transforming from a mere worker into a fresh university graduate. The reason I find myself here is that I had signed up for this 100-day survival program, and by sheer luck, I was selected as a participant among the audience. The motivation for entering this competition was not due to my fervent admiration for celebrities, but rather the tantalizing allure of the 10 million yuan prize for the victor. Zhao Mo couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. He had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. Perhaps fortune does smile upon some, but it certainly didn't seem destined for him. An inexperienced graduate participating in such a program and expecting to emerge victorious, what was he thinking? Hello, Mr. Zhao. Are you ready yet? Everyone is waiting for you, and the live broadcast has already begun. The young woman's voice echoed once more, this time accompanied by more insistent knocking. Zhao Mo hurriedly donned his attire, hastily washed up, and stepped outside. Following the young woman, he entered a grand hall where a significant number of people had already gathered. He offered a slight bow to the crowd, apologizing for his tardiness. With everyone here, we will now proceed to the grouping. There will be 4 groups, each consisting of 4 individuals. We will begin drawing lots. Those who draw the same colored lot will form a group. The drawing is a matter of luck, and once completed, we will not reallocate participants based on strength. Is it starting? Yes, it's begun. Look, they're drawing lots. Wow, there's San Peng on camera. I adore San Peng. I preferred me. All right, everyone quiet down. The drawing is of utmost importance. Last time, one group drew 4 girls, and as a result, they forfeited on the very first day. Indeed, this seems quite unreasonable. We should allocate individuals with stronger abilities. That would be the most logical approach. Don't you recall the director stating that the draw reflects luck, which in turn signifies ability? If it were up to me, I would certainly choose to be in a group with Jing. Dahenyo is also a solid choice. At least there's a sense of security. Online, numerous discussions have already erupted. On site, each participant clutched their draw, akin to a lottery ticket. The audience, with a small colored segment in hand, opened their palms slightly to sneak a glance. Zhao Mo observed his green draw, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. This color seemed to clash with masculinity, particularly as a former member of the stock market crowd. I have green. Is there anyone else with green? Zhao Mo lamented internally upon hearing a female voice. I have green too. Goodness, yet another girl. Zhao Mo fervently wished for a man to step forward and declare his own green draw. I have green as well. The final girl's voice shattered his hope completely. It appeared resignation was the only option left. Now, please, all groups stand together and appoint a group leader among yourselves. As the green group assembled, he gazed at the 3 girls, Pundi, Yaya, and Mimi. The trio regarded him in return. if he felt devoid of enthusiasm. The girls looked as though they were on the verge of tears. Ah, how did we end up with just the four of us? By the way, what's your name, and what did you do before? Demi's question ignited a flicker of hope in the other two. Zhao Mo replied flatly. My name is Zhao Mo, a recent graduate. The three women immediately deflated a mere bookworm was of little use, especially in their current predicament. They would have preferred him to be a laborer on a construction site. At least he would possess some physical prowess. Huh, how did you four end up in the same group? Are you considering withdrawing? The celebrity Xiao Ying approached with a smile. Having drawn with Li Jing and reveling in her good fortune, her delight intensified upon witnessing Zhao Mo's group. Without a competition, how can one know who prevails? Exactly. Xiao Ying, don't be too smug just so we're not pushovers. The three women instantly donned confident expressions, their demeanor shifting as swiftly as the turning of a page. Oh, I'm with Jing, who has undergone special forces training. If you're truly unfit, don't force yourselves, Xiao Ying concluded, casting a beaming smile at the quartet. My goodness, you all are remarkably unfortunate. The cunning Zhou Lei, observing their group, couldn't resist making a jest. Brother Zhou, it's already dismal enough, please spare us your laughter. The trio was less confrontational with the senior than they had been with Xiao Ying. I'm not laughing, I can't help it, haha. Zhou Bo, catching Zhou Lei's laughter, joined in, and upon seeing the four's combination, he burst into uncontrollable laughter he had drawn with the Hainyo. After a while, the laughter subsided after all. This was a variety show, so lightheartedness and merriment were expected, and no one would genuinely take offense. Choose a captain, Demi suggested. As soon as she finished speaking, three pairs of eyes turned expectantly toward Zhao Mo. Just as Zhao Mo anticipated their choice to be himself, Arya spoke up. Demi, you should be the captain. You are a remarkable woman. Mi Jia, you should take the lead, she added, shifting her gaze back to Zhao Mo. I have no preference. Oh dear, my Demi seems to have drawn the short straw, someone remarked. Sampang, hang in there. Don't bow out at the outset. I want to see more of your performance, another chimed in. Arya's fate is rather unfortunate, someone noted. According to online statistics, in the 5 sessions of the show, one group has exited in the first round each time. It seems this time it will be Sanpang's group. It's not too bad. Demi's group has a man, which is better than last year's all-female brigade. That one named Zhao Mo, right? Look at his slender arms and legs when the competition officially begins. He might not even surpass a girl. Oh no, I adore all 3 girls in this group, but to see them eliminated in the first round like this is truly disheartening. Chapter 2. The journey begins. Group leaders, please choose a name for your respective groups and report it to me, the director said, raising a hand to silence the murmurs. What shall we call it? Demi will decide. Without hesitation, Demi stepped forward to announce her group's name, returning to her teammates with a grin. Our group name is Queens. What do you all think? The 2 girls applauded enthusiastically, and at that moment, Zhao Mo felt his resolve wavering, being swept into their enthusiasm. And you? I have no strong feelings either way. The director confirmed each group's name before continuing. This survival challenge will consist of 3 segments. The first segment is a 10-day survival on a deserted island. During these 10 days, we will not provide any food or drinking water. You will only receive a small medical kit and a distress signal flare. The second segment escalates in difficulty, an escape through the dense forest. Not only will you need to survive in the wild, but we will also deploy personnel to pursue you. Anyone caught will be considered eliminated. No one has yet completed the second segment, so we will not announce the third segment for now. Aside from the items provided by the production team, each participant may bring 5 personal items. Please return to your accommodations and prepare your backpacks. We will depart in 2 hours. Let's go, everyone. Remember to bring useful items. Demi, the capable captain, instructed, perhaps unsure of what to pack, succinctly summarizing with the phrase, useful items. The other groups did not disperse immediately, but began discussing what each member should bring, striving to avoid duplication. Zhao Mo shook his head. Having prepared himself for a brief excursion, everything felt inconsequential now. Back in his room, he retrieved his backpack, casually selecting 5 items. Just as he was about to rest a bit more, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Binding of the Great China Entertainment System successful. Detecting host status, activating outdoor survival skill panel. Intellect, 127 sufficient. Physical fitness, 45 subpar wilderness survival skills. 11 would perish in 3 days. Ding. The novice gift pack has been dispatched to the system warehouse. Please retrieve it at your convenience. With a heart racing in excitement and hands trembling, Zhao Mo summoned the gift pack with his will. The rewards included a comprehensive suite of survival literature, encompassing fishing techniques, a compendium on flora and fauna, fire-starting skills, freshwater purification methods, first aid techniques, and shelter construction. Additionally, there was a potion that would enhance any attribute by 20 excluding intellect. Though lacking elixirs of foundational cultivation or grand enhancement, this was still remarkably advantageous. Setting aside other considerations, he prioritized learning the complete survival package. With a mere thought, he initiated the learning process, watching as dozens of books transformed into luminous orbs and entered his mind. Ding! System notification. Wilderness survival skills have reached 100 points maximum level. Zhao Mo was momentarily taken aback thus. His 20 attribute points could only be allocated to physical fitness. After making his selection, he clicked to apply it. He felt a subtle transformation within his body. Lifting his shirt, he noticed that his previously flat abdomen was now beginning to reveal muscle definition. After a while, this sensation faded. He reopened the skills panel to assess his progress. Intellect. 127 sufficient. Physical fitness. 65 robust. Enduring wilderness survival skills. 100 survival master. Having completed these tasks, he suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for the upcoming survival challenge. He retrieved his backpack, emptied it of its previous contents, and made a quick trip to the nearby supermarket. Ultimately, his backpack contained a windproof lighter, a small knife, a solar-powered flashlight, a sewing kit, and a sufficiently large plastic bag. He employed a clever strategy intending to bring fishing hooks and line. He feared the production team might classify them as two separate items. Thus, he opted for a sewing kit, replacing its thread with polyethylene fiber line. After half an hour of such preparations, he found himself in his room, feeling somewhat bored, and turned on the television. Mr. Bell, we are delighted to have you in the live studio. What insights can you share with our audience and contestants regarding wilderness survival? To his surprise, there was a foreign guest seated beside the host who spoke in English. Firstly, I do not advocate for female participants in this challenge, as the unpredictability of wilderness situations can be overwhelming, and women generally possess lower physical strength. I mean no offense by this statement. If anyone is determined to take on the challenge, I have 2 pieces of advice. Upon arrival, choose a high vantage point to survey the surrounding environment and select the optimal resting place, preferably near a source of fresh water. Secondly, one must maintain a hearty appetite. Whatever is edible, regardless of personal taste, should be consumed without hesitation, ensuring that it does not come back up. For Zhao Mo, whose survival skills had reached a masterful level, this discourse was unnecessary, and he found himself growing drowsy. A knock at the door roused him from his stupor. He descended the stairs to discover he was once again the last to arrive. It turned out that everyone was ready and had gathered voluntarily, except for him, who stood there dazed for 2 hours before finally coming down. Zhao Mo, you must cultivate a stronger sense of time, Demi remarked gently, though a hint of reprimand was discernible in her tone. Zhao Mo offered an apology and fell silent. On the bus to the seaside, he sat behind the 3 girls who were engrossed in a discussion about their belongings. I brought some clothes. I packed energy tablets. When my stamina wanes, I can pop one, and it'll make me feel much better. What about cosmetics? We were allowed only 5 items, so I took sunscreen and toner. Arya, remember to share some with me. I was too focused on packing my underwear. I anticipated my period, so I also brought. Listening to the girls' murmurs, Zhao Mo was rendered speechless. Ladies, this is wilderness survival, not a vacation. He would prefer they had packed provisions rather than cosmetics. Underwear? Zhao Mo felt the weight of responsibility. Could he truly manage this motley crew? Upon reaching the boarding point, the production team began inspecting everyone's backpacks. There were 2 teams conducting the checks. Male staff examined Zhao Mo and his companions, while 2 female staff members scrutinized the female artists. Indeed, there were some who were not entirely honest. The crafty Zhou Lei had cleverly sliced his backpack to create a hidden compartment, which he then sealed with tape, concealing clothes and other items inside. Haha, Zhou Lei, I knew you wouldn't play fair, Zhou Bo exclaimed loudly upon witnessing Zhou Lei's exposure. Don't point fingers at me, watch out for Xiao Bo, his bag needs a thorough inspection. Zhou Lei's comment caused Zhou Bo to flush with embarrassment. When it was Zhao Mo's turn, the sight of his large rain tarp drew laughter from the crowd. Brother, we are here for survival, not to see who can bring the largest items, Li Jing remarked, slapping his forehead. I can't believe I forgot to bring one of those. Zhao Mo, you're the man for that. As Li Jing spoke, he gave him a thumbs up. From the items each person brought, one could glean a rough idea of their experience with outdoor survival. That I knew Zhou Lei wouldn't be honest. Xiao Bo isn't any better, they are two peas in a pod. These two got caught and are still trying to argue that they didn't pack those items. It's utterly ridiculous, isn't it? Only these two could have shameless written across their faces. That fellow Zhao Mo brought a large rain tarp. Is that to prepare for rain? Li Jing actually claims that item is quite useful apart from shielding from wind and rain. I can't fathom what else it could serve. Chapter 3. The first day begins. Bell, have you discerned anything for what they brought? Bell shrugged and replied, well, a few of the ladies seem utterly oblivious to what lies ahead. Conversely, the gentlemen have brought items that are, more or less, quite useful, with Zhao Mo's contributions standing out as the most practical. The tarpaulin will serve numerous purposes by the seaside. It can be utilized for water storage or collection, provide shelter from the wind and rain to prevent illness, and, at the very least, be fashioned into fishing tools. Your response surprises me. Does this imply you hold a different view of the Queen's group? Bell immediately shook his head, saying no. I do not have faith in the Queen's group either. If it were solely Zhao Mo, he would have already triumphed. However, he is responsible for 3 inexperienced girls, and I doubt he can manage them. Additionally, he is not the team leader. Perhaps we will witness the Queen's group exit tomorrow. For groups are designated to different regions. Hence, 4 cruise ships have docked here. The 3 girls boarded one of the ships and began to admire the scenery, chattering animatedly while pointing at distant sights. They noticed Zhao Mo's aloofness as a celebrity. They were unwilling to lower themselves to engage with him. At that moment, Zhao Mo was searching for blind spots in the surveillance system, continuously navigating the gangway and occasionally slipping into the machinery compartment. He was on the lookout for iron wires and ropes, aiming to gather these essentials to stow in his backpack for future use. Seeing the girls' bags resting nearby and realizing his own was already full, he decided to swap his backpack with that of one of the girls. He discovered a small iron pot, a valuable find, which he swiftly tucked into his bag before continuing his search for useful items. After 2 hours at sea, the crews finally arrived at the island where they would be surviving, the clock showing 2 in the afternoon. Make sure not to make a sound if you notice extra items in your backpack, Zhao Mo cautioned, genuinely worried they might realize the swap and inspect their bags. Although the 3 girls were confused by his words, they nodded in suspicion. Someone, come forward to collect your group's medical kit and signal transmitter. Zhao Mo stepped forward to retrieve both items, stashing the signal transmitter into his backpack. He feared that their captain, Demi, might be unreliable. Should he falter and send a signal prematurely, his chance of winning 10 million would vanish. Of course, the 10 million was the total for the group, amounting to a mere 5 million for him. Yet to him, it represented an immense fortune. The 3 girls, frolicking on the damp, soft sand, found the experience delightful. Though it was somewhat hot, a refreshing breeze swept in from the sea. They unexpectedly kicked off their shoes and began to run on the beach. But after only a few steps, Zhao Mo halted them. If you wish to avoid elimination now, put your shoes back on. Moreover, you must learn to conserve your energy. Unnecessary exertion should be avoided. The 3 girls were taken aback by his words. Zhao Mo, is that really necessary? One of them exclaimed. Yes, Zhao Mo, why so serious? Zhao Mo turned to the 3 individuals, his expression once again devoid of emotion. For you, this may seem like a mere game, a leisurely excursion, but for me, it is not. I am determined to succeed. The 3 girls exchanged glances, and Mimi stepped forward, saying, explain your reasoning. If you make sense, we will heed your words. The sand may conceal shells or similar objects that can easily cut your feet, which would hinder our subsequent actions. In severe cases, it could lead to inflammation, and at that point, even if you wish to stay, I doubt the production team would dare to bear the consequences. Furthermore, as you continue to run back and forth, it won't be long before you become parched. and we have yet to locate fresh water. With approximately 5 hours remaining until dusk, we not only need to construct a shelter, but also find food and water. Ladies, we are now a team. If one falters, we all must withdraw. Thus, I urge you to approach this as a battle, as we four must confront and resolve the challenges ahead. Is it truly necessary to be so severe? One girl muttered, "How distasteful, daring to speak such words about my idol." Another remarked, "It seems Zhao Mo is simply seeking fame through this show. Let us see how long he can hold out, though he speaks with such conviction now." A third chimed in, "How infuriating. My beloved Pandai can barely run a few steps without being criticized. I hope he withdraws soon. I will unleash my wrath upon him online." In truth, he has a point. I find him rather composed, someone noted. Having served in the military myself, I can assert that Zhao Mo's actions reflect the fundamental qualities of a soldier. Meanwhile, in a villa, two individuals were engaged in a heated argument. Xiao Yan, as the older sister, can't you show some consideration for your younger brother? This is giving me a headache. Mom, you can't favor him just because he is younger. You must be fair and just. Suddenly, a woman nearby laughed, approaching them and saying, "What nonsense are you two spouting? You are both my flesh and blood. All right, I shall be the judge. What is the cause of your quarrel?" Mu Yin recounted the scene from the live broadcast, saying, "My brother insists that Zhao Mo was too harsh and should not have criticized the three girls. I believe that although this is merely a variety show, there are still rules to be followed in play, and Zhao Mo's remarks were entirely justified." "You should not speak ill of my Pandai," her brother retorted. The woman chuckled and lightly patted her son's head, saying, "Do you understand the concept of rational fandom? In this instance, I believe your sister is correct. Mu Xian, as a young man, you ought to possess objective judgment." Mu Xian huffed in response, turning his head away. "There is still hope," mumbled a voice in the live stream. "Mr. Bell, what did you just say? Do you support Zhao Mo's actions at this moment?" Bell nodded, stating, "I wholeheartedly agree. The sand on the beach may appear beautiful and soft, yet one can never predict what lies beneath it. Shoes must never be removed, and in wilderness survival, conserving and replenishing energy must always take precedence. Many adventurers have perished outdoors, ultimately succumbing to dehydration." And what are your thoughts on the other three groups? At this moment, the live broadcast screen is divided into 4 segments, each corresponding to the visuals of a respective team. I am familiar with Li Jing. His special operations team is undoubtedly a frontrunner for the championship, exhibiting swift movements and a well-coordinated division of labor. The culinary team, led by Zhou Lei, seems to command considerable respect. Although his wilderness survival skills may not be particularly strong, he manages to effectively mobilize his team. The Black Bull team, in terms of physical prowess, stands as the strongest among the 4 groups, not only due to their captain's individual capabilities, but also because they're the only team with 3 men. The upcoming challenge will reveal their true survival skills. Bell provided commentary on each team. Clearly, he remains skeptical about the Queen team's chances of advancing to the final stages, despite Zhao Mo's current impressive performance. He believes that if it were solely Zhao Mo's responsibility, it would not pose a significant challenge. However, Zhao Mo must not only tend to her own needs, but also accommodate 3 additional mouths to feed. Chapter 4. The cunning Zhao Mo Dami gazed at Zhao Mo's resolute visage, and after hearing his reasoning, she ultimately decided to put on the shoes. "What shall we do now?" she inquired. "Sampang has a pot in his backpack. Let us retrieve it and prepare for the eventuality of the island lacking fresh water." Upon hearing the mention of a water shortage, the 3 girls were taken aback. After a moment's pause, Sampang dragged his backpack over and exclaimed, "How could there possibly be a pot in my bag?" As he opened the backpack, astonishment washed over him as he began to extract its contents. A pot, 2 empty drink bottles, a sailor's hat, and even 2 apples. Where did all this come from? Zhao Mo remained silent, while Dami and Arya exchanged glances before opening their own bags. Inside, they discovered rope, iron wire, a small rolling pin, a multi-purpose knife, and surprisingly, cumin and chili powder. "Did you rob someone's kitchen?" "Wow. Zhao Mo, are we barbecuing tonight? How did you know I enjoy spicy food? Good heavens. Where did all this come from?" The question echoed, as it was puzzling since all bags had been checked before boarding the ship. "Ha ha ha. I can hardly contain my laughter. Just look at the expressions on Dami and Arya's faces. They are filled with capitalized question marks. Oh dear, Zhao Imo even brought cumin. It seems he treated this as a journey. I find myself rather fond of this fellow now. This maneuver is quite impressive indeed. I cannot help but wonder how he managed to procure all these items. Meanwhile, the production team was investigating the matter. Director Huang Hao addressed the group quickly. Check the surveillance footage from the cruise ship to ascertain the truth. A few minutes later, someone reported, Director, the surveillance footage has been uploaded. Huang Hao accessed the compressed file, unzipped it, and began to scrutinize the contents. At last, he discerned the source of the issue. Zhao Mo was rarely captured by the cameras on the cruise. He seemed to be deliberately evading the lenses. However, the backpacks of the three girls were consistently visible on screen. The footage revealed that Zhao Mo had approached the backpacks 3 times, cunningly cradling one in his arms and using his body to obscure the camera's view. Thus, when departing, it appeared he was still holding his own backpack, presenting no obvious difference since all 4 bags were identical. It seemed he had not moved at all. Yet, with some conjecture, his subtle movements hinted that he had swapped backpacks. What should we do, Director? Should I board the island now and confiscate those items? His actions seem unfair to the other 3 groups. As one individual prepared to leave, Huang Hao called him to a halt and addressed the group. Did Zhao Mo violate any regulations set by the production team? He did not. We stipulated that each participant could bring 5 items onto the cruise, and he adhered strictly to that rule. As for his actions aboard the ship, we did not impose any restrictions. He has merely exploited a loophole. Having spoken these words, a few individuals still appeared unconvinced. He murmured, "This is a variety show, and we require moments of brilliance." Zhao Mo's actions are indeed quite intriguing. Moreover, his team is the weakest. If they can employ some clever tactics and endure for 10 days, it would be nothing short of astonishing. At that point, we would have our exposure. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly enlightened, realizing he was indeed a cunning old fox. What about the multitude of audience doubts? Huang Hao pondered briefly and suggested, let us edit the portions that seem dubious and release them directly to the public, allowing viewers to see for themselves. We will also inform them that Zhao Mo has skillfully exploited a loophole, and it is our production team's oversight. Hence, we owe the audience an apology. Soon, the audience was presented with a short video. In it, Zhao Mo occasionally appeared, accompanied by captions. Zhao Mo was deliberately evading the surveillance. What was he up to? This fellow had a backpack full. Was he planning to switch bags? It seemed the personnel responsible for setting the rules were in disarray, as they never anticipated someone would rob the cruise ship. At the end of the video, a line was added. Zhao Mo's actions reasonably utilized the production team's loopholes. Where the law does not prohibit, one may act. Therefore, the items Zhao Mo obtained from the cruise ship will not be reclaimed, and we sincerely apologize to our viewers. The production team takes full responsibility. Haha, Zhao Mo is truly clever. Oh dear, the captions from the production team amused me. Robbing a cruise ship is so vivid and illustrative. Yes, one should seek out loopholes and rectify these production team members. Zhao Mo is magnificent. I truly hope he can take my 3 wives further along this journey. Zhao Mo, please protect my 3 wives well. Meanwhile, in a villa, a brother and sister began to argue once more. Zhao Mo was becoming increasingly notorious. How clever he was. The production team had clarified that Zhao Mo's actions were reasonable. He was indeed wise. He may be mischievous, but others adhere to the rules strictly. His cleverness was merely a fleeting advantage. It would inevitably come to an end. A woman emerged from her room, her longing evident, wishing an expert would suggest the abolishment of this inhumane summer vacation for parents. What is going on with you two? She inquired. Mom, my brother isn't as clever as others, yet he won't admit it. He's a stubborn one. Mom, someone blatantly broke the rules, and my sister is defending him. The woman resumed her role as an arbitrator. After listening to the entire account, she contemplated for a moment and said, Mu Xian, this time Mu Xian's heart leaped with joy. He thought his mother would support him. However, she shifted her tone, stating this time, I still believe your sister is correct. The production team has admitted their fault, Zhao Mo merely exploited the rules. Mu Xian, you should reflect on what insights Zhao Mo's actions provide you. Sticking rigidly to the rules will always render you a compliant individual. Do you wish to remain a subordinate? Or do you aspire to be one who issues commands? Zhao Mo, why are there only 2 apples? Let's not dwell on it. The 4 of us can share equally, 2 to a portion. What shall we do next? I find myself somewhat hungry. Perhaps we should consume the apples first. Zhao Mo observed the incessant chatter of the 3 mouths and raised his hand to signal for silence before he spoke. First, we must devise a method to obtain water. You 3 shall dig a pit where we stand, making it somewhat larger. Once completed, pour the seawater from the pot into the pit. Then cover it with the cloth I brought, ensuring the edges are tightly pressed with sand, allowing the center of the cloth to sag naturally over the pot. He articulated the process of distilling water with both words and gestures. And what about you? I shall erect a shelter first. The coastal weather is notoriously unpredictable, and a rainstorm at night would spell trouble. Upon finishing his statement, Zhao Mo seized the multifunctional knife and some wire before departing. What about the apples, Zhao Mo? You 3 can have them. I'm not hungry. Zhao Mo did not look back, merely waving his hand dismissively. He made his way along the beach towards the vegetation, where he spotted a grand tree and came to a halt. He intended to utilize this tree to construct a makeshift bed, providing the 3 young women a place to sleep, as the proper shelter would clearly not be feasible today. Without further ado, he plunged into the forest, beginning to gather vines. Chapter 5. Zhao Mo's Speed. Mr. Bell, is the task being undertaken by Group 4 reasonable? Bell gazed at the screen, smiling as he offered his commentary. Given the division of labor within the Special Operations Team, it seems they will only be able to sleep on the beach tonight. After all, only Li Jing possesses the knowledge of wilderness survival, and his primary responsibility is to locate fresh water while instructing the other 3 to construct a shelter. Clearly, they lack experience. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they will likely be unable to complete the shelter tonight. As for the Black Bull team, if I were the captain, I would appoint Zhou Bo as the vice captain, with each leading 1 person to collaborate effectively. Presently, they face 2 pressing tasks: securing a place to rest for the night and finding drinking water. The gourmet team, led by Zhou Lei, clearly understands their objective. They are quite fortunate, as the camera reveals a freshwater creek not far from their location. Thus, securing accommodation poses no challenge for them. Finally, we have the Queen team. It is evident that the leader, Mimi, has taken a back seat, with Zhao Mo assuming the role of commander. A wise decision, indeed. I am not suggesting that Mimi is incompetent. I kindly ask her fans not to berate me. At this point, Bell exaggeratedly mimicked the traditional Chinese gesture of clasping hands in salute towards the camera. Evidently, Zhao Mo possesses the most extensive experience in wilderness survival within this group, and it is only natural to entrust leadership to someone with such expertise. What is your assessment of the Queen team's performance thus far? The host inquired with a smile. His division of labor is perfectly sound, assigning the 3 young women tasks within their capabilities while he focuses on constructing a temporary shelter to address their resting needs for the night. Upon hearing this, the host appeared puzzled and interjected. May I ask, isn't it reasonable to sleep on the beach for 1 night? Why go through the trouble of building a temporary shelter? Bell looked at the host with a bemused expression, confirming that he was not joking before responding with slight agitation. We must momentarily set aside concerns regarding snakes and insects. Such an island would unlikely harbor large animals. However, are you aware of tides? Do you know how high the water level can rise during high tide? Well, let us assume their location is sufficiently elevated to prevent flooding, but what if it rains? Remember, the first rule of survival is to keep your body dry and maintain a normal temperature. Otherwise, you risk falling ill. In the wilderness, even a simple cold could lead to your demise. The host's face flushed slightly. Having grown up in a sheltered environment, she was unfamiliar with these realities. Zhao Mo moved swiftly. He consistently managed to locate vines, repeatedly hauling them from the dense jungle. Moreover, his search area was not confined to one spot. He seized the opportunity to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. Disappointingly, he did not encounter any obvious sources of fresh water, having gathered a sufficient amount of vines. He also noticed a small cluster of bamboo, but chose not to disturb that patch. Bamboo would be even better, wouldn't it? Indeed, I observed that those living in tropical rainforests utilize bamboo for myriad purposes. Why did Zhao Mo refrain from cutting bamboo? Were those not superior to vines? In response to the audience's inquiries, the host turned to Belle, who merely smiled enigmatically and replied, "He can't bear to do it." When pressed for further explanation, Belle simply encouraged her to continue watching. Zhao Mo was fortunate, for he discovered several wild banana trees, armed with 2 empty beverage bottles. He ventured into the bamboo grove and cut 2 sections of hollow bamboo, ensuring they were seamless. He then approached the banana tree, peeled away a layer of dry bark, and inserted the bamboo tube into the tree. In no time, droplets of water began to emerge from the bamboo, which he secured into one of the bottles before moving on to collect banana leaves. He also stumbled upon 2 banana flowers, but chose not to disturb them. Returning to the large tree, he utilized its protruding branch to neatly arrange the vines, securing several at a time with a slender vine. His movements were swift, hands a blur, rendering him nearly invisible to the camera. I suddenly felt that Zhao Mo, working alone, was perhaps more efficient than the entire team of Dehanyo. While they were still gathering deadwood, Zhao Xian was nearly finished constructing his bed. Wow, I too wish to experience survival. Up there, are you excited about the prospect of sleeping with 3 beautiful women tonight? What wicked thought, but I like it. Alas, my dear Sanpang is about to lose his innocence. After one night, Zhao Mo would become the nemesis of all men. Is the water from the banana tree drinkable? I can responsibly assure you, coming from the south, that not only is it drinkable, but it also has a delightful taste. I can't help but notice that Zhao Mo seems to embody the essence of a survival expert. Indeed, observe his hands. He performs these tasks with remarkable proficiency. Is he really nearing completion? Why is he covering the top of that tree fork with leaves? Who knows? Zhao Mo, oblivious to the online discussions, would likely have quipped, "Everyone sit down, don't be surprised. It's merely standard procedure." With the vines nearly secured, he pondered that he couldn't let the 3 girls join him in his endeavor. Reluctant to search for more vines, and considering the weight of the tree trunk, which should accommodate 3 individuals without issue, he feared it might snap under the strain. Spotting a tree fork nearby that could barely support a person, he propped it up and placed some banana leaves atop it, designating it as his resting place for the night. Though he worked swiftly, the abundance of tasks and the scarcity of hands meant that, upon completion, the sun had already begun its descent. Approaching the shore, he was met with a sight that nearly brought him to tears. The 3 girls had followed his instructions, yet the plastic bag was far too large. Instead of cutting it, they had unfurled it entirely, failing to realize that simply burying the central section to form an inverted cone would suffice. Instead, they had neatly stacked it, creating a pile 5 or 6 layers thick. Not only would it fail to distill, but the sun's rays wouldn't penetrate at all. Moreover, anything that possesses 2 layers with an intervening gap inherently serves as an insulator. Thus, what is the point of steaming? Zhao Mo, do you think our efforts are commendable? Sanpang rose with a smile, gesturing towards their creation with a hint of pride. We followed your instructions to the letter. I feel parched. Will we soon have water to drink? Aya remarked, licking her alluring lips, underscoring her genuine thirst. Zhao Mo, is something the matter? Are we not meeting your expectations? Demi inquired, noticing Zhao Mo's despondent expression with a touch of confusion. He chuckled, "It's quite good. Your hard work is appreciated. But when can we expect water? By the way, where is the shelter you constructed? We'd love to take a look." Zhao Mo, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Chapter 6. The difficult first day. Look at Zhao Mo's despondent little eyes. It's utterly hilarious. Although he appears on the verge of exploding with frustration, he must begrudgingly admit that he has done well. Zhao Mo, enough already. If I were in your shoes, I would likely be cursing up a storm by now. Could someone elucidate why they went awry and explain how this method can yield water? The method is quite simple. Dig a pit and continually pour seawater into it, allowing the area to become increasingly saturated. Then, lay a piece of plastic over the top in an inverted conical shape, ensuring the lowest point aligns perfectly with the pot placed in the pit. Through exposure to the sun, the water in the pit will evaporate, condensing upon the plastic and gradually forming droplets that will slide down into the pot, providing us with potable distilled water. Indeed, one learns throughout life. A word from you transforms one into a scholar instantly. Now they have layered the cloth several times. Goodness gracious, that is quite enough. May I say, is it true that a large chest accompanies a lack of intellect? Not that Arya fits this description. She should be a modest A-cup. Let us not speak ill of my dear Arya. With a little adjustment, one can still see. Zhao Mo stepped forward to gather the plastic sheet, and the others peered into the pot, only to find it completely empty. Zhao Mo, where's the water? They inquired. The method you described is utterly unreliable. Oh no, I am so thirsty. Gazing at the azure sea makes me long to dive in and drink my fill. As anticipated, we are the first group to withdraw. Alas, my fans will surely call me delicate again. Zhao Mo paid no heed to the trio's lamentations. He chose not to clarify their misunderstandings, for that would be a waste of breath. Never attempt to reason with a woman, especially when faced with three. Thus, no matter the myriad of errors, he could only accept his own fault. He pointed toward the distance and said, "The shelter is over there. You all should rest for a while." The three of them ceased their reproaches towards Zhao Mo, supporting one another as they made their way to the shelter. Upon arrival, they were at a loss for what to do. Zhao Mo addressed them. "Now, we have two choices, either food or drink for tonight. You may choose one." They exchanged glances and, in unison, declared drink. Zhao Mo nodded and said, "Do you see that bed? Beside it is the straw I selected. Lay it down, then place the plastic sheet on top. This way, you will sleep more comfortably tonight. Once you finish this, I will find a way to secure water." The three, eager and somewhat adorable, nodded vigorously upon hearing his words. Zhao Mo cut a piece from the plastic sheet, leaving enough for them to prepare their bedding. He then departed once more, heading towards the bamboo grove he had discovered earlier, selecting slender bamboo stalks and cutting them directly from the base, leaving the thicker ones untouched. Carrying the bamboo back to the vicinity of the shelter, he found the trio had nearly finished arranging their beds, their three pairs of eyes looking at him expectantly, much like fledglings awaiting their feed. Zhao Mo felt a slight urge to smile, yet he maintained a stern expression as he instructed, "It is not yet the time. For now, assist me in gathering dead wood and branches from nearby, but remember, do not venture into the forest." With that, he seated himself and began to slice through bamboo with his knife. The three individuals let out a soft sigh of despondency and commenced their search for dry twigs. It was evident to Belle that Zhao Mo possessed water. He had likely collected a sufficient amount from the banana plants, and his tone suggested he had also located edible provisions. Why then did he insist the three girls choose instead? The host in the live stream raised this query. Belle, furrowing her brow in contemplation, eventually relaxed into a smile, responding, "If I am not mistaken, Zhao Mo is employing this method to allow the three lovely ladies to gradually acclimate to life in the wilderness. Had he provided them with water and food from the outset, the three young women would not grasp the harsh realities of survival. Moreover, you may have noticed that Zhao Mo has begun assigning them tasks. Only through labor will they earn their sustenance, serving as a subtle psychological suggestion." The host nodded in agreement. "Goodness, Zhao Mo, behave yourself. I once thought you quite commendable, yet now you dare to manipulate my dear Sanpang. Indeed, if you have water and food, present it, instead of compelling them to work, employing this psychological tactic to flaunt your significance. What a repugnant individual. Shouldn't a man protect three women? Yet here he is, forcing them to choose. It is almost nauseating. I shall lodge a complaint with the program's official site. Such behavior is utterly inhumane. Zhao Mo is truly despicable. My dear Arya's lips are nearly chapped, and Zhao Mo, possessing water, refuses to share it. He exhibits no semblance of gentlemanly conduct. I wager he will consume one bottle himself, leaving only one to offer. The three beauties must be blind. Damn me, as the captain. Do not trust this scoundrel, Zhao Mo. It must be said that the influence of fervent fans is formidable. They cannot abide even the slightest grievance towards their idol. The modicum of goodwill Zhao Mo had cultivated among the audience dissipated in an instant. Of course, amidst the cacophony of voices, there remained a handful who approached the situation with reason. I see no fault in Zhao Mo's actions. As a woman myself, I can empathize. He cannot guarantee a daily supply of food, so it is prudent to prepare them for the adjustment process. Have you all lost your sight? Since Zhao Mo arrived on the island, he has consistently cared for the three girls, ensuring they can rest comfortably at night. He has not ceased his efforts. Regarding the two apples, he has not even taken a bite of the peel. How can you still criticize such a person? I truly disdain your fragile hearts. At this moment, Huang Hao observed the surveillance feeds and inquired of the nearby monitor technician. What are the real-time statistics? Director, we currently have 27 million viewers online, which is a commendable start. Upon hearing this figure, Huang Hao nodded slightly. Compared to last year, the numbers had increased by 3 million. Is this data attributed to the Hainyo or the Special Forces team? Huang Hao believed that these two groups were the most captivating, as he had observed them the most, and their movements were impressively swift. The culinary team, on the other hand, was rather fortunate, having a water source nearby, which he deemed a miscalculation by the production team. As for the Queen's team, he dismissed them, although Zhao Mo had exhibited some cleverness. He felt that the girls would inevitably falter in the first round, with elimination merely a matter of days. Neither team was particularly noteworthy, as the popularity of the Black Bull and the Special Operations team was roughly equivalent, averaging around 6 million viewers. Conversely, due to the presence of a water source, the culinary team's appeal was diminished to approximately 4 million. Surprisingly, the Queen's team boasted an average popularity of 11 million. Upon hearing this, Huang Hao's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled at the others, remarking, "It seems that beauty still holds greater allure." As for the online buzz, the Queen's team led in that category as well. Our data analytics revealed that the individual with the highest topic engagement was, astonishingly, Zhao Mo. Huang Hao was taken aback. While it was understandable for the Queen's team to generate significant buzz given their beauty, he found it perplexing that Zhao Mo was at the forefront of the discussions. Curious, he pulled out his phone to check the live stream, and after a brief moment, he shook his head and chuckled. It turned out Zhao Mo had become the center of attention for being criticized. These youngsters, it seemed, were rather delicate in spirit. Chapter 7. The transformation of mindset with the increasing number of withered trees and branches. Zhao Mo instructed the three young women to take a moment's respite, no longer needing to gather more. He kindled a fire, feeling relieved by the presence of a lighter, and soon, a flame flickered to life. He began to roast the split bamboo strips over the fire. Once sufficiently dried, he settled into his work, weaving a bamboo cage. He crafted 2 cages in succession, opting to leave the remaining 2 bamboo pieces intact. Subsequently, he cut the leftover bamboo strips into segments, fashioning an entrance for catching fish, which he secured to the mouth of the cage with iron wire. As the sun completely sank below the horizon, the spirits of the 3 maidens waned. Casting a glance at them, he felt a pang of sympathy. He retrieved the flashlight and pot he had purchased earlier and made his way to the banana grove to collect the bottles. After detaching a bamboo segment, he selected another banana tree, inserting the segment accordingly, and left the pot there to gather water before returning to the shelter with 2 bottles of water. "Drink up, and then rest well," Zhao Mo urged, handing the bottles to them while he resumed his task. He took out his needle and thread, intending to fashion fish hooks, crafted a pair of chopsticks from iron wire, and secured the wire to a bamboo strip. He then held the needle over the fire, continuously roasting it until it was almost ready. With precision, he laid the needle at an angle on a stone and pressed down with the back of his knife, thus creating a rudimentary fish hook. He made only 2, then retrieved the line to tie them securely. "Here, Zhao Mo, you should drink some too." Arya offered a bottle of drink to him. Noticing the way Yi licked her lips, evidently still thirsty, he maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "I've already had my share. You 3 finish it. There is only this much water tonight. If you can't drink it all, save it for later." Zhao Mo lowered his head as he spoke. How ridiculous. Previously, he said he would drink a whole bottle himself. "Just wait until I catch you," someone remarked. Zhao Mo had consumed none and had given all the water to the 3 girls. It was perplexing that such a person would draw criticism. Have you noticed? Zhao Mo intended to fetch water, but upon seeing Ye's gesture, he immediately claimed he had already drunk. A man's worth is not measured by his words, but by his deeds. In that moment, Zhao Mo exuded a charm that was undeniably masculine. I adore this four-person dynamic. As long as they don't get eliminated, I will continue watching. I am confident that as long as Zhao Mo remains steadfast, he will care for the three girls well. In truth, Zhao Mo ought to drink a little. If he could not endure, the group would falter immediately. His selflessness seemed overly noble, perhaps a performance for the cameras. I agree. The human body has its limits. Since the journey began, Zhao Mo has not consumed a single drop of water. I refuse to believe he isn't parched. Regardless of the opinions expressed, I find Zhao Mo undeniably appealing in this moment. You must admit, Zhao Mo's looks are indeed striking. Where are you going? The three maidens suddenly turned over in unison, their voices rising in chorus as they asked. Zhao Mo glanced at the three individuals, his perspective revealing that two of them were slightly exposed. He promptly averted his gaze and declared, "The preparations are complete. I shall procure some bait and cast the traps and hooks into the sea. If fortune smiles upon us, we shall have sustenance by tomorrow." Upon hearing his words, the trio exchanged glances before responding in unison, "We shall accompany you." As they spoke, they carefully descended from the tree, distancing themselves from the fire, and gazed into the impenetrable darkness of the night, accompanied by the faint sound of the waves. Unconsciously, they edged closer to him. Zhao Mo smiled quietly, understanding their trepidation, and refrained from further comment as he led them toward the shore. "You three go ahead. I will guide you," he instructed, allowing the girls to walk in front while he followed closely behind, his eyes involuntarily drawn to their figures. In his mind, he began to assess which of the three had the most appealing physique. Arya, having studied dance, likely possessed greater flexibility, though her modest A-cup figure detracted slightly. Sanpang's physique was comparable to Demi's, yet he found himself favoring Arya's features slightly more. The three girls remained blissfully unaware of his impure thoughts, navigating cautiously forward with the aid of a flashlight. Upon reaching the rocky area, he instructed the girls to stand back. A slip could lead to unfortunate consequences. He commenced his search for usable items among the rocks. It must be said, the videos of tide pooling were exceedingly misleading on such a desolate island. One could hardly expect to find anything of value along the shore. Ultimately, he managed to gather a few oysters and capture some sand crabs, which would suffice as bait. "What are you doing?" Demi questioned as she seized his arm when she saw him approaching the water. "I am placing the traps in the water. I will return shortly. Just wait a moment," he reassured her. A hint of anxiety washed over her as she released her grip, cautioning, "Perhaps it would be better to wait until morning. It is far too dark tonight. Who knows what lurks beneath the surface?" Zhao Mo said nothing further, swimming to the adjacent rocky area, where he submerged himself to place the two traps securely, even using rocks to weigh them down against the waves. Upon reaching the shore, he found two bamboo poles and secured them to a rock, threading the crab onto the fishing hooks before casting them into the sea, leaving their fate to chance. Observing the three girls huddled together, he could not bear to leave them empty-handed and decided to gather more sand crabs from the beach. "Let us return and prepare a meal for you," he suggested, allowing the three to rest for a moment. He then made his way to the bamboo grove, where he spent some time striking branches to scare away any snakes or insects before he finally cut down a sturdy bamboo stalk. Opening the segments, he found each filled with a bit of bamboo water. He took a sip and poured the remainder into one of the segments before returning. After washing the sand crabs in the seawater, he stuffed them into the bamboo tube, then carved a wooden stopper to seal it, placing it by the fire to cook. Take a moment to rest. Soon, you shall have crab soup to enjoy. Chapter 8. The discomfort of Arya as they set the traps. The live broadcast was not visible. Currently, only the shelter had a surveillance camera due to the flames, while during the day, drone footage was remotely captured along with several fixed cameras. After all, the production team had prepared for over half a month prior to their arrival on the island. The host glanced at the time. It was already 9:40 p.m., and in 20 minutes, the live broadcast would come to an end. She began to wrap up the segment and asked Mr. Bell, Which team do you think performed the best today? And which do you believe has the potential to prevail in the end? Belle looked at the monitor once more, paused thoughtfully, and replied, "The most outstanding individual performance, without a doubt, belongs to Zhao Mo. I must be candid. Without him, this team might have already given up. However, if we consider team performance, I would say to Hanyo, they not only managed to establish a shelter, but also enjoyed what I consider a rather decent meal. As for their water source, they were quite fortunate. Despite the arduous search, they found a spring that is safe for consumption. Of course, this is merely my perspective at the moment. Perhaps tomorrow the Queen's team will shine the brightest. Who can say for certain? After all, Zhao Mo has been remarkably proactive, and although they are still hungry, he has prepared extensively for tomorrow. In the realm of survival, ensuring sustainability is paramount. As for who will ultimately endure, only God knows in advance." The host smiled and addressed the camera. "Well, that concludes today's broadcast. We shall meet again at 7 a.m. tomorrow. A gentle reminder, please exercise restraint while watching the live stream. Do not spend the entire day in front of the television or glued to your phones. I am Ingy, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow." With that, she swiftly cut off the live signal. Viewers were visibly unsatisfied, leading to an increasing buzz online. I believe the Special Forces team will undoubtedly make it to the end. The Hanyo is formidable as well. After all, the Special Forces team hasn't even built a shelter today, while the Hanyo has managed to secure food and drink. But what does having sustenance mean? Did you not see the culinary team? Jolie is already contemplating how to prepare crabs in a more delicious manner. The culinary team has struck lucky, as fresh water is conveniently nearby, so they only need to scratch their bellies. Why is no one betting on the Queen's team? I, as Captain Mimi, find this unacceptable. The Queen's performance today far exceeded my expectations. Although Zhao Mo has a somewhat aloof demeanor, he genuinely cares for others. The three young ladies partnering with him are indeed fortunate. Alas, Zhao Mo has faced online harassment twice because of his personality, yet he is truly a good person. At least I could not reach his level of kindness. I stand by Zhao Mo. He chose not to share a bed with my 3 wives, so I support him. Enough already upstairs. Zhao Mo was entirely indifferent to whether the broadcast had ended. His only concern was how to endure the first round. Before long, the crabs were ready. He took out a cup fashioned from bamboo segments and poured the soup into 3 portions, offering each of the 3 young ladies a serving. "I shall not partake," I said. Aria's expression reflected a hint of disappointment as she declined the soup. "Then have some crab," Zhao Mo suggested, pouring the crabs onto a banana leaf and placing it beside the beds of the 3 women. "Please, enjoy. I am not hungry." Aria again refused, causing Zhao Mo to furrow his brow slightly. Without much hesitation, he reached out to place his hand on Aria's forehead. "Do you feel nauseous or weak? Are you sure you're not running a fever?" Confirming she had no fever, he silently sighed in relief. However, her demeanor was evidently abnormal, leading him to consider whether she was suffering from heat exhaustion. "I am fine, do not worry. I simply lack an appetite and need to rest a bit." Zhao Mo's thoughts shifted, suspecting it might be related to the girl's menstrual cycle. With a sigh, he retrieved another bamboo segment and hurried to the banana grove, pouring the water from the pot into the bamboo. Returning, he boiled the water using the method for cooking crabs and poured a cup of hot banana water for Aria. "Here, drink some warm water." This time, Aria accepted and sipped delicately. Zhao Mo, believing his assessment to be correct, thought little of it. He had caught a total of 10 crabs. Each girl consumed 3, leaving him with the remaining 4, which he polished off. Once everything was tidied up, Zhao Mo busied himself again. The 3 girls felt a twinge of guilt as they observed him working tirelessly throughout the day. They saw him not far off, swiftly digging a pit with bamboo strips, lining the bottom with a plastic bag, and compacting the surrounding sand to prevent the wind from displacing it before he returned to the fire pit. "All right, get some good rest. When you awaken, you'll find that perseverance is indeed manageable." As he spoke, he added a few more twigs to the fire and then climbed a tree to rest on a branch. The hearts of women, when tender, resemble sponges, yet when hardened, are as unyielding as iron. At that moment, the 3 could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. "Zhao Mo, why not come down? We can huddle together, Arya suggested, noticing his curled posture and understanding it must be uncomfortable for him. As she spoke, the three shifted aside to make room for Arya. What is there to fear? A man coming down will not intimidate us three women, Demi boldly declared, though she soon burst into laughter at her own words. Zhao Mo, you may fall if you sleep up there. Please come down, they urged. Zhao Mo felt warmth in his heart at their concern. Despite being prominent stars, they had not exhibited any airs of superiority throughout the afternoon, offering assistance without pretense. Now, their consideration for him was truly commendable. Quickly, sleep. We need our strength, and that branch cannot support four of us, he replied softly, closing his eyes to rest. Seeing this, the three of them lay back down, exchanging glances before drifting off to sleep. In the dead of night, he heard the faint sound of sobbing. Looking down, he noticed that the other two were sleeping soundly, while Arya's shoulders trembled gently. He descended from the tree and approached her, whispering, "Are you feeling unwell?" Upon realizing he was awake, Arya wiped her tears and turned over, burying her head in her arms. "If you're not feeling well, just tell me. If it's too much, we can withdraw. Your health should always come first." Hearing his words, Arya turned her head, gazing at him with eyes slightly swollen from crying. "Zhao Mo, I'm sorry, I can't go on. I didn't expect to be by the sea, and I'm allergic to seafood." Zhao Mo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. If they were to persevere, their primary source of food would undoubtedly be from the ocean. How could you be allergic to seafood now? Is the production team jesting with me? Noticing his somber expression and silence, Arya buried her head again, beginning to cry once more. "Don't cry, just get some rest. This is a minor issue. It's not imperative to eat seafood. I've already found something for you to eat, so sleep soundly." "Really?" "Indeed, you will have something to eat tomorrow. Sleep well, and don't wake up feeling exhausted." Upon hearing this, Arya's heart lightened, and a faint smile graced her face as she nodded at him. Zhao Mo chose not to return to the tree, instead lying down beside the campfire, fully clothed. Seriously, production team, is this how you find amusement? Chapter 9. Tempestuous winds. The three young ladies found little solace in their slumber, as the incessant swarm of mosquitoes proved to be quite bothersome. Occasionally, the sound of their futile attempts to swat the pests reached Zhao Mo's ears, and he imagined that come morning, their exposed skin would be adorned with an array of crimson welts akin to strawberries. As the sea breeze intensified, Zhao Mo reluctantly rose to his feet, utilizing the sand to construct a makeshift windbreak on the side shielded from gusts. He chose not to extinguish the fire, but rather repositioned the campfire closer to the trio, for despite the summer season, the coastal winds were no trifling matter. Once his tasks were complete, he reclined once more. "Sister Me, I need to use the restroom. I need to go too. Oh, I'm so itchy. What about Zhao Mo? He seems to have already drifted off. We can't wander into the woods. Let's go a bit farther." Zhao Montak, having overheard the ladies' exchange, lay still to avoid any awkwardness. The three quietly descended and made their way toward the shore. After approximately 10 minutes, they returned and settled back onto their makeshift beds, soon accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of their breathing interspersed with the occasional slap of hands against mosquitoes. As he dozed in and out of consciousness, Zhao Mo suddenly felt a coolness on his forehead. Startled, he turned over just as the rain began to pour, the droplets striking the banana leaves with a distinct patter. "Zhao Mo, it's raining," exclaimed San Pang, propping himself up to see Zhao Mo already awake. The dry twigs they had gathered were safe beneath the bed, but he worried about the rain soaking the wood above. So he hastily erected a barrier of sand around the perimeter. "It's fine. There are no mosquitoes at the moment, so you all can continue to sleep," Zhao Mo remarked softly, noticing the three had stirred. He then placed a banana leaf atop his head and hurried to the pit he had previously dug. After shaking out the cloth, which had collected a fair bit of loose sand from the previous gusts, he relaid it and secured the edges with stones. This rain invigorated him, assuring him that there would be no shortage of water the following day. Completing his tasks, he returned to the shelter, drenched to the skin, as a single banana leaf offered scant protection. Fortunately, the canopy of the large tree above was dense enough, and with the added rain cover over the fire, the flames continued to burn brightly. Observing that the three young ladies had succumbed to slumber, He removed his shirt, took up a handful of water, and began to dry himself with a stick positioned nearby. Yet, he hesitated to remove his trousers. Although they were merely shorts, he was still somewhat self-conscious. Unbeknownst to him, San Pang lay on her side, wide awake, attentively observing Zhao Mo's every move. As he disrobed, feeling a pang of embarrassment, she couldn't quell her curiosity and found herself nearly gasping at the sight before her. She beheld a figure of remarkable symmetry, the subtle contours of each muscle, though not overtly pronounced, exuded an aesthetic strength that was captivating. It took a moment for her to avert her gaze, her cheeks flushed. Zhao Mo, oblivious to the scrutiny he was under, glanced at the watch provided by the production team, estimating that dawn was still about 3.5 hours away. Satisfied that his clothing was sufficiently dried, he donned it once more and laid down beside the fire, directly beneath the three young ladies. The rain ceased after falling for nearly 20 minutes. As dawn broke, he once again heard the familiar sound of raindrops. Rising, he gathered several branches, meticulously slicing one end into countless small pieces with his knife, and then skillfully kneading them until a natural toothbrush took shape. He crafted 4 in total. Just as the day brightened, the weather was pleasantly mild, free from mosquitoes, allowing the three young ladies to sleep soundly, and Zhao Mo refrained from waking them. After completing the toothbrushes, he approached the pit he had dug, discovering the rainwater within to be clearer than he had anticipated. He placed 2 banana leaves over the top, wary that the rising sun would quickly evaporate the water. Venturing into the banana grove, he retrieved the pot, and with water no longer a concern, he quenched his thirst before fashioning a simple hanging pot from iron wire to boil the water. Next, he delved into the dense forest to prepare food for Arya, who could not eat seafood, a source of considerable frustration. He then set about gathering materials to construct a proper shelter: wood, vines, and an abundance of banana leaves. Upon emerging from the thicket, he found the 3 young ladies awake, visibly relieved at his presence. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of safety had begun to blossom in their hearts, signifying that as long as Zhao Mo was near, they were secure. Meanwhile, in the director's monitoring room early that morning, Huang Hao strolled in with a significant yawn, shortly followed by the arrival of the entire crew. With a commendable demeanor, Huang Hao, unlike other directors who might berate their staff for tardiness, began issuing instructions. At 7:30, our live broadcast would commence. The crew nodded in agreement, checking the operation of all equipment. Each team member was assigned to examine one group, working at an accelerated pace to identify highlights from the previous night's broadcast for a special segment to be aired at noon. Although the live feed had concluded, monitoring continued in the background. The production team had also briefly informed each group about the locations of the cameras, encouraging them to remain within view and to avoid any private matters. As the new day unfolded, everyone worked in a harmonious rhythm. Some watched videos while others prepared for the live stream. At precisely 7:00 a.m., a cheerful voice greeted the audience. "Hello everyone, I'm Ying, and we meet again. Today's live broadcast will commence in half an hour. Thank you for your continued support." She then introduced the guest for the day, a man named Gu, who boasted 100 independent survival experiences, all culminating in successful escapes. On screen, a bald foreigner waved to the audience. "Gu, have you observed our program from yesterday? What are your thoughts on the 4 groups?" With a hint of incredulity, Gu responded in English, arms spread wide. "If the production team had not informed me, I would find it hard to believe these are celebrities and not a group of individuals lacking formal survival training. Their performance truly astonished me. Do you have any predictions about which group will endure until the end?" Gu shrugged and remarked, "Bell said that only God knows." And I would echo the same sentiment. For in the wild, one can never truly anticipate what challenges lie ahead. However, if I were to place a wager, I would bet on Zhao Mo. Ying was taken aback. Although Zhao Mo had performed admirably, the online voting thus far suggested that the Queen's group will be the first to face elimination. It was unexpected for Gu to make such a prediction. "You have faith in the Queen's group? That surprises me, for until now, hardly anyone has believed they could endure." Doye smiled chile, his shiny bald head adding a touch of charm, and turned toward the camera, saying, "Yesterday, I observed Zhao Mo closely and noticed that every movement he made was purposeful. which is remarkable. Perhaps you haven't noticed, but his water intake is minimal, indicating his remarkable adaptability. If, and I emphasize if, I were to compete against him under equal conditions, I firmly believe he would emerge victorious. Chapter 10. A bountiful harvest in the early morning. The number of viewers for the live stream was quite sparse, particularly during this summer season when many are prone to the delightful indulgence of sleeping in. However, the count soon swelled to over 7 million. The audience was taken aback by De G's remarks. To my astonishment, De G's commentary was far bolder than that of Bell. He audaciously proclaimed that the Queen's team would emerge victorious, which elicited much amusement from me. Either De G was still half asleep, or perhaps it was I who had yet to fully awaken. Zhao Mo remarked, "I can't manage carrying 3. If I am eliminated, don't blame me." First place? That's merely De G's assertion. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Mo focused on his duties, while the 3 young women concentrated on their appearances. As the sole male in the group, it was only natural for him to look after the 3 girls. Curiosity piqued about the release of the Night's special episode. He pondered what transpired after dark. "You upstairs are anything but innocent," he jested, eliciting laughter. At precisely 7:30, the number of viewers doubled almost instantaneously. Upon witnessing Zhao Mo preparing toothbrushes for the 3 women, the audience was in awe of his diverse talents. However, when the girls retrieved toothbrushes from their bags, the viewers could no longer contain their laughter. "Someone save me. I'm about to burst out laughing." Look at Zhao Mo's innocent little expression. Zhao Mo questioned himself. Where am I? What am I doing? In reality, his actions were quite reasonable. He had not anticipated that only 5 items were permitted, and to his surprise, all 3 young women had brought toothbrushes. Thankfully, only Arya had brought toothpaste, indicating that the trio had likely conferred prior. Otherwise, Zhao Mo might have been quite irate. The humor of the situation was undeniable. Yesterday, Zhao Mo had delighted the 3 girls, and today, it was they who had surprised him. Arya even inquired if he needed toothpaste, which was quite the comedic twist. Did you notice how much Zhao Mo has accomplished this morning? Just look at the wood scattered on the ground and the water boiling in the pot, someone remarked. I wish I could join Zhao Mo in the wilderness. Having a gentleman to look after you is truly wonderful. Send me a barefaced selfie, and I might consider resigning to accompany you, another teased. Zhao Mo felt genuinely vexed. He had assumed the 3 girls were fastidious and had thus prepared toothbrushes in advance. When they all unveiled their toothbrushes simultaneously, his heart sank. Darn it, couldn't you have brought something more practical? He grumbled. To his astonishment, the girls retorted in unison. A toothbrush is indeed very useful. He found himself at a loss for words. What shall we do today? Zhao Mo asked. He then removed the pot of water and poured each of them a cup before instructing, "Let us drink the hot water first." The 3 women carefully cradled their cups. Sipping gingerly, Zhao Mo continued calmly, "Today, we shall construct a proper shelter. You 3, please gather firewood, but remember not to venture into the dense forest." Afterward, he pointed towards a low shrub and quietly added, "If you need to use the restroom, go over there." With that, he made his way towards the beach. "What are you going to do?" they asked. "I'm collecting the traps from last night," he replied. Zhao Mo spoke without turning back. The 3 young ladies exchanged glances, then simultaneously set down their bamboo cups and declared, "We shall accompany you." Without waiting for his response, they hurriedly chased after his figure. Zhao Mo first retrieved his fishing hooks. The first one was barren, devoid of bait, which left him slightly displeased. However, the second hook yielded a catch, albeit a diminutive fish that Zhao Xian estimated would only suffice to fill the gaps in Pang Di's teeth. Above, a drone captured their activities, providing a clear view of their haul. In a live broadcast, the host observed the 4 screens. The culinary team had already enjoyed breakfast, collectively cracking open oysters. The Big Black Cow team was equally determined, having gathered an assortment of shells from the shore to roast and consume. Meanwhile, the Special Ops team had fortuitously discovered a coconut tree. Early in the morning, each person cradled a coconut, savoring its flesh and sipping the juice with great delight. Once the 3 teams had settled, they began constructing relatively permanent shelters. Only the Queen team had yet to secure breakfast, upon seeing the small fish they had caught. The host couldn't resist inquiring of the Gu. Clearly, the Queen team has encountered misfortune. The Gu, do you still maintain your opinion? The Gu stroked his bald head and chuckled heartily. In truth, Zhao Mo has provisions. He had already prepared sustenance yesterday, but he hesitates to reveal it. In contrast to the other three groups, Zhao Mo undoubtedly has more foresight. Had they found food? I haven't seen it, another remarked. Do ye sme lid in matikali? Just keep watching, and you shall see him put it to use. Zhao Mo had presented himself as a survival expert yesterday, yet he had only managed to catch a single small fish. There were still 2 traps yet to be retrieved, which might hold surprises. If they are all empty, that would be quite amusing. Observing the 3 young ladies, it was evident they were famished. Didn't Tita Gu mention that Zhao Mo had found food? Why hasn't he produced it? It was likely he intended to wait for a more pressing moment. With the 3 young ladies so starved, is this not an urgent situation? I truly cannot comprehend his approach. Poor Pang Di, if she were to suffer due to hunger, I would undoubtedly hold Zhao Mo accountable. They must not have eaten last night. Observing Zhao Mo's confident demeanor, it turned out to be mere pretense. You people are truly laughable. Had Zhao Mo not shared water yesterday, you would have surely accused him of hoarding food for himself today. Zhao Mo had accomplished the work of an entire team on his own. Are your eyes blind? The logic of these fervent fans eludes me. Their idol must not endure the slightest hardship. If you have the means, support her, so she need not work or participate in such variety shows. Are you hungry? Zhao Mo approached the shore, with the 3 young ladies trailing behind him, nodding like chicks pecking at rice when he inquired. Soon there will be food. Do you prefer barbecue or boiled fish? Hearing this, Pang Di nearly drooled, cautiously asking, Can I have both? Zhao Mo gazed at the 3 individuals. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he instructed them to wait on the beach. The trio, taken aback by his unexpected smile, momentarily froze. It was as if they were witnessing this charming expression for the first time. Especially in the light of the dawn, his face seemed to radiate a luminous glow. His smile, contrary to their initial impressions, was rather endearing. They mused. Having seen him wear a stern expression for so long, they wondered if perhaps they owed him money. To be fair, Zhao Mo possessed a certain handsomeness. Should he choose to navigate the social circles, he would likely fare well. A silence enveloped them, only to be broken as they simultaneously remarked, Well, he is just passably handsome. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Mo returned, carrying 2 cages. He tipped the contents onto the sandy shore, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the 3 women. Wow, they're octopuses. Oh, my lobsters. What a pity there's no instant noodles. What kind of fish is this? Its mouth is enormous. Zhao Mo surveyed his catch, exhaling deeply with relief. Both cages had yielded bountiful results. He had captured a nearly 2-pound grouper, a lobster, an octopus, and several small fish. He proceeded to chop the small fish into pieces, placing them back into the cages before diving into the water once more, this time intending to venture further out. Chapter 11. Oh my, is this a vacation? This cage is truly remarkable. With a sumptuous feast before us, I must say, Zhao Mo is indeed the champion. Compared to the other 3 groups, their provisions are evidently far more lavish. The tiger grouper, priced at 150 yuan per pound here, makes my mouth water just at the sight of it. Ha ha! Did you see the look in Pundi's eyes? She seemed eager to drop to the ground and take a bite right away. Dammy is not much better. I noticed her licking her lips. It appears that only Yaya is not particularly hungry. Upon seeing the seafood being laid out, she took a couple of steps back. ISNTC fish quite pungent? Some fish are, but most wild sea fish, even when cooked without seasoning, possess a naturally sweet flavor, especially varieties like grouper, which are particularly delightful. What you mentioned has prompted me to consider purchasing one from the supermarket to taste for myself. Upstairs, can wild fish even be bought at the supermarket? You're quite amusing. In a live broadcast, the Gu chuckled as he looked at the host, saying, I told you, he'll be the champion. I must admit, his luck is quite commendable. He has had a bountiful harvest on the very first day. The host felt somewhat vexed, thinking to himself, the Gu, you really hold a grudge, don't you? It's only been a few minutes, and you're already slapping my face. That bald fellow is not charming at all. Belle, is far better. I must concede, De Good, you are correct. I know that those 2 cages of his could not possibly be empty. Have you noticed? The area where Zhao Mo casts his nets is entirely rocky, which is precisely where most fish and shrimp prefer to roam. Furthermore, he does not take this lightly. He consistently chooses deeper waters for casting, significantly increasing his chances of catching fish. As for those 2 hooks, they're merely a stroke of luck. Zhao Mo returned to the shore and addressed the 3. Who among you knows how to grill fish? The 3 exchanged glances and unanimously shook their heads. Zhao Mo displayed neither disappointment nor blame. His expression remained calm and composed. He first performed a simple cleaning of the fish by the seaside, and upon returning to the shelter, he had already fashioned a grill from iron wire the day before. He selected a pile of charcoal and placed it nearby, arranging the lobster and octopus on the iron rack. Next, he took a knife to cut the fish into segments, adding clear water and suspending it over the fire to cook. If you enjoy chili and cumin, feel free to sprinkle a little on, he added. Upon hearing this, Mimi and Pundi began rummaging and soon found the spices, sprinkling them evenly over the items on the wire rack. Zhao Mo nodded in approval, relieved that they did not pour it all on haphazardly. He then turned his attention to another task, taking a small piece from the banana flour he had picked earlier in the morning, discarding the rest, including the outer skin, onto the fire to roast. The small portion he chopped finely, stuffing it into a bamboo tube, adding a bit of clear water, and placing it beside the fire to cook. After completing these tasks and leaving the 3 to watch the fire, he first whittled 4 pairs of chopsticks, then began to prepare the wood to construct the shelter. He chose the side of a large tree, which not only provided support but also shielded them from the sea breeze. He cleared away the surrounding low shrubs, uprooting many entirely. After completing all the tasks, Demi's voice resonated. Zhao Mo, it's time to eat. Zhao Mo approached and first poured 3 cups of fish soup from the pot, then placed the pot in front of Demi and San Pang, allowing them to dine first. The air around the campsite was suffused with the rich aroma of barbecue, courtesy of cumin and chili. He deftly sliced a lobster tail in half, distributing 1 portion to each of them, and then roughly chopped the octopus, presenting it neatly on a banana leaf before them. Once this was accomplished, he retrieved a banana flower from the fire, its exterior charred black. After peeling away a couple of layers, the yellow flesh inside was revealed, exuding a delightful fragrance. He then poured out the banana soup, completing Ya's meal as well. Jean montak atterapitli, finishing 2 pieces of fish in just 3 to 4 minutes, urging the others to indulge a bit more. Once the food is cleared, gather some firewood, he instructed, before turning back towards the trees to begin constructing a shelter. I must say, even through the screen, the enticing aroma wafted over. It was early morning, and although the dish lacked oil and salt, I found myself salivating uncontrollably. Watching Demi and San Pang devour the lobster made my cravings unbearable. I couldn't resist. I decided to order takeout so I could eat while watching, as it was simply irresistible. Zhao Mo truly knows how to care for others. As a girl, I feel that me and the others are incredibly fortunate. Indeed, aside from his somewhat aloof demeanor, he has taken splendid care of the 3 young women, evidently leaving more for them, as he himself hadn't eaten his fill. Why wasn't Arya eating fish? What was she consuming instead? Oh, mighty deity, could you enlighten us on whether that dish is palatable? The banana flour serves not only as food, but also as an herbal remedy, and it does taste quite delightful. Is it available for purchase online? I wish to buy one and taste it myself. Watching Arya enjoy it makes it seem quite appetizing. Many sought to replicate this, and within just an hour, several platforms had sold out of banana flours, leaving merchants baffled by the sudden demand. Such warriors, their speed is astonishing. Alas, I too failed to secure any. A merchant informed me that they wouldn't restock for at least a week. I can't shake the feeling that the 3 young women are on a vacation. I share this sentiment. Early in the day, they are indulging in fresh fish soup and light barbecue, utterly delightful. Initially, it was said that the Queen group had no food, yet it turns out their meals are superior among the 4 groups. Ha ha! Dahainyo and the others merely nibbled on some shells. At first, I watched the Special Operations Group enjoying coconut juice and flesh, feeling quite refreshed, But now it seems the Queen Group's fish soup and barbecue delicacies are far more satisfying. In a live stream, observing the Queen Group indulging heartily, Ying found herself uncontrollably swallowing. Is wild fish really palatable without oil or salt? Seeing the two young women relish their meal, she couldn't help but inquire about it from Ge. To my astonishment, a glimmer of yearning appeared on Ji's face as he remarked, in contrast to my wilderness survival skills. Zhao Mo evidently places a greater emphasis on the quality of life, perhaps with consideration for the three ladies. The ocean fish, naturally imbued with a briny flavor, requires no salt in its preparation, and the rich fat content of the grouper ensures its tender, succulent flesh, truly a rare delicacy. As for the banana blossom, it was one of the edible plants discovered by Zhao Mo yesterday. I failed to comprehend why he chose to present it at this moment. However, I can assure you with utmost confidence that it is yet another delightful treat. Observing them, I realized that I, too, was feeling hungry. Nonetheless, in the wilderness, a purely vegetarian diet would lead to a decline in physical stamina. The lady known as Iya should consider consuming some fish to sustain her for a longer duration. The host instinctively nodded, unable to fathom why you abstained from eating fish. All four groups were engaged in constructing their shelters. In your opinion, which group had the superior site selection, Ge? Undoubtedly, it is the gourmet team, for they are situated beside a freshwater source, which is paramount for their endurance. The Black Bull team evidently shares a similar rationale as the gourmet team, opting to build their shelter adjacent to the water source. Yet I believe that is not the most optimal choice, as it may lead to discomfort during the night. The Special Forces team and the Queen team made comparable choices, adapting to the environment while ensuring proximity to fresh water. Chapter 12. The Night Special unveiled. Zhao Mo gathered several Y-shaped tree branches, securing one end into the ground with the forks pointing upwards, allowing him to effortlessly lift the timber. Subsequently, he draped previously collected vines over 2 logs. After approximately an hour and a half, a bed elevated about 30 centimeters off the ground was completed. He reclined upon it to test its stability, and, satisfied that it was secure, he rose. The 3 young women collected a considerable amount of dry twigs and branches, and feeling that they had gathered enough, they approached him for assistance. "Help me prop this up," Zhao Mo instructed as he dug a deep pit and set one of the thicker logs upright. Although the 3 girls could not contribute significantly due to their busy tasks, their presence nonetheless accelerated his progress. With 3 logs standing and the large tree itself, he tied another log between 2 adjacent ones to create a triangular brace, enhancing the framework stability. He then secured the tops of the 3 logs with additional timber, thus completing the framework of a modest shelter. Next, he proceeded to attach walls around it and add a roof, crafting a refuge that could sustain them for several days. He initially constructed a frame with logs, then intertwined vines to fill the empty spaces within. Just like this, weave the banana leaves through the vines, he demonstrated, instructing the 3 young women until they grasped the technique before moving on to the next frame. By midday, he had completed 1/3 of the project. Noticing the beads of sweat glistening on the foreheads of the 3 girls and their slightly wilted spirits, he calmly remarked, "I will not prepare any food for lunch. You should boil some water to drink, but remember not to consume it raw." He advised the 3 women to take a brief respite, for the midday sun by the seaside was no trifling matter. It could not only scorch their skin, but also lead to heat stroke among them. "Zhao Mo is making this too complicated," one commented. "Look at the Special Forces team. They have already finished their work. Is Zhao Mo really planning to construct a seaside villa? This seems excessive. I support the methods of the other 3 groups. As long as it's functional, that suffices. I actually think what Dehane Neo and his team did is quite commendable, efficiently utilizing the terrain without unnecessary hassle. Do you think Zhao Mo wants this to be overly complicated? He is accompanied by 3 young ladies. If anything goes awry, they must withdraw. For this reason, I admire Zhao Mo for taking good care of my 3 fatty. Can someone tell me what Zhao Mo was doing before this? He executes these tasks with remarkable proficiency, as if he has done them before. I suddenly realized that Zhao Mo appeared even more akin to a Special Forces soldier than Jinge. You just noticed? I recognized it long ago, though his physique is somewhat slender. lacking the muscular build of Jinggu and Dehanyo. Arya did not eat meat in the morning, and now her spirit seemed less vibrant than Mimi and Pang Di. I recall Arya is not a vegetarian. Why isn't she eating? I don't understand. Amidst the discussions, someone suddenly shouted, "The night special has been released. Kagogo, I want to see it too." The special was released group by group. The special forces were the first to be featured, lying on the sandy shore in slumber. The incessant sound of snapping quickly provoked laughter among the spectators. Look at Xiaoying. She was bitten by a mosquito and sprang up as if electrified. It was truly amusing. Poor Xiaoying appeared to be losing her mind, flailing her arms towards the sky. Did she think that would swat the mosquitoes? My home is by the sea, and I must inform everyone that the coastal area is rife with large, venomous mosquitoes. One bite leaves a lingering sting for an hour. Yet, Jinggu remained unfazed, sleeping soundly without a care. This is a clipped version, so during the peaceful moments of slumber, they were conveniently edited out. Observing the progress bar, which indicated a total of 12 minutes for this special segment, it was evident that only a minute had passed. Clearly, the night was far from tranquil, and everyone was keenly attentive, eager to witness the unfolding events. Xiaoying's attempts at swatting mosquitoes appeared rather entertaining. However, the subsequent scenes were destined to captivate the audience further. As the tide rose, their sleeping area, perilously close to the shoreline, forced the four to relocate shortly thereafter. I felt a pang of sympathy for Xiaoying. Noting the timestamps, she had barely slept for half an hour. Jinggu had previously remarked that due to the strong sea breeze, mosquitoes were relatively sparse in this area, which is why they chose to sleep there. Once he sensed something amiss, he promptly roused the others to change their spot. After the four relocated, the scene shifted, and the time leaped to just past 1 in the morning when it began to rain. The special forces, having failed to erect a temporary shelter in time, faced yet another misfortune, much to the delight of the viewers. The final shot of the special segment showed the four drenched like drowned rats, seated in a line, gazing at the ominous, dark sea. The audience could clearly see the expressions of frustration and bewilderment reflected in their eyes. Next came the Food Team S segment. They fared somewhat better due to having a temporary shelter, with the most memorable aspect being the rhythmic snapping sounds. The performance of the Big Black Bull team was equally entertaining. A gust of wind before the rain completely upended their makeshift shelter. When the heavy rain arrived, 3 burly men held up their clothing, sheltering the sole woman in their midst. The audience evidently relished the sight of the guests in distress. Thus the topic was once again revitalized. The Queen group made their entrance. Quick, gather around. Everyone eagerly awaited the spectacle. It was quite a sight. Can I admit that I wanted to see the 3 women in a predicament? Unspoken truths linger in the air. The crowd swiftly clicked in, first checking the duration, which astonishingly revealed 15 minutes, longer than any of the previous segments. This indicated that a great deal had transpired during the night, tantalizing the audience's appetite once more. First, the 4 were seen feasting on crabs. Well, 3 of them, as Arya had not partaken. At this moment, the audience shared a knowing smile. Zhao Mo, despite his frosty demeanor, had a warm heart, claiming there was no dinner. Yet here he was, cooking nonetheless. Next came Zhao Mo digging a pit and burying plastic sheeting. What was he up to? It was perplexing, but then it dawned on me. He was preparing to collect rainwater. No wonder he brought such a large piece of plastic sheeting. It turns out he had anticipated this situation long ago. The more I observe Zhao Mo, the more he resembles an expert in wilderness survival. How'd he know it would rain at night? An intriguing question. He may not have known for certain. He simply took precautions against unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, it seems that the 4 of them together formed the ideal partnership. Why isn't Air eating crabs? Amidst the discussions, the video shows Zhao Mo climbing a tree branch, and the 3 girls invite him down to squeeze in. Zhao Mo outright declines and advises the 3 girls to retire for the night. At this point, netizens became quite agitated, and the topic surged to unprecedented heights. In that moment, I wished to take Zhao Mo's place. Upon assessment, it was determined that Zhao Mo is crafted from titanium alloy, and the evaluation is complete. Let those 3 girls be. Allow me to step in. Zhao Mo likely fears that the 3 girls might not sleep soundly, potentially crowding him. To those above, you are lacking in enthusiasm. Chapter 13. Reactions from all levels in the monitoring room. Huang Hao inquired of the statistics personnel, "How is the special feature performing?" The current results have exceeded expectations. Huang Hao nodded in satisfaction. The number of simultaneous online viewers had surpassed 30 million, a figure that had not been achieved last year. Moreover, the true peak viewership would occur in the evening, potentially leading to another surge. What about the specific view counts? He asked. The Special Forces team is leading the way, as they faced the most challenging circumstances last night, with their on-demand views exceeding 3.4 million. The other three teams are relatively close, each around 2 million. As he spoke, the reporter glanced at the timely data and added, "The Queen team is gaining momentum rapidly, with on-demand views approaching 3 million. Huang Hao smiled silently. This group featured 3 stunning women, making them naturally more captivating during nighttime activities. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast studio, Ying was quite talkative. Observing the third chubby participant noisily munching on crabs, she realized that she was feeling a bit hungry herself. Brother Da, is the type of crab they are eating delicious? The sand crab is indeed very flavorful. However, the meat is rather sparse, which is why I'm not particularly fond of it." As the video transitioned to Zhao Mo setting up a rain tarp, Brother Da snapped his fingers, stating clearly, "Zhao Mo understands how to leverage his surroundings. Collecting rainwater is the optimal method for sourcing water along a coastline devoid of freshwater resources." When Zhao Mo settled into a branch to sleep, Ying remarked, "I imagine that position must be quite uncomfortable. Brother Da, I think most people would be too anxious to sleep in such a pose for fear of falling. Would you choose to do the same?" Brother Da grimaced and replied, "I certainly would not. Maintaining quality sleep in the wild is of utmost importance. Yet I must concede that Zhao Mo is a gentleman." As the audience continued watching, they noted that Zhao Mo was sleeping lightly. He had barely dozed off when he tumbled down from above. Just as everyone anticipated, he could not endure it any longer. He approached Yaya. What is he planning to do? They wondered. Viewer discretion is advised. Please log into your account. Only individuals over May 18th enter. Come on. Enough already. If there were any explosive moments, the production team wouldn't dare to air them. Moments later, the audience discovered that Yaya had been crying. Her sobs were too faint, and the camera was positioned rather distantly, so they had not heard her. Through their dialogue, viewers soon realized why Yaya had not eaten fish that morning. She was allergic to seafood. This revelation left many in shock. No way. The production team hadn't considered this? An allergy to seafood while surviving on an island? Yaya can't be pulling our leg. Huh? The production team thought Zhao Mo's task was too easy and added a seafood allergy challenge. How hilarious. Suddenly, they noticed Zhao Mo's gentle demeanor in that moment. Hearing him say, "When I am not present, everything feels safe," even those not on site found comfort in his words. Zhao Mo's banana blossom is undoubtedly intended to sustain him during times of hunger when fish eludes his grasp. The current predicament with Air has certainly disrupted his rhythm. Indeed, upon first hearing of Air seafood allergy, a flicker of alarm crossed his features. The arrangement by the production team seems rather burdensome. If this group were to be eliminated now, I would wholeheartedly support that decision. But no, I have faith that Zhao Mo will devise a solution. Even though the banana blossom is palatable, it cannot be the sole sustenance day after day. Did you not notice? When the banana tree received attention earlier, it bore but 2 flower clusters. Alas, as of now, my favorite has been the Queen team, and with the threat of their elimination looming, my interest wanes. The young editor previously responsible for the cuts seemed oblivious to this particular shot, as he merely considered Zhao Mo's comforting demeanor a highlight. However, upon its broadcast, Huang Hao took note. What transpired? How could such a grave error occur? Director Huang, in previous seasons, we never faced this issue, and you are well aware of the difficulty in securing guests. It was a challenge to have Yiya agree to participate, so we refrained from delving too deeply into the specifics. What shall we do now? What course of action do you propose? This is utter madness, experiencing a seafood allergy on an island. Huang Hao was seething with frustration. He had envisioned the Queen group as a ratings powerhouse, hoping Zhao Mo could lead them as far as possible. which is why he had overlooked Zhao Mo's antics aboard the cruise ship. However, now that this incident has arisen, the challenge of survival has escalated to a hellish degree. Should we pretend to be unaware of this? Given that it has already been aired, can we truly act as if we are oblivious? How about we advise this group to withdraw? Huang Hao fell silent, and if there had been a flicker of hope within him before, the countdown to the Queen group's elimination had now commenced. Oh, what a predicament! Faced with the suggestions of those around him, he felt a tinge of reluctance. Withdrawing at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to a decline in viewership. Director Huang, perhaps we should bring Arya back. This is the production team's oversight, and we could randomly select another participant to partner with Zhao Mo. The suggestion came from Assistant Director Su Qing. Upon hearing this proposal, Huang Hao's expression softened considerably. This suggestion was quite reasonable and currently the most prudent course of action. I believe the audience would accept this decision. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Very well, you shall personally visit the island, discuss with Arya and the others, and subsequently relay the production team's intentions. Su Qing nodded in agreement and departed the monitoring room. In a live broadcast room, the atmosphere was tense. Oh dear, is the production team jesting? De Ge cradled his bald head in disbelief. Hosting Ing wore a mask of awkwardness. Utterly perplexed by the situation and unable to respond to De Ge, I believe Zhao Mo may have a plan. At least he managed the morning meal quite adeptly. De Ge immediately shook his head in rebuttal. I do not dismiss the presence of many vegetarians, but humans require protein. On this island, there's not even oil, and solely subsisting on banana flowers would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, there are not an abundance of banana flowers available for consumption. The host awkwardly smiled again, remarking, surely the production team will take this issue into consideration. Ying Ying found herself at a loss for words, having to once again shift the responsibility back to the directing team. As the discussions unfolded, the special episode continued to play. In the video, Zhao Mo consoled Arya before lying down beside the fire. Soon it was past 1 o'clock, and with the wind picking up over the sea, Zhao Mo rose once more. He first built a windbreak out of sand, then shifted the fire pit slightly closer to the 3 young women before reclining again. I couldn't help but feel that Zhao Mo was embodying the roles of both father and mother. Indeed, although he spoke little and maintained a cool demeanor, he was remarkably attentive. I must confess, I think I've fallen for him. Zhao Mo is undoubtedly the ideal figure I have envisioned. Just at that moment, the production team released an announcement. Due to the inadequacy of prior investigative efforts, they extended their apologies to the audience regarding Arya's seafood allergy, and decided to bring her back while randomly selecting a participant to complete the Queen team's roster. Chapter 14. Zhao Mo. At night, upon reading the announcement from the production team, De Ge nodded in satisfaction, informing the host that such a resolution was commendable. The audience, however, was far from composed. So, does this mean I still have a chance? May the divine intervene and select me. I am a girl, and wish to be stranded on a deserted island with Zhao Mo. I, too, am a girl, yearning for the nurturing embrace of Zhao Mo. How heartwarming. You are truly amusing. It was you who previously claimed Zhao Mo was made of titanium alloy, and now you are lauding his warmth. His temperament may be somewhat unappealing, yet in the realm of men, it is not merely what one says, but how one acts that matters. Do not eliminate Arya. She is my goddess, and I wish to see her every day. I am a fan of Arya and support the production team's decision. After all, variety shows should not play with people's lives. As the special episode progressed to the scene of rain, everyone eagerly anticipated witnessing the Queen group's disarray, leading to a sudden decline in online comments. The audience observed that as the rain began to fall, Zhao Mo rose to his feet. He first inspected the fire pit as canopy, and then checked the rain shelters of the 3 girls. Upon discovering everything to be in order, he proceeded to dig drainage ditches for the firewood. The 3 young women gradually awoke, and Zhao Mo simply remarked, "Sleep well, there are no mosquitoes at the moment." He then stepped away from the camera, his figure becoming nearly indistinct, leading many to surmise he was assessing the deluge's impact. Witnessing the scene, a wave of warmth washed over numerous viewers. This is too heartwarming. Sleep well. There are no mosquitoes at the moment, though Zhao Mo's words were rather ordinary. Each syllable seemed imbued with profound affection. I am smitten. Such a man must have traversed from another realm. Otherwise, how could I have gone so long without encountering one? Alas, to those above, I, too, am of a similar disposition. Were I Zhao Mo, I would undoubtedly care for those three splendidly. Ha ha! If you were Zhao Mo, those three girls would likely be adrift at sea by now. What to do? After watching this special episode, I suddenly find my boyfriend less appealing. Kick him to the curb. Come into my embrace, dear. As the audience continued to marvel at Zhao Mo's warmth, his subsequent action ignited a flurry of excitement in the comments. Zhao Mo returned to the frame, completely drenched. After casting a glance at the three girls to ensure they were sound asleep, he removed his upper garment. Upon witnessing his physique, the audience could no longer contain themselves. Heavens, Zhao Mo's physique is simply astounding. What I initially perceived as mere decoration turned out to be that of a champion. Those 8-pack abs are enviable beyond measure. Ah, I cannot contain myself. Zhao Mo is not only considerate, but he possesses an exquisite form and striking good looks, embodying every quality I desire in my idol. His build is distinct from that of Da Hainyo, whose muscles are clearly the result of intensive gym training and high-protein supplements. Zhao Mo's physique appears honed through military discipline, with subtly defined muscles that possess remarkable harmony. I long to experience the sensation of resting within such strong arms. I yearn to touch and discover the texture. To the lady above, assessment complete. I am a man, and I too wish to touch. Something feels amiss. If I weren't aware that Zhao Mo is a recent graduate, I would genuinely believe he emerged from some elite special forces unit. Just at that moment, the camera in the video zoomed in on the plump D, and everyone realized that the three chubby ones were actually awake, sneakily watching. Hilarious. Is the three chubby one indulging? Quickly, close your eyes, or you'll expose yourself. Oh my, whatever happened to the innocent neighbor girl image? How has she turned so wicked? If I were the three chubby one, I would rise and gaze openly. Zhao Mo should remove his pants as well, making things less complicated. Do you think the three chubby one will suffer from my strain if they continue watching like this? This is last night's video, and today the three chubby ones seem just as usual. Not quite usual, though. I have noticed several times that the three chubby one's gaze fixates on Zhao Mo's physique. Once everything was completed, the rain had nearly ceased. In the video, Zhao Mo donned his clothes again and lay down beneath the three girls. This warrants a comment. I wish to be in Zhao Mo's position. Is that permissible? Three girls above. How wicked. By the heavens, I shall commence training my body from today, and next year I too shall sign up. Do you possess Zhao Mo's fortune? Being grouped with three beauties? Speaking of which, wasn't it previously said that Zhao Mo had terrible luck? Who claimed that? I certainly did not. To survive alongside three women is to exhaust a lifetime of luck. Thus concludes this special feature, and everyone's attention shifted back to the live broadcast. At this moment, Zhao Mo remained busy, sweat trickling down his resolute face, his shirt visibly soaked. He was currently working on the roof of the shelter, which was quite expansive, nearly dragging down to the ground from its height. As the framework had already been established, all that remained was to place the roof atop and secure with vines. Although some wire remained, he was reluctant to waste it on this. The three girls were seated beneath a tree, shielded from the sun, yet still feeling intensely hot. Zhao Mo approached for water, and Mimi looked up at him, her face displaying a pout as she said, Zhao Mo, it's too hot. We wish to go swimming at the beach. Would that be all right? The other two girls gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Zhao Mo had previously mentioned that unnecessary exertion should be avoided, so after Mimi spoke, she felt a twinge of anxiety. As a leading celebrity, even during filming, the director spoke to her with caution. She was surprised to find herself feeling guilty in front of this man. Observing the spirits of the three, Zhao Mo ultimately could not bring himself to refuse. Let us go. Upon hearing this, the three girls erupted in cheers, standing up and exclaiming in jubilation. Upon arriving at the beach, he designated an area for them, forbidding them from venturing into deep waters, and informed them they had only half an hour. Although the sun was harsh, the sea was flowing and remained cool. Staying in too long would be detrimental to the three girls' health. In the live broadcast room, De furrowed his brow slightly. Dongye, please share your thoughts on the four-team shelters. De composed himself and nodded, stating, the Special Forces shelter is quite commendable. As it is not typhoon season, enduring until the end of the first round is certainly feasible. However, it does lack in warmth, perhaps a consideration stemming from the summer season, which is why Li Jing did not emphasize this aspect too much. As for the Dahe Nyo Team's shelter, I suspect it may leak, given the single-sided structure of the roof, presenting a potential hazard. The Gourmet team appears to be the most deficient in wilderness survival experience. Hence, their shelter may require daily repairs. Nevertheless, since they do not need to consider water sources, this level of labor is not particularly burdensome for them. If I were to assign ratings, I would grant the Gourmet team 5 stars. Their shelter would suffice even in winter conditions. I fail to comprehend why Zhao Mo adopts such an approach. Were my decision, I would streamline many processes to conserve energy. The host, somewhat perplexed, inquired, are you suggesting Zhao Mo is overcomplicating matters? No, you misinterpret my intention. What I mean is that, were I in his position, I would not execute it as well as he does, for I have not had the experience of surviving alongside 3 young ladies, which is an aspect Zhao Mo has evidently considered more thoroughly. Chapter 15. To stay or to leave. The choice is yours. Ying glanced at the live broadcast once more and spoke again. De, it seems you are quite dissatisfied with Zhao Mo's agreement for them to go swimming. De shrugged and replied, indeed. If Zhao Mo continues to prioritize the feelings of the 3 girls, he will not progress far. Swimming consumes a significant amount of energy, leading to considerable water loss. And considering it is seawater, they will need to rinse off afterward, which will further deplete fresh water. If it does not rain tonight, Zhao Mo will have to seek fresh water tomorrow. I deem this decision rather unwise. The audience, upon hearing De Ji's explanation, realized the imprudence of Zhao Mo's actions. No wonder Zhao Mo hesitated. There were indeed multiple factors to consider. Initially, Zhao Mo had intended to decline, but he found himself unable to refuse due to the pleading gazes of the 3 young ladies. Faced with such innocent eyes, it would be impossible for anyone to say no. Nevertheless, Zhao Mo remained rational and permitted them merely half an hour of playtime. The seawater was quite chilly. Staying in it for an hour would be unbearable, which was likely part of Zhao Mo's calculations. It would be wise for Zhao Mo to take a break and join them for a swim. Ha ha ha, upstairs, is that your thought? Zhao Mo displayed a gentlemanly demeanor, designating a swimming area for the 3 girls before stepping away. However, Zhao Mo was not merely a gentleman. Allowing the 3 girls to swim was a precaution against potential heat stroke, as he aimed to minimize all risks that could threaten their withdrawal. Upon returning to the shelter, he continued his busy preparations. Just as he finished sealing the last section of the windbreak, the 3 girls returned. Zhao Mo, look, we found some shells. Can we eat them? Pang Di exclaimed, running over with a pot in hand. Noticing the girls were still damp, Zhao Mo quickly averted his gaze and instructed, place them aside for now. Please wash up over there to conserve water. The 3 girls complied, moving to the washing area. In the distance, the sound of motorboat's horn caught Zhao Mo's attention, and he furrowed his brow, wondering if something had gone awry. However, he had not yet taken out the distress signal he had stored in his bag. As the boat approached, the girls gathered around him, looking at him with confusion. Zhao Mo, did you send out a distress signal? Mimi asked, visibly displeased. I know he might be slowing you down, but have you truly given up? Pang Di blinked her large eyes, looking at him with bewilderment. Though Yi remained silent, her eyes mirrored the same confusion. Just last night, he had assured them that everything would be fine with him around, yet now he seemed to have surrendered. What, then, was the purpose of all their preparations? Seeing the misunderstanding among the 3 girls, the audience found it highly amusing. Ha! Zhao Mo, who am I, and where am I? Zhao Mo's bewildered expression suggested he was pondering, what does it have to do with me? Mimi's earlier demeanor finally bore the semblance of a leader, as she was bold enough to speak her mind. Come on, shouldn't you be standing up for Zhao Mo? It's perfectly normal for a rugged man to face some hardships. In the culinary team, Zhou Lei is once again creating a delightful stir, seemingly able to make any dish taste exquisite. To their surprise, Dehanyo and the others enjoyed a rather splendid lunch. It appears that Zhao Mo had no intentions of preparing a meal. Moreover, Zhao Mo did not offer any explanations to the three women. Instead, he gazed in puzzlement at the approaching figure. It turned out to be the assistant director of the show, someone who, while not familiar, was recognized by all. Mimi promptly approached, coldly addressing Su Qing. "We will not withdraw." Su Qing was taken aback, but quickly realized that they had already surmised his intentions. With a hint of embarrassment, he admitted, "This time, our production team did not consider the situation thoroughly, and we have caused some inconvenience for you, esteemed teachers. Our plan is as follows." Mimi was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? This was not what she had anticipated. Why was he apologizing right off the bat? Wait, could you elucidate how you have failed to consider things properly? Su Qing was equally startled, thinking to himself, "Didn't you already grasp my intentions?" However, seeing the four of them gaze at him expectantly, he spoke candidly. "Considering Yi's allergy, the production team has decided to ask her to withdraw. As for the vacancy in your group, we will draw a lucky audience member to fill in tomorrow." Upon hearing this, all four stood in stunned silence. Mimi and Pang Di simultaneously turned their gazes towards Yi. Upon learning of her impending withdrawal, Yi's face turned ashen, and she instinctively looked at Zhao Mo. The other two followed suit, their eyes also seeking Zhao Mo's. "Director Su, please take a moment to rest. We need to discuss this," Zhao Mo politely suggested to Director Su. "Yi, do you wish to withdraw?" Mimi impatiently inquired upon returning to the shelter. Yi once again cast her gaze towards Zhao Mo, and Mimi, understanding her unspoken plea, decisively stated, "You first express your thoughts. Do you wish to withdraw?" "Yi, perhaps you should stay. Our queen team cannot afford to lose anyone." "I do not wish to withdraw, but that settles it." Mimi interrupted, "Ya." Her demeanor strong, yet revealing an underlying uncertainty as she approached Zhao Mo. "We have decided you will stay. If we truly cannot endure, we will withdraw together. What do you think, Zhao Mo?" Her initial assertive tone noticeably softened by the time she asked for his opinion. Zhao Mo regarded Mimi, then glanced at the other two women, replying in a calm tone, "You are the team leader." This response left me momentarily stunned. After a moment, she slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I forgot I am the team leader." Then it's settled. Yi stays, and I will confront Su Qing. Upon hearing Mimi's decision to keep Yi, the audience collectively expressed their unwavering support. "Well done, Mimi. This is the strong leader we know." It was clear that Yi did not want to withdraw either. Solidarity was essential. "Excellent job, Mimi. The queen team shall rise." It seems Mimi has been oblivious to her leadership role. It was understandable. Since yesterday, Zhao Mo had been the one calling the shots, and Mimi had likely become accustomed to it, momentarily failing to realize her position. Zhao Mo secretly wished for Yi to remain, for had he not, he would have vehemently opposed the idea. Objectively speaking, their decision lacked wisdom, yet I find no fault in it whatsoever. Mimi slapped her forehead, realizing at last that she was the leader of the group. Thus, the matter was settled without further deliberation. Opposition was futile. Yi's primary concern remained Zhao Mo's feelings, prompting her to continuously observe him, awaiting his words. This was inevitable, for by choosing to stay, the heaviest burden would undoubtedly fall upon Zhao Mo, and she must harbor a sense of guilt in her heart. The Go once again rubbed his bald head. Zhao Mo's decision was indeed quite unwise. The host nodded in agreement, acknowledging that preparing a different meal for each occasion effectively doubled their workload. "The Go, do you still believe Zhao Mo can perform miracles?" The Go forced a dry smile, spreading his hands in resignation, and said, "All right, I retract my previous statement. The championship should rightfully belong to the Special Operations Team, or to Hanyo." Chapter 16. The little fist of the big sister Su Qing was taken aback upon learning of their decision. What should be done since the other party was unwilling to withdraw? After reporting the matter to Director Huang Hao, he pondered for a long while before deciding to maintain the status quo. Finally, by evening, Zhao Mo had completely secured the shelter. He returned to the banana grove and stripped off a considerable amount of the outer, dried bark, which was exceptionally soft, highly flammable, and an invaluable material for making mattresses. The shelter covered an area of approximately 6 square meters, featuring a long, flat sleeping area for the 3 young women, while a small bed, barely 40 to 50 centimeters wide, was set at the entrance for his rest. He brought back the dried bark and assigned the 3 young women to prepare the bedding while he commenced preparations for dinner. First, he went to collect the traps, which yielded a satisfactory catch, including 2 fish weighing over a pound each, as well as a few conchs he had dived for. After resetting the traps, he had to place them increasingly farther out to ensure a good haul. He then washed the catch by the seaside. The 3 young women hid within the shelter, aware that the surveillance could not capture them, allowing them to relax considerably. Fat D lifted her shirt to show the 2 women the mosquito bites from the previous night, which still bore red marks. The other 2 also displayed their own strawberry marks. The 3 chatted freely, and the conversation inevitably turned to Zhao Mo. Do you think Zhao Mo would have a future if he entered the circle? Yaya was the first to inquire. Mimi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. It would be somewhat difficult. He needs to change his demeanor. Always wearing a serious face is not ideal. In truth, if Zhao Mo were to spruce himself up, he would appear quite star-like. Moreover, I saw him last night. Fat D realized she had said too much and promptly fell silent. What did you see? Be honest. Under the persistent questioning of the 2 women, Fat D divulged what she had observed of Zhao Mo's physique. You little flirt. You watched Zhao Mo undress? Fat D, if you see anything tonight, be sure to call me. The 3 of them erupted into giggles. If I were to find someone to marry in the future, I would prefer someone like Zhao Mo. Although he may not understand romance well, he would surely take good care of me, which is far more reliable than those men in the circle. After Fat D's remark, the 3 women fell into a brief silence. Mimi quickly broke free from the atmosphere, as she was resolute in her ambition to become a top star, diverting the topic with a smile. Little girl, are you infatuated? Should I tell Zhao Mo that you like him? Mimi, don't joke around. I'm speaking the truth. I agree with Fat D. While Zhao Mo's demeanor is somewhat cold, he is indeed quite dependable, even in our brief interactions. Then why don't you both just marry him? I'll be your witness. Mimi smiled on the surface, yet felt an inexplicable bitterness within. For her, achieving success and fame was paramount, while matters of love and happiness were mere luxuries. Zhao Mo returned, and the 3 women quickly fell silent upon hearing his footsteps. Zhao Mo had indeed overheard part of the conversation among the 3 women, and he held a favorable impression of them. However, his sentiments aligned closely with those of Mimi. They did not belong to the same social circle. And after this event, the likelihood of future encounters remained uncertain. Thus, he deliberately made some noise to signal his return. As for his future plans, if all else failed, he could always pen a novel. Being a novelist in this alternate world seemed quite appealing. What shall we have for dinner tonight? He inquired. Report, Captain. We have 2 fish and several snails. Whether to grill or boil them is at your discretion, he replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Fat D and Ian nearly burst into laughter. Mimi, maintaining a stern expression, initially intended to commend him, but ultimately succumbed to laughter herself. You're no saint either, daring to jest with me. You deserve a reprimand, she declared, then approached Zhao Mo, playfully launching a flurry of light punches. While Zhao Mo felt no real sting from her gentle blows, the proximity caused him to be momentarily dazzled by the overhead light. Please go ahead and cook. I have a few matters to attend to, he said decisively, realizing that if this continued, he would surely embarrass himself. After all, he was still damp, and his trousers clung uncomfortably to him, leaving no space to conceal any weaponry. Once he departed, Yi looked at Mimi and remarked, You've made Zhao Mo's face flush. Fat D, overhearing this, couldn't he help but laugh heartily once more. Mimi shot them both a glare before issuing her orders. 2 fish, boil 1 and grill the other. Let us grill the snails as well. Wow, the boss actually struck someone. Zhao Mo has a humorous side, exclaimed someone else. I, too, wish to experience Mimi's little punches. Zhao Mo is quite fortunate. The demand from upstairs are a bit peculiar, though. Enough of that. Let us order takeout and wait for the Queen S group to commence. Otherwise, I might drool. While observing Fat D and enjoying their meal, Ya's mood visibly brightened. Her smile was delightful, and he wished to linger in her dimples. The upstairs crew is shameless. I wish to reside in Fat D's large eyes, he mused. You all observe quite keenly. Pray tell, Mimi, where is it that you excel? Perhaps I could stay there? Very well. I wish to inquire as well. Meanwhile, Huang Hao surveyed the 4 individuals on the surveillance screen, nodding in satisfaction. Turning to Su Qing, who had just returned, he remarked, it seems they are quite harmonious together. He had brought some food on the speedboat, intending to share it with them, but Zhao Mo had declined his offer. Sighing, Huang Hao said, let us refrain from such actions in the future. It would be unfair to the other teams. Zhao Mo was right to confiscate it. He then turned to the monitoring personnel and asked, what is the current situation? After 5 p.m., there was another surge in attendance. Currently, we have 34 million online, with nearly half being part of the Queen's group. A smile spread across Huang Hao's face. They have adopted a live streaming plus editing format, utilizing the summer break to its fullest. They stream live every day and will produce 24 episodes, releasing 1 each week, perfectly timed for the new year. Those who have watched the live broadcast inevitably turn to the edited version, as the production team adorns it with numerous subtitles. And the edited version captures only the most thrilling moments, thus rendering it more captivating. Last year, the daily online viewership reached 26.5 million, and this year is expected to surpass 30 million. The edited version, aired during the primetime slot, is likely to achieve even better ratings than last year's. Zhao Mo gazed at the solitary banana blossom on the tree, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. He collected the 2 beverage bottles left behind. The flavor of the boiled fish was inherently sweet. He planned to take it back to the camp for Mimi to enjoy. Upon returning to the site, he found himself at the back, where he was pleasantly surprised to discover a dead banana tree, leaving behind only the stump. Armed with a knife, he began to tend to the banana roots. As darkness had yet to fall, the drones in the sky continued their work, capturing his silhouette. Those watching were perplexed, wondering what he was doing with a nearly withered banana root. Chapter 17. The host is appalled in the live broadcast room. Ying gazed in bewilderment at Dege. With a hearty laugh, Dege eventually responded, I must say, Zhao Mo is fortunate. He has discovered the optimal source of protein. With this, Yaya should be able to endure for a couple more days. What exactly is it, Dege? Ying inquired, as Dege chuckled once more without offering an explanation, simply inviting them to observe. At that moment, the audience watching was equally perplexed. What was Zhao Mo up to? It seemed he was deviating from the norm. The Special Forces team was savoring coconuts paired with seafood, while the culinary team indulged in lavish feasts that made me salivate. Even Dahe Nyo's meals today looked appealing. It was astonishing to learn that Zhou Bo could dive and catch fish. How impressive. Zhou Bo lived by the sea, so coming here felt like a vacation. Is there a master who can explain what Zhao Mo is doing? A viewer commented, as someone from the south, I know what he is up to. I advise anyone currently dining to refrain from watching. Why? That sounds exaggerated. If you don't believe it, continue watching. At that moment, Zhao Mo was utilizing his hands to break apart the desiccated roots of a banana tree, which had nearly turned to powder, effortlessly crumbling into pieces. Suddenly, his movements softened as he pulled a leaf from a nearby banana tree and extracted a white object from within. The production team directed a drone to lower its altitude, bringing the camera closer, and only then did the audience comprehend the scene. Oh no, I didn't heed the warning. I just spat out my food. My heavens. What is that? Maggots? How could there be maggots in a banana tree? This is disgusting. What's the big deal? When I was young and my family was poor, my parents would prepare these, stir-frying them for us as a meat substitute. They tasted exquisite. Enough with your stories. As a northerner, I don't admire your southern ability to earn, but I do respect your capacity to consume anything. I'm appalled. I can't watch any longer. Stay tuned. I want to see how Zhao Mo convinces the 3 ladies to eat this. Please, Yaya, don't eat that. Pang Di, known as the little foodie, would surely retreat upon seeing this. Ying's expression shifted. She was unaware of the name for the object, but collectively referred to it as maggots. The thought of Zhao Mo making the three ladies consume maggots was nearly enough to make her vomit. Dege, is that really maggots? Noticing Ying's reaction, Dege responded with his signature grin. Those are the larvae of the banana moth. You could call them maggots, and that wouldn't be inaccurate. These larvae are rich in protein. If it were me, I wouldn't let them go. I would consume them raw. Upon hearing raw and seeing Dege reveal his pearly white teeth, Ying could no longer contain herself and began to retch. Dege laughed heartily again, relishing in his wicked humor. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Mo was resolutely focused on exterminating the larvae, leaving not a single one behind. It is indeed remarkable how potent the banana root is. Although he did not count, he unearthed dozens of larvae, amounting to nearly a pound. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, he felled another stalk, feeling somewhat disheartened at the dwindling number of bamboo trees. Returning to the shelter, he discovered that the two women had yet to dine. "Why aren't you eating?" he inquired. "Fat D insisted on waiting for you," replied the elder sister, somewhat embarrassed to begin without him. "Honey, it was you who said it. Why lay the blame on me?" Yaya noticed he had only brought back a single bamboo stalk, and her gaze dimmed. She, too, felt hunger, especially as the aroma of cumin mingled with chili powder wafted through the air. However, she understood that she could not demand too much, attributing her discomfort to her own frail constitution. "You two may eat first. I have matters to attend to," he stated, proceeding to take a banana leaf and place the grilled fish upon it, setting it before the two women. He then removed the hanging pot and placed it beside them, his tone cool and indifferent. "Remember, your ability to endure until the end depends on you, not on me. So, if you do not wish to burden me, make sure to eat well." Both women rolled their eyes in unison, muttering about him. "Damn Zhao Mo. Can't he express himself in a more pleasant manner?" They understood that he was concerned they might not be satiated, hence his deliberately brusque words, though it still felt off-putting. "Fat D, let's eat our fill and let this guy go hungry," Honey suggested. "You seem to overestimate our capacity," Fat D replied. Honey let out a huff and immediately shoved a piece of grilled fish into Fat D's mouth, silencing her. Zhao Mo glanced at Yaya, feeling a bit troubled. A thought crossed his mind, and he whispered something to Honey. When Honey saw his head lean in, she instinctively recoiled, but only slightly, stopping as the heat from the fire warmed her face. Upon hearing Zhao Mo's words, her eyes darted around, and she stood up. "Yaya, accompany me over there. I'm frightened to go alone." Yaya assumed she needed to use the restroom, and didn't think much of it, following her. Fat D looked puzzled. Was it really necessary to rush? Couldn't they wait until after dinner? As she ate, her gaze turned towards Zhao Mo, wondering what he was occupied with. Upon spotting the white larvae, her already large eyes widened even further. Yaya's dinner. Please refrain from mentioning it." Fat D then comprehended why Honey sought to send Yaya away. Even she felt a touch nauseated at the sight, considering Yaya would have to eat soon. She dared not look further, turning her attention back to her own meal, though suddenly, the grilled fish before her seemed less appetizing. Zhao Xian placed the larvae on the grill, and they soon began to sizzle. He sprinkled some cumin powder over them and inquired of Fat D, "Does Yaya like spicy food?" Initially, Fat D shook her head, uncertain, but then nodded in agreement, suggesting that a bit of spice would make them appear more palatable. Zhao Mo, undeterred by her indecision, added some chili powder as well. Meanwhile, the other three groups had essentially finished their dinner and were gathered together, engaging in light-hearted banter. Only Zhao Mo's group has yet to finish their meal, resulting in an increasing number of viewers online. Gradually, everyone has begun to sense the flavor of variety in the other three groups. Yet when it comes to the Queen's group, one truly experiences the essence of wilderness survival. Zhao Mo's demeanor is undeniably unappealing. Why must he convey his thoughts in such a frigid manner? The people upstairs are foolish if he refrained from such comments. Mimi and Peng Di would undoubtedly leave him more food, and they would end up unsatisfied. It may seem heartless, yet it is, in fact, quite sentimental. The thought of Yaya having to consume insects disturbs me greatly. Haha, poor Yaya, reduced to being a little guinea pig. You cannot comprehend. Upon witnessing Zhao Mo's actions, I salivated. In my childhood, I too partook in such delicacies, back then only aware of whether it was delicious or not. But now I lack the courage to take on such challenges again. Chapter 18. Not eating? How delicious Zhao Mo's culinary endeavors continued unabated. Before long, the larvae had transformed into a golden hue, enhanced by the tantalizing spices of cumin and chili powder, making for an appealing sight. Mimi and Yi returned, drawn in by the irresistible aroma. Wow, it smells divine. Zhao Mo, what are you preparing? Is it for me? Jia, who had only consumed banana flowers in the morning and was devoid of any meaty indulgence, found herself even hungrier than Mimi and Pang Di. The alluring scent was simply unbearable. Zhao Mo skillfully arranged the roasted larvae onto banana leaves with chopsticks before presenting them to Yi. Hurry and eat. It won't taste as good once it cools. A broad smile spread across Yi's face as she accepted the banana leaves and chopsticks, promptly popping one into her mouth. Wow, this is so fragrant. What kind of meat is this? The outside is crispy while the inside is tender. It's truly delightful. Pang Di, who was enjoying her fish, suddenly retched. Mimi, holding her bamboo cup, observed Yi's enthusiastic consumption and found herself unable to continue with her meal. You too should try it. It's genuinely delicious. Zhao Mo, what is this? Zhao Mo, sitting beside the fire, busily prepared more food, ignoring Yi entirely. Mimi vigorously shook her head, pointing at the roasted fish on the ground. That is yours. We are having fish. Pang Di chimed in immediately. We are eating fish. I love fish. The two glanced at Yi and offered her another piece. Perhaps due to the slight spiciness, she stuck out her little tongue and crunched down. Ugh! Mimi exclaimed. Ugh! Pangu diekod. Zhao Mo shot a glare at the two, while Yi looked at them quizzically, asking, What is wrong? Is the fish not good? Just eat. Don't mind us, they urged. Unable to bear it any longer, Mimi turned her head away. Sao moi prowi ya took several pieces from the banana leaves and placed them directly in front of Mimi and Pang Di. Eat them. Not eating, they both replied in unison. Glancing at Yi with wide, innocent eyes, Mimi chuckled awkwardly, explaining, This is for Yi. We'll stick to our fish. No more chatter. Each of you must have a little to supplement your protein, Zhao Mo insisted. Pang Di, covering her mouth, shook her head vigorously. No, not eating. Not even if you make me. Her mouth was so tightly covered that her speech was hardly intelligible. You're being excessive, Zhao Mo. Mimi glared. But before she could finish, Zhao Mo tossed one into her mouth. And you call yourself the big sister. You're afraid to eat this? I heard someone was renowned for her bravery in the circle. Just as Mimi was about to spit it out, she heard Zhao Mo's words. Her elegant neck stiffening. Fine, I'll eat it. She swallowed it whole, followed by a couple of dry heaves. Even Yi, despite her naivety, sensed something was amiss with her meal, tremblingly asking, Zhao Mo, what exactly am I eating? Zhao Mo is so naughty, but I like it. Provoked, Mimi took a bite, though she dared not chew it. Yi seemed to relish it. Could it truly taste good? The flavor was indeed pleasant. Only those who tried it would know. Haha, Pang Di was clever enough to keep her mouth covered. I surmise that Pang Di cannot escape the grasp of Zhao Mo either. My fondness for fish is undeniable, and Pang Di's antics are simply delightful. It is amusing how she can make even a meal such an event. This is precisely why I adore the Queen team. Yi exclaimed, It's absolutely delicious. Yet, upon discovering what she was consuming, a wave of nausea washed over her. Wasn't she just saying that they should share in difficulties? How amusing it is to see the shift. At this moment in the live broadcast, as soon as Yi took her first bite, Ying surrendered. Therefore, the only one left was the commentary guest, who sat aside, laughing heartily while savoring the spectacle. You must chew. Trust me, the flavor is exquisite, Zhao Mo urged as he lifted another morsel to offer to Mimi. With tears welling in her eyes, Mimi longed to confront Zhao Mo, but seeing Yi's skepticism, she turned to her and smiled, saying, I merely thought you should have more. After her explanation, she cast a forlorn glance at Zhao Mo, who remained resolute, prompting her to huff softly and pop one into her mouth. The taste is indeed delightful, even surpassing that of fish. Zhao Mo chuckled softly, his gaze shifting to Pang Di. Zhao Mo, could you leave some for Yi? Or perhaps you would prefer to consume my portion? Hurry, eat up, Xiao Di. It's truly delectable. I assent to it. Yi nodded with a smile, shoving another piece in her mouth and declaring, "I could eat this for every meal." It seemed Mimi genuinely enjoyed it as well, munching happily and creating a delightful crunching sound. Tears had welled in Pang Di's large eyes. Yet with the score at 3-1, she had no choice but to pop one into her mouth. She kept her eyes shut for a moment, but soon they fluttered open. Her tears vanished, replaced by an extraordinary brightness. Wow, it's more tender than chicken and utterly delicious, far superior to fish. Yeah, do you think you can handle it? She asked, inching closer to Yaya. Moderate your intake. Yaya has no fish to eat, Zhao Mo interjected, observing the two as they took turns indulging. What a remarkable twist. Pang Di, the foodie, this is the finest proof of her appetite. Previously, she proclaimed her love for fish, and now she claims this is far better. Pang Di, an actress indeed, within a mere 3 minutes. She transformed from a staunch refusal to a query about Yaya's capacity to consume more. How amusing it is to see both of them enjoying it even more than Yaya. Zhao Mo regretted allowing the two to sample it. Now, it seemed Yaya might not be satisfied. Watching Zhao Mo urge the two girls to continue eating was somewhat off-putting, yet their reactions were undeniably entertaining. Zhao Mo wished to prevent Yaya from feeling suspicious. If all three were eating, she wouldn't question it. He likely thought the two girls had never encountered such a delicacy and wanted them to experience it. However, his approach was quite characteristic, blunt, and straightforward. It appears that, contrary to our assumptions, Mimi and Pang Di were open to trying it. Why should I hesitate? I just checked online, and indeed, it is available for purchase, though not cheaply, nearly 200 yuan per pound. No wonder Pang Di claimed it was better than chicken. The price is quite extravagant. Regardless of the price, I must have a taste. What's the situation? I can't place the order. Are you foolish? Can't you see that the inventory above shows 0? My friend, you were too late. The moment Pang Di mentioned it was tastier than chicken, I seized my opportunity. I also acted swiftly and purchased 3 pounds all at once. This is outrageous. I missed out on the banana blossom this morning, and now I still can't get my hands on this. It's quite frustrating. I share your sentiment. These individuals possess lightning-fast reflexes. It's not merely speed. It's our quick thinking that propels us to buy at the moment the thought arises. Mimi and Pang Di, each holding their bamboo cups, savored the fish soup while watching Yaya enjoy her meal with delight. Neither of them felt the slightest urge to vomit. Instead, saliva flowed freely. Zhao Mo, this is delectable. Is there any more? Indeed, what is this and how is it caught? I wish to indulge further. Is it difficult to catch? How about we assist you in capturing some tomorrow? Zhao Mo scratched his head. This delicacy is something that can be encountered but not sought after, you know? Chapter 19. Fatty gets caught. Zhao Mo devoured the remaining food, and the 3 young women made their way to the shore to wash their belongings. Upon returning, they settled by the campfire, engaging in light-hearted conversation. There was something delightful about this moment. A refreshing change from the relentless barrage of announcements back in the city that left one utterly exhausted. Mijia, aren't you a model worker? What brings you here? This must be quite a diversion for you, Fatty inquired with her wide, curious eyes. Mimi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. She certainly couldn't admit that she felt her team would merely endure the survival challenge and likely be eliminated early in the second round. When she considered it, a mere 10 days could yield a windfall of several 100,000. What a delightful prospect. Can I take a moment to unwind? She retorted. Yaya, don't you rarely participate in variety shows? I actually wanted to challenge myself, but I didn't expect it would be on an island. I hope I'm not causing too much trouble for everyone, Yaya replied. Zhao Mo sat beside the fire, and, from his perspective, he noticed Mimi's attire had become slightly disheveled, perhaps due to the heat. One of her buttons had come undone. He glanced at her briefly before diverting his attention back to his task. He began to split a bamboo stalk into strips, intent on crafting traps. Perhaps he could catch some small creatures, alleviating Yaya's concerns regarding her food supply. He diligently fashioned 6 simple snare traps, then picked up a flashlight and rose to his feet. Where are you off to? One of them asked. If you're tired, you can head back inside. If not, stay here by the fire. I'll return quickly from the woods. Zhao Mo, please be careful, came the gentle reminder. This was the first time he had received such concern from the three women, and it stirred a warm sensation within him. Yet, he quickly brushed aside this fleeting emotion, adhering to their established routine of parting ways and forgetting each other in the vastness of the world. After setting the traps, he checked the water supply, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If it didn't rain today, there would be no water by noon tomorrow. Upon returning to the shelter, he found the three women nestled inside, whispering amongst themselves. He approached and opened up the wall he had constructed to shield them from the wind, ensuring proper ventilation. Once he had finished his tasks, he listened to their chatter, opting to remain by the fire instead of intruding. Ding! The system notified him. Host has completed the first stage of the task. Attribute points 5, reputation 1000. Reputation reaches 10,000 to unlock system store. Reward, culinary skill, level 3. Enhances taste perception of any cooked food by 70. Zhao Mo was taken aback. How did the system determine task completion? He had assumed he would need to endure the initial 10 days of survival to receive any rewards. However, he found the culinary skill somewhat dubious. After all, he was not entirely unfamiliar with cooking. He appreciated the attribute points, eagerly wishing to elevate his physical prowess to 100 to explore the limits of his capabilities. He accessed the Wilderness Survival Skill panel. Intelligence, 127 sufficient. Physical strength, 65-5. Robust, enduring. Wilderness Survival Skill, 100 Survival Master. Very well, the changes are minimal, merely transforming durability into persistence. Gazing at the night sky, adorned with countless stars, an inexplicable sense of joy enveloped him, suggesting that tonight might witness a downpour. The murmurs in the shelter had ceased, indicating that the three young ladies had succumbed to slumber. Only then did he quietly step inside and recline upon his own bed. Zhao Mo, you must not have had enough to eat this evening. Sleep well? Fat D uttered softly, choosing silence thereafter. Feeling somewhat vexed, he had initially intended to spark a conversation, yet she proved to be an impenetrable titanium alloy of a man. May you never find a girlfriend in this lifetime. Perhaps that was too harsh. Perhaps wishing he could find only one would suffice. Ah, that was quite amusing. With that thought, Fat D stifled a laugh and turned to her side, soon lulled into a rhythmic slumber. As before, the three girls did not sleep soundly, their whispers rising and falling like the waves. He had searched nearby for natural mosquito repellents such as mugwort, but to no avail, leaving him with little recourse against the insects. Despite having barely slept the previous night, bolstered by the system's enhancements, his spirits remained high. Yet, once he lay down, he was swiftly embraced by the arms of Morpheus. In the night, the sound of rain roused him from his slumber. A sense of relief washed over him. It seemed he would not need to worry about water today. The three young ladies, disturbed by the rain's patter against the leaves, noticed Zhao Mo lying nearby, undisturbed, and settled back into a peaceful sleep. The downpour persisted longer than the previous night, and at some point, he caught a faint rustling sound. Mia, I need to pee. I do too. Let us go together. The soft murmurs of the three girls reached Zhao Mo's ears, prompting him to keep his eyes closed. He intended to advise them not to stray too far, but reconsidered, deeming it inappropriate to voice such a thought. So he simply closed his eyes and resumed his slumber. Moreover, the sky was beginning to brighten, visibility improving. Thus, it was even less prudent to speak. Moments later, Zhao Mo tossed and turned. Something felt amiss. 15 minutes had passed. Where were the three girls? Zhao Mo, something's wrong. Just as he hesitated about whether to investigate, a shrill cry electrified his body, propelling him into action. A snake! Mimi was anxiously hopping in place. Zhao Mo dashed forward in a few strides. Finding Fat D still crouched nearby, a snake raised its head menacingly, coiling around itself in a defensive posture. He swiftly grabbed a stick from the ground and thrust it towards the serpent's head. The snake lunged, but Zhao Mo's right hand was already gripping his knife, which he brought down with precision, severing the snake's head in one swift motion. Having accomplished this, he turned abruptly, urging, "Get up quickly. I can't. My right leg is numb." Just then, Mimi and Yaya arrived, assisting Fat D in donning her trousers. Zhao Mo swiftly pivoted, eyes wide with concern as he gazed at Fat D. Have you been bitten? Tears, born of fear, glistened on Fat D's cheeks. Noticing Zhao Mo's grave expression, her panic escalated as she stammered. I don't know. When I crouched down, I felt a sharp pain in my leg, as if something had jabbed me like a branch. Why are you being so dramatic? Mimi noticed that Pang Di was visibly frightened, while Zhao Mo's expression was notably grim, causing her some displeasure. Let us go back, she huffed lightly, pulling Pang Di with her as they prepared to return. Zhao Mo was uncertain whether Pang Di had been bitten, yet he dared not take the risk. Approaching her from behind, he swept her into a princess carry and dashed towards the camp. Don't be anxious. Slow your breathing, he instructed as he ran, aware that tension would only heighten her circulatory response, exacerbating the situation. Mimi and Yiya exchanged a glance, both realizing that a serious predicament was unfolding. Mimi also recognized that she had misjudged Zhao Mo. His earlier expression had stemmed from acute anxiety. If Pang Di truly had been bitten by a snake, the consequences were beyond their imagination. Zhao Di, do not fear. With me by your side, even if you have been bitten, you shall be unharmed. Just relax. Zhao Mo reassured her. Pang Di's expression froze in surprise. Throughout her life, it seemed that aside from her father, no other man had ever spoken such gentle words in her presence. Chapter 20. An urgent plea for help. Mimi's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Though she was typically bold, this situation instilled a profound fear within her. Zhao Mo paid no attention to her. He was focused on waiting for rescue, knowing that by the time help arrived, it might be too late for Pundi. He seated Pundi on a tree branch, allowing her legs to dangle naturally. With a swift motion, he cut a slit in his t-shirt using a knife, tearing off a strip of fabric. Disregarding any modesty, he swiftly applied it to the upper part of Pundi's thigh, tightening it to assess its grip. This bandaging required great skill, ensuring that the arterial blood flow remained unimpeded while effectively constricting the venous and lymphatic return. Yaya, clean the knife and heat it over the fire, he instructed. Yaya nodded and took the knife, washing it in a nearby pot before placing it over the flames to sterilize, the wooden handle preventing it from becoming too hot to handle. Mimi, fetch some water to boil, he added. Mimi complied, rushing towards a nearby puddle with a pot in hand. Zhao Di, do not fear, everything will be fine. Relax, it will only take a few minutes. How do you feel now? My right leg is a bit numb, but otherwise, I'm all right. As he spoke soothingly, he tore open the fabric of Pundi's right leg, discovering two prominent bite marks 3 centimeters above the bend of her knee. Knife. Yaya quickly handed it over. Zhao Mo made a precise incision in the center of the bite marks, ensuring he severed them adequately. He leaned in, positioning his mouth against the wound to begin suctioning. The area was numb, so Pundi felt no pain during the incision, yet she could see Zhao Mo's actions clearly. Meanwhile, Huang Hao had yet to rise when an urgent ringtone pierced the morning stillness. Who's calling so early? His wife grumbled, awakened by the noise. Keep sleeping. This call must be important, he replied, taking the phone into the living room before answering. Director, Pundi has been bitten by a venomous snake. The moment he connected, the gravity of the situation struck him. He stood frozen for a moment, struggling to comprehend. Hadn't they confirmed there were no snakes on the island? How could this happen? Has the lifeboat been dispatched? He demanded anxiously. What time is it? Forget the rules. Summon the doctor immediately. I hope they arrive in time. His heart raced. This was no mere accident during a live broadcast. If a popular young star were to perish from snake venom while participating in their show, the program would inevitably be halted, and he could face severe repercussions. Hastily changing his clothes, his wife rose, noticing his distress. What's wrong? She asked, puzzled. Something terrible has happened. A celebrity guest has been bitten by a snake on the island, and if her life is in danger, it will spell disaster. Upon hearing this, his wife too became anxious, hurriedly assisting him in getting dressed. Huang Hao raced to the control room. What is the situation now? Has our team sent out a distress signal? Visibility has improved, and the drone has taken off. Through the lens, Zhao Mo is diligently engaged in emergency rescue efforts. Observing the industrious Zhao Mo on the screen, Huang Hao clasped his hands together, hoping fervently that this individual proves reliable. Zhao Mo sensed that he could no longer draw blood, so he hurriedly rinsed his mouth with clean water. He loosened the ties, and after a minute, he secured them again. This time, armed with a knife, he deepened the cross-shaped incision, unwilling to leave anything to chance. He resolved to draw blood once more. The pain. Fat D could not contain herself and cried out. This cry undoubtedly invigorated Zhao Mo, for knowing there was pain was reassuring. He feared the opposite. Numbness would be troublesome. After repeating the procedure once more, Zhao Mo loosened the ties again, watching his fresh red blood drip from the wound, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Turning to Mimi and Yiya, he offered a smile, though it was strained by tension. Mimi, please clean Fat D's wound. It should be all right now. Zhao Mo instructed, seizing the knife and venturing into the woods. After a prolonged search, a cluster of small white flowers near a distant rock caught his eye. He approached, sliced off the roots, and hurried back to the camp. Yiya, put this in the pot to boil, but don't add too much water. There are many herbs that can treat snake venom. The one Zhao Mo retrieved was the most common, known as white flower snake tongue grass, with leaves resembling a snake's flicking tongue. How are you feeling now? Zhao Montak inquired. The wound hurts a lot. He nodded and chuckled lightly. The three of them, all trained actors, recognized that Zhao Mo's smile was merely a subconscious reaction to the release of tension. He took out the gauze from the first aid kit and bandaged Fat D's injury. It should be fine. Just sit still for now. You two gather some firewood. But remember, don't venture into the woods. Zhao Mo returned to his previous stoic demeanor, a stark contrast to how he had interacted with Fat D. He returned to the earlier spot, retrieved the snake, a sizable one, sufficient for a meal for Yiya. Next, he headed to the seaside to collect the traps. Perhaps his luck had run out, for this time, there were only 2 or 3 small fish, hardly enough to feed them. He sighed, relocated the traps, and placed them back into the sea. At the shore, he first skinned and cleaned the snake, wrapping it in banana leaves. He then delved back into the forest to check the traps for small animals. Likely due to having set them too late last night, all 6 traps were empty. Dealing no capturas. After camouflaging them again, Zhao Mo made his way to the banana grove. Selecting a thicker banana tree, he began to chop it down, removing the head entirely and then peeling away the outer layers. Once he reached the core, leaving a stem roughly the thickness of his arm, he carefully cut it off at the base and returned to the camp. After setting down his findings, he made his way back to the bamboo grove, determined to fell all the bamboo to craft a few more traps. Upon returning to the campsite, I turned to the 3 and remarked, "There are no fish to eat this morning." With that, I rinsed the banana pith briefly with water, distributing a piece to each person. "Can we eat this?" Zhao Mo reserved the smallest piece for himself. When Mimi inquired, he could not be bothered to respond, taking a bite instead. A wave of natural sweetness lingered in his mouth. Observing this, Yiya decided to take a bite as well, and after a moment of delight, exclaimed, "It's refreshingly sweet. I adore this flavor." The 3 of them proceeded to munch on the pith as one would on sugarcane, swiftly consuming their portions in mere minutes. The banana pith was not only edible, but also served as a fibrous food that provided a remarkable sense of satiety. Judging by the expressions of the 3 young women, it was evident they were quite satisfied. "Is your wound numb?" Fat D shook her head, but quickly grimaced and replied, "It hurts a lot." The pain was expected. When Zhao Mo inflicted the wound, he had cut deep to expedite the absorption of venom, and now that the numbness had worn off, it was bound to ache. Confirming that Fat D was all right, he extended his arms and lifted her effortlessly. Fat D's face flushed crimson, yet her arms instinctively wrapped around Zhao Mo's neck. After delivering Fat D to the shelter, Mimi promptly rose and asked, "What shall we do next, Zhao Mo?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Mo replied, "There is nothing to worry about. You all should rest. Starting tonight, I will build a fire over there. If you wish to come out, stay close to the fire. This will deter snakes and insects from approaching." The 2 nodded, their faces slightly flushed. Chapter 21. A brief flirtation. As Huang Hao observed everything Zhao Mo was doing through the surveillance cameras, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. At that moment, Bei Er entered the live broadcast room and recounted the events of that morning. Bei Er, too, felt a bit anxious. In wilderness survival, His greatest fear was not fierce beasts, but rather the stealthy strike of venomous snakes. Huang Hao meticulously detailed Zhao Mo's every action. Bei Er exhaled with relief and remarked, "Director, Zhao Mo handled everything impeccably. Though I am unaware of the herbal remedy he gave the girl in the end. The series of emergency measures he implemented were undoubtedly effective." Huang Hao nodded, finally allowing Bei Er to relax. "Hello, dear viewers. A new day has dawned, and I am your friend, Xiao Ying. In just 5 minutes, our live broadcast will commence," Xiao Ying said with a smile as she addressed the camera, introducing Bei Er once more. "Mr. Bei, yesterday your good friend Dego mentioned that the Queen team would emerge victorious. What are your thoughts?" Bei Er shrugged and replied, "Perhaps he is correct." Xiao Ying was momentarily taken aback. Bei Er's shift in attitude was rather swift, especially since he had previously stated that the Queen team would be the first to be eliminated. Unbeknownst to her, Bei Er's assessment of Zhao Mo had risen once again, influenced by Huang Hao's earlier comments regarding the snakebite incident. In such circumstances, many would struggle to maintain composure. Yet Zhao Mo had taken effective measures to ensure the girl's safety. His actions over the past 2 days had certainly earned him newfound respect. If it were him, accompanied by 3 young ladies, even as a champion, he would likely end up demoted to a bronze level. But Zhao Mo managed to navigate the challenges alongside his 3 companions, thriving even in the highest tier. All right, our live broadcast is officially underway, with Xiao Ying's words. 4 monitors simultaneously displayed their feeds. At that moment, the special operations team was preparing breakfast, and it appeared quite appetizing. Conversely, the Dahenyo team was reinforcing their shelter, likely having faced some hardships the previous night, as evidenced by their lackluster spirits and 2 members who were incessantly sneezing. The gourmet team seemed to be indulging in food at every opportunity. The camera panned to their shelter, prompting laughter from the audience. The once complete shelter from the previous day was now reduced to half. I am particularly eager to see the night feature. Did the gourmet team's shelter suffer damage from the cattle? How could it have collapsed so significantly? Yesterday, Degu had predicted that the gourmet team would need to repair their shelter daily, and indeed, his words rang true. At present, it appeared that Jinggu was the most formidable. Although the first night was somewhat chaotic, last night had clearly gone well for him. The Dahenyo team seemed to be in a daze. What was going on? Look, the Queen team. What is Zhao Mo slicing? Oh my, it resembles a snake. It must be an eel. Where are the beauties? Surely they are not still asleep in the shelter? Zhao Mo intended to cook the snake. In this weather, it would spoil by evening if left unattended. Thus, he decided to prepare it now, ensuring that the 3 young ladies could enjoy a hearty meal. After thoroughly rinsing the snake meat, it was placed into the hanging pot to be boiled. Meanwhile, he began weaving a cage. Though this task was not particularly difficult, it was somewhat tedious. Yaya approached and sat beside him, observing his labor. Xiaotadi isn't running a fever, is she? She's quite well, just complaining about the pain from a bite. After saying this, Yaya turned her head to glance at Zhao Mo's face and forced a smile, saying, "I've noticed you seem particularly anxious about Xiao Di. If you like her, I can assist you." Zhao Mo returned her gaze, replying nonchalantly, "I have expressed concern for you in the past. Does that mean I have feelings for you?" Yaya's face flushed instantly, and after a moment of awkwardness, she changed the subject. "What are you cooking? It smells delightful. I just caught a sea eel by the shore. If I leave it too long, it will spoil. So I'm making some soup for everyone to enjoy." Yaya glanced into the pot and then sat back down, saying softly, "Zhao Mo, I believe whoever marries you will be quite fortunate. Isn't it a common saying among women that they must be blind to marry someone like you?" Finding his remark amusing, Yaya giggled to herself. "You have a lovely smile. I adore your dimples," Zhao Mo remarked, causing Yaya's cheeks to flush once more, as if under the influence of alcohol. "Wow, I see that Zhao Mo is quite charming after all. Look at Yaya. She seems utterly captivated by him. Enough of this. Yaya belongs to us. No one else can have her. Zhao Mo, you should be quiet. If you keep this up, you'll become the enemy of all. As a girl, I find Zhao Mo incredibly handsome at this moment. Is titanium alloy melting? This situation does not bode well." Zhao Mo's words carried more weight than those of most men. Given his character, I 2, I'm a girl, and Zhao Mo, my dimples are lovely as well. Wow, Yaya is blushing. Everyone look. Zhao Mo, let go of that girl. Allow me to take my turn. In the live stream, Ying also noticed the exchange between the two. At that moment, she was slightly taken aback by Zhao Mo's transformation. Suddenly, she thought that the caterpillar from yesterday didn't seem so repulsive anymore. If she were to follow Zhao Mo, perhaps she could survive in the wilderness too. Being flirted with like this must feel quite delightful, she mused. At this moment, Mimi and Peng Di in the shelter were also whispering to each other. Sister me, this is bad. I was squatting on the ground when Zhao Mo arrived. How embarrassing. It's all right. He won't speak recklessly. And I noticed that Zhao Mo's gaze didn't linger on you at all. At this point, Mimi suddenly laughed, glancing outside, and lowered her voice further. However, when he was leaning on your thigh, the camera must have captured that quite clearly. Sister me, don't say such things. He was helping me with drug use. Zhao Mo is quite the man. I've heard that drug use is dangerous. His actions could be seen as selflessly rescuing you. How do you feel about that? After Mimi spoke, she glanced at Peng Di, noticing the girl's face flushed with embarrassment, as if she were suppressing laughter. He assured me that with him around, I need not worry. His words brought me immense comfort. The sight of him then was quite alarming. I could see the veins on his neck, a testament to the tension he felt. However, to be honest, I did not anticipate he possessed such a gentle side, which made me feel a twinge of envy in that moment. Observing Pundi lost in a dreamy smile and silent, Mimi, with a mischievous glint, inquired once more. Tell me, what does it feel like to be held by him? What could I possibly feel? During previous shoots and games, I have been embraced by others. Humph. You know that is not what I meant. All right, I shall spare you. Does your wound still ache? It feels better now. Zhao Mo poured the prepared soup into a bamboo cup and placed the snake meat onto a banana leaf, instructing Yaya, take this. Each of you 3 should have a little. Let's not waste it. I assure you, consuming this will not cause any allergies. Thank you, Zhao Mo. Chapter 22, Night Special. The much-anticipated Night Special was released promptly, around 11 o'clock. The first footage featured the group of Big Black Bull, which elucidated why they appeared rather lackluster that morning. The previous night, their makeshift shelter had sprung a leak. When the rain began, the 3 men took turns venturing out, searching for leaves and other materials in a desperate attempt to seal the leak. However, it appeared that they had failed to remedy the situation by the time the rain ceased. The subtitle team, in a playful spirit, captioned each man's efforts with a phrase, I block, block. As the rain subsided, all 4 emerged from their shelter, leaning against the campfire, dozing off. The subtitles humorously noted, the rain hasn't stopped inside. Everyone came outside to avoid the downpour. At this moment, laughter erupted among the audience, both at the antics of the 4 men and the cheeky captions. Indeed, while the rain had ceased outside, it likely continued to pour within, suggesting that they had collectively evacuated their shelter to escape the deluge. Initially, I had thought their shelter was quite commendable, yet turned out to be leaky. The arrangement around the fire, however, proved effective as the flames remained alight. The subsequent scenes were less captivating, with the 4 men sitting until dawn, occasionally interrupted by the sound of sneezes. Next came the special segment featuring the Special Forces team, who had a remarkably peaceful night. Their segment lasted a mere 4 minutes, primarily showcasing their early morning quest for food. The culinary group's shelter had collapsed under the weight of the torrential rain, but fortunately, they were sheltered by a large tree, making their situation comparatively better than that of Big Black Bull. It was indeed a pity for the culinary team. Had Zhou Lei teamed up with Jingge, their collaboration would likely have secured them the top spot. They performed admirably, especially considering their lack of survival experience. Furthermore, it was not widely known that Zhao Mo possessed any survival skills. He was simply an enigma. As the discussions continued, the segment featuring the Queen group arrived. It began with a serene depiction of the rainy night, revealing that there was no movement outside the shelter. This assured the viewers that their shelter was indeed adequate, as the 4 seemed to be sleeping soundly. The camera then shifted to a scene just as dawn began to break. Zhao Mo appeared hurriedly on screen, cradling the hefty D, followed closely by Yiya and Mimi. What was amiss? It seemed that trouble had struck. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Mo's hands trembled slightly, instilling a sense of foreboding. I initially intended to jest about wanting to embrace Dee as well, but given the tense atmosphere, I refrained from making light of the situation. The subtitles convey the audience's collective gasp. Surely, the production team must have been ill-prepared, although the specifics of the snake were not revealed. Zhao Mo's evident anxiety suggested a perilous situation. One could observe that both Yiya and Mimi were nearly in tears, clearly distressed. Could any expert enlighten us on how to treat a snakebite in the wilderness without access to antivenom? Why had the production team not dispatched a physician? What are they waiting for? Hang in there, Dee. As everyone observed, Zhao Mo was both tending to and comforting Pang Di. Who knew Zhao Mo possessed such a gentle side? In this moment, he radiated tenderness. As a medical student, I recognized that Zhao Mo was soothing Pang Di's emotions to prevent her anxiety from accelerating her blood flow, which would hinder the rescue efforts. What should we do about the person upstairs who was bitten by a snake? Be quiet and watch how Zhao Mo responds. From a professional medical standpoint, he is executing everything flawlessly. Did you notice how he deliberately elevated Pang Di's position, allowing her legs to dangle down? This was also to impede the spread of venom. Moreover, the tourniquet he employed was tested for tightness to avoid constricting the arterial flow. I can't help but wonder if Pang Di is in danger. The chatter upstairs is irrelevant. If there were no danger, Zhao Mo wouldn't be so visibly anxious. When Zhao Mo began to extract the venom from Pang Di, an unexplainable silence enveloped the crowd, leaving them devoid of commentary. It seemed as though everyone was silently praying for her. Only when Pang Di cried out in pain did Zhao Mo's expression gradually relax. The clarity of his smile was striking, albeit somewhat strained. This smile was a testament to the aftermath of his intense anxiety. It is a common human reaction. Witnessing his smile inexplicably calmed my heart. Yes, Pang Di's cry of pain is crucial. Generally, after a snake bite, the wound does not hurt but rather feels numb, which explains why Pang Di felt nothing when Zhao Mo incised her wound. Now, the presence of pain indicates that the venom has nearly been expelled and no longer poses a threat to her life. The residual toxins can be effectively countered by her body S cells, likely resulting in a day of weakness before she returns to her normal state. Upon hearing the comments from upstairs, the comment section buzzed with activity. I also wished to assist Pang Di in extracting the venom, but alas, fate did not grant me the opportunity. I envied Zhao Mo, though I remained silent about it. It seemed he was kissing her thigh. Oh dear, my Pang Di has lost her innocence. Although I understood Zhao Mo's singular focus at that moment, I couldn't help but think how fortunate he was. With your remarks, the narrative shifted. Pang Di's snakebite had transformed into an unexpected boon for Zhao Mo. It was indeed the case. Zhao Mo is exceedingly gentle with Pang Di. I felt a twinge of jealousy. He is quite adept at caring for others. Previously, when Yi was feeling down, he had also comforted her with a gentle tone. Zhao Mo instructed the two girls to watch over Pang Di before he once again faded from view. At this juncture, daylight had fully arrived, and the drone had taken to the sky. As they observed Zhao Mo's empty snake cage and the vacated trap, the crowd's hearts sank once more. Today, it appeared there was nothing to eat. However, upon witnessing Zhao Mo skinning the snake, it dawned on everyone that what they had just seen was not a sea eel, but rather the very culprit that had harmed Pang Di. Zhao Mo is rather endearing. He had even deceived Yi by claiming it was a sea eel. Yaya, being somewhat naive and allergic to seafood, accepted his assurance without further inquiry. I surmise that Yaya has also deduced the truth. Did you not hear her expression of gratitude? It carries a deeper significance. The observer above has noted the details well, and I too believe that Yaya has surmised it to be a snake, acknowledging Zhao Mo's benevolent deception, hence her earnest thanks. I am curious. Is the texture of the banana heart truly exquisite? Alas, it appears it is not available for purchase online, shattering my desire to sample it. I searched extensively, but to no avail. Is there anyone residing in the southern region who can procure banana hearts? I am willing to pay a handsome price. Not for any other reason, but simply to taste it. The online market is rather unreliable, with items that are not even available for sale. I do have bananas at home, but once peeled they cannot be stored, so you shall miss out on this delight. I responsibly inform you that the taste is quite delightful. Haha, how is it that a variety show resembles a live streaming sales event? Chapter 23, A Departure at Noon. The speedboat arrived. Zhao Mo cast the prepared cage into the sea and, upon returning to shore, spotted the boat. His brow furrowed slightly as he hurried back to the shelter, where he gazed at Pang Di and remarked in a subdued tone, "Are you contemplating withdrawal?" Pang Di was taken aback, and in the next moment, a veil of mist clouded her large eyes. She gently shook her head and replied, "I do not wish to withdraw, Zhao Mo. I shall not become a burden. A brief respite today will suffice." This time, Mimi refrained from being impulsive and instead asked with suspicion, "Zhao Mo, what is the matter?" The arrival of the speedboat suggests that Xiao Di has been bitten by a snake. It was Su Qing, accompanied by two doctors clad in white coats. The physicians conducted a thorough examination of Pang Di's condition, and they all moved outside. "Mimi, with Xiao Di in this state, what are you planning?" "Let us wait for the results of Xiao Di's examination." Discussions regarding Pang Di's potential withdrawal ignited fervently online. "If I were Pang Di, I would withdraw. It's not worth risking so much." "I concur. The production team bears responsibility. This group has faced numerous calamities. First Ya's seafood allergy. Now Pang Di's snakebite. Zhao Mo has been remarkably resilient, not uttering a single complaint thus far. That is truly commendable. If Pang Di's examination yields positive results, I believe she should refrain from withdrawing. Indeed, withdrawing at this juncture would be rather unfair to Zhao Mo. Given Ya's predicament, she hasn't withdrawn. If Pang Di is all right, she too would likely choose to stay. You all are quite amusing. This is a variety show, after all. Is it necessary to toy with life?" Amidst the ongoing debates in the live broadcast room, Bayer suddenly clasped her head with both hands. And Ying wore an expression of disbelief as she announced, "I have unfortunate news to share. Just moments ago, one of our teams has declared their withdrawal." Upon hearing Ying's words, the audience watching the live stream collectively sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, the decision made by the Queen team to withdraw was understandable. I believe all viewers can empathize. That they managed to persist this far seems nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, for the three girls, their understanding of survival was limited, while for Zhao Mo, who was thoroughly prepared, the challenges presented were undoubtedly of a hellish nature. Zhao Mo had performed admirably, consistently soothing the emotions of the three women. Alas, the prospect of not seeing the Queen team anymore fills me with an inexplicable sense of loss. I too feel this way. Initially, I watched the Queen team for their beauty, but now I find myself captivated by how the four of them navigate their trials. The current challenge is perilous, and I support whatever decision they make. Just as discussions swirled, the live broadcast began to air footage of the opposing team, signaling for help. Of course, there was a delay in the broadcast. Upon discovering this footage, the production team promptly edited it to preserve a modicum of suspense, only revealing it at this moment. To everyone's astonishment, the team that announced their withdrawal was not the Queen team, but rather the formidable Black Bull team, widely regarded as the frontrunners for the championship. According to the latest updates from the production team, the Dahainyo group has regrettably announced their withdrawal due to the inclement weather last night, which resulted in all members being drenched and two of them catching a cold, leading to fever this morning. In light of these circumstances, they deemed it necessary to prioritize their health and seek medical attention promptly. Bell expressed his disbelief, dramatically exclaiming, "I initially believed it would be the Queen group. Yet reality has delivered a harsh slap in the face. The first to withdraw is the team I had high hopes for, Dahainyo." He continued, "I apologize to all women for my previous remarks. At times, their resilience surpasses that of men." Mr. Bell acknowledged that the Queen Group's endurance thus far could be largely attributed to Zhao Mo's contributions. Internally, Huang Hao's first reaction upon learning of Dahainyo's exit was one of disbelief. Moments later, he felt somewhat disheartened. The competition had started off strong, and now the most formidable team had unexpectedly withdrawn. Although Dahainyo may not have been the most popular group, he feared their departure could trigger a domino effect. Historically, in the Wilderness Survival Program, no team has ever lasted 100 days since its inception. However, in previous years, teams consistently made it to the end of the second round, with typically only one team exiting each round. Now, with two groups on the verge of withdrawal, there were concerns about whether the remaining two could persevere. Even if they did, the second round would inevitably lose some of its allure. Director, has the Queen group made a decision? Oh, how is Xiao Di's injury? Are they also considering withdrawal? Just an hour ago, Huang Hao's thoughts were leaning towards urging the Queen group to exit swiftly, but it was evident that his perspective had shifted. However, if the Queen group resolved to withdraw, there would be little he could do as the director to prevent it. The doctor had administered an injection to Xiao Di and conducted a thorough examination, concluding that as long as Peng Di took care to avoid infection, the situation was manageable. This was thanks to Zhao Mo's adept first aid. Otherwise, it could have posed a serious risk. Huang Hao instinctively nodded, contemplating the possibility of altering next year's program format, perhaps allowing lucky viewers to participate again, but with a requisite level of survival skills. Are they indeed deciding to withdraw? Noticing his subordinates hesitating to address the matter directly, he had already surmised the outcome. No. The four of us unanimously decided to outlast all our opponents. We aim to claim first place. Huang Hao's heart soared like a roller coaster. Upon hearing they would not withdraw, he paused briefly before exuberantly shouting his approval. Peng Di, trust me as your captain. We will surely seize the championship. After making this assertion, Mimi seemed to feel she had been overly boastful and pointed at Zhao Mo, saying, even if you don't believe me, you must trust Zhao Mo. Seeing Peng Di nodding eagerly, Mimi felt a twinge of discomfort, as if questioning her own reliability. She then turned her gaze towards Iya. Mimi, you are indeed correct. Your word holds weight. After consulting with the two ladies, and without seeking Zhao Mo's opinion, Mimi declared to Su Qing, we four have unanimously decided not to withdraw. We shall endure to emerge as champions. Su Qing was initially taken aback, but soon smiled and nodded in agreement. After the speedboat departed, Zhao Mo busied himself once more. He glanced at the three women and said, if all is well, you may rest. The heat is quite oppressive, and if Xiao Di begins to perspire excessively, please change your bandage. Where are you going? The three women inquired in unison. I may venture a bit further this time. We cannot always rely on the cage. I shall see if I can find some additional sustenance. With that, he set off, only to return halfway to address the two again. If Xiao Di needs to use the restroom, please assist her gently, ensuring she does not exert her right leg, lest her injury worsen. Amidst the laughter of the two young women, Zhao Mo truly departed this time. Mimi and Iya propped up the three sides of the shelter, effectively shielding themselves from the sun while allowing the sea breeze to cool them. Xiao Di, if you feel unwell, do speak up, Mimi said, then reclined on the bed, exclaiming, this is so comfortable. Jia, slightly irritated, remarked, Mimi, jury exposed. It's fine, the camera can't capture this angle. What if Zhao Mo suddenly returns? Mimi flipped over, grinning mischievously. Then it'll be a special benefit I offer her. You shifted the topic, addressing Mimi. Are you aiming for first place solely for the prize? Mimi's smile faded, replaced by a serious nod. Let be known, if we secure first place, I shall forfeit my prize in favor of Zhao Mo. Though I often jest about being the captain, you all know that without Zhao Mo, our team would likely falter within a day. I too shall forego mine. Yi said with concern, I fear that stubborn Zhao Mo might refuse to accept our share. Mimi's eyes sparkled with mischief. No worries, leave it to me. I will ensure he complies, extending his tongue before me. Sister me, what you describe resembles a dog. Zhao Mo is akin to a little puppy. Sister me, you are quite the LSP. Chapter 24. Members of the Animal Association in light of the entertainment aspect, Mimi and Iya occasionally made appearances before the camera, either boiling water or adding fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo advanced deeper into the forest under the vigilant eye of a drone. The island's woods were primarily composed of shrubs, with few towering trees. He stumbled upon a cluster of banana plants, and upon discovering their withered roots, he felt a surge of joy, knowing that the three young ladies would relish the larvae they contained. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Mo's mindset had shifted. He was no longer solely focused on ensuring the ladies' hunger was satiated, but also on catering to their tastes. He noted the location and continued onward. In a shaded crevice where sunlight failed to penetrate, he noticed moss, and the surrounding rocks were unusually damp. Following the moisture trail, he descended to the junction of the cliff and the ground, where he was delighted to find not stones but a mound of wet earth. He pried apart the limited stones nearby and began to dig with his hands. Just as he had anticipated, the ground grew increasingly moist beneath him. After considerable effort, he had excavated nearly half a meter deep, with water pooling to a depth of 15 centimeters. He ceased digging further down and instead focused on expanding the size of the pit. When the diameter of the pit reached approximately 50 centimeters, he finally paused. With this pit established, he would no longer worry about a water source, even in the absence of rain, and it was only about 400 meters from the campsite. Zhao Mo was indeed unrelenting. In contrast, Zhou Lei was enjoying himself, having merely repaired the shelter in the morning before lounging with his team. They had no concerns regarding water, and with no seafood allergies among them, they easily gathered sustenance, albeit not as abundantly as depicted in coastal videos. However, oysters and sand crabs were plentiful, ensuring they could feast. Have you noticed that Zhao Mo bears a striking resemblance to Jinga? Both possess an acute sense of crisis. They are either in constant motion or engaged in relentless activity. Zhao Mo's hands seem to possess an extraordinary strength in such terrain. He was able to excavate such a large pit with his bare hands. Truly impressive. When Zhao Mo encountered the cluster of banana trees, he smiled, exuding a bright and sunny demeanor that he should embrace more often. The more I observed him, the more he resembled a wild expert, meticulously identifying every patch of grass. His joy at discovering the banana plants stemmed from the knowledge that they would sustain them for at least 2 days. I was eager to witness him catching insects. The ones I ordered had yet to arrive, prompting me to leave a negative review. Mine had arrived, and following the customer service instructions, I fried them. Out of a total of 2 pounds, my wife consumed 1.5 pounds, and I dared not reveal their true nature to her. To the one above, your sense of crisis is on par with Zhao Mo's. Do you think Zhao Mo ever tires? How does he maintain such remarkable stamina? Under this blazing sun, I'd be incapacitated after just half an hour, yet he endures with no apparent issue. Otherwise, how could he embody the essence of a titanium alloy man, inherently distinct from your own material? Zhao Mo gathered some stones from the side and carefully arranged them in a circle around the pit's opening, hoping to prevent any soil from falling back in. After an hour and a half of labor, he straightened up and set off again. He stumbled upon several unfamiliar wild fruits, observing them for quite some time, yet refraining from picking any. As the sun began its descent, he made his way back, checking 6 traps along the way, and to his surprise, he had caught a reasonably sized wild rabbit in broad daylight. Instead of returning to the shelter, he headed directly to the seaside. He collected the cage, and this time, fortune smiled upon him. He had caught 2 small eels weighing about 1 pound each, along with a sea eel over 1 meter long, weighing 2 or 3 pounds. He dispatched the rabbit. The scene, though blurred in the footage, still elicited discomfort among many viewers. The little rabbit was so adorable. How could Zhao Mo bring himself to do such a thing? Indeed, it would have been kinder to release the rabbit. It felt too cruel. I have raised 4 rabbits, and I wept for each one that passed away, never once considering them as mere food. I found myself unable to bear it. Zhao Mo's repeated acts of taking life would surely invite retribution. I was amused by the laughter of others. Our ancestors once thrived on raw flesh and blood. Why not condemn them instead? Nature selects for survival, and besides, wild rabbits can be detrimental to humans. I do not wish to criticize these individuals. I merely want to assert that wild rabbit meat is quite palatable. The voices from above should cease. I recall my father catching one during my childhood, and the flavor still lingers in my memory. Perhaps it is just that you are in need of meat. Wild rabbit meat is rather ordinary, yet I felt no moral burden in consuming it. Do not let their joyful cries deceive you. If unaware of what they are consuming, they would devour with even greater fervor. I am utterly disillusioned with today as animal rights associations. In ancient times, pigs were our ancestors' mounts. By that logic, they too are friends of humanity. So why continue to consume pork? In a live stream, Ying noticed timely comments and relayed the ongoing discussions to Belle, inquiring about his perspective. Belle was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the question as somewhat amusing. Please, he said, humans require sustenance. Those who oppose this act share one commonality. They have never experienced hunger. Ying, clearly dissatisfied with Belle's response, held a soft spot for rabbits and retorted, but they have food now, don't they? Belle glanced at the host and shook his head. You misunderstand my point. My first assertion is that only after experiencing hunger does one truly grasp the value of food, seizing every opportunity to replenish protein and fat. Secondly, while you believe they have food, consider this. 3 girls may be fine, but with Zhao Mo's level of exertion, he only consumes 2 meals a day, and those are the smallest portions. Do you truly think he isn't hungry? There's a saying in your country, a well-fed man cannot comprehend the hunger of a starving man. Those who question Zhao Mo's actions, in my view, exemplify this very notion. Ying felt her face flush at Belle's words and found it difficult to continue the discussion. In the online realm, a brief silence has settled, and at this moment, a lengthy review has emerged. I am 60 years old and, unable to type, have my granddaughter assist me. Upon reading some of the children's comments, I felt a twinge of disappointment. My sentiments align with that foreigners. You live in a splendid era where you can declare that dogs or rabbits should not be consumed, or simply choose vegetarianism. Such choices are afforded to you, as even without these foods, there are myriad ways to obtain nutrition. Yet, during my youth, the hardship was palpable. We would not even consider rabbits. If a grasshopper flew by, we would catch it and roast it over a fire to satisfy our hunger. When my parents managed to bring home a pound of meat, it felt like a feast. We endured months of carrots, boiled without greens, devoid of oil or salt. If anyone is interested, I invite you to try this. If you can endure a week, that would be quite an achievement. Back then, I could not fathom why I craved food so desperately. Yet now, when abundance surrounds us, the allure seems to fade. I find great pleasure in watching them seek sustenance. I believe this young man, named Zhao Mo, performs admirably. The ability to eat is commendable, but to discover food is even more impressive. Moreover, I have yet to witness him waste a morsel. He consumes every drop of fish soup without leaving a trace. Children, if you can achieve this, then perhaps you may cast judgment upon others. After reading such a comment, the online atmosphere grew even quieter. The elders' words resonate. In comparison to taking life, wastefulness is the true disgrace. Chapter 25. The fragrance through the screen, Zhao Mo tidied up his belongings and returned to the campsite. He first glanced at Pandai, whose complexion was rosy and vibrant, reassuring him that she would thrive for many more years. He decided to quench his thirst first. Yaya poured a bamboo cup of water, which had been boiled earlier and allowed to cool in a large bamboo tube. Zhao Mo drank it eagerly, truly parched. Mimi, I feel quite foul. Can Yaya and I wash up by the sea? Zhao Mo looked at Mimi, then moved closer, inhaling deeply, and remarked, You smell delightful. His playful gesture elicited eye rolls from Mimi, while the other 2 girls giggled beside them. Go on, just a quick rinse will suffice. The sun is setting, and the sea will be too cold soon. The 2 girls cheered and dashed towards the shoreline. Zhao Mo, I need some fresh air. I've been cooped up inside for most of the day. Zhao Mo nodded, approached Pandai, and lifted her gently. Despite her considerable size, she was surprisingly light. He settled her under a tree and began preparing a meal. Holding a lobster, he asked Pandai, Would you prefer it boiled or grilled? Pandai, a true foodie, instinctively swallowed at the sight of food and replied, The sea eel soup from this morning was exquisite, and the meat was delectable. Let us boil the eel for soup and just grill the lobster. Zhao Mo nodded in agreement, confirming, Then we shall boil the lobster and grill the eel. Pandai instantly protested, You're not listening to me. Why do you even ask? Zhao Mo, you are utterly annoying. Don't you realize it? Alas, I've noticed a change in Zhao Mo's demeanor. Haha, Sister Mimi, you blush just because Zhao Mo called you fragrant. Zhao Mo actually has a humorous side. He was merely teasing Mimi with his comment. The drone is utterly negligent. I wish to see Mimi and Yaya swim. Up there you have no spirit, but I wish to witness it too. Pandai found herself questioning her existence, as Zhao Mo earnestly sought her opinion, but then acted contrary to it. Pandai lamented. Had I known, I wouldn't have spoken up. How I wish to embrace Pandai, like Zhao Mo does. Pandai is the most beautiful. I adore her immensely. Little does Pandai know, the meat she enjoyed earlier was snake, the very culprit of her discomfort. Zhao Mo gathered 2 sticks, propped the rabbit open, and made cuts in the thicker parts of meat. Since he had washed it with seawater earlier, he had no intention of rinsing it with fresh water, thus saving on salt. The 3 girls could tolerate spice, so he sprinkled some chili powder evenly over the surface before placing on the grill. Noticing Pandai watching him intently, Zhao Mo first placed 2 pieces of eel on the fire to grill. The lobster had already been placed in a hanging pot. Sit tight. I'll be back shortly. Pandai nodded in response. Zhao Mo walked over to the banana plant thicket, discovering yet another resource. He decided not to be overly frugal this time, stripping a core from the tree to create a delightful mix of meat and vegetables for the evening meal. Upon returning to the shelter, both Yiya and Mimi arrived, their hair damp and urging each other to freshen up. The fabric of their clothing clung to their figures, accentuating their alluring curves, making it rather difficult for Zhao Mo to avert his gaze. With a steady supply of fresh water, Zhao Mo felt a considerable sense of relief, no longer reliant on the whims of nature. Val, Zhao Montak, this is quite a feast, Mimi exclaimed, taken aback by the abundance of both meat and vegetables. How about we start with the sugarcane? Zhao Mo observed the eager expressions of the 3 girls, their eyes fixated on the banana core. This time, he dispensed only a small piece to each, mindful that overeating would spoil their appetite for the fish and meat to come. Like pandas, the 3 girls embraced their morsels, settling beside Pang Di as they began to nibble. A rich aroma wafted through the air. The lobster was ready first. Zhao Mo took banana leaves, separating the head and tail before slicing the tails in half. He handed 1 portion to Pang Di and the other to Mimi. If you eat too much now, you won't be able to enjoy the rabbit later, Zhao Mo remarked casually. The 2 girls rolled their eyes in response, accustomed to his playful contradictions. Their lively banter elicited hearty laughter from Yiya. After distributing segments of the eel and tearing apart the rabbit for each to have a leg, Mimi inquired, Zhao Mo, what did you do to this rabbit? It's delicious. Sister Mi, you should try this eel. It's equally delightful. Zhao Montak, your culinary skills surpass even those of 5-star chefs. Why didn't we discover this sooner? The girls' eating habits were rather unrefined, rendering Zhao Mo somewhat more genteel by comparison. I can hardly contain myself. I'm practically drooling, one observer commented. Even through the screen, I can smell the food. Hey, Mimi, mind your image. It looks so good. I'm tempted to take a bite myself, another chimed in. Hey, clarify what you want to nibble on. I quite enjoy this survival experience. The balance of meat and vegetables is commendable, someone remarked, humorously noting that Zhao Mo, of all people, was the most refined eater among the 4, eliciting laughter. I imagine Zhou Lei would be envious. Suddenly, Pang Di burped, prompting an exaggerated response. Really? Must you be so dramatic? Aren't female celebrities supposed to watch their figures? Look at all this rich food. It seemed the girls had returned from their survival experience a few pounds lighter, while they might now need to consider dieting. At that moment, Mimi's manager, using her verified account, chimed in with a comment. Dear production team, please remind Mimi to exercise moderation. She can't indulge in such lavish meals. This comment sent ripples of laughter through the online community. Clearly, having a manager around is essential. Someone quipped, Mimi has genuinely devoured quite a bit. I reckon she could out-eat even a grown man. Considering their substantial physical activity and only 2 meals a day, it was no wonder they were famished. Thankfully, Zhao Mo had ordered takeout in advance. Otherwise, merely watching would have been quite overwhelming. Behold, how amusing. Zhao Mo has denied Fat D her share. The look in Fat D's eyes is one of utter dismay. Zhao Mo forcefully snatched the remaining half of the rabbit leg from her grasp, concerned that this untrustworthy girl might overindulge and upset her stomach. Zhao Mo, I promise I will only have a little bit more, she pleaded. However, Zhao Mo paid her no heed and promptly stuffed the half-rabbit leg into his own mouth. The 3 young ladies, having feasted to their heart's content, reclined against a tree, reluctant to move. Zhao Mo busied himself with washing the pots and pans. As he had no particular plans for the evening, he ventured to a secluded spot away from the camera, where he kindled a fire with sturdy logs. Once it was nearly ready, he instructed Mimi and Iya to assist Fat D back to the shelter while he made his way to the seaside. Sweaty and weary, he sought a brief respite to cleanse himself. Chapter 26. A Feverish Delight, Mr. Bell. Could you please provide your commentary on the performances of the three groups today? Bell glanced once more at the segmented screen before smiling and saying, "It is unfortunate that the Black Bull group has withdrawn. Let's begin with the Queen group. As everyone is aware, their start today was not only unfortunate, but perilously so. Fortunately, Zhao Mo intervened in time, as if the heavens were rewarding him. In the afternoon, he not only discovered fresh water, but was also gifted a splendid rabbit and a bountiful catch. I must say, their recent feast made even me feel hungry. In my view, the gourmet group had no issues completing the first round, and their island's wild resources seem quite satisfactory, ensuring a steady supply of food. The Special Forces team bears a resemblance to the Queen group, as one individual played a pivotal role within their ranks. Li Jing exemplifies this. I believe, under his leadership, they stand a considerable chance of victory, especially as many of Zhao Mo's advantages will not be as pronounced in the second round." Ying nodded, and shortly thereafter announced the conclusion of today's live broadcast. "Oh, I'm going to lose my mind. These mosquitoes are insufferable." Not long after settling down for the night, Mimi tossed and turned, her hands incessantly scratching her body. Zhao Mo remained undisturbed, allowing her to vent her frustrations. However, before long, the three girls fell silent, drifting into a deep sleep, and the seemingly perilous third day came to a close. In the early morning, Yaya surprisingly was the first to rise. Upon seeing Zhao Mo preparing to head out, she cheerfully greeted him, "Good morning. Today marks the fourth day." Zhao Mo nodded, but said nothing further. Before stepping outside, he glanced at Pundi, noticing she was sleeping soundly, and then turned to leave. He needed to hustle for breakfast that morning. At that moment, the three girls gradually awoke. After completing their morning routines, Mimi and Yaya diligently began gathering dry firewood nearby. It seemed Zhao Mo had exhausted his luck the previous day. The traps and cages were utterly empty. With no other choice, he ventured to the banana grove, where he cut down the last remaining plant he had previously discovered, along with a banana blossom. Upon returning to the campsite, he first peeled the outer leaves of the banana blossom, chopping the inner core into pieces and placing them in a pot of water to boil. The core of the banana was cut into 3 segments, one for each girl. "Zhao Mo, I don't have much of an appetite." "You eat it," Mimi said weakly. Zhao Mo furrowed his brow. Her words carried a heavy nasal tone. He approached her without a greeting, placing his hand on her forehead, and his expression grew more grave. "You have a fever." Hearing his diagnosis, the other 2 girls gasped softly and moved closer to Mimi. At that moment, the live broadcast had commenced, and upon witnessing this scene, viewers inexplicably became anxious. Could it be? Mimi has a fever too. What should we do? Will they, like the Black Bull group, choose to withdraw? Withdrawal is reasonable. After all, health is paramount. No, if the Queen group withdraws, it would certainly diminish the excitement. Zhao Mo believes that snake venom can be cured. Surely, a mere cold should pose no challenge. As for the individuals upstairs, you assert there exists a fundamental distinction between the two. One can recover from toxin expulsion, while a cold results from a fungal infection. Alas, it seems tomorrow we may no longer witness the Queen group. My beloved Mimi, my dear Pundi, my precious Yaya, my Zhao Mo. You all have had your fill. Aside from Zhao Mo, even if they were to withdraw, they could frequently be seen on screen. We prefer authenticity over packaging. This raw essence is indeed splendid. Indeed, Pundi is endowed with natural beauty, looking lovely even without makeup. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Huang Hao felt a chill within. They cannot withdraw. If the Queen group were to exit, what would remain for the second round? Do we have any anti-inflammatory medication in our medical kit? None. Only supplies for external injuries, along with alcohol and gauze. Initially, we refrained from administering medication, fearing potential complications, and we are here for survival. Genuine illness would necessitate withdrawal. Huang Hao nodded in agreement, recognizing Su Qing's reasoning was sound. However, He was taken aback that the big black cow group withdrew over a mere cold, and now the queen group was following suit. If the queen group were to withdraw, based on Zhou Lei's character, he would likely exit as well, having already been satisfied with second place. He would not endure against those who have truly experienced being special forces. Currently, Zhou Lei remains motivated by the presence of the queen group. With 3 girls in the team, there is no reason for him to concede, thus he persists. Should only the special forces remain? What point is there in continuing this live broadcast? Perhaps we could avoid the live footage and I could deliver some medication to them? Su Qing inquired cautiously. Huang Hao initially nodded, but then shook his head, stating, it would be futile. If they wished to withdraw, even medication would be of no avail. After all, they are all illustrious stars, and it is illogical to gamble with their health. So, shall we simply endure? Let us observe their choices. Huang Hao sighed heavily as he spoke. Mr. Bell, do you believe the queen group will persevere? Ying Ying asked, her expression fraught with concern. She had fought hard for this hosting opportunity, and should it end prematurely, she would be inconsolable. Withdrawal would indeed be the wisest decision. The most dreadful aspect of survival in the wild is falling ill. As a variety show, it should not toy with life. At this juncture, Bell suddenly smiled and shifted his tone. Of course, the queen group remains an enigma to me. After all, another girl had previously been bitten by a snake, which was already a brush with mortality. Ying Ying, somewhat puzzled, remarked, Mr. Bell, Zhao Mo's shelter is well constructed. There should be no reason for anyone to catch a cold. Bell shook his head, asserting, regardless of its quality, it is futile. Although their meals have been adequate over the past few days, the nutritional balance is lacking. And the island's mosquitoes pose a significant threat. Not only could they transmit diseases, but they will also disrupt their rest. When one fails to rest adequately, their body's resistance diminishes, making it hardly surprising to succumb to ailments such as colds and fevers. I feel fine, merely lacking in vigor. Mimi, sensing the concerned gazes of the 2 girls, offered a faint smile. What shall we do about Zhao Mo? He glanced at Mimi before turning to enter the shelter, emerging moments later with a distress signal flare gun in hand. His expression remained stoic as he handed the flare gun to Mimi, stating, You are the captain. It is your prerogative to fire it. Fear not. No one shall hold you accountable. Your well-being is paramount. Upon hearing Zhao Mo's words, a smile unexpectedly graced Mimi's lips as she accepted the gun, turning her gaze towards the other 2. Yaya and Pundi looked back at her, nodding in agreement. Sister Mimi, your health is of utmost importance. Mimi, I've actually been contemplating withdrawing. Go ahead and fire the signal. I shall finally enjoy a soft bed. Observing Zhao Mo packing his belongings, Mimi immediately interjected, What are you doing? We haven't eaten yet. I never mentioned withdrawing. We agreed to fight for the championship. She then reassured Zhao Mo, I can still endure, so do not worry. Chapter 27. Are you unable to comprehend this? Mimi indeed embodies the qualities of a leader, unwilling to withdraw under any circumstances. Mimi, forever a source of admiration, is inherently strong. Although this decision may not be entirely rational, I must commend Mimi for her remarkable courage. She is a stunning beauty, exuding an undeniable aura of confidence. Not only the audience, but even Huang Hao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing their determination to remain. However, considering Mimi's illness, prolonged neglect could lead to complications. Choosing not to withdraw today could very well lead to a change of heart tomorrow. It seems I must light 2 incense sticks tonight, praying for Mimi's swift recovery. Receiving the signal gun from Mimi, Zhao Mo stated coolly, Since you refuse to withdraw, you must follow my instructions without objection. Afterward, he poured a cup of freshly brewed banana flour soup and handed it to her. 3 cups. What do you mean by 3 cups? You must drink at least 3 cups, and for the next half hour, 1 cup of hot water. Ignoring Mimi's protests, he turned to Yiya and said, You are my greatest concern. To think you are the only one left in decent condition. Therefore, you shall be responsible for boiling water. Mimi must drink it hot. Yiya found herself at a loss for words. What does it mean that I am the only one in decent condition? Yet, glancing at the feeble Mimi and the immobile Fat D, she suddenly recognized the validity of Zhao Mo's statement. It is precisely this aspect of Zhao Mo that irks me. He lacks the ability to communicate effectively. I find him rather pretentious, overly deliberate in his actions, likely to cheer for celebrities in everyday life. He seems to be performing for the camera, seeking attention. Such low emotional intelligence. It is laughable, reminiscent of ancient times. You all are the ones who are laughable. I'm just like that. Even if a celebrity stood before me, I would not leap in excitement. What is the big deal? Indeed, my classmate is similar. He is usually quite reserved. But when I fell ill, he was the only one who cared for me, revealing his warmth beneath a cold exterior. Typically, individuals like him possess a delicate sensitivity, and Zhao Mo exemplifies this. Strictly speaking, Zhao Mo has taken commendable care of the three young women. Had anyone else been in his position, they likely would have chosen to withdraw. The one least inclined to leave is Zhao Mo himself. Upon noticing Mimi's fever, he immediately brandished the signal gun. For what more was there to discuss? Once the three had finished their meal, Zhao Mo turned to Mimi and asked, "Can you walk?" Instinctively, Mimi wanted a nod, but suddenly she realized, "I feel utterly weak." Zhao Mo, with no other option, stepped forward and lifted Mimi. She seemed lighter than Fat D. Carrying her into the shelter, he retrieved alcohol and gauze from the medical kit, handing them to Yiya, who had just assisted Fat D. Wipe her down, focusing on her neck, armpits, and around her navel. "I need at least an hour to return, so make sure to do this every half hour." Yiya nodded, accepting the alcohol and gauze. Zhao Mo ventured outside, first taking the pot to the seaside for a thorough cleansing. He then wielded a knife to chop a piece of unused bamboo, fashioning a bamboo stopper before making his way into the woods. With merely 6 days remaining, he pondered the consequences if the trio continued to have restless nights. It was likely that more than just Mimi would succumb to a cold. He sought something to repel mosquitoes. His eyes fell upon a lowly pine tree, from which he plucked the needles. Employing 2 stones, he struck them together, finally cupping the pine leaves in his palm and extracting the aromatic essence by squeezing the bamboo segment against them. Once he had finished with one batch, he proceeded to gather another. "Mr. Bell, what is he collecting this for?" Bell initially shook his head. Ying was taken aback. Could there be something even a survival expert like him did not know? Before she could voice her thoughts, Bell suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "I understand. He is concocting a mosquito repellent. This type of pine should emit a unique fragrance capable of warding off insects." It was undeniable that Zhao Mo was a genius. His knowledge of flora surpassed her comprehension. For instance, the herbal remedy he had provided to another girl was still a mystery to her. Ying nodded thoughtfully, redirecting her gaze towards the other 2 teams. The culinary group appeared to be reveling in a vacation-like experience, their fortune seemingly boundless. They even stumbled upon a fishing net during their leisurely stroll. This was not the crux of their luck. The true marvel lay in the fact that merely casting the net into the sea would guarantee a catch the following day. If luck is indeed a component of strength, then the culinary team's prowess was formidable. Consequently, their scenes primarily showcased Zhou Lei regaling the trio with tales, occasionally venturing out, seemingly never in want of sustenance. In contrast, the Special Forces team, led by Li Jing, exhibited practices akin to Zhao Mo's. For instance, they fashioned fishing traps and scoured their surroundings for food, rarely pausing to rest. The focus shifted back to the Queen team, where the camera captured Yi diligently boiling water. She had taken Zhao Mo's advice to heart, remembering to hydrate, ensuring she consumed at least a cup of water every hour. After gathering a sufficient amount of pine needle extract, Zhao Mo continued his ascent. Suddenly, a protrusion resembling a stone caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, a smile graced his face. He pried open the outer layer with his knife, revealing a myriad of insect holes, with occasional creatures fluttering out. "What on earth is this? It looks revolting. I recognize it. That is a white ant nest. But what is Zhao Mo planning to do with it? I suffer from trypophobia. This sight makes my head spin. Isn't he afraid of being bitten? I've heard that white ants can inflict quite a sting. I'm curious about his intentions. He would be digging for white ants to eat, would he? How long will this take? He might toil for half a day and still not gather enough for a single bite for Pandai. Upstairs, our Pandai has a petite mouth, reminiscent of Cherry. Belle, what do you think Zhao Mo intends to do?" In a live broadcast, Ying echoed her query to Belle. I apologize. I truly do not know. Initially, I assumed he would consume it, given that it possesses a pleasant flavor and is rich in protein. However, his current actions suggest otherwise. Ying found herself at a loss for words. Greetings. It appears you claim to be an expert in survival, a veritable sovereign in the realm of survival, possessing boundless knowledge. Yet, what is the current predicament that has left you in the dark? The ensuing scene rendered everyone speechless. Zhao Mo proceeded to excavate a termite mound, deliberately shaking off the termites that adorned it, and then, after taking a few steps, callously placed the mound upon a stone, disregarding it entirely. Is Zhao Mo merely being reckless? How amusing. It is utterly incomprehensible. Zhao Mo playfully prompted, guess what this is? And there will be rewards for those who answer correctly. He continued, I merely wish to observe the true appearance of a termite mound. Zhao Mo added, do not presume that every action I undertake is driven by a purpose. As you can see, I am simply being whimsical. He further remarked, 2 in my household are ill, and my circumstances are far from favorable, so do not expect these termites to fare any better. Laughter ensued, yet I maintained faith in Zhao Mo's utility. He seems to be searching for something, although his quest has proven fruitless. Speaking of which, I am aware that termites are edible, but are termite mounds also consumable? To those above, do you still believe that is a beehive? Chapter 28. The discovery of treasures. Zhao Mo took a moment to ascertain his bearings, concerned that upon his return, he might lose track of his precious find. He had chosen this spot intentionally, under the midday sun, to dry his treasures for easier ignition. As he continued his ascent, an enchanting sound suddenly reached his ears, buzzing. A delightful hum. Indeed, it was bees, and soon he spotted a few darting about. Rather than climbing higher, he followed their flight path, and before long, he discovered a hive nestled in the rocky cliff. To his delight, the entrance was considerably large, and with the aid of his flashlight, he could clearly discern the honeycomb within. There was no doubt about it. Zhao Mo had ventured into the mountains in pursuit of insects. Ha ha! That is precisely what I was about to say. What he sought was honey, indeed, but such an endeavor appeared perilous. A sting is no trifling matter. I've seen those beekeepers clad in special gear and hats. How daring of Zhao Mo to attempt this unprotected. He must have some means to protect himself. Doesn't he? My goodness, for mere taste, he is risking so much. Wild honey is indeed a prized treasure, perfect for replenishing one's energy when feeling unwell. In a live stream, the host gazed fearfully at Belle. Unexpectedly, Belle wore a grin reminiscent of a mischievous imp. I've been stung before. That pain is unforgettable. I hope Zhao Mo can experience it too. Ying was taken aback. Was this schadenfreude? Wishing for others to share in one's discomfort? Meanwhile, Zhao Mo observed the bees nearby. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, he gathered some dry twigs, checked the wind direction, and piled them beneath the cliff, igniting a fire. He then placed damp foliage atop the flames, which quickly billowed a thick smoke. While the smoke that entered the hive was minimal, it was sufficient. He hurried back to the banana grove, plucked a few leaves, and returned to his previous location to extract the honeycomb. To his surprise, the hive was quite bountiful, yielding 7 or 8 substantial pieces of honeycomb, which were already darkened and dripping with honey. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his back. He realized he had been stung. He swiftly shook off his clothing, but as he did, another wave of excruciating pain shot through his arm. He quickly donned his clothes, bundled the banana leaves, and leaped toward the fire. Has he been stung? It certainly appears so. The sight was painful to behold, yet Zhao Mo's expression remained stoic. Just then, he raised his arm, allowing the audience to see the swelling. My goodness, it's already puffed up. How venomous. Would Zhao Mo withdraw due to the bee sting? Observers above remarked, look at him. He shows no inclination to retreat. Indeed, he seemed utterly unfazed. However, those who closely observed noticed a subtle twitch at the corner of his eye, an indication of the pain he was enduring. Unable to see his back, it was likely swollen. For mere taste of honey, it hardly seemed worth the trouble. Zhao Mo certainly felt the pain. However, given his disposition, he could not bring himself to leap about and scream in agony. Nevertheless, the 2 stings proved worthwhile, as this honey could sustain 4 individuals for at least 2 days. He began his return journey, retrieving the previously sun-dried ant nest along the way. He would claim that Zhao Mo was merely idle for taking it. Although the purpose remained unclear, Zhao Mo had never engaged in futile endeavors. Even Belle was unaware, leaving us even more in the dark. If it were for consumption, I would admire Zhao Mo's robust teeth. I knew termites could be eaten, but I had never heard of consuming a termite nest. Zhao Mo returned to the shelter with his findings. Upon entering, he glanced at Mimi, placing his hand on her forehead, frowning slightly as she still had not broken her fever. "How do you feel?" "I'm fine, just a bit weak." "Zhao Mo, I've had plenty of water. My stomach is bloated. You must drink more. It's imperative." Drinking water enhances detoxification. As the body's metabolism accelerates, the immune system strengthens, allowing the body to manage inflammation. Stepping outside, he retrieved a bamboo tube to extract the honey. After squeezing out 6 full tubes, he estimated there to be at least 5 pounds of honey. Boiling water. He poured a cup and mixed in honey before returning indoors. "Drink up." Mimi looked troubled as he brought water again, yet she understood it was for her benefit. She took a sip and suddenly exclaimed, "Zhao Mo, where did you find this honey?" Hearing the mention of honey, Fat D licked his lips. "Yaya, there's more in the pot. You and Little D each take a sip." Yaya agreed and soon returned with 2 cups. Fat D took a sip and nodded vigorously. "So sweet. Zhao Mo, your skills are incredible. You found honey on this island." Zhao Mo refrained from boasting and turned to Yaya. "You must continue to apply it to Mimi. If her fever does not subside by tomorrow, I will announce my withdrawal." With that, he headed outside. "Zhao Mo, I am the team leader. You cannot withdraw without my command." "Hear me, Zhao Mo," Yaya insisted. "Pass me the signal gun." "Mimi, Zhao Mo is looking out for you. We promised to secure first place. We cannot afford to abandon our goal now that we've spoken of it." In a lowered voice, she added, "Silly, if Zhao Mo withdraws, he forfeits his reward. Even if we wanted to assist him, do you think he would accept it?" Mimi's voice was subdued, and Zhao Mo did not hear this exchange. Otherwise, he would have retorted that he would indeed accept help, as eating soft meals wasn't so bad for someone with a weak stomach. After rummaging for a while, Yaya finally retrieved the signal gun from her bag. Mimi had a sudden thought and pointed to a nearby patch of ground. "Yaya, bury it in the sand. I'll have Zhao Mo find it." After burying it, Mimi suddenly smacked her lips and said, "Yeah, do we still have honey? I didn't eat this morning, and I'm a bit hungry. I'd love another cup. I want some too. It's simply delightful." Yaya smiled as she gazed at the two, feeling a profound sense of pride in standing strong on her own. She had initially thought she would be the first to succumb, given her inability to eat seafood. Yet unexpectedly, she emerged unscathed among the 3 women. Pouring each of them another cup, she then stepped outside to see what Zhao Mo was up to. Zhao Montak, needing to work, had rolled up his sleeves, and he immediately spotted the swollen lump. She hurried over to him, grasping his arm for a closer look, and, after a moment of tension, exclaimed, "Have you been stung?" Zhao Mo had intended to dismiss her concern, but upon noticing the redness in her eyes, with her large orbs veiled by thin mist, he replied softly, "I won't die from it. Such a matter of life and death must be excruciating. Where else could he have been stung?" Chapter 29. Stirring the sand, Yaya's hands instinctively began to examine Zhao Mo's body, and upon encountering the large bump on his back, Zhao Mo drew in a sharp breath. Had he been stung on his back as well? Yaya's voice trembled with the threat of tears. Seeing her so distressed softened Zhao Mo's heart, and he whispered, "Don't let them know. It will subside by evening." "It's nothing serious." "Nothing serious?" she retorted. "A bee's sting can be deadly." "Zhao Mo, were you stung by a bee?" Pang Di hobbled over, drawn by the voices outside. "It's nothing. Yaya, go to Namimi. I have other matters to attend to." With Pang Di's arrival, Yaya suddenly regained her composure, letting out a soft huff as she retreated inside. There's a sense of camaraderie blossoming here. Yaya was on the verge of tears, clearly feeling genuine concern, though they were not related by blood. Zhao Mo had sustained injuries for their sake. If it were me, I would feel the same pangs of sympathy. When Yaya touched Zhao Mo's back, his face contorted in pain. This bee was indeed venomous. Just look at how swollen his arm had become. It seemed Zhao Mo would suffer tonight. Surely, The swelling wouldn't subside, making sleep elusive. Zhao Mo was still busy. How did he have so many tasks to attend to? Look, the culinary team has struck gold. They actually found a large fish, and it appears quite fresh. Zhou Lei's reputation as a food enthusiast was well-deserved. What was he planning next? Zhou Lei was discussing with his teammates about preparing a beggar's fish. My goodness, how amusing. Zhao Mo resumed his flurry of activity, extracting an ant nest and slicing it into slender strips. Zhao Mo, what is this? What are you doing? This is a termite nest. Pang Di's eyes widened in disbelief. Are we going to eat this? It can be eaten. If you wish, I'll prepare a bit. Pang Di immediately shook his head vigorously. Does it still hurt? Pang Di posed a rather foolish question. Zhao Mo smiled lightly and replied, it's akin to being bitten by a large mosquito. Would you say it hurts? Well, that's not so bad. But you still haven't explained what this is for. A termite nest is the most natural and highly effective mosquito repellent. When lit at night, it does not produce smoke, but effectively wards off mosquitoes. Upon hearing this, Pang Di's eyes sparkled with interest. Ah, is it really effective? You have no idea how tormented I am by mosquitoes every night. As Zhao Mo continued his work, Pang Di, realizing she could be of no help, limped back to the shelter. Wait, is it true that a termite nest can be used for mosquito repellent? I've never heard of such a thing. But surely Zhao Mo must have a reason for his efforts. Otherwise, why would he exert himself so? Previously, he had placed the termite nest on the stone to dry it out. How does Zhao Mo know everything? I just looked it up online, and it is indeed possible. Pang Di was utterly endearing. Asking Zhao Mo if it hurt, she was truly naive. That wasn't the crucial point. What mattered was that Zhao Mo likened it to a mosquito bite, and this girl actually believed him. Pang Di was simply delightful. She was so easy to fool. Have you noticed that Zhao Mo's tone when speaking to Yi and Mimi differs from that with Pang Di? I have observed that he seems particularly patient with Pang Di. Could it be that he harbors some ulterior motive? Pang Di ought to exercise caution. Enough of this. I just checked. Among the four of them, Pang Di is the youngest, while Mimi and Yi are older than Zhao Mo. Perhaps they regard Pang Di as a younger sister. Can titanium alloy charm the ladies? Zhao Mo was stung by a bee. In the shelter, Mimi felt a marked improvement in her spirits after consuming 2 cups of honey water, though she wondered if it was merely psychological. At that moment, Yi was assisting her with her body, which made Mimi feel anxious upon hearing Yi's words. Indeed, a large bump had formed. There were welts on her arm and back, although he would not let her see the latter. How many times had he been stung? Why was he so careless? Without that honey, we wouldn't starve, Mimi thought indignantly. The swelling was substantial. Even I felt discomfort just looking at it. When I accidentally touched his back, Zhao Mo gasped in pain. Mimi wished to scold Zhao Mo for not taking better care of himself. But reflecting on her own condition, she sighed heavily. She thought that had she not fallen ill, Zhao Mo would not have provoked those bees. This thought softened her heart inexplicably, and she contemplated stepping outside to check on Zhao Mo's condition. Yet she found herself unable to do so. It's nothing. Zhao Mo said it doesn't hurt. Just like a mosquito bite, Pang Di explained as she hobbled over to the bed. Both of them rolled their eyes in unison, wondering how Pang Di could be so naive. After finishing these tasks, Zhao Mo drank all the water from the pot, filled it with dry sand, and placed it over the fire. What was he doing with the sand? Typically, this is done to cook food, such as burying taro to prepare a delicious dish. Yet, he hadn't added any food. It was perplexing. This fellow was like an encyclopedia. Haha, the culinary team is preparing beggar's fish. Is he planning to make sandfish? In the live streaming room, Ying inquired about Belle. At that moment, Belle wore a bitter smile. Previously, he had been confident that no one could surpass his wilderness survival skills. However, today, Zhao Mo had performed several actions that left him baffled. Nevertheless, he had to admire that Zhao Mo was indeed correct. He had just researched termite mounds and confirmed their mosquito-repelling properties. Watching Zhao Mo burn the sand, he pondered for a while before slapping his forehead and exclaiming, I understand. He is using the sand to provide physical cooling for the girl with a fever. Ying was taken aback. How could sand be heated for such a purpose? Belle then exclaimed, I must say, Zhao Mo is a genius. Typically, when one has a fever, Although other areas may be hot, the hands and feet are icy. Conversely, warming the hands and feet can indeed aid in reducing fever. Moreover, when an ordinary person experiences a fever, taking a warm bath often brings considerable relief. However, in their current situation, such a luxury is evidently unattainable. What Zhao Mo intends to accomplish is to utilize the sand to replicate the soothing effects of warm water. The reason for Belle's excitement is not solely due to the brilliance of Zhao Mo's approach, but rather because he has finally grasped the underlying purpose behind it, which has also greatly inspired him. Is it truly feasible? Heating the sand to soothe one's feet? It certainly sounds plausible. Let's hope that tomorrow, Mimi will surely feel better. The more one observes Zhao Mo, the more he resembles a walking encyclopedia. A brief inquiry reveals that he studied philosophy at university. Has philosophy truly ascended to such heights? Have they begun to teach survival techniques? To the uninformed above, you are rather narrow-minded. Philosophy not only encompasses survival, but also the art of cultivation. Haha, the cultivation of immortality is indeed remarkable. Chapter 30. The fever finally breaks Yaya. Your birthday is the day after tomorrow, right? Thank you, Mimi, for remembering my birthday. Yes, my mother always makes me a bowl of longevity noodles every year. This year, although you won't have the noodles, you can still celebrate your birthday in a different way. Let Zhao Mo prepare some delicious food, and we can celebrate together. Please don't. He is already working hard enough. Let us not trouble him further. As Zhao Mo approached with a basin of sand, he overheard the girls chatting. He deliberately increased the sound of his footsteps to announce his arrival. Setting the basin down beside the bed, he instructed Mimi, "Put your feet into the sand." Mimi hesitated for a moment, but complied, only to quickly withdraw her feet. It's too hot. Ignoring her protests, Zhao Mo firmly pressed her knee down, forcing her feet back into the sand. Zhao Mo, are you trying to kill me? My feet are burning. Aware that her feet were cold and could not tolerate the heat, Zhao Mo had previously tested the sand's temperature and knew it wouldn't scald her. Noticing the temperature had decreased, he took the basin outside to warm it up again. As Mimi watched her now reddened feet, she indignantly remarked, "I feel like they could be eaten." Yaya and Pundi embraced each other in laughter. After several attempts, he finally allowed Mimi to put on her shoes, forbidding her to remain barefoot any longer. Once he finished with these tasks, he checked the trap, which was still empty. Just as disappointment began to settle in, he heard a faint sound from the nearby bushes. Picking up a stick, he cautiously parted the foliage to reveal a snake as thick as a child's arm. My goodness, there are so many snakes on this island. The sight made him shiver. He had always feared such creatures. Most snakes on islands are venomous. Yet Zhao Mo seems utterly unafraid. Haha, to you, it's a snake, but to Zhao Mo, it's a meal, a delicacy. I've eaten snake meat before. Disregarding its appearance, it is indeed delicious. I've tried it too, but I'd rather not handle it myself. Just kill me with a knife instead. Zhao Mo paid no heed to their banter, fully focused on the snake before him. He extended his stick and swiftly pressed down on the snake's head, ensuring it could not struggle. With his other hand, he grasped its tail and swung it against a nearby rock. After a couple of strikes to ensure it was lifeless, he finally held the snake in his hands, confident that tonight's meal for Yaya was secured. He made his way to the seaside, placing the snake on a rock before diving to retrieve the trap. This time, the catch was promising: 3 small grouper, enough for each of the 3 to have one and fill their bellies. After washing the catch by the shore, he returned to their dwelling. Zhao Mo. Mimi has sweated a lot. As he set down his belongings, Yaya joyfully announced her arrival. His heart lifted at the sight of her, now looking much better than before. Her complexion no longer flushed, but normal, though her forehead still glistened with beads of sweat. How do you feel? The weight upon me has significantly lessened, yet I find myself uncomfortably sticky. I shall take a bath shortly, but such thoughts are futile. Today must remain as it is, and tomorrow will bring its own considerations. Zhao Mo firmly declined, and upon witnessing Mimi's pitiful expression, he addressed the 3 of them. Step outside for a while. Assist in drying Mimi's sweat, for she shall not be permitted to emerge otherwise. If she remains drenched in perspiration, the wind outside will pose a dilemma. Regardless of the circumstances, Mimi's reduction in fever is indeed splendid news. One by one, they exited, and Mimi's spirit visibly improved. Observing Zhao Mo preparing fish, she displayed an eager expression. Zhao Mo retrieved some honey and poured a small cup for Mimi to savor slowly. However, upon noticing the other two young ladies, he gritted his teeth and poured each of them a small cup as well. Chapter 31. A long, enduring night. The aroma of honey was delightful. Could it be that the fever has subsided? The camera captured a distant view, yet it was evident that Mimi had become notably more animated. Could it be that sand truly possesses such efficacy? Perhaps it would be prudent to keep some sand at home for unforeseen circumstances. As Belle remarked, the principle of sand is akin to that of a hot bath. One might as well indulge in a warm shower at home. Is honey-glazed fish truly delectable? I have tasted it before, and the texture was exceptionally pleasing. Very well, I shall prepare it tomorrow to savor once more. At this moment in the live stream, Ying expressed her delight. It seems Mimi's fever has indeed broken. Otherwise, she would not possess such a hearty appetite. Belle chuckled softly. I must say, this group demonstrates remarkable resilience. Under Zhao Mo's leadership, I believe enduring the first round is merely a matter of time. In the monitoring room, Director Huang Hao also wore a smile of satisfaction. It's splendid that the fever has subsided. This means she will not withdraw, allowing the game to continue. One cannot deny that the Queen Group has delivered both numerous shocks and delightful surprises thus far. The Queen Group had already dined, and the sky had begun to darken. Zhao Mo, within the shelter, ignited a homemade mosquito coil by placing a piece of charcoal within a bamboo tube, followed by adding finely chopped termite nest. Moments later, a faint smoke wafted into the air. He then retrieved another bamboo tube, poured out a bit of the liquid he had prepared earlier, and applied it to his exposed skin. Follow my lead, he instructed, passing the bamboo tube to Pandai. Curiously, Pandai poured out a small amount, only to scrunch her brow at the unpleasant odor. Should I apply it to myself? If you enjoy feeding mosquitoes, it matters not, she retorted with a huff. Yet she dutifully began to apply it. Once all three had finished, Zhao Mo instructed them to rest while he began to tidy up, ensuring that items such as honey were preserved properly. He cut a piece of plastic cloth, arranged the bamboo tubes upon it, and secured them tightly before hanging them from a tree. After completing these tasks, he gazed at the sky. It was likely to rain tonight, prompting him to reinforce the rainwater collection pit. Though there was fresh water available, it was too far and lacking suitable containers. He had made several trips that morning to transport a modest amount. It truly proved effective. I have yet to feel a single mosquito. I too have noticed it. It seems we might enjoy a restful night. Zhao Mo, how is it that you are knowledgeable in so many areas? It is regrettable that he has not pursued acting or singing, for if he had, I would certainly have my company sign him. Nevertheless, not everyone aspires to navigate our industry. Zhao Mo deliberately retraced his steps, and the conversation among the three women abruptly ceased. He entered and lay upon his small bed. But as soon as he settled down, it was as if a jolt of electricity surged through him, causing him to leap from the bed. In an instant, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He had forgotten about the swelling on his back, while it did not hurt much when left undisturbed. The pressure from lying down had nearly elicited a cry from him. What's wrong? The three women were startled by his sudden movement. After a while, Zhao Mo finally regained his composure and replied nonchalantly, It's nothing, just go to sleep. He slowly turned onto his side, letting his other arm dangle off the bed to avoid contact as much as possible, and let out a long sigh before attempting to drift off to sleep. A notification chimed. The system detected that the host had completed the second stage of the task, rewarding him with a voice modification pill, advanced singing technique, and 1,500 prestige points. Zhao Mo was taken aback. Was this truly the second stage? It seemed that 2 days of perseverance amounted to a stage. He couldn't be bothered to ponder it further. He consumed the pill, learned the technique, and checked his status panel, noting that his prestige had reached a total of 2,500. He still needed 7,500 prestige to unlock the system shop, pondering what treasures it might hold. A hint of regret washed over him as he realized there were no attribute points awarded this time. preventing him from further enhancing his physical abilities. He was curious about what it would feel like to reach the maximum level. Exhausted from the day, he dozed off once more. In the dead of night, he unintentionally rolled over, and once again experienced a sharp pang of discomfort. Sitting up, he heard rustling sounds from the bed, assuming someone needed to use the restroom. He contemplated feigning sleep. To his surprise, Yaya approached him. "Zhao Mo, does it hurt a lot?" "It's nothing. I just bumped into something. You should get some rest." In the darkness, he could not discern the expression on Yaya's face, but their proximity allowed him to feel her breath against his skin. "How can you sleep like that? Unable to lie down or lean? You should sleep quickly. I don't want you to catch a cold like Mimi." Noticing Yaya had not left, he was about to say something, but she quickly sat beside him, her arm brushing against his. "You can't keep propping yourself up like this. Why don't you rest your head on my shoulder?" He felt her gently pat his shoulder, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed neither of them would get any sleep that way. "Just go to sleep, I'm fine." Seeing his insistence, Yaya reluctantly returned to her bed. Zhao Mo then carefully turned onto his side again, only to accidentally wake himself with a soft groan, which startled the three women awake. "Zhao Mo, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. You all should go back to sleep." He contemplated whether he should just step outside. It seemed none of them would find rest otherwise. However, before he could act, it unexpectedly began to rain outside. Mimi got out of bed, and upon noticing him sitting there, suddenly placed a gentle hand on his forehead. "Look at you. You're sweating so much from the pain. Are you not exhausted from holding it in?" In the next moment, Mimi sat at the head of his bed, leaning against two wooden beams, and patted her thigh. "Come on, you've been injured for my sake. If you lie on your side, I'll hold your head down so you won't move around while you sleep." Zhao Mo bitterly smiled inwardly. If that were the case, he would probably sleep even less. "You all should sleep. Don't worry about me. It's just for one night, and by morning, it will be better. I can always sleep a little longer." Seeing his stubbornness, the others could only return to their beds and attempt to sleep once more. That night, apart from him, the three young ladies slumbered quite peacefully, relishing the absence of mosquitoes. They awoke later than usual, having not enjoyed restful nights in recent times, finally free from the torment of mosquitoes. Their sleep had been remarkably rejuvenating. The trio's gazes inevitably drifted towards the adjacent small bed, only to discover it completely vacant. This fellow had claimed he would enjoy a few extra moments of slumber in the morning. Indeed, the words of a man are often deceptive. It was merely the 5th day. If Zhao Mo continued in this manner, he would surely not be able to endure much longer. "Let's seek him out. As the captain, I shall exercise my authority to impart a lesson." "Not yet. We should attend to our needs first. I can hardly hold it any longer." In truth, Zhao Mo found himself in a predicament, for at the break of dawn, he had witnessed the sleeping postures of the three ladies. Frankly, he could not commend their appearances, as each exhibited varying degrees of exposure. He feared that if they all arose simultaneously, the ensuing awkwardness would be palpable. Chapter 32. To Eat or Not to Eat. After the three women had tidied themselves up and emerged, they failed to notice Zhao Mo's absence. With no other choice, they proceeded to wash up. Once they were finished, they intended to gather firewood, but the wood in the vicinity was too damp. Hunger struck. "Pang Di, you consumed quite a lot last night. I dare say you outate Zhao Mo," Yi remarked with a smile. Pang Di's face flushed, as she seemed to acknowledge her hearty appetite. Yet her fast metabolism left her feeling hungry once more. Where has that Zhao Mo run off to now? At that moment, Zhao Mo was by the seaside, tending to his traps. Perhaps due to the frequency of his checks, he found nothing in the traps that morning. This time, he had placed the traps further from the shore and swam back, with nothing to show for his efforts. It appeared he would have to rely on his provisions for breakfast. He pondered briefly before swimming towards the rocky area nearby, where he began search. This island, perhaps due to its sparse population, offered little along the shoreline, yet the rocky zone, with a consistent depth of around 5 meters, was home to numerous snails. Fortune smiled upon him as he caught several sizable hermit crabs, which promised a delectable meal. After completing this task, he approached a cluster of banana plants. Having already consumed the ones below, he harvested a banana heart, glancing at a nearby dead root, but ultimately decided against disturbing it. The early bird catches the worm, he thought, as he greeted the first rays of sunlight alongside Pang Di. "You all can go away. I came to see ya." A soft voice interjected. "I said I came to see Zhao Mo. Did anyone hit me? I still want to watch Zhao Mo cook insects. Why isn't he doing that?" The breakfast prepared by the culinary team was as tempting as ever. Jing Ji's traps yielded a bountiful catch today, yet it felt incomplete without the presence of Zhou Lei. The gourmet. Zhao Mo's harvest was inconsistent, with some days yielding plenty and others none at all. Living by the sea, I can tell you this is the stark reality. Those videos of beachcombing are misleading. One cannot simply venture out with a small bucket and expect a bounty. Today, the three ladies appear to be in high spirits. It seems the mosquito coils worked last night, Huang Hao observed, nodding in satisfaction at the three groups. Finally, everything seemed to be back to normal. What delighted him even more was that yesterday's peak online viewership had astonishingly surpassed 36 million. Advertisers had gone wild in the past 2 days. A small ad at the bottom of the live stream had attracted bids as high as 70 million for the remaining days. Although organizing such events incurs significant costs, the potential profits are immense if executed well. Among the three groups, the Queen group maintained a viewership consistently above half, a testament to their immense popularity. Thankfully, Mimi's cold had subsided. Otherwise, her absence would have posed a challenge for the rest of us. "Zhao Mo, didn't you say you would sleep in a bit longer this morning?" Before he could approach, Mimi unexpectedly came up to him, staring intently into his eyes. Zhao Mo felt a bit bewildered, but Mimi continued, "Just look at you. There are bloodshot veins in your eyes. Missing one meal, one tea, lead us to starvation." Zhao Mo, indifferent to her presence, simply circumvented her. The disdain in Mimi's heart was palpable. After all, this queen was expressing concern for you, yet you flaunt your arrogance. "So will you eat?" Zhao Mo inquired, having thoroughly washed the banana core, addressing the approaching Mimi. "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Mimi replied. Zhao Mo nodded and sliced off a small piece, offering another small segment to Pang Di, while the longest piece was presented to Ya. Subsequently, she poured honey into small cups for the three ladies and herself. Finally, she placed the snails on the grill, completing a nutritious breakfast early in the morning. Chapter 33. A dream of spring. I feel quite rotten. May I venture into the water today? After breakfast, Mimi asserted stubbornly, though her expression betrayed a hint of guilt. "Certainly, but do not linger too long," came the reply. Mimi immediately leapt in joy, tugging Yaya along as they raced toward the shore. "I want to join." Pang Di sprang to his feet, but before he could take a step, Zhao Mo sternly interjected, "You cannot. Rest obediently." Pang Di se fez instantly soured. Mimi is so adorable. She clearly assumes the role of the leader. She is still the captain, even needing to seek permission for a bath. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in her somewhat sheepish inquiry. I discerned that Zhao Mo, among the three, unmistakably bore the mantle of a parental figure. Just look at the aggrieved expression in Pang Di's eyes. Pang Di was tracing circles in the sand. Was she attempting to cast a curse on Zhao Mo? Her initial elation swiftly wilted at Zhao Mo's admonishment, leaving her akin to a frostbitten eggplant. It was not Zhao Mo's fault, unlike Mimi, who simply had a cold that would pass. Pang Di's injury posed a risk of infection. Zhao Mo remained consistently stoic. I now understood that this was simply his nature. Perhaps he was not intentionally crafting a persona, for he too possessed a warm side. Such individuals often exhibit this duality. Given that Zhao Mo could not join them at the seaside, who could predict whether the two girls would plunge into the water for a refreshing swim? Alone, Pang Di dared not wander far and chose instead to recline beneath a tree, closing her eyes to rest. Observing him asleep, Pang Di occasionally tossed a handful of sand in his direction. "What on earth are you doing?" she asked. "I'm bored. Why don't you keep me company?" "You're bored counting sand? Count the grains on this beach. Once you start, I assure you, you won't be bored." Zhao Mo replied, flipping over to rest his head on a protruding tree root. He felt much better now. Lying flat was still a bit painful, yet bearable. Pang Di gazed at the expanse of sand, rendered speechless, and with a heavy huff, she perched herself on an outstretched branch, swaying back and forth. This left Zhao and Mo equally baffled. Ho ho ho, ich die slavhote. Zhao Mo's suggestion to have Peng Di count the sand has amused me. Thankfully, he didn't ask her to use that little pot to drain the ocean. Peng Di seemed genuinely bored, intent on preventing Zhao Mo from resting peacefully. I offer free companionship. I provide free entertainment. Oh, a fairy, send me to the island. I relished Zhao Mo's occasional dry humor. The drone proved unreliable, as every time a beauty went for a swim, the camera would go awry. In truth, Zhao Mo adeptly maintained a respectful distance from the three girls, a feat not easily accomplished. Upstairs, I can do it too. I suspect it is you who cannot. Upstairs, you are Lu Xiaohui. Zhao Mo not only fell asleep, but also dreamt a peculiar dream. How absurd to experience a daydream in broad daylight. The figure in his dreams. Which of the three maidens could it possibly be? He could not discern clearly. However, judging by the dimensions, it did not resemble Yaya. Upon seeing Mimi and Yaya return, he hastily made his way to the seaside. A thorough cleansing was in order. What was he doing? Wasn't he enjoying a sound slumber? Was he merely relieving himself? Mimi, you are truly repulsive. Could he have resolved his needs in the ocean? No worries, the seawater is ever flowing. Go away. Today, Zhao Mo had no intention of collecting traps, for he found them yielding little when checked too frequently. Instead, he took to the shallow waters to gather shells. After diligently for 2 hours, it seemed that tonight he might indulge in a feast of sea snails. He then proceeded to check the traps once more. Yet again, he found nothing. Securing food for Yaya proved to be quite a challenge. With ample time on his hands, he decided to venture to the other side, embarking on a trek over the mountain ridge to explore the conditions on the opposite side of the island. As it was still midday and dinner time was a considerable distance away. Chapter 34. Another realm, it was arduous, indeed quite challenging to ascend. Yet, Zhao Mo managed to reach the other side while the sun blazed overhead. At this moment, a drone accompanied him as it soared over the mountain's rear. When the scenery on the backside came into view, the audience watching erupted in laughter. "Oh my, why am I so elated?" they exclaimed. Observe Zhao Mo's little eyes. Notice how they quiver at the corners. How clever is the production team, and yet, I find it delightful. Certainly, they deserve a commendation for this episode. The production team remarked, "Kid, we were hidden well enough, yet you discovered us." To which Zhao Mo responded, "You guys are quite the tricksters." Reflecting on Zhao Mo's daily struggles to find food, the sight before him provoked a chuckle. At this moment, he felt inclined to scold the production team. Darn it, who would have known that this island's back and front were so starkly different? Before him stood clusters of banana trees, thriving like a forest, with an abundance of banana flowers. To his astonishment, there were even papayas. Surely, bringing these back would earn him the admiration of the third lady. Coconut trees loomed overhead, and he chided himself for being so foolish. However, the cliffs on either side rendered any possibility of relocating impossible. He unfastened his belt and fashioned it into a climbing harness, first scaling the coconut tree to begin his harvest. His movements were swift, akin to a frog. With a crouch and a leap, he secured himself on the tree, then swiftly ascended to the fruit-laden branches. Is there anyone who can elucidate whether climbing like this is difficult? It appears effortless as Zhao Mo bounds upward. Everyone, I am a veteran. I previously undertook a project called fixed climbing. His technique is known as foot loop climbing. To be honest, it is not difficult to learn, but it demands considerable arm strength. Did Zhao Mo serve in military? He is merely a fresh graduate. He has no experience whatsoever. How does he seem to know everything? Zhao Mo retrieved some vines and began to weave. His hands were deft. Within half an hour, he had crafted a rudimentary backpack. He filled it with coconuts, then used various tools to secure the seams. He plucked 2 banana flowers and several papayas, even discovering a variety of wild fruits, 2 of which he sampled, finding them quite palatable. After completing these tasks, thirst overtook him. He stripped a banana core and savored it alone, relishing the experience. If Zhao Mo were to participate in this program alone, I believe he could survive for years. I reckon he could sustain himself and 3 others for several years. Upstairs, you are not pure. Living with 3 ladies for years, do you not fear dire consequences? At this moment, Zhao Mo felt the utmost contentment. Free from the worry of whether the third lady had had enough to eat, he devoured a sizable banana core all by himself, confirming that he had indeed been starving earlier. Zhao Mo now felt reassured. With this expanse of mountain, as long as he had the freedom to move, the third lady would never go hungry again. Meanwhile, Huang Hao wore a look of utter disbelief. Such a steep mountain. How did Zhao Mo manage to traverse it? In a live stream, the group burst into laughter. Was this a deliberate arrangement by the production team? Ying offered an awkward smile, uncertain herself. However, this maneuver bore the hallmark of the crew's handiwork. A ban should be imposed, preventing Zhao Mo from venturing to the other side. Otherwise, his restraint until today in scaling the mountain must be attributed to his concern for the three young ladies. Were it me, I would have crossed over on the second or third day. Yet, that mountain is quite steep. Isn't it? No, I wouldn't deem it steep. In my eyes, and likely in Zhao Mo's as well, it hardly qualifies. Zhao Mo, laden with his backpack, began his return journey. It took him an hour and a half to arrive, while the return took him 2 hours. The three ladies were left in a state of bewilderment upon seeing his haul. Wow, Zhao Mo, did you visit another island? Coconuts. I want to eat coconuts. Goodness, and papayas too. Yaya, make sure to indulge. Mimi, what do you mean by that? Stop fooling around. We're still on camera. This is the atmosphere I cherish. When Mimi remarked that Yaya wanted to eat papaya, I found it perplexing. Upstairs, the chameleon cannot outdo your disguise. Look, Fat D is entirely uninterested. She demands Zhao Mo to open the coconuts for her. The persona of a glutton must never be abandoned. Yaya's cheeks flushed in embarrassment. A delightful sight, especially with Zhao Mo nearby. Zhao Mo, indifferent to their banter, opened the coconuts, allowing each of the three ladies to hold one and drink. He then proceeded to reinforce the sling he was carrying, finding it quite useful. Subsequently, he placed a banana blossom by the fire to roast. Intending to cleanse their systems today with a purely vegetarian meal, he discovered that the three young ladies were not difficult to please. Whatever he prepared, they would consume. With the exception of Yaya's allergies, truly, they were not picky eaters. Zhao Mo, where is this coconut tree? Are there more? Let us go pick some together. Indeed, strength in numbers. I shall implement a policy of abundance. Chapter 35. The little influencer, it must be said, I have a craving for coconut. It appears to be quite accessible. It's available online and at the supermarket downstairs. So what are we waiting for? Let us go. The promotional team has released new products, and I must show my support. Right next to me is a fruit shop where I purchased a chilled coconut. As I took a sip, a surge of vitality coursed through me. Oh my, you are truly tempting me. I predict today's coconuts will sell out swiftly. Upstairs, you are indeed a sage. I had just checked several fruit platforms and all indicated they were out of stock. How frustrating. Zhao Mo split open the coconuts, allowing everyone to indulge in the refreshing water and succulent flesh. He savored one himself and, noticing that the banana blossoms were ripe, generously shared with the three others. By the time he finished, dusk was approaching. Zhao Mo planned to freshen up, leaving the papayas for whoever wished to partake, as the ones he chose were perfectly ripe and ready to eat. After washing up, he discovered that all 3 papayas had indeed vanished. He remained unfazed. As he had done the night before, he instructed everyone to apply pine needle water and ignited his homemade mosquito repellent. That night, the pain in his back had nearly dissipated, allowing him to enjoy a restful slumber. However, just before drifting off, he remembered that he would likely need to venture behind the mountain the next day. After all, it was Yaya's birthday. The following morning, he awoke early. No need to save provisions, and directly harvested 2 banana hearts from the grove he had previously discovered. After a quick wash, he considered them the breakfast for the 3 women. They were somewhat sluggish, and by the time he prepared everything, they still had not risen. After a while, the 3 gradually got up and washed up, and he distributed the banana hearts among them. Zhao Mo, let's go pick coconuts. Yes, I still believe coconuts are the most delightful to drink. Zhao, he was too indifferent to respond. Given the physical capabilities of the 3 women, they could hardly traverse the mountain behind them. Once he completed his tasks, he instructed them to gather some firewood and cautioned, do not wander about during the day. You must not venture to the beach in my absence. Where are you going? Why not take us with you? Indeed, staying here is dreadfully boring. Zhao Mo pointed to the mountain path behind him. I intend to climb over there. You lack the stamina for it, so stay home. The three women glanced back at the mountain, ultimately sighing in resignation. With a clear objective, Zhao Mo set off towards the mountain summit. After some time, he reached the backside of the mountain, first harvesting coconuts to replenish his hydration. He then began collecting the 2 varieties of edible wild fruits he had previously encountered. Seeking enlightenment from the online sages, what exactly has Zhao Mo harvested? Judging by his expression, one type is sweet, while the other is sour. It is unclear, and the captured images yielded no results online. I've figured it out. He has gathered 2 varieties, one called Southern Candle, commonly known as wild blueberry, and the other called Ziziphus, colloquially known as jujube. The knowledgeable one upstairs chimed in. Brother, have you tasted them? Describe the flavor. Hurry and snatch them up. Don't ask about the taste. By the time you inquire, they will be sold out online. Indeed, comments were abruptly absent. After a full 2 minutes, a single comment finally appeared. I must admit, despite my swift actions, I still failed to secure a purchase. What a vexation. It leaves one pondering the astonishing speed of these individuals. Upon accessing the online platform, I was delighted to see 300 items available, only to find that the purchase window failed to open upon my click. By the time I attempted once more, the icon had already turned gray. My 30 years of singlehood have endowed me with remarkable dexterity, yet I managed to snag a single item, eagerly awaiting the experience. Alas, it appears that Zhao Mo has been mistaken for a sales influencer. I realized that after the conclusion of his program, he could easily transition into an internet sensation. Regrettably, I was unable to secure another purchase. The manufacturer stated it would take another week to restock, which is quite infuriating. Yesterday, the coconut supply was completely depleted, and out of curiosity, I visited several supermarkets, only to find none available. It seems today, yet another item is destined to meet a similar fate. Huang Hao gazed at the data with delight. If this trend continues, this year's figures may very well exceed 40 million. Director Huang, several manufacturers have approached us, inquiring about the possibility of advertising with offers that are rather outrageous. Nonsense. This is a survival program. We cannot engage in product advertising. By the way, which brands are involved and what are they offering? Although Huang Hao declined with firm resolve, his curiosity was piqued. The inquiries mainly came from snack and instant food brands, with calls from several major domestic companies. They indicated that merely having their products appear in the Queen Group's shots would suffice. As for the compensation, they proposed 1 million for a single shot, and if the Queen Group were to consume their products, the fee would soar to 10 million. Huang Hao shuddered at the thought. What on earth? 10 million for a single shot? If the Queen Group were to have these for their meals daily, the production team would amass a fortune. He felt a slight wavering. The temptation was indeed substantial. At that moment, another staff member approached. Director Huang, several clothing brands wish for our guests to don their attire. Moreover, our esteemed partner, an e-dairy, hopes that the Queen Group can uniformly drink their milk at the end of the program, capturing a shot. Just as Huang Hao was engulfed in confusion, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller, he gasped, "It's the boss." "Director, do you have any directives?" "Ah, Xiao Huang, first and foremost, please convey my regards to the production team. Their efforts have been commendable, and this live broadcast was exceptionally successful. You are too kind, Director. It is our duty. Several manufacturers have contacted me, wishing for their products to make an appearance during the Queen Group's live session. Do you think you can arrange that?" Huang Hao pondered for a moment, then replied candidly. "Director, I have indeed received numerous calls with exorbitant offers, but I believe this is a wilderness survival show. If everything is pre-prepared, the program will lose its appeal. Therefore, I will follow your guidance on this matter. No specific instructions. You are doing splendidly. Proceed according to your judgment, and I will take responsibility for any issues that may arise." After hanging up, Huang Hao exhaled deeply and addressed his subordinates. Decline all offers, and simultaneously investigate why there is an unsolicited push for advertisements. The staff member, unable to contain a wry smile, remarked, "Director Huang, are you not aware? The Queen team has recently acquired a new moniker, the sales team. It seems that whenever Zhao Mo discovers a new delicacy, a frenzy ensues online, with everyone clamoring to purchase it. Whatever is available, it inevitably sells out completely. Another individual chimed in with a chuckle. And that's not all. I've heard that a few well-off youngsters, in their quest for a taste of the banana heart, discovered its unavailability online and actually banded together to venture south. Huang Hao was left bewildered. Who would have thought such audacity? No wonder these vendors would seize such a splendid opportunity. Suddenly, a staff member's phone rang, and after hanging up, he wore a rueful expression. My daughter just called, saying she craves jujube. Ha! Just moments ago, Zhao Mo was foraging for wild jujube. Chapter 36. Preparations after foraging wild fruits. Zhao Mo wrapped them in banana leaves and gathered a few papayas. Once he completed these tasks, he began to search the nearby area, and to his pleasant surprise, he discovered several withered banana roots. Selecting one, he took out his knife and commenced his work. At last, it was time for Zhao Mo to dig for worms. Remarkably, the flavor was exquisite. The last batch he purchased had been incredibly fragrant. The manufacturers online, however, appeared to lack professionalism, as it had been quite some time since they restocked fresh worms. To my astonishment, the individual upstairs was quite audacious, mirroring my own routine of checking for new arrivals daily. Cultivating worms requires patience. The last time I witnessed Zhao Mo digging for worms, I felt nauseated, yet this time, I found myself salivating. I was indeed famished, and it was rather unacceptable. Today marked the 6th day. Zhao Mo seemed to be thoroughly prepared, gathering all the finest ingredients. I am a devoted fan of Yaya, and now I understand Zhao Mo's intentions for today. To my surprise, today is Yaya's birthday. I had a hunch, Zhao Mo, though seemingly aloof, possesses a warm heart. He must have known, prompting him to begin preparations for the evening's feast early in the day. I eagerly anticipate the night ahead. A word of caution, everyone, remember to order takeout, lest I make you weep from hunger later on. Having chopped 3 withered roots, Zhao Mo deemed the collected worms sufficient for a hearty meal for 3 young ladies before he began to pack up. The traps remained empty, and he surmised that the small creatures had congregated on this side, leaving the other side barren. The rabbit he encountered previously must have been blinded by its own folly. Glancing at the sun, still high in the sky, he realized it was too early to collect his traps, so he retreated to the shelter and rested beneath a tree. I noticed that Zhao Mo had grown somewhat lazy. It seemed he had never taken a break before. Perhaps you could wake him? Never mind. The lad deserves his rest. Not far away, he could clearly hear the conversation between Mimi and Pandai, and he couldn't help but wonder where Yaya had gone. It was undeniable that from this angle, Zhao Mo's profile was quite handsome. Indeed, his features were striking, comparable to those of youthful idols. Ugh, do not even mention those effeminate fellows. They make me retch. Yaya returned from a bathroom break. Yaya, come sit with me. What are we watching? Look, a handsome guy. Why are you two making a fuss? Haven't you seen him daily? Only now do you realize he's good-looking? Surprisingly, in moments of quietude, he exuded a melancholy charm. Mimi, enough already. I can see you're being flirtatious. You are the one being flirtatious. How dare you mock me, you rascal? Shoo, ladies, lower your voices. Don't wake him. Our dear Pandai has a compassionate heart. Zhao Mo felt quite speechless. He genuinely wished to tune them out, yet the enthusiasm of the 3 women was palpable. Though they lowered their voices intentionally, his body, having undergone systematic enhancement, allowed him to hear every word with clarity. This left him unable to move, so he feigned sleep. A gentle breeze wafted through, and before long, he succumbed to a brief slumber. Upon awakening, he found the 3 women lying on their sides within shelter, murmuring indistinctly amongst themselves. He made his way to the seaside, beginning to gather the traps he had set 2 days prior, anticipating a bountiful catch. To his delight, 5 traps yielded surprising results. A large octopus, 2 grouper fish, and astonishingly, a sizable yellow croaker weighing over 2 pounds. He was taken aback by the presence of this fish. While as a coastal species, it was unexpected to find it so close to shore. It seemed the yellow croaker was not particularly astute, perhaps unaware that consuming it might render one foolish. Could it be that this was placed here by the production crew? He wondered. What's wrong? What did you see? A yellow croaker. This fish could fetch several thousand for us. The production crew chimed in. We didn't place it here. I want to take the blame for this. Laughter ensued as everyone noticed the bewildered expression on Zhao Mo's face upon seeing the fish. The culinary situation for the Queen's team had evidently improved, in stark contrast to the meager provisions of the other two groups. He too yearned for survival. The sight of such large fish and meat left him salivating. Wake up upstairs. If you were to join us, you'd likely starve in 3 days. First and foremost, he couldn't compete with Zhao Mo's diligence, let alone his expertise. What luck Zhao Mo has. I've been fishing for over a year without encountering such a large wild yellow croaker. I just want to know, is it delicious? It's decent, a bit fishy. My local supermarket sells it for 19. 8 yuan per pound. Don't compare farm fish with wild ones. They're clearly two different varieties in my eyes. Zhao Mo pondered whether they could finish such a large catch tonight. He cleaned the fish by the seaside, and as the fiery clouds emerged in the west, he returned to the shelter. He was almost amused by the sight before him. The 3 women appeared to be hungry, attempting to crack open a coconut. However, splitting a coconut requires a certain skill, and after much effort, it seemed they had yet to succeed. He approached, taking the knife from Mimi's hands, at which point the 3 women noticed his return. Wonderful. Zhao Mo, split it open. It's so frustrating. I would devour it whole. Zhao Montak, em zu hongli. Zhao Mo observed that the 3 women were evidently exercising restraint, as they had not indulged in any wild fruits and were merely engaged in their struggle with the coconut. Chapter 37. Fortune or Misfortune? Zhao Mo presented each of the 3 young women with a coconut, then said, "Drink some water, but do not eat the coconut meat." He pointed towards the wild fruits wrapped in banana leaves and added, "Before night falls, you 3 should go to the water hole over there to wash these wild fruits." Having said this, he set down his belongings and wandered back into the forest. When he returned, the 3 women had already washed the fruits. Zhao Mo noticed that the quantity was noticeably less than before, but he paid it no mind. After all, they were gathered for their consumption, and whether they ate early or late was inconsequential. He extended his hand towards Yi, his expression calm as he said, "Happy birthday, this is all I could find." Yi was taken aback, and upon seeing the wildflowers Zhao Mo offered, her emotions surged. She pressed her right hand against her mouth, her large eyes blinking rapidly, and soon, glistening tears began to slide down her cheeks. "Oh, I can't take it anymore. I feel like my Yi is about to have a change of heart. Zhao Mo is just too handsome at this moment. This wretched romance. Here we are enjoying dinner, and I'm suddenly fed a mouthful of dog food." Zhao Mo's warmth enveloped her, and she resolved that this was the standard for her boyfriend. She detested being blindsided by such displays of affection. Look, Fat D is somewhat vexed, wondering why at ISNT her birthday. Iyo is moved to tears. I want to cry too. No wonder Zhao Mo prepared so much. It's actually Yi's birthday. The girl upstairs had previously remarked that it was due to a lack of attentiveness on her part. Oh, how I wish to celebrate my birthday too. How I long for someone to gift me a bouquet of wildflowers and wish me a happy birthday. After a considerable moment, Yi finally dried her tears, her face slightly flushed as she accepted the flowers, saying, "Thank you, Zhao Mo." In the next instant, she revealed a radiant smile. Zhao Mo found it perplexing how girls could transition from tears to laughter in a heartbeat. Yet her dimples were indeed delightful. "Zhao Mo, I want flowers too. We shall discuss that on your birthday." Zhao Mo had never indulged Mimi's prideful demeanor. "All right, remember this. If I do not receive flowers from you on my birthday, you shall be in serious trouble." He felt a bit shy and hesitated for long, while before reluctantly offering the wildflowers she held to Mimi. "Mimi, this is for you. I don't want it. Who cares for secondhand flowers?" Zhao Mo was momentarily speechless. If she wanted pristine ones, then he was at a loss. He skewered 2 groupers and placed them by the fire to roast, with a large yellow croaker in the pot for soup. He began to take out the insects and put them on the grill. "Wow, Zhao Mo, you've managed to get this again, and so much of it this time?" The 3 young women immediately gathered around, seemingly enamored with the flavor of banana worms. "Here you go. Yi took a wild blueberry from the side and directly offered it to Zhao Mo's mouth. Zhao Mo hesitated for a moment, but eventually opened his mouth. Thus, while he was cooking, the three girls continued to feed him, a scene that reminded him of his childhood days at the zoo, feeding squirrels and alpacas. Well, three lovely ladies are feeding the animals, whether they be of high or low status. They should indeed feel fortunate. He first divided the banana worms, with Yaya receiving 3/4, leaving a few for the other two women. Zhao Mo, your heart seems to be swayed. Indeed, why did I receive such a meager portion? Barely enough to fill the gaps between my teeth? You have fish. I'm not fond of fish. I desire these worms. What is going on? Is Mimi feeling a tinge of jealousy? It does seem so. She was a bit displeased when the wildflower received some earlier. If this continues, Zhao Mo will become the enemy of all men. Perhaps it's for the sake of the show. Even Pang Di appears somewhat discontent, observing her eat so gracefully, devoid of any gluttonous demeanor. A plea for feeding, Zhao Mo is truly fortunate. I'm uncertain about the fruit, but even if it were excrement, if fed by the three ladies, I believe I could manage to consume it. To the one above, you're truly disgusting. You possess the potential to be Wu Dalong. Come, Dalong, rise and take your medicine. The comments seem to have veered off course again. Zhao Mo finds himself in a dilemma. He must ensure that Yaya is well fed with worms, while the other two can suffice with fish. Though he says this, it is only natural for Mimi to feel a sense of imbalance. Mimi, don't be stubborn. Today is about the big yellow fish. Zhao Mo notices that Mimi and Pang Di genuinely appear somewhat angry. He can only smile lightly and bring the pot before the two, stating, "Today, I didn't dig enough. If you wish for more, I shall dig specially for you tomorrow. For now, let us eat fish, which is rather rare." Hearing his tone soften suddenly, Mimi is taken aback, and the next moment, her face flushes with embarrassment. "That has settled then. You must dig me some more." Pang Di, as she speaks, unhesitatingly tosses a worm into her mouth. Wow, what kind of fish is this? The flesh seems even more tender than what we had before. The fish is sizable. Zhao Mo chops it into several sections, selecting the most succulent part for Mimi, and pours a bit of soup into a bamboo tube for her. As for the finest part, the fish belly, he reserves it for Pang Di, as she is the youngest and deserves some special care. This meal is plentiful, leaving not only the three ladies satisfied, but also Zhao Mo quite full. Two grouper fish have nearly entirely found their way into his stomach. Once satisfied, one tends to feel a bit lethargic. Thus the three ladies sit beneath the great tree, disinclined to move, while Zhao Mo lounges beside the fire. After exchanging a few murmurs, the three ladies promptly gather around the fire. It's too early for sleep now. Let us play a game, shall we? Let us celebrate Yaya's birthday. Zhao Mo initially hesitates to join, but upon seeing the eager expressions of the three ladies, he finds himself nodding in agreement. In the first round, Yaya will call stop while the three of us pass. Mimi casually picks up a pebble from the side, intending to play a game of passing the parcel. The three form a circle, with Yaya turning her back, ready to signal the start. When Pang Di suddenly interjects, "Are we just playing for fun? Shouldn't there be some kind of punishment for whoever loses?" A mischievous glimmer appeared on Mimi's face as she feigned difficulty, suggesting, "Let's make a choice. Either truth or dare, or showcase a talent." Now, this is truly captivating. I can hardly contain my excitement. It seems to me that Mimi's inclination to play this game is specifically aimed at Zhao Mo. Does it not? I share that sentiment. The three women were whispering earlier, and it appears to be just that. I can sense the intrigue brewing, and I find it rather delightful. What do you think Zhao Mo will choose, truth or dare? Surely, he will opt for truth, given his straightforward nature. His talents might leave much to be desired. Let us hope earnestly that I can witness this segment before the live stream concludes. Let's all pray together. Oh, that Fat D is quite the character. Despite his adorable appearance, he truly embodies the essence of his role. I wish to see the three women engage in truth. May I express my desire to witness it as well? Chapter 38. The fatal question commences. Yaya turned around and, after a brief moment, called out for a halt. At that instant, The small stone conveniently landed on Pundi. Oh, what terrible luck. Enough chatter. Will you choose truth or show us your talent? Pundi contemplated and replied, I shall perform a dance for everyone. With that, she rose and danced around the fire, showcasing a traditional ethnic dance. What a graceful figure and supple waist. This was Zhao Mo's conclusion after witnessing the entire performance. Beautiful, simply beautiful. Who would have anticipated Pundi's dancing prowess? It was truly delightful. I adore Pundi. The amplitude of her waist movements was impressive. Although there were only a few motions, they appeared quite challenging. However, the narrative seemed amiss. Wasn't the intention to target Zhao Mo? This initial act was too conspicuous. I suspect the subsequent events will certainly follow suit. I am merely eager to see Zhao Mo perform his talents. Haha. Oh, upstairs, do you wish to see him break stones with his chest? Such a high degree of difficulty would be better suited for Mimi. Come on, upstairs, don't be so critical. Zhao Mo naturally understood this was a prearranged scheme among the three women. However, at that moment, Yaya was facing away from them, and every time the stone reached him, he would swiftly turn it back. He couldn't fathom how the three women coordinated, but soon enough he grasped it. Each time Mimi received the stone, she would feign a cough, and he happened to be sitting directly beneath her. Sure enough, after another cough, Yaya timed her call for a halt perfectly. What they didn't anticipate was Zhao Mo's swift motion. He quickly shoved the stone into Mimi's hands before she could react. Indeed, this round, it was Mimi who was caught off guard. I will showcase my talent. I will sing. Mimi shot a resentful glance at Zhao Mo before desperately uttering this. Let it be clear that no talent can be repeated each round, Yaya emphasized, for she was the one truly impervious to defeat. Regardless of who lost, she would still have entertainment to relish. Mimi rolled her eyes in defiance, retorting, every 3 rounds, we will draw lots to switch roles. Pundi readily agreed, leaving Yaya with a pained expression. Mimi cleared her throat and soon began to sing. Zhao Mo stifled a laugh. He genuinely couldn't praise this girl's voice. What is so funny? I have even released a single that garnered over 10 million downloads in a week. Do you possess such talent? Was it your singing? That was thanks to a renowned tuner's expertise. Mimi glared at Zhao Mo and, after a while, kicked him in irritation, saying, was it necessary to be this honest? Ha ha ha. This game is becoming increasingly amusing. Mimi's unaccompanied singing indeed possessed a soul-cleansing effect. Ha ha ha. It can truly make one's soul depart, right? I understand upstairs. Nevertheless, I appreciate Mimi's character. Zhao Mo claimed it was the tune sound, and she didn't deny it. How could she deny it? The reality was starkly laid bare before all. The term blood-soaked is indeed striking. Mimi is utterly adorable. She remains blissfully unaware that Zhao Mo managed to return the stone to her hand in such a brief span of time. Observe closely the expression on Pundi's face while Mimi sings. It is unmistakably one of disdain. Perhaps it is best for Mimi to focus on acting, as music may not be her forte. I long to witness Yaya dancing. She is truly the professional. The game commences anew, and this time, Mimi resolves not to cheat. She cannot fathom that Zhao Mo possesses such extraordinary luck, effortlessly evading every challenge. By mere chance, it is indeed Zhao Mo's turn this time. He believes that after over 20 years of being single, his reflexes are sufficiently quick, yet he still falls victim. Ha ha! Zhao Mo has been caught. At last. It is your turn. Will you speak a truth or showcase a talent? The 3 ladies exchanged celebratory high fives, as if they had awaited this moment for far too long. It is the truth, as expected. Zhao Mo, without surprising anyone, opts for a sincere answer. Mimi's eyes dart playfully, and after a moment, she queries, among the 3 of us, who do you think is the most beautiful? What initially appeared to be a question of hellish difficulty. Zhao Mo answered with utmost seriousness and speed. Yaya. Lo and behold, the titanium alloy truly makes a difference. Why? Zhao Mo's straightforward response does not astonish me in the least. As I ponder how I would respond, Zhao Mo has already provided his answer. What? Pundi is undoubtedly the most beautiful. I believe my Mimi is the fairest of them all. Zhao Mo and I share the same aesthetic judgment. I too find Yaya the most stunning. Let's not bicker. Everyone has their own taste. I believe all three ladies are beautiful. The person upstairs speaks the truth. Look, Pundi appears quite aggrieved. She might have thought Zhao and Mo would name her. Mimi is on the verge of throwing a punch. The issue lies in Zhao Mo's bluntness. He should have said they're all beautiful before naming one. Is this still the Zhao and Mo I know? Yaya blushes. Goodness, she is even stifling a laugh. I surmise that today is Yaya's birthday, and thus Zhao Mo's response is entirely justifiable. While I know they have no script, I can't help but sense a hint of choreography. Choreography. I refuse to bear this blame. Yes, today is Yaya's birthday, and making her happy is of utmost importance. I stand by Zhao Mo, who claims Zhao Mo lacks emotional intelligence. His direct reply is, in fact, a testament to high emotional awareness. Zhao Mo, what do you mean? Are you implying that Pundi and I are not beautiful? Mimi is genuinely upset. Could you not phrase it more delicately? Beautiful, though not as beautiful as Yaya. Upon hearing the word beautiful, Mimi nods in satisfaction, but upon hearing his follow-up, her head comes to an abrupt halt. Just wait, Zhao Mo. I will ensure you fully comprehend the terrifying nature of a woman's jealousy. With that, Mimi could not help but laugh. Her inner thoughts were rather profound, as she believed Zhao Mo's response was simply an attempt to amuse Yiya on her birthday. Little did she know that Zhao Mo genuinely found Yiya to be the most beautiful. However, if the question pertained to physique, he would indeed need to deliberate, perhaps asking Mimi and Peng Di to stand for him to measure, as he would otherwise struggle to provide an answer. In this round of drawing lots, Peng Di became the one in charge, exclaiming in joy as she took her seat facing away from the crowd. Stop! At the sound of the command. Unfortunate you found herself in the spotlight. Is it a truth or a talent performance? After a moment's contemplation, Yiya clasped her hands together in a gesture of reverence towards the two and replied, I shall choose truth. Mimi chakold and bekon Peng Di. And after a brief discussion, they inquired, now, please answer honestly, do you like Zhao Mo? Chapter 39. No good person, then answer truthfully, do you like Zhao Mo? With Mimi's question, Zhao Mo was taken aback. Why was her heartfelt inquiry directed at him? Jiajia's face flashed instantly. Deep down, she certainly did not harbor any dislike for Zhao Mo, but after he had presented her with flowers and declared her the most beautiful, would it be inappropriate to express affection at this moment? To say she did not like him was out of the question, leaving her in a quandary. After a brief hesitation, she huffed and stood up, saying, how about I perform a talent instead? At that moment, in the live broadcast room, De Gu and Xiaoying were thoroughly engrossed. De Gu, equipped with a specially designed translation earpiece, faced no language barrier. They certainly knew how to have fun. Xiaoying nodded with a smile, finally witnessing a scene from the food group within the Queen's group. And it appeared to be even more lively than the food group's antics. De Gu, who do you think is the most beautiful among the three girls? De Gu was momentarily stunned, then cradled his bald head in both hands and exclaimed, oh my, please don't ask me such questions. I find them all exceptional. Xiaoying, however, was not about to let him off the hook so easily and pressed on De Gu. If you had to take one of them on a survival adventure, who would you choose? This time, De Gu responded promptly, stating, can I take Zhao Mo? Upon saying this, he chuckled to himself. Xiaoying was somewhat speechless. De Gu appeared adorable, yet quite cunning. Before she could pose another question, De Gu interjected. I genuinely mean it. If given the chance, I would love to experience wilderness survival with Zhao Mo. I can already envision myself as the happiest survivor in the world. For Zhao Mo would ensure everything is perfectly arranged. Xiaoying was taken aback. Then her gaze shifted to the display screen. She too could imagine accompanying Zhao Mo. Who wouldn't want to be cared for? Moreover, they could share the same bed at night. The thought made her eyes glisten with excitement, nearly brimming with tears. I can't take it. De Gu is quite humorous. De Gu was simply speaking the truth. Regardless of who undertook survival with Zhao Mo, it would undoubtedly be a stroke of luck. What was up with Yiya? Why couldn't she respond normally? Jiajia's cheeks flushed. That question was indeed a hellish level of difficulty. Indeed, to say she did not like him would be hurtful, yet to admit affection risked misunderstanding, leaving her with no choice but to perform. Mimi was quite mischievous, but I adore her. Yiya began to dance, truly exceptional. Professionalism is professionalism, without comparison. There is no harm. To the one above, are you suggesting that Fat D's performance was lacking? Actually, I share your viewpoint. Ha ha ha. It's quite a spectacle to watch Yiya dance all day without tiring. To the one above, remember that Yiya is human, not a wind-up toy. She too gets fatigued. It must be said, Yiya's dancing was indeed impressive. Zhao Mo found himself unable to tear his gaze away. He mustn't watch too long, lest he be restless at night. As the dance concluded, he joined the two women in applause. Yiya's stamina appeared commendable. She danced without panting, her face merely slightly flushed. As the game progressed, it was Mimi who found herself in a predicament when they called for a halt. I'll sing, she started, only to be reminded that she was not allowed to perform the same talent again. Perhaps your melodious voice is best saved for another occasion. Mimi's expression soured. She had hoped for a moment of honesty. How about I dance instead? The two girls nodded, and Yaya clapped her hand with a laugh, saying, Mimi, I've yet to see you dance. Do share performance. Rising from her seat, Yaya meticulously adjusted her clothes and hair before adopting a serious demeanor, declaring, I shall begin now. She then raised her hands and sang, Little Rabbit, be good and open the door. Zhao Mo was taken aback, surprised by the playful approach. Both Yaya and Pundi were momentarily stunned, but soon they embraced each other in fits of laughter. Wait, did I mistakenly tune into a children's channel? Ha ha ha. Mimi is truly giving her all, pulling out her kindergarten repertoire. Mimi, in her effort to avoid the truth or dare, had indeed put forth a commendable effort. This could be considered two talents, as she sang and danced. Upon hearing her voice, I nearly leapt up to join her. Upstairs, my daughter is dancing along right now. Ah, indeed, the little white rabbit hops joyfully. Oh dear, your perspective upstairs seems skewed. I chuckled. How delightful. I wonder if we might see some calisthenics next? From his position, Zhao Mo happened to catch a glimpse of Mimi's slightly unbuttoned collar, undeniably adorable as she bounced about. However, he merely glanced before redirecting his gaze. His posture shifted from a casual cross-legged sit to a more demure arrangement. Pundi had one last turn. She called out to start, and the small stone was passed among the three for quite some time before she finally called for a stop. Upon noticing the stone in her hand, Mimi felt on the verge of tears. Is this a cruel joke? Why must it be me again? After her previous dance, she had barely endured the embarrassment. How would she manage this time? I will perform. She hesitated. No, I'll choose truth. The two girls were momentarily stunned, having anticipated some reluctance from her. But she had acquiesced rather swiftly this time. They moved aside to confer for several minutes, leaving Mimi feeling anxious. Are you two done yet? She urged, a hint of fear in her voice. Eventually, they returned, and Pundi lightly breathed. Mimi, please answer truthfully. Were three of Zhao Mo's faults? Zhao Mo was taken aback, wondering why he was being dragged into this. Why not inquire if Mimi is the genuine article instead? He thought. Mimi exhaled deeply, sensing that the girl's resolve was not as formidable as anticipated. She then turned her gaze to Zhao Mo, playfully stroking her chin with a smirk as she declared, this guy has numerous flaws. Limiting it to 3 is rather generous. Zhao Mo felt speechless, pondering if he might provoke her ire, reminiscent of a parent scolding child. First, this fellow is far too arrogant, always wearing a stern expression as if we owe him money. The two girls exchanged glances with Zhao Mo, nodding in vehement agreement. Secondly, his words are often excessively harsh. He never expresses kindness in a gentle manner. The gazes of the two women turned back towards him, and after a moment of hesitation, they nodded in agreement. As for the third one, the fellow was simply too unattractive. Seeing him every day left me feeling quite unappetizing. After a brief pause, Yaya responded, that doesn't count. At the same time, Pangdi nodded and remarked, Sister Mimi, you certainly eat no less than I do in the evenings. Is it wrong for him not to align with my aesthetic preferences? That's just how I feel, believe it or not. Now let's draw lots. This time, I shall take the lead. With that, Mimi turned to Zhao Mo and added, we agreed not to take offense. In truth, when I mentioned your looks, it was sincerely meant, not merely the contrast of handsome and ugly. Upon finishing her words, Mimi could no longer contain herself and burst into hearty laughter, clutching her belly. Zhao Mo was left speechless. The explanation, rather than alleviating his discomfort, felt like yet another blow. Chapter 40. Tell me, how many people have you kissed? Once again, the draw took place, and Mimi's heart brimmed with hope. Unfortunately, fate dealt her a cruel hand, as it was once again Yaya's turn to issue commands. It's your turn, Yaya declared. You both have had your turns. Now it's my time. Mimi, with a playful huff, cradled the small stone in her hands, glancing at Zhao Mo and Pang Di on either side. As the game commenced, the small stone was passed between the three of them. Moments later, a halt was called, and upon seeing that Pang Di had been caught, Mimi's earlier discontent vanished, erupting into laughter. Shouty, are you going to sing? Come on, Pang Di, Mimi urged. Be a bit bolder. If I can sing, I'll hold you back. It seemed that in a previous show, Pang Di had attempted to sing, but was met with harsh critiques, leading her to shy away from the spotlight ever since. Haha, while others charge for their performances, Pang Di's rendition is a matter of life and death. Is it really that exaggerated? We must listen closely. Pang Di, you can do it. Hurry up, everyone is waiting. Pang Di, come on. The audience eagerly anticipated Pang Di's unparalleled vocal display. Oh dear, the three girls had aimed to tease Zhao Mo, but found themselves ensnared in his playful antics instead. Hey, is this even a proper game? With a face full of grievance, Pang Di opened and closed her mouth several times before finally gritting her teeth and stating, I choose truth. This declaration sent the spectators into a fit of laughter. It was now Mimi's moment to shine. After a lengthy whispered discussion with Yaya, she cleared her throat and, gazing at the trembling Pang Di, asked, how many members of the opposite sex have you kissed? The on-screen moments don't count. Pang Di let out a prolonged gasp, her expression instantly turning pained. That is harsh, Mimi. Her gaze shifted toward Zhao Mo, who, taken aback by her stare, thought to himself, I haven't even borrowed your lipstick, why the scrutiny? After a considerable pause, Pang Di raised one finger and, with her head bowed, replied, one. The two girls exchanged astonished glances, having anticipated her response would be negative. Now, the revelation was out, and Mimi, brimming with curiosity, pressed. Who is it? Be honest. How far did it go? Was there any lingering? That's nonsense. It was just a gentle kiss, and I was caught off guard. Pang Di quickly defended herself. After a few more exchanges, the game resumed, and this time, it was Zhao Mo who found himself in the hot seat. The three girls erupted into laughter upon realizing it was him. Zhao Mo, you're in trouble. Will you choose truth or dare? Mimi stood, hands on her hips, looking down at him. Due to their proximity, he found himself unable to see her face, obscured by her prominent stature. Truth. As expected, he once again opted for the path of honesty. Mimi took 2 steps back and, after a brief discussion with the two ladies, chuckled and inquired, if the three of us were to choose one to marry, whom would you select? Wow, is this a delightful opportunity? I choose Pundi. She is the most beautiful in the world. Of course, I would choose Dami. Her name speaks for itself. What about Yaya? Surely, I am the fairest of them all. May I ask timidly, can I have them all? Alas, such a splendid prospect. Why has it eluded me? I am determined to work out diligently, and next year I shall enroll as well, praying fervently to be selected. My son, in kindergarten, says he likes Pundi and insists on marrying her. Sigh, these children today, so young, yet already aware of competition. Chapter 41. Talent, who lacks it? If we three were to choose one among us to marry, whom would you select? In response to Mimi's inquiry, Zhao Mo raised his gaze, earnestly scrutinizing the 3 women before him. If Mimi were to become a lover, she would undoubtedly be quite delightful. As for Pang Di, she embodies the essence of the girl next door. A pure romance with her would surely alleviate many regrets in life. Then there's Iya, who seems quite suitable to be a wife and mother. Her character is commendable, and she possesses a nurturing spirit, though alas, her physique leaves much to be desired. After a moment of serious contemplation, he replied decisively, Iya. Upon hearing his answer, the 3 women were momentarily taken aback. Zhao Mo, what is it that I lack? If you don't provide a satisfactory explanation today, I won't let this go. Pang Di could no longer contain herself. She is beautiful. With that single remark, Pang Di was left speechless, her cheeks flushed as she struggled to formulate a rebuttal. Ah, Zhao Mo seems determined to tread this path to its end. Yi appeared flustered. Goodness, the look in Yi's eyes is peculiar. It seems to suggest her willingness. Back off, Yi is mine. No one can take her from me. Mimi found herself at a loss for words due to Zhao Mo's antics. Zhao Mo, your behavior may cost you friends. Mimi declared, regardless of what you all say, I am the most beautiful in the world. I must stand up for Pang Di. Among the three, she should be deemed the most attractive. Upstairs, can beauty be exchanged for sustenance? Merely from a character standpoint, I believe Yi is indeed the best choice for a wife. You amuse me. This time, Zhao Mo pondered seriously. I initially thought his answer would be vague and indirect, but it seems my naivety has led me astray. Is it possible that Zhao Mo is skilled at evasion? Mimi ceased her verbal sparring and instead playfully tugged at Zhao Mo's arm. With a bit more force, it wouldn't hurt. With his enhanced physique, he would certainly not be intimidated by her gentle grasp. Hearing his remark only fueled Mimi's annoyance, and she began to pummel him with her fists, realizing that such actions might hurt less. Suddenly emboldened, she lifted Zhao Mo's arm and bit down with conviction. This time, she truly exerted herself, leaving Zhao Mo feeling as though he had been electrocuted. Yet, he refrained from shaking her off, fearing that he might harm her teeth. Let go. No. You let go, are you mad? After what felt like an eternity, Mimi finally released him, wiping the saliva from her lips with a smile, saying, I thought you were fearless. Pang Di extended her right hand, giving Mimi a thumbs up. Well done, leader. Zhao Mo felt somewhat troubled. He could neither retaliate nor find a suitable outlet for his frustration. Resorting to insults was not his nature. He decided to regard it as a mere nibble from a playful pup. Had Mimi known his true thoughts, she might have torn a piece of flesh from him without hesitation. All right, are we still playing, or shall we retire for the night? Dada, feeding Avicii, glanced at Zhao Mo before quickly diverting her gaze to the other two and inquiring. Play. Yaya likely top it, had for the hut, offering Zhao Mo a bittersweet smile before turning away to continue. Zhao Mo may be starting to encounter misfortune, and this time, by a twist of fate, he has taken a hit. Ha ha ha, Zhao Mo, today is your day. Sister me, pose a tough question, let it be audacious. Mimi and Pang Di each took turns. Zhao Mo thought to himself, I haven't even made my choice yet. I am not ready to showcase my talents. Seeing Zhao Mo in such a predicament, Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yi, which side are you on? Mimi and Pang Di were discussing a particular question, and upon noticing Yi's absence, expressed their dissatisfaction. Me? Naturally, I am following the big sister. Yi replied with a smile, joining the conversation. In a moment, the three women settled back down, with Pang Di and Yi displaying slightly flushed cheeks, as if they were on the verge of laughter, yet desperately suppressing it. Mimi chuckled a couple of times, unabashedly asking, Zhao Mo, may I inquire, are you still a virgin? If not, when was it? Oh dear, here comes an inappropriate question. Ha ha ha, will Zhao Mo remain as candid as ever? Hurry, I have no other passion but to indulge in gossip. How much does Mimi despise him? If she didn't tea, would she be so bold? Look at her cheeks puffing up. She is truly putting in effort. How vividly expressive. This question shouldn't be too difficult for a man. If posed by a man, it wouldn't be challenging, but when three young women ask, it becomes a matter of life and death. The standard answer for a man, you are my first and my only. If Zhao Mo possessed such emotional intelligence, he wouldn't have provoked Mimi to the point of biting her lip in frustration. Go, speed it up, Zhao Mo. Just then the live stream shifted. The real-time footage came to an end, replaced by a scene featuring Xiao Ying and Degu. Degu, which group do you think performed the best today? Degu stroked his signature and chuckled softly. Undoubtedly, the group of queens has thrived the most today. That game made me want to participate as well. Of course, the food group and the special forces group also showcased remarkable performances. Particularly, Li Jing from the special forces group, who, much like Zhao Mo, single-handedly shouldered the responsibilities of his group, which is truly impressive. Do you believe all three groups can endure the first phase? As the sixth day approaches its end, I would assert that this is no longer a question, but a statement. In fact, wilderness survival is most challenging in the initial days due to unfamiliarity with the environment, potential acclimatization issues, and the adjustment from a comfortable lifestyle. However, all three groups have overcome their hurdles, and I am confident they will persevere in the following 4 days. Xiaoying nodded, looking at the screen. Dear friends, remember to cultivate the habit of going to bed early and rising early. Our live broadcast concludes here today. Oh, come on, this is no joke. It seems rehearsed, and it just so happens to be exactly 10 o'clock. This rhythm is bound to disrupt sleep. Early to bed and early to rise, indeed. What do you think Zhao and Mo will say? For heaven's sake, stop asking annoying questions upstairs. When will the live broadcast commence? It appears to follow the familiar tropes of television dramas, and the plot has become rather stagnant. To all those who hinder the narrative, I wish them a lifetime of solitude. Enough of this, it's time to rest. I shall catch the late-night special tomorrow morning. But what if the special omits this segment? In that case, we shall inundate the production team's official website with our grievances until it crashes, leaving the director utterly disheveled. At this moment on the island, Zhao Mo gazes at Mimi, who is equally fixated on him, awaiting his revelation of secrets. Nearby, Yiya and Peng Di exhibit a slight tension, mingled with a flicker of eager anticipation. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Mo finally speaks. I haven't yet disclosed my choice. I haven't definitively opted for truth. The three women are taken aback. As Mimi scratches her head, pondering the situation, it seems they assumed Zhao Mo would shy away from showcasing his talents. Hence their uninvited queries. Do you wish to demonstrate a talent? A talent, as if everyone possesses one. Chapter 42, A Night of Restless Souls. Talent, it seems, is something everyone possesses. The three young women were taken aback by his statement. After a brief pause, Mimi let out a soft scoff and inquired, What talent do you intend to showcase? Zhao Mo pondered for a moment and tentatively replied, Swimming. The three girls rolled their eyes in unison, clearly dismissing that suggestion. How about push-ups? You can decide how many, but let me clarify. My performance isn't about what you wish to see, but rather what I am capable of. Upon hearing this, the girls erupted in laughter. For the first time, they perceived Zhao Mo as a true young man, revealing a charming side. Mimi, her eyes glinting with mischief, proposed, All right then, push-ups it is, but you won't have to do many, just 10. However, here, her gaze flitted between Yaya and Pandai before she continued, You must have someone sitting on your back. Zhao Mo glanced at the three girls. The heaviest among them was Pandai, but surely she weighed no more than 100 pounds. As for Yaya, Mimi likely wouldn't allow her to be so easily compromised. Fine, Zhao Mo declared, positioning himself on the ground. He anticipated that Pandai would be the one to sit on him, but to his surprise, Mimi plopped herself onto his waist, lifting her feet to rest upon his shoulders for added weight. This additional burden was hardly a challenge for Zhao Mo's current physical condition. He merely felt a gentle pressure on his back, along with the warmth radiating from her body through their clothing. He needed to focus his mind. Otherwise, he feared he might lose consciousness from the exertion. And if he collapsed after completing his push-ups, it would create quite a spectacle on the beach. 1-2, Pandai and Yaya watched in wide-eyed amazement, as Zhao Mo indeed managed to perform the push-ups, appearing relatively unfazed. Mimi shifted her weight slightly in an attempt to increase the challenge, but it was still trivial for Zhao Mo. As he reached the 7th push-up, Mimi suddenly lowered her feet and flopped onto his back. Zhao Mo distinctly felt the violation of the rules, as if he were being tackled, and for a moment, he nearly lost his strength, struggling to maintain his position. The warmth on his back diverted his focus, and, just as an itch crept under his arm, he could no longer hold himself up and collapsed onto the ground. Ha! Zhao Mo, you have lost, Mimi exclaimed as she fully leaned onto him, realizing her victory. She immediately burst into laughter. Zhao Mo rose, casting a disgruntled glance at Mimi. The rules didn't stipulate that I couldn't interfere, right? He argued, and the two girls nodded in agreement with laughter. Mimi, stifling her giggles, waved her hands in triumph and declared, Now it's time for a truth or dare. I refused to answer. I want to display my talent. Aside from singing and dancing, nothing else counts as talent. The three girls unanimously voiced their agreement. Zhao and Mo reflected for a moment and glanced at Yaya, noticing a faint blush on her cheeks. He finally spoke. "Thank you for allowing me to wish you a happy birthday. I am grateful for the serendipity of our encounter. Every time, tears shimmer in your eyes. You know, it pains me." The three young women were momentarily taken aback as Zhao and Mo suddenly began to sing. His voice was gentle and melodious, captivating in its essence. Their expressions shifted from astonishment to sheer delight, their eyes sparkling as they fixated on him without a blink. "You make me happy when you ask me to wish you a happy birthday. I hope you find joy as I do, even in the absence of accompaniment." Zhao Mo's voice resonated as if it carried its own echo, intertwining effortlessly with the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks. His tender tones floated gently away with the sea breeze. At that moment, Yaya felt as if she had consumed honey, a sweetness enveloping her heart and soul. In the mind of the plump D, a vivid image formed, a birthday celebration where, as the candles were extinguished, a beam of light illuminated Zhao and Mo, who sat in the glow, strumming a guitar and softly singing an enchanting melody. Mimi's gaze first lingered on Zhao and Mo before shifting to Yaya. Noticing her expression, she felt a twinge of jealousy, an emotion that was genuine rather than feigned. Suddenly, Zhao and Mo's voice faded. He turned to the three women and asked, "Does that count as passing the test?" The question jolted them back to reality, and they nodded in unison. "Wow, Zhao and Mo, did you graduate from a music academy?" Zhao and Mo shook his head and replied calmly, "I studied philosophy, exploring the age-old question of whether the client or the courtesan came first." The three women blushed and simultaneously let out a scoff. The innocent D, filled with curiosity, asked, "Did you reach a conclusion?" This left Zhao and Mo momentarily speechless. "What's the name of that song?" "I've never heard it before," Yaya inquired, changing the subject. "Happy birthday. It's my original composition." The revelation astonished the three women. Mimi confirmed, "You can write songs?" Zhao and Mo simply nodded, sighing, "Apologies, esteemed muses. It seems I must become a mere copyist." Mimi, her eyes sparkling with mischief, asked, "Are you looking to develop a career in the entertainment industry?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhao and Mo slowly shook his head, feeling somewhat vexed. A life spent crafting words without the need for extensive social interaction seemed far more suitable for him. Seeing his response, Mimi sighed in disappointment. "Zhao Montak, would you sing it again? It's truly lovely." "Yes, do it again." Zhao and Mo looked at the trio as if they were foolish, eventually stating, "My performance is complete." The three women were momentarily taken aback, and Yaya spoke up, "Let us continue." "Yes, let's keep playing." With that, Zhao and Mo fell silent, utterly speechless. It was now his turn. Yaya turned around, spotting a small pebble near Zhao and Mo, and chuckled. D, filled with glee, kept playfully kicking the sand beneath her feet, her little hands clapping with delight. Mimi picked up a small twig from the ground, placing it in her mouth. In the next instant, she playfully patted Zhao and Mo on the shoulder, saying, "Big brother, don't resist. Just surrender to us." With that, she spat out the twig, clutching her belly as laughter erupted from her. "I choose truth." Zhao and Mo pondered that, aside from singing, the system had not rewarded him with any dance skills. "I can only sing. I'm incapable of anything else. Feel free to ask me anything. We have no inquiries. We simply wish to hear you sing." Zhao and Mo felt somewhat bewildered. Wasn't he had stated that each talent could be showcased only once? What on earth had happened to their sense of decorum? It seemed the rules were dictated by them, altered at their whim. You, a man of unyielding fortitude, still dared to reason with women, three of them, no less. Upon the conclusion of Mimi's remark, all three women collectively let out a soft hum of disapproval. Zhao and Mo stared blankly at the trio for a moment, eventually nodding to himself, realizing he had indeed been foolish to attempt reasoning with three seemingly mindless individuals. However, he corrected himself, yet did not entirely fit that description, as her dimensions in certain respects had yet to reach the realm of thoughtlessness. Chapter 43, as the day unfolded. Zhao and Mo pondered for a moment and decided to compose a new song. After all, not singing would be a waste. His ambition was to become the foremost writer in online literature, where every messaging platform would resonate with the cheers of adoring fans. The thought was rather enticing. As for mingling in the entertainment industry, that would entail signing with an agency and being subject to others' whims. Given his looks, he might even find himself in compromising situations. No, it was futile. The burden he bore made it impossible to bend. This wretched system should have rewarded him with extraordinary typing speed, enabling him to produce 100,000 or even 200,000 words a day. Who could rival such prowess? He mused, spending 2 hours each day writing, earning a salary that others might never achieve in a lifetime, and then lounging about like a sloth for the remainder of the day. Perhaps he should write fervently for half a month, set up an automatic upload, and then take time to explore the breathtaking landscapes of his homeland. Alas, deciding was indeed a conundrum. He was uncertain which path truly represented the life he desired. Hurry, sing. The ladies are waiting to listen. Come on, sing well, and there will be a reward. He glanced at the 3 girls, who hardly looked like they were in a position to offer incentives. What kind of reward could they possibly provide? Zhao Mo sighed. He felt incomplete without a guitar, as if his attempts at being impressive were lacking. Clearing his throat, he began to sing. Once dreamed of wielding a sword and traversing the world to witness its splendor. The youthful heart is often a tad reckless. Yet now I call the 4 seas my home. The 3 girls stared in astonishment. They had anticipated he would sing the previous birthday song, but he surprised them with a new one. Was the song melodious? Undoubtedly, for during his dark high school years, Zhao Mo had relied on this very song to persevere. The girls' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. It was beautiful, truly beautiful. Had they not feared interrupting Zhao Mo, they would have cheered uncontrollably. This time, Zhao Mo deliberately lowered his voice, infusing it with a hint of weariness that resonated deeply with the soul. Mimi let out a soft hum. She had never heard this song before. Although her own singing was mediocre, she adored music, and had this song existed prior, its brilliance would have certainly caught her attention. Hearing it for the first time now, she could confirm that it was indeed an original piece from this insufferable fellow. He was talented, singing well enough, and while his looks were passable, she refused to admit he was handsome. No, she must recruit him for her company. Yes, her intentions were purely to appreciate talent. Indeed, she was merely an admirer of talent. At that moment, Yi recalled Zhao Mo's previous remarks about being the most beautiful and the best potential partner for marriage. Was he merely amusing himself or speaking from a heart? Oh, what was she thinking? Meanwhile, Pundi, more innocent in her admiration, gazed at Zhao Mo with sparkling eyes, swaying her body gently to the rhythm of the music. A noble man's heart is vast like the ocean, having endured the myriad experiences of life. His smile radiates warmth and innocence. As the song concluded, the 3 girls remained in a daze for a while before breaking into applause. The melody was enchanting, a tune I could listen to endlessly. Zhao Mo, why not continue singing? Consider it a lullaby for us. Is this song of your creation? What is its title? Zhao Mo nodded, a hint of melancholy in his eyes, and replied, The You of Yesteryear. Upon hearing this title, the 3 girls fell silent. Zhao Mo rose, brushing off his trousers, and declared, The birthday party for Yaya comes to a close. Everyone should retire early. Otherwise, we shall lack energy for tomorrow. This time, the 3 girls did not object further. They got up to wash up and prepare for bed. Zhao Mo lit his homemade mosquito repellent and carried the pot he had used for dinner to the seaside to clean it. He took a moment to wash himself as well, splashing some fresh water over himself, treating it as a makeshift bath. Returning to the warmth of the fire, he covered the camera, ensuring the 3 girls had drifted into slumber. He removed his clothes, allowing the sea breeze to dry him quickly. As he approached the shelter, he was bemused to find the 3 girls still awake, murmuring to one another. Their chatter ceased upon hearing his footsteps. Zhao Mo lay down on the small bed, allowing his body to relax. It had been a long day. In a state of drowsiness, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the 3rd phase of the task. The host is rewarded with advanced Baji Quan skills, 5 attribute points, and 2,000 reputation points. Zhao Mo was no longer taken aback as he had been before. He had discerned a pattern. During the 10 days of survival, the system classified every 2 days as a phase. Without hesitation, he learned the Baji Quan skill. After all, it is said that skills never burden the practitioner, and possessing martial arts could serve as self-defense. He then accessed the survival skills panel within the system. Intelligence, 127, adequate. Physical fitness, 65-5, strong, enduring. Wilderness survival skills, 100, king of survival. Reputation points, 2,500, 2,000. He initially intended to allocate the physical attribute points to his fitness, but upon closer inspection, he noticed a plus sign next to his intelligence. It had previously been stated that attribute points could not be added to intelligence. Now, with the plus sign, could it be possible? He attempted to use his mind to allocate the attribute points to intelligence, and to his delight, it succeeded. Intelligence, 127-5, astute. Physical fitness, 65-5, strong, enduring. Wilderness survival skills, 100, king of survival. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. It was said that an intelligence above 130 was quite remarkable for an ordinary person. Did this mean he now belonged to an elite group? Suddenly, he felt a clarity of thought as some muddled memories began to crystallize. Just as he contemplated experimenting further, he heard soft rustling from the adjacent bed. Initially thinking it was one of the girls heading to the restroom, he remained still and ignored it. However, moments later, he sensed something amiss. A girl had approached him, seemingly leaning down to observe him. He could feel the warmth of her breath against his face. He kept his eyes shut, uncertain of her identity, pondering her intentions when suddenly he felt a gentle softness against his cheek. However, in an instant, they parted ways, and the next moment, a light laugh echoed. The promised reward has been given, and I keep my word. Zhao Mo found himself at a loss for words. This rascal, Mimi, had resorted to a surprise attack. The crux of the matter was that he was unable to move at the moment, for doing so would create an awkward situation for both, lacking any semblance of grace. If only she had not arrived just now, and time had been more plentiful, perhaps he could have savored the experience longer. After a brief moment, he heard the sound of her returning to bed. Zhao Mo chuckled softly to himself. He did not dwell on it, considering that from this point forward, they would be worlds apart, and the chances of meeting again were virtually nil. He resolved to cherish this episode as a beautiful memory along the journey of life. Having exerted himself greatly today, he soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 44. Moving at the break of dawn, Zhao Mo ventured into the sea, haunted by a nightmare from the previous night. In his dream, he had transformed into Sun Wukong, courageously battling 3 demons, with his golden staff nearly shattering during the fierce clash. As for the outcome, he found himself unable to recall the details. After a refreshing bath, he commenced the preparation of breakfast. He decided against retrieving the cage, opting instead to check the nearby traps. If they yielded nothing, the 3 girls would have to endure hunger while he traversed the mountains in search of sustenance. Fortune smiled upon him today. The first trap bore fruit, a plump mountain rat, ample enough for Yaya to enjoy a hearty meal. With Yaya's hunger addressed, it would be simpler to cater to the other 2. He intended to gather some shellfish by the shore, or perhaps try his hand at fishing, hopeful that a few unsuspecting catches might grace his line. Yet, an even greater surprise awaited him. Another robust rabbit had been ensnared, weighing a solid 5 to 6 pounds. With the rabbit in hand, the mountain rat suddenly seemed less appealing, and after a moment's contemplation, he discarded it. Upon returning to the shoreline, he promptly prepared the meat, slicing into the thicker portions to allow the salty sea water to infuse the flesh, ensuring it would not taste bland. Back at their abode, he noticed that the 3 young women exhibited no inclination to rise, likely due to their late-night revelry. Choosing not to disturb them, he seasoned the rabbit meat with chili and cumin powder, placing on a grill to roast. Meanwhile, the live stream had commenced, and the chat began to buzz with activity, brimming with anticipation for the night's special segment. Zhao Mo's queries remained unanswered, prompting a fervent hope that the production team would include all gaming segments in the final edit, lest he express his dissatisfaction in the most fervent of terms to the editing team. Laughter erupted as the stream resumed. What is happening with the food team? It's barely 7 o'clock, and they're already eating? Exclaimed a viewer. The Special Forces team is still gathering shellfish. How much would such a large conch cost if purchased? We live inland, where all seafood is farmed. When will I ever taste the wild variety? Another chimed in. What is Zhao Mo roasting now? The doctor advised against excessive meat consumption. I still prefer porridge with fried dough for breakfast. Upstairs, I can smell a strong vinegar aroma. Wow, that smells amazing. Whether or not Fat D was a dog by nature, Zhao Mo could not say. Yet he was certain that her desire to rise was undoubtedly spurred by the delectable scent wafting through the air. With her tousled hair and unadorned beauty, she radiated a natural charm, enhanced by the soft morning light that enveloped her, making the prospect of breakfast all the more enticing. After Fat D spoke, she noticed Zhao Mo's gaze upon her, and a sudden blush crept across her cheeks as she recalled her bold actions from the previous night. I'll go freshen up first, she declared, then hurried off. Zhao Mo was tempted to inquire about her ranking in last night's escapades. The first was Mimi, who had already spoken. As for the second and third, he deemed it best to let those matters remain unsaid, treating them as a hazy memory. In a short while, Yaya and Mimi also emerged from their slumber, reacting to Zhao Mo's presence with surprising ease. Zhao Mo, I would like some fruit, Yaya requested. Zhao Montak, idizar coconut goose, Mimi aided. Don't you both enjoy meat? Fat D asked, looking at Yaya and Mimi with a puzzled expression. The two women glared at Pandai before resuming their chanting. Why not accompany us today? We could relocate our base, and with 4 days remaining, we might as well stay on the other side, Mimi suggested, licking her lips as if envisioning a landscape dotted with coconut trees and the wild fruits they had feasted on last night, not to mention the papayas, which she deemed essential to savor. Being a person of ambition, she felt her aspirations should be equally substantial. Yaya readily agreed, while Pandai blinked, contemplating the merits of their current location. Zhao Mo, too, felt a flicker of interest. Establishing a shelter was hardly a daunting task, especially in a wind-sheltered area where a simple rain cover would suffice. In his estimation, constructing a bed would take merely half a day. The natural resources in that region were bountiful, and it was no wonder the three girls grew weary of their routine. Relocating would provide them with opportunities for engaging tasks, such as foraging for fruits, allowing them a semblance of freedom. He planned to give it a try, having already roasted some rabbit meat. Perhaps due to the indulgence of the previous night's feast, only Pandai, with her hearty appetite, seemed to relish the meal, while the others lacked enthusiasm. After eating, you'll need strength to traverse the mountains, he reminded them. Upon hearing his agreement, the two women's eyes lit up, and they began to devour the food with sounds reminiscent of animals guarding their prey. Such a darling. Zhao Mo, let us be friends, one of them exclaimed. Truth be told, despite his cold demeanor, Zhao Mo seldom denied the requests of the trio. He enjoyed imparting wisdom, which might make him seem somewhat unlikable. Yet it is precisely such individuals who are the most dependable. Pandai's persona as a foodie was firmly established, as she appeared at the scent of deliciousness. Observing the trio's barefaced beauty daily, one could not help but admire their striking looks. Indeed, participating in this show required a certain confidence. Some might find themselves shedding half their makeup within just 2 days. As for the others upstairs, their scope was limited, and some might even end up with negative numbers. Are you all off topic? With 4 days remaining, relocating seems unnecessary, one remarked. It was clear why Zhao Mo indulged them. Upon their request, he softened. Is he softening or hardening? Clarify that for us upstairs, another teased. I believe Zhao Mo's reasoning is sound. Moving would ease their next few days significantly, someone opined. I concur, and considering the girls are cooped up here daily, that might have been Zhao Mo's consideration, came the agreement. I want to say more. I just want to see the night's special segment and catch up on last night's game. At that moment, in the live stream, Belle appeared somewhat speechless. Ying noticed and asked with a smile, Belle, do you think Zhao Mo's decision was wrong? Belle spread her hands, stating if it were me, I certainly wouldn't have acted this way, given that we only have 3 days left. Ying pondered before explaining. Perhaps Zhao Mo thinks the girls are too bored. Belle scratched her head, chuckling, well, I indeed lack the experience of surviving alongside 3 girls. Just imagining that scenario terrifies me. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo had finished his meal, while the 3 girls continued to munch away. He collected the plastic sheets from the ground and gathered those from his shelter as well, packing all usable items into his backpack. He instructed Yaya and the others to wash the pots and boil a pot of water. With everything prepared, he sought out a supple vine, tying one end around his waist. He then turned to the 3 women, noting that Mimi likely had the least stamina. Despite Yaya's slender appearance, her years of dancing suggested she possessed a decent level of fitness. With the vine in hand, he first secured Mimi behind him, followed by Yaya, and then Pundi. This arrangement revealed the physiques of the 3 women. Surprisingly, Mimi had the largest frame among them, while Pundi, though appearing quite full, was relatively slender. As for Yaya, Zhao Mo mused that his large hand could easily encircle her waist. Chapter 45. Trekking upon witnessing his actions, the online spectators became increasingly restless. After days of anticipation for a true 1-to-3 moment, we finally see it today. Zhao Mo appears to be brimming with happiness. I too wish to encircle the waist of the lovely D. Release that girl. Let me take my turn. Is Zhao Mo becoming somewhat presumptuous? How will he manage to scale the mountain like this? I too yearn to walk alongside a beautiful woman, yet, regrettably, after all these years, I still find myself grasping one hand with the other. Zhao Mo is verging on becoming the caretaker of 3 ladies. Mimi remarked, "Who said we are here to survive? We are here on vacation." Zhao Mo replied, "Though I am weary, I am immensely content." Has anyone measured the waist of the 3rd lady with their arm? To the individual above, please be reasonable. Upon hearing this, I, too, find Zhao Mo rather alluring. Let's not bicker. For heaven's sake, we still have 3 hours until the evening special. Production team, be reasonable. At that moment, in the monitoring room of the production team, Huang Hao felt a twinge of pain in his teeth. If Zhao Mo truly made it to the other side, then for the next 3 days, they would indeed be on holiday. Moreover, what would happen to the fixed cameras? He wished to deter Zhao Mo, but found himself devoid of valid reasons. It wouldn't he do to simply state, "We wish to see you suffer. We want to witness your hunger." If he spoke such words, Zhao Mo would likely retaliate, and the 3rd lady would likely unleash her wrath upon someone. "Director, what should we do?" "I know what to do. If they truly want to relocate, can we stop them?" "Director, what about the filming? What else can we do?" "We'll add 2 drones. Additionally, once they establish their shelter, we shall send personnel to the island and set up 2 more fixed cameras." Zhao Mo was unconcerned with these matters. Today's journey, in his estimation, would bring them to the other side around noon. They could effectively utilize the forthcoming time to construct a shelter. As for dinner, they had already crossed over. What was there to fear regarding food? Zhao Mo procured 3 banana leaves, expertly trimmed them with a knife, and skillfully fashioned a sun hat with a simple fold of his hands. The 3 ladies were momentarily stunned, marveling at his dexterity. Furthermore, he remained as meticulous as ever. He instructed the 3 ladies to secure their rolled-up sleeves, realizing that under such a scorching sun, the 3rd lady's skin would likely suffer severe sunburn. In such a case, she would be unable to touch anything, enduring pain that would hinder her sleep. He instructed them to properly strap on their backpacks, leading the way as they commenced their journey. Initially, all was well, but after less than half an hour, Zhao Mo distinctly noticed that the vine he was holding had straightened and the pull from behind had intensified. Glancing back, he observed Mimi leaning back, her forehead glistening with sweat. Had he not been holding her, she would have likely tumbled down. Noticing his gaze, Mimi offered an awkward smile, then plaintively suggested, "I'm too exhausted. Shall we take a break?" Zhao Mo's eyes drifted past her to the other 2 ladies, who seemed somewhat better off. Time was of the essence. They would rest only when they reached the point that truly required climbing. Mimi sighed in frustration then, in a fit of resignation, leaned back completely, allowing Zhao Mo to pull her along. "Come on, Mimi, cheer up. We both have to climb this mountain together. Just think about the coconuts and papayas waiting for us on the other side." Yaya encouraged, giving her a gentle push from behind. Indeed, with such motivation, Mimi seemed to muster a bit of strength. Zhao Mo felt a slight relief in his waist, but after walking for another 10 minutes, the vines around him tightened once more, becoming increasingly burdensome. When he glanced back, a wave of frustration washed over him. Not only was Mimi leaning backward, but the other two women appeared to be in similar straits. If Zhao Mo had not received the system's rewards for his physical condition, it was likely that all four of them would have simply rolled down the hill. However, his body was now resilient, albeit a bit constricting, yet still capable of enduring. How was Zhao Mo able to continue climbing? Although the mountain was not steep, dragging three individuals along was somewhat exaggerated. What on earth was Zhao Mo made of? I wish I could trade for that kind of physique. Could someone with a good grasp of physics calculate how much stamina Zhao Mo requires? Assuming each of the three women weighs around 90 pounds, that totals 135 kilograms, and the incline of the mountain is 15 degrees. As stated, Zhao Mo was indeed exhausted. To the one above, are you here for comedic relief? I was seriously paying attention. The conclusion is sound. Even I feel fatigued just watching. Zhao Mo's back was drenched, yet he had no intention of stopping. A real-life Iron Man was about to emerge. I suspect even Jingge could not match Zhao Mo's stamina. Jingge might be able to manage, but certainly not with Zhao Mo's endurance. Look, Mimi is about to throw a tantrum. Ha! How could she say such a thing? Asking Zhao Mo to carry her? Comparing people can be disheartening. I wish I had the chance to carry Mimi myself. To the one above, show us your muscles. Don't make it so we have to roll down with Mimi instead. Zhao Mo, I truly can't go on any longer. Perhaps you could carry me? Zhao Mo turned back, startled. At that moment, Mimi's face had lost most of its sweat, but her complexion was alarmingly pale. He immediately halted, allowing the two women to sit and rest. He approached Mimi, helping her to sit down, and without hesitation, he slightly lowered her zipper, retrieving water from his backpack for her to sip. He found a leafy branch nearby and gently fanned her. After about 10 minutes, beads of sweat returned to Mimi's brow, and Zhao Mo finally exhaled a sigh of relief. This girl's constitution was rather frail. On such a hot day, if her sweat were to be suppressed, it could lead to dire consequences. Are you feeling better? He inquired. Much improved, but my body feels so weak and soft, she replied. Zhao Mo nodded, glancing at the other two. Fortunately, their complexions were rosy, sweat clinging to their hair and dampening their cheeks. Let's go. If we rest any longer, we'll be even less inclined to move. The two women nodded sympathetically. Zhao Mo recognized that with Mimi in her current state, she could not continue, so he untied the vines from her waist and secured them around his own. He then turned around and squatted in front of her. Upon seeing this, Mimi exclaimed, Zhao Mo, I adore you. Then she directly nestled against Zhao Mo's back. In a typical scenario, the girl, unfamiliar with the boy, would slightly arch her body to minimize excessive contact. However, at this moment, Mimi was entirely unconcerned with such matters, treating Zhao Mo's back as a bed, pressing herself against him with her head resting on his shoulder. Let us go, she said, as they continued their ascent up the mountain. The two girls understood the arduousness of Zhao Mo's task. Thus this time they did not lean back but gritted their teeth and followed suit. In the control room, upon seeing Zhao Mo carrying one person while pulling along two others, Yingying's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Bell clasped his hands behind his head and exclaimed, Oh my God, can someone tell me what this guy is made of? Bell felt as though either the world had gone mad or he had. Everything he witnessed felt profoundly surreal to him. The three girls were indeed light, yet this was a mountain climb. Nevertheless, it appeared that Zhao Mo was unfazed by fatigue. His legs remained strong and steadfast with each step he took. Mr. Bell, you could do it too, right? Ying asked with curiosity, as she still lacked a concrete understanding of the situation. Chapter 46. A man who can ignore gravity. Upon hearing Ying's question, Bell unexpectedly rolled his eyes. With a hint of excitement, he pointed to his arm and exclaimed, This is flesh, not steel. He then glanced at the surveillance screen and remarked, This guy is truly bizarre. Are you implying that this is exceedingly difficult? Bell was somewhat reluctant to address such an ignorant inquiry. If it were merely carrying a girl, I could manage that. However, with two others pulling at him, it becomes an entirely different force directed downward. To put it plainly, Zhao Mo is currently shouldering a weight of 45 kilograms, while simultaneously attempting to ascend and engage in a tug-of-war with the two girls behind him. Ying blinked her large eyes and, after a considerable pause, commented, "I don't think Zhao Mo is particularly strong." Bell shook his head, slightly bemused, and said, "That is precisely why I inquired about the material of this fellow. Gravity seems to have no effect on him whatsoever." At that moment, the comments section fell silent for nearly 10 seconds, witnessing Zhao Mo genuinely carrying Mimi, before erupting in excitement once more. Carrying one person, even on flat ground, I would struggle to endure for long. Do any of you still envy Zhao Mo? Do you still find dragging 3 girls appealing? Dragging 3 girls certainly has its charm, but only if one possesses the requisite capability. I was watching with my father and rubbed my eyes in disbelief, realizing that he was mimicking the same action. Should Zhao Mo truly enter the circle, then the title of the strongest man in the realm would undoubtedly slip from Jing Ji's grasp. Is Zhao Mo truly studying philosophy? Can someone enlighten me as to whether he has skipped all his university classes in pursuit of survival? To the individual upstairs, I am a fellow student of Zhao Mo's, and I can assure you with utmost responsibility that his academic performance is quite commendable. Is that Yuli Ran? I am the instructor, and I can also attest that Zhao Mo is indeed a model student. Is he really that extraordinary in school? One commented, "His personality has always been like this, but I never perceived him as particularly strong." My mother asked why I was kneeling to look at my phone. I wished I could stand. Even Newton would weep at this sight. Enough chatter. I want to watch the nighttime special. Why hasn't it been released yet? To the person upstairs, you've already complained countless times. Zhao Mo felt that carrying Mimi was, in fact, somewhat easier than before, at least with 2 girls pulling at him. He did not feel overly constricted around the waist. More importantly, Mimi's body pressed against his back allowed him to distinctly sense the differences in physical structure between genders. This distraction alleviated some of his fatigue. However, the closeness of the 2 girls raised concerns about potential chafing if this continued for too long. After approximately half an hour, they finally reached a steep slope. Here stood a massive stone, towering over 3 meters high. Zhao Mo utilized the adjacent angles, climbing with both hands and feet, but it was evident that the 3 girls could not manage the same. He inquired of each girl, and though their spirits seemed somewhat weary, thankfully, none had succumbed to heat exhaustion. He retrieved water from his backpack, allowing the 3 of them to share it. "You go ahead and drink first. We wouldn't want to exhaust ourselves and leave you fatigued." Mimi and Pang Di shared 1 bottle, while Yiya, with a bottle in hand, only consumed a third before passing it to Zhao Mo. At that moment, Zhao Mo was engaged in crafting something from the previous vines. Upon hearing Yiya's words, he offered a faint smile, took a third for himself, and then returned it to her. Yiya noticed Zhao Mo also drank directly from the bottle, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. However, upon seeing the remaining water, she took it eagerly and finished it in one go. At that moment, the drone provided a panoramic view of their surroundings, prompting a wave of concern among the viewers. How on earth are we supposed to climb that? Is it freehand rock climbing? It's far too steep, and there are no obvious protrusions. What is Zhao Mo planning to do? Please, do not take any risks. Zhao Mo had already climbed in recent days and was accustomed to the challenges. His method required significant upper body strength. I found myself curious about how the 3 young women would ascend. It seemed rather unwise. They would be better off staying in the shelter. However, Zhao Mo must have devised a plan, or else he wouldn't be attempting this. In the broadcast studio, Ying was questioning Bell. "What method do you think he will employ? He has undoubtedly thought of a way." "Yes, I have an inkling of his approach, but I must admit, Zhao Mo is overly confident in his strength." Zhao Mo paused his work, glanced at the 3 women to ensure they were well, and then breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the vine in his hand and sighed, "Wait for me here." Without waiting for a response, he dashed down the mountain and soon returned, now holding another vine. "Let me go up first. I will drop the vine down. You must follow my instructions." He demonstrated the technique, ensuring the 3 women understood. He took a plastic bag from his backpack, tucked it into Pang Di's pack, stowed the vine inside, secured it, and approached the crevice. The three women were aware of his ability to ascend, but were witnessing his method for the first time. The scene before them was a perfect embodiment of strength and coordination. They thought that even if they were on set with action stars who relied on harnesses and assistance, none could match Zhao Mo's current prowess. In just over a minute, Zhao Mo successfully reached the summit. Do not be afraid. Tie one vine around your waist as I instructed, ensuring you double knot it. The other should be threaded as I demonstrated. During their earlier rest, Zhao Mo had fashioned a makeshift harness resembling a basket. It allowed one to wear like pants, with two loops around the legs and a vine position behind. When seated, Zhao Mo could pull, distributing the weight primarily on the hips, thereby avoiding discomfort. At that moment, Zhao Mo removed his shirt, marking the first time he bared his torso in daylight, under the gaze of the drone and the three women. The sight of his muscular physique left the online audience in a frenzy. Although they had met before, it was during the night, shrouded in the low visibility of flickering flames. Now, however, everything was strikingly clear. Standing atop the mountain, he exuded an aura befitting a king of these peaks. Chapter 47. Performance. You did not witness Zhao Mo removing his shirt, and the netizens were utterly unsettled. Zhao Mo wrapped the fabric around his arms, while Mimi was already secured. With great effort, he pulled as if he were operating a winch, and Mimi rose steadily. Ah, so this is what 8-pack abs look like. How I covet his abdominal muscles. What regimen must one follow to achieve such form? Why does my belly resemble a globe? The sense of security Zhao Mo exudes is remarkable. Let us be friends. My best friend cast a glance, nearly drooling. Upstairs, it was not merely your best friend. It was you, wasn't it? This is simply astounding. Even clothed, Zhao Mo appears slender, yet once he removes his shirt, it is evident that muscle has developed between the bones. What is his intention? Surely not. Is this not exhausting? I seek clarification. As for fatigue, I cannot say. Were it me, I would likely lack the strength to pull myself up at all. In the broadcast room, Mr. Bell shook his head with a wry smile. Mr. Bell, is this particularly difficult? Not exceedingly so. I could accomplish it as well. I am merely in awe of Zhao Mo's dexterity. It is truly remarkable. Ying nodded, perceiving Zhao Mo's actions as quite effortless. However, Mr. Bell added, if you could perform 300 sit-ups and 500 push-ups in one go, you would achieve his strength. Ying was taken aback. Surely this was a jest. No one is pressing their legs, and it seems I cannot even manage a single sit-up. Is this truly not difficult? Mr. Bell, let us refrain from speaking in riddles. As they lowered Mimi, this fellow appeared fearful, and upon steadying himself, he embraced Zhao Mo, now shirtless. Surely felt an intensified sensation. Next came Pundi, followed by Yaya. Each one embraced him in turn. Witnessing this scene, netizens were filled with envy. While they admired Zhao Mo, they also berated him mercilessly. Wow, this scene is indeed different. It is splendid. Over there, it is winter, while here, it is spring. The three women beheld a lush expanse, and the hardships they previously endured seemed to vanish. On this side, they would slow down considerably, reminding the three women to watch their step before the four began their descent. The night special has been released. Let us gather to observe. First up is the Special Operations Team. Jinge has also located the mosquito coil. It seems this pine needle variety has effective repellent properties. Look, the culinary team has emerged. Indeed, they are aptly named, as they have even begun to indulge in late-night snacks. Their lives appear exceedingly comfortable. Jolie is certainly a handful. What a Queen team. I wonder, why is there no segment for the Queen team? The production team issued an explanation, stating that due to the loss of monitoring footage, the Queen team's special could not be aired. I cannot believe it. I have eagerly awaited the Queen team. Is this some sort of joke? Those upstairs, where is the production team's statement? I have not seen it either. Or might it be? Why has the segment for the Queen team not been released? Let us inquire with the official account of the production team. At that moment, Ying seemed to have noticed a flood of messages and confirmed with the directing team. After a brief explanation, she stated, due to the abundance of splendid footage from the Queen group last night, the editing requires some time. Please bear with us for half an hour. Upon hearing this, The online commotion began to subside. You scare me. I thought it was truly over. Fortunately, good things come to those who wait. We've already waited since last night. Why hasn't the production team prioritized the Queen group's edits? Zhao Mo handed each of the three girls a stick. Remember, every 2 steps. Tap the grass in front of you. Why? The three girls asked in unison. Zhao Mo looked at them and replied nonchalantly. The idiom to beat the grass and startle the snake. Don't tell me you haven't learned it. The girls rolled their eyes in unison, but obediently accepted the sticks. Fat D seemed to have developed a phobia. Upon hearing the potential for snakes, she instinctively moved closer to Zhao Mo. You don't need him. Xiao Di, come here. I will protect you. Fat D glanced at Zhao Mo, then at Mimi, not budging an inch. Sister Mimi, I still trust Zhao Mo a bit more. Mimi rolled her eyes in response, questioning why she had betrayed her. Zhao Mo allowed the three girls to rest while he climbed a coconut tree, intending to gather some coconuts. It was the first time the girls had witnessed him climbing, and their mouths formed a Na shape, their eyes wide as lanterns. Is Zhao Mo reincarnated from a monkey? Mimi remarked, strictly speaking, we all evolved from monkeys. Fat D chimed in, which side are you on? You two stop arguing. I feel like even monkeys would weep at Zhao Mo's agility, Yi concluded, and the three exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Make way. Seeing the three girls standing foolishly beneath the tree, one could only wonder if they intended to use their heads to catch coconuts. The girls let out a light "oh" and were about to take action when suddenly they remembered something. They picked up the sticks in their hands and began tapping the ground incessantly, only advancing a few steps after some time. From his vantage point in the tree, Zhao Mo nearly burst into laughter. It appeared as though three blind individuals were attempting to walk. After a moment, coconuts fell, and Zhao Mo swiftly descended. He sliced them open, handing one to each girl while keeping one for himself to drink. With the exertion and the heat, he needed to replenish his fluids regularly. Finally rejuvenated, he savored the coconut water and felt that all the hardships endured along the way had been worthwhile. Mimi glanced at Zhao Mo, realizing she and T exerted herself too much, as much of the journey had been spent on his back. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she looked at Zhao Mo and said, Zhao Mo, why not be my bodyguard? How much do you want per month? Too exhausting. What do you mean by exhausting? Being your bodyguard. Flying here and there daily is tiring, Zhao Mo replied. Mimi's expression soured momentarily before her curiosity peaked. So, what do you plan to do after the show concludes? Zhao Mo responded with utmost seriousness. I intend to write novels. The three women were momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, they embraced one another in fits of laughter. After a while, Mimi approached him and playfully pinched his arm, saying, Writing novels, how amusing you are. Such robust flesh is wasted on your antics. Meanwhile, Yaya offered him an encouraging glance, proclaiming, You can do it, as long as it can be adapted. I'll gladly join the cast for free. And me, count me in. Fat D finally lifted her head from her coconut, raising her hand. Zhao Mo looked at the exuberant Fat D and remarked, With your acting skills, you would ruin my novel. You should focus on looking beautiful every day and be content as a decorative vase. As for Yaya, well, her acting was quite commendable. Zhao Mo had a fondness for the character Ah Xiang from Chinatown. And what of Mimi? It was uncertain whether her trajectory mirrored that of another realm. If it did, it would be equally lackluster. Zhao Mo, what kind of gaze is that? Do you disdain my acting? Zhao Mo stood up, dusting off his clothes. For he had to construct a shelter and had no time to engage in banter with the three girls. Yet, truth be told, conversing with them was rather enjoyable. I have begun to appreciate Zhao Mo's personality. It is indeed entertaining to witness how Mimi gets exasperated with him, unable to find a way to retaliate. Zhao Mo's discerning gaze clearly reflected his skepticism towards Mimi's acting prowess. Zhao Mo's aspiration to write a novel was a source of laughter that could last an entire year. After all, he was a bona fide philosophy graduate. What was wrong with writing novels? Oh, the special night edition of the Queen's Team has been released. Chapter 48, A New Abode with a Sudden Shout. The barrage of comments online abruptly vanished. At that moment, the staff in the monitoring room were left dumbfounded. Director Huang. The night special of the Queen Group had surpassed 1 million views in less than a minute. Huang Hao thought he had misheard, and upon confirming, he was equally bewildered. Was such a disparity truly possible? The Special Operations Group reached 1 million in 27 minutes, the Culinary Group in 32 minutes. Yet the Queen Group accomplished it in under a minute? Was this gap truly justifiable? However, Huang Hao quickly became exhilarated. The reason for the Queen Group's delayed response was due to discoveries made by the production team. After reviewing the footage, he personally oversaw the editing. Haha. Once this episode airs, I am confident our program will gain immense popularity once more. Director Huang, in 1 minute and 40 seconds, we exceeded 2 million views. Huang Hao's facial muscles twitched in disbelief. Was it necessary to create such a vast divide? If the other two groups were to learn of these results, how would they feel? After all, the other groups also had their share of attractive members. The Special Operations Group had Xiaoying, and the Culinary Group had Tian. Why was their attention not as pronounced? With this thought, Huang Hao suddenly had a realization and chuckled. The heightened attention for the Queen Group was undoubtedly linked to the presence of the three women, but now it seemed to be significantly influenced by Zhao Mo as well. Zhao Mo was not unattractive. He was quite the handsome gentleman. Moreover, his seemingly unlikable personality, in reality, had a strong appeal, starkly contrasting with the three women, making him an intriguing focal point. 3 million views. At this rate, Director Huang might break the record of 10 million views in a single day. Huang Hao nodded with a smile, convinced that surpassing 10 million today was certainly achievable. It merely depended on the timing and the duration required. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo was constructing a shelter with simplicity and ingenuity. He utilized vines to tie several trees together in a cross shape. Then, he wound more vines around the cross, creating a large hammock. The lower layer was elevated 50 centimeters off the ground, ensuring safety while facilitating easy access for the three women. The second layer was positioned at a height of 5 meters, retaining the cross structure. However, he added an extra step by threading a vine through the center of the cross, climbing to a tall tree, and pulling it up to form a conical top, preventing rain accumulation. After completing these tasks, he merely needed to lay banana leaves on top. He instructed the three women to gather banana tree bark, which, when rubbed by hand, became exceedingly soft. Placing it atop the hammock and covering it with a plastic sheet would yield a comfortable bed. Zhao Xian was exceptionally skilled. Such a large project seemed effortless for him. Hey, did you all not watch the night special? I caught the beginning. The content was indeed abundant, over an hour long. I had to exit to avoid spoiling the live broadcast. I'll save it for later tonight, one person remarked. Wow, the upstairs is quite cheeky. Zhao Mo completed in 2 hours what I estimate would take 2 days, another commented. Confidence, my dear. Remove the word estimate from your vocabulary, came the reply. I have a feeling this bed will surely be incredibly comfortable. Zhao Mo is truly remarkable. I yearn to embark on survival adventures alongside him. Even if he were to embrace me at night, I would willingly accept. To the one above, are you merely hoping for his affection? Zhao Mo prepared a birthday celebration for Yi, showcasing his romantic side. He is resilient, possesses an admirable physique, and indeed, I would gladly accept him as my boyfriend. Meanwhile, those watching the night special were engaged in a noticeably different discourse. I inquired, Zhao Mo, may I ask if you remain a virgin? When did that cease to be the case? As Mimi posed this question, excitement rippled through the crowd, all eagerly awaiting Zhao Mo's response. Please, Zhao Mo, do not tell me you are still untouched. That would be quite amusing. It is difficult to ascertain whether such a character could truly remain unattached. To the person above, I must assert my identity as a woman and express my genuine admiration for Zhao Mo's personality. And to the one above, I stand with you as a fellow woman, sharing an even deeper appreciation for his character. Let us not get overly excited. Let us observe how Zhao Mo responds. When Zhao Mo announced his intention to showcase his talents, the previously jubilant audience inexplicably felt a tinge of disappointment. However, when they witnessed Zhao Mo performing push-ups while carrying another person, astonishment swept through the crowd once more. Goodness, this is rather exaggerated. I can barely manage a few push-ups without a load. Zhao Mo appears effortlessly at ease. To the one above, you are merely underestimating yourself. I too can perform 30 without assistance, but carrying someone? I confess, I am equally lacking in strength. What a peculiar individual. Zhao Mo is truly extraordinary. How fortunate he is. With Mimi perched upon him. Mimi is blissfully lucky to be seated on Zhao Mo's waist. I envy her. The phrase, sitting on his waist, inexplicably conjures vivid imagery in my mind. When did I notice so many people beginning to admire Zhao Mo? Shouldn't they? A man like him is indeed admirable, and as a man myself, I find myself drawn to him. There's a sense of jealousy amongst the audience as they engage in lively conversation. When they witness Mimi playfully teasing Zhao Mo, laughter erupted. Well done, Mimi. Keep pressing Zhao Mo for the truth. If Zhao Mo is indeed untouched, I would charter a private plane to the island to secure my chance. Oh my, you are quite the affluent one. There is no need for such extravagance. In truth, I, too, am untouched. Why not share your location? I could come to you willingly. Zhao Mo appeared perplexed, feeling somewhat helpless against Mimi's antics. In the video, Zhao Mo still resisted answering questions, stubbornly insisting on performing. Mimi established parameters, declaring that anything outside of singing and dancing did not qualify as a talent. The audience cheered once more for such a clever maneuver. If I were Zhao Mo, I would simply sing a song. It seems everyone could do that. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Perhaps Zhao Mo should showcase a dance? Laughter ensued, for with a physique like his, not dancing would be a waste. As they continued to comment, Zhao Mo suddenly fell silent. As everyone found themselves in a state of confusion, Zhao Mo began to sing. Thank you for allowing me to wish you a happy birthday. Thank you for the serendipity of our encounter. Whenever tears shimmer in your eyes, you know it pains me. The comments momentarily vanished, only to erupt again once the song concluded, as if a switch had been flipped. My heavens, I realized my own ignorance. Zhao Mo was not lacking in talent, but rather, he sang exceptionally well. Perhaps this was to spare the three ladies some embarrassment. How fortunate he is. If there was such a warm-hearted boy in reality, I would undoubtedly marry him without hesitation. Zhao Mo's vocal prowess is undoubtedly professional, though I can't quite articulate it. He genuinely sings beautifully. The song selection is indeed commendable. Am I the only one who finds this song rather unfamiliar? To those above, fellow kindred spirits, I fear being deemed ignorant, which is why I have hesitated to speak up. Goodness, I searched online and found no trace of such a song. Could it be? At that moment in the video, he also posed this question, Zhao Mo, what is the name of this song? I have never heard it before. Happy birthday to you. It's my original composition. Chapter 49. The distressed Lao Huang. Those watching the nighttime special were utterly astonished. Some, skeptical, began to search for the song online, only to find nothing at all. Zhao Mo, if you continue to excel like this, you might end up friendless. Goodness, I'm a classmate of Zhao Mo, and we share a decent rapport. I had no idea he could sing, let alone sing so beautifully. The person above, Wang Kai, remarked, I am Zhao Mo's instructor. I realize I've been negligent. Is singing the crux of it? The real marvel lies in his ability to compose. Indeed, that is somewhat alarming. A philosophy department teaching composition? Don't be absurd. The philosophy department might as well teach how to defeat the 43rd level boss. It leaves one with no escape. This fellow claims he wishes to write a novel. He might actually manage it, but such talent devoted to novel writing seems rather wasteful. As discussions flourished, the nighttime special continued to play. Once again, Zhao Mo was captured by the audience. When Mimi remarked not to reason with women, the laughter erupted. If previously the audience desired heartfelt confessions, they now, much like Mimi, crave another song from Zhao Mo. Reality did not disappoint. After a brief pause, Zhao Mo began to sing once more. I once dreamed of wielding my sword to traverse the world, to behold the splendor of life. The youthful heart is often a tad reckless. Now I call the whole world my home. As another song concluded, the comments fell into a brief silence. I checked. This song was still unavailable online. Good heavens, yet another original. What on earth is Zhao Mo? It is delightful. The lyrics are profoundly meaningful, and I find it more captivating than the previous one. I scroll back and listen again. Wow, kindred spirits. It is truly enchanting. I once dreamed of wielding my sword to traverse the world. The youthful heart is often a tad reckless. How fitting. Damn, it reminded me of my own fresh graduation days. Filled with ambition, such a nostalgic recollection. Indeed, I once feared nothing, yet now, a mere shout from my supervisor sends me trembling. Alas, life is relentless. Damn it, I've let my tears flow. From tomorrow on, I shall wield my sword and roam the world. At night, I dream sweet dreams, vowing to be a strong individual. Yet during the day, I must read my leader's mood and flatter them, perpetually oscillating between nobility and baseness. One day, I might truly lose my mind. Currently, I call the whole world my home. Drifting alone in a big city is indeed akin to calling the world my home. I assent to it. It is beautiful. I will listen again after this. This song resonates deeply. A salute to all those who have navigated the world for over 5 years. Director Huang. It has broken 10 million. The data monitoring personnel were not shouting, but wore a look of adorable bewilderment. He contemplated that this special might reach 10 million in a day, yet he had not anticipated that the view count would soar to that number within an hour. What? So fast? Huang Hao is equally perplexed, still guessing it would take several hours. It has only been 1 hour, after all. Director Huang, to be precise. It was 59 minutes and 27 seconds when it reached 10 million. Huang Hao appeared utterly bewildered, and the monitoring personnel were quite amusing as well. After some contemplation, he turned to another individual and instructed, "Spread the news. Such favorable information must be disseminated." Just as he finished issuing the command, his phone unexpectedly rang. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but his spirits were elevated at that moment. He assumed it was a call of encouragement from his superior, only to discover that it was Mr. Luo from the illustrious media company. "Mr. Luo, how may I assist you?" "Ah, old Huang, what is you in such high spirits that you even jest with me? Just wait until I turn the tables." "Ha, old Luo, what brings you to call?" "I'm rather occupied. What are you busy with?" "By the way, I wanted to inquire when your survival show is concluding." "Why do you ask?" Huang Hao was momentarily taken aback, as he truly could not ascertain this. However, based on past conventions, it should wrap up in about half a month. "Could you introduce me to Zhao Mo? You wish to sign him?" Upon hearing this, old Huang immediately understood the implications. Indeed, you know how crucial a creative talent is to a company. Old Huang nodded, suddenly realizing that the other party could not see his gesture, so he voiced his agreement. In truth, Zhao Mo was unaware that this world, particularly in the entertainment industry, differed significantly from another realm. The adage that foreign monks chant scriptures well and foreign songs elevate individuals has nearly become a law in the domestic entertainment sector. Even in films and television dramas, foreign productions dominate, with a substantial portion of commendable domestic films being adaptations of international works. In such an environment, in recent years, creative talents in the country have increasingly found themselves with little space, leading many to abandon their professions for other careers. Presently, the government is vigorously supporting local creativity. Yet those individuals have already established roots in other fields and are reluctant to return to arduous conditions. Thus, domestic creative talents are indeed scarce. This is why the 3 women were so astonished when Zhao Mo claimed that the song was his original creation. "All right, I will inquire on your behalf. But this fellow seems rather aloof. Are you sure you don't mind? If it doesn't work out, he could always focus solely on creation." Huang Hao silently scoffed, thinking how well they calculated, yet they still required the approval of others. After hanging up, he dismissed the call from his mind, preparing to ask about the data when his phone rang again. "Huang Ge," it's Xiaoqi. Upon hearing this, Huang Hao instantly recognized him as the head of the Xingying Agency's department. "Are you inquiring about Zhao Mo's situation?" Upon hearing his question, the other party's voice grew noticeably anxious. "Huang Ge, has someone been inquiring? You must assist me with this. We at Xingying are currently in dire need of creative talents." Huang Hao continued with his usual diplomatic response, assuring the other party that he would inquire. After concluding the call, Huang Hao pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. The incident unfolded when the production team randomly selected a fortunate audience member. Initially, it was presumed that the pairing with the 3 ladies would culminate in a 2-day excursion. To everyone's astonishment, the chosen individual turned out to be a survival expert. a caliber of talent that even Bell found daunting. Remarkably, he managed to handle 3 companions with unwavering composure. Just when it seemed that all was settled, he unveiled a second skill: originality. So far, Zhao Mo had performed only 2 songs, and the question of whether he possessed more original compositions remained uncertain. He truly was a hidden gem. Contemplating this, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Regardless of the circumstances, this talent was unearthed by his own production team. Old Huang could certainly bask in the glory of his discerning eye. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang, disrupting his good mood. Instinctively, he considered ending the call, but upon seeing the caller ID, he promptly answered, his tone dripping with flattery. "Director Wu, what an honor to receive your personal call. Xiao Huang, you all did exceptionally well this time. I watched the live broadcast, and it was quite splendid," Wu replied. Huang's lips twitched. It was evident that this was formal praise from Wu. However, he dared not inquire which aspect had caught Wu's attention. "Is there a young man named Zhao Mo? Yes, an old comrade of mine. My old friend Xia from Wanyu gave me the heads up. I felt compelled to assist an old comrade. Could you inquire if that young man has any thoughts?" "Director Wu, the show is still live. I can't. I understand the priorities. This matter is not urgent. Just bring it up when the program is nearing its conclusion. Just don't forget," Wu instructed before hanging up. Huang's earlier buoyancy evaporated, replaced by a sense of unease. What a predicament. The director's personal call demanded his attention. Yet what if Zhao Mo declined? Would that reflect poorly on his ability to manage affairs in Wu's eyes? His head throbbed. The phone rang again, revealing a call from Xingxi Media. After a moment's contemplation, he switched his phone off. Was there no respite to be had? Almost immediately after he powered down his phone, his assistant director, Su Qing, received a call. Moments later, Su hung up and said, "Director Huang, it was old Qian from Lurue inquiring about Zhao Mo. Ignore him." Huang replied, feeling increasingly irritable. Before long, Su's phone buzzed again. Glancing at the caller ID, he chuckled wryly, "Sister from Tianhang Films." Noticing Huang's indifference, he decided to turn off his phone as well. Then, the phone of the data monitoring staff member rang. In exasperation, Huang issued a command for everyone's phones to be collected by a junior staff member in the office. Have her answer them. If it's about Zhao Mo, say we're busy. If it's an urgent family matter, let us know. At last, tranquility was restored. What was all this fuss about? Was it not merely the inclination of policy at play? However, it was true that the cultural media of his own country had long been overshadowed by foreign influences, which was hardly a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo remained blissfully unaware that he had become a coveted prize in the eyes of many. The shelter was set up, and the sun had begun its descent. The 3 young ladies, evidently fatigued, lay down upon hearing him say the bed was ready. "How delightful! Xiao Montak, you are truly remarkable. This bed is far more comfortable than the previous one. I scarcely wish to move a finger, though sheltered from the wind on this side. The breeze still sweeps in from the seaside." He is hastily constructing a windbreak, a task that is relatively simple. He gathers 4 or 5 logs as thick as an arm, binds them securely, inserts banana leaves in between, and erects it beside the bed, completing the task. However, his work does not end there. He proceeds to clear the vegetation beneath him, collecting dry wood to start a fire. At this moment, the even breaths of 3 young women can be heard from the bed. This time, he has added a considerable amount of wood, and the flames are quite vigorous. He begins to clear green plants within a 2-meter radius from the bed to create a buffer zone. Then he ignites the thick logs and begins to lay them in a circle. This arrangement can deter most animals, as the majority of smaller creatures possess a sense of territory. Zhao Mo's aim is to expunge their former domain. Within a day or 2, they will instinctively circumvent this area. Although there are coconuts which alleviate the concern for drinking water, one cannot overlook the necessity for water for daily use. He searches nearby and soon identifies a spot with noticeable elevation changes, whereupon he begins to dig. Zhao Mo is truly made of steel. I remain perplexed as to how he does not tire. I am also curious, as today must have consumed more of his physical energy than any other day. Yet he appears to be an unceasing machine. Zhao Mo is remarkably meticulous. Despite having 4 days and 3 nights remaining, he shows no sign of slackening. It is no jest one can never be certain who might fall victim to a venomous creature, necessitating their withdrawal. A man like him embodies safety, and the 3 young women who have drawn him are exceedingly fortunate. Haha, I recall that in the preceding days, it was often said that Zhao Mo was the lucky one. If Zhao Mo were to team up with Jingo, I wager they could thrive together for 100 days without issue. Upstairs, what is there to see with 2 large men? I had initially hoped to become a fortunate audience member next year, but witnessing Zhao Mo's performance, I think I shall retire early for the night. I'm curious as to how Zhao Mo knows there is water here. The area is inherently moist, and digging will undoubtedly yield water. Moreover, being in a low-lying region, the water from the hillside will converge at this point, significantly increasing the likelihood of discovery. It seems there are no fixed cameras today. Does this mean that once night falls, the Queen Group's live stream will cease? Look, the production team has issued an announcement. The Queen Group's live stream will conclude at 6:30, and tomorrow's nighttime special may also be halted. They will only resume after setting up fixed cameras on the island in the morning. This merely indicates that the production team did not anticipate Zhao Mo and his companions relocating. The production team must be thinking, having worked hard to conceal the best location, they're still discovered by you. After digging for a good half hour, the sun has now dipped to the horizon. Zhao Mo tests the water and finds it satisfactory. It seeps quickly, and he has already reached a depth of 40 centimeters. He approached the bedside and roused the 3 young women, saying, "Awaken. Let's go to the seaside for a refreshing wash. Surely, you cannot find such slumber comfortable." The 3 women, still groggy, rubbed their eyes and rose to their feet. However, upon hearing the prospect of a bath, they soon became fully alert, exclaiming joyfully as they dashed towards the shore. Zhao Mo, too, desired to cleanse himself. After all, they were all dressed, and it mattered little. Moreover, with the sky not being particularly bright, he harbored concerns for the safety of the 3 women. Thus he waded into the water not far from the shore. Chapter 50. A wearisome day. One cannot deny that Mimi possesses considerable audacity. She astonishingly removed her garment, declaring that it was more comfortable to wash without it. After soaking for a while, Zhao Mo decisively emerged from the water and made his way to the freshwater source to rinse his body. Before long, the 3 young ladies also ascended. He gestured towards the freshwater area, indicating they should rinse themselves first. He estimated he would return in approximately 40 minutes. Zhao Mo took the initiative to depart, allowing the 3 girls the opportunity to dry their clothes, as it was somewhat inconvenient in that regard, perhaps due to the sheltered location. The resources by the seaside were evidently more abundant. Upon reaching the rocky area, he discovered crabs and various shells without needing to venture into the sea. He decided to gather some, intending to innovate a culinary creation for the evening: snails and crabs cooked in coconut juice. He pondered the taste outcome. As for Yaya, she would have to settle for a vegetarian feast that night. Upon Zhao Mo's return, he found the girls' garments had dried, and they were engaged in conversation. He commenced preparing dinner, placing the pot over the fire. With a flashlight in hand, he ventured into the banana grove, contemplating before sighing and selecting a decayed banana root to begin extracting worms. At this moment, their live broadcast had concluded, yet the fervor remained unabated. The production team knew well how to amplify the show's popularity. At Huang Hao's suggestion, they registered the copyrights for 2 songs under Zhao Mo's name, subsequently extracting the original audio and uploading it to various music platforms by around 4 p.m. The production team finally accomplished something noteworthy. One could now hear Once You on Circle Music. Is it truly so? Download it quickly. Regrettably, it was an a cappella version, with accompaniment. It surely would have sounded even better. The essence lies in that raw vocal rendition. Indeed, listening to this song transcended mere enjoyment. It was about experiencing a narrative. It would be more accurate to say that one listens while reminiscing about the past. Goodness, the production team has gone too far. They actually intend to charge for this original version. I believe charging is reasonable. After all, downloading a song costs merely $1, which isn't exorbitant. However, I must inquire, does this revenue belong to Zhao Mo or the production team? This matter requires clarification. If the production team profits from this song, it would be quite disheartening. Such a large production team surely wouldn't stoop to that. As this discussion unfolded, it seemed that Ying in the director's room had received instructions from the production team. As she spoke up, "I have an announcement to make. Currently, we cannot reach Zhao Mo immediately, but many netizens have expressed their requests. Therefore, the production team has decided to register the copyrights of the two songs under Mr. Zhao Mo's name. Consequently, any revenue generated from the songs across platforms will rightfully belong to him." Upon hearing the production team's clarification, many individuals erupted in cheers. Why am I cheering? It feels as though Zhao Mo is sharing his fortune with me. To those upstairs, do not live too clearly. Just rejoice and cheer. The integrity of the production team is commendable. Let us applaud their grand gesture. So, everyone, have you downloaded it? What are you waiting for if you haven't? Having already downloaded it, I intend to listen to the song on repeat tonight. I once dreamt of wielding my sword and traversing the world. Lo and behold, I have now mastered the lyrics. I anticipate that soon various streamers will be singing it during their live broadcasts. However, I doubt they can do so freely, as they lack the copyright. It is permissible for us to sing, as we do not generate profit, but the streamers should refrain unless authorized by Zhao Mo. Now aware that there are no cameras present, inexplicably feels a sense of relaxation. Although he exhibits no intention to perform, the constant presence of a camera would make anyone feel somewhat uneasy. This time, he resolutely decided to gather more insects. Otherwise, Pang Di and Mimi would accuse him of favoritism, claiming he does not allow them to eat their fill. He collected at least 2 pounds of insects, thoroughly ravaging a few wilted banana roots, and ultimately chopped down a banana heart, ensuring he had sufficient provisions. Upon completing this task, Zhao Mo returned to their location. The 3 women seemed to realize the absence of cameras, as they were markedly more casual than before. Pang Di sprawled out on the bed in a relaxed manner, her position suggesting a myriad of untold stories. Yi sat quietly, intently gazing at the pot, while Mimi had transformed her attire into a strapless top, showing no intention of covering up upon Zhao Mo's return. "Lucky you," she remarked, followed by a playful huff. Zhao Mo retorted, "Put something on." "Wow, Zhao Mo, are we not planning to have a civilized gathering?" Mimi exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of so many insects. She had just removed her outer layer, merely to shake out her clothes, and felt a bit bashful upon Zhao Mo's return. Her comment was simply a facade of nonchalance, a reflection of her personality. "Wow, Zhao Mo, did you dig these up for me?" "And Sister Mimi?" Pang Di exclaimed as she leapt from the bed, drawn closer by the sight of the insects, swallowing hard in anticipation. "These were all for you, all right?" Zhao Mo replied. He retrieved several pieces of charcoal from the fire pit, along with some branches, and set up a grill. The sizzle of oil soon filled the air, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted far and wide. Fortunately, there were no large carnivorous animals nearby. Otherwise, the scent would undoubtedly attract them. He then pulled out the utensils he had prepared earlier, having cooked the snails and crabs in coconut juice. Concerned that their exteriors might not be clean, he poured out the juice. Afterward, he chopped 2 coconuts, pouring their juice into the pot and adding a touch of honey for flavor. Once the water boiled, he poured a cup for each of the 3 women. "This is absolutely delicious. Zhao Mo, you are truly remarkable. How about I hire you as my chef? You can set your own salary." They praised him. "Zhao Mo, you are so capable. Does your mother know? Whoever marries, you will be so fortunate." Zhao Mo discerned that their compliments were sincere. He divided the snails and crabs between Mimi and Pang Di, but the 2 clearly preferred to focus on the insects being grilled. Thus, he decided to put everything away, planning to take care of it himself. He approached a freshwater pit, rinsed the banana heart briefly, and divided it into segments for the 3 women, serving it as a sweet treat. The insects could hardly be roasted in a single batch. This time, he showed no obvious bias, taking 3 banana leaves and laying them on the ground. "One for you, one for her," and thus they divided them. He then proceeded to roast a second batch. Fatty disregarded the heat, directly tossing one into his mouth. It was too hot to bite, yet he couldn't bear to spit it out, fanning his small mouth with his hand. The meal left the 3 young ladies immensely satisfied. Zhao Mo poured each of them a small cup of honey, cautioning that such indulgence could lead to internal heat and honey possessed the ability to counteract that. After cleaning the utensils, it was evident that the three girls had replenished their energy in the afternoon, as they now appeared quite lively, showing no signs of wanting to sleep. The bed was quite spacious, and Zhao Mo had no intention of constructing another for himself. Instead, he simply laid in the middle, propping himself up with a piece of wood to ensure he wouldn't roll over to the other side, even if it meant sleeping alone. He felt a bit tired, having expended considerable physical energy that day. However, the three girls clearly had no intention of letting him off easily, their gazes following his every movement. When Zhao Mo washed the dishes, Yaya attempted to offer her assistance, but he declined. As darkness fell, he forbade the three girls from leaving the circle they had drawn during the day, reminiscent of the legend of Sun Wukong drawing a prison. Soon after, they observed Zhao Mo stepping outside with several banana leaves. He intended to construct a simple rainproof shelter over the freshwater pit. Otherwise, the water would become murky by morning. While he needed rainwater on the other side and was unfazed by its quality, here he aimed to preserve the clarity of the freshwater. His movements were remarkably swift. In about half an hour, a rain canopy was completed and erected over the pit. He wandered a bit further to address his physiological needs. Upon returning to the circle, he contemplated the issue of the three girls needing to relieve themselves. After some thought, he decided to set up the windbreak wall he had previously made in one corner of the circle at the downwind position. Pointing out to the three girls, he instructed, "If you need to use the restroom, go behind there, but do not leave the circle." He then intended to retire to bed, feeling exceedingly fatigued from the day's exertions. However, the three girls promptly halted him, with Mimi taking the lead, saying, "To enrich our queen group's daily life and ensure the simultaneous development of spiritual culture, we collectively agree that you should sing a song for us." Zhao Mo glanced at the other two girls, who nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grains. "I don't," he began, but they interjected, "Then we won't let you sleep. Trust me, we have plenty of ways." With a playful wink, Mimi added a teasing laugh. Zhao Mo slapped his forehead in resignation. How could he possibly compete with such shamelessness? Turning his head, he cast a glance at Mimi's chest, initially expecting her to shy away. To his surprise, she not only stood her ground, but also puffed her chest out, smiling and asking, "Do you want a clear view?" Defeated, Zhao Mo realized he was no match for such a bold girl. Sitting by the fire, he pondered what to sing while being watched eagerly by the three girls. After about 5 minutes, he finally began to sing. "A person as exceptional as I ought to shine throughout life. Yet here I am, over 2 decades later, still adrift in the sea of humanity." In another realm, the song by the illustrious Mao has resonated with the sentiments of many, garnering high praise. Some have expressed that it was only upon hearing this melody that they realized their pursuit of comfort had begun, awakening to the chilling realization of their own moral decline. Others have referred to it as a song of profound enlightenment, a hymn that calls forth the spirits, and indeed, a melody that belongs to each individual. Zhao Mo initially sang merely to fulfill a task, casually performing a tune. However, as he continued, particularly when reaching the line, "How many people have you seen like me?" so aimless in life, he found himself entirely immersed in the song's emotional depth. Although the chorus required a higher pitch, his voice grew increasingly somber. The smiles that adorned the faces of the three women faded, with Mimi's eyes turning red, while Yi felt a veil of mist clouding her view of Zhao Mo. Only Peng Di, perhaps due to her naivety and youth, seemed untouched by the song's profound impact. Once the song concluded, the only sounds that filled the air were the gentle whispers of the sea breeze and the intermittent chirping of insects. After some time, the three women began to applaud softly, and Mimi, gazing at Zhao Mo with a lowered tone, inquired, "Zhao Mo, after hearing this song, I find myself particularly intrigued by you. I wish to learn about your past." Yi rubbed her eyes and asked, "This too is your original work, correct? What is its title?" "People Like Me," he replied. "Well, it's best we retire for the night." Zhao Mo, however, did not grant them the luxury of contemplation, for his own mood was heavy with memories of another existence. The three women soon settled into their beds, with Mimi closest to Zhao Mo, Yi in the center, and Peng Di on the far side. The hammock had its drawbacks. it did not remain level, and after the three women climbed aboard, it was evident that their sides sagged significantly, nearly causing Zhao Mo to slide off. Thankfully, he grasped the vine he had reserved and the supporting beam just in time. Observing this, Mimi smiled knowingly before whispering with the other two, sharing unspoken secrets. Exhausted from the day's events, Zhao Mo lay down, a gentle breeze caressing him. The thick layer of tree moss beneath creating a sensation of sinking into the bed. It wasn't long before he succumbed to slumber, the sound of his rhythmic breathing prompting the voices of the three women to rise slightly in volume. "Yeah, would you like to switch places with me?" Mimi playfully asked. "Why should we switch?" Yi replied. "To be honest, Zhao Mo clearly favors you. You can see it in the way he looks at you. When he gazes at me, his eyes remain unchanged, but when he looks at Xiao Di, it's as if he is observing a mischievous child. Only with you. It's different." "Mimi, what is so different?" "I think it's all the same." "Humph, you little glutton, all you ever think about is food. How would you notice such things?" Regardless, Zhao Mo's gaze toward Yi is certainly peculiar. "Mimi, don't tease. I find Zhao Mo's gaze towards you to be rather unusual as well. Remember when you took off your top?" Zhao Mo's eyes nearly popped out. At this, the three women erupted into light laughter. It seemed that occasionally teasing Zhao Mo added a delightful twist to their days. "Oh, Mimi, Iseno. Are you suggesting that Zhao Mo might roll over here soon? He certainly wouldn't do it himself, but if the support beam beside him were to be removed, who could say for certain?" Yaya, are you contemplating a change?" Yaya suddenly fell silent, her heart in a state of turmoil. This emotion instilled a sense of fear within her. She lightly slapped her face, wondering what she was thinking. After all, she was merely a passerby. Once this program concludes, there will be no further contact. Perhaps it was best not to consider a change at all. Mimi had initially intended to play a prank, encouraging Yaya to switch places, and she would remove the support beam shortly after. However, if the other party was not easily deceived, she would naturally refrain from taking it away. It was a pity that Zhao Mo was not entering the circle. Yaya suddenly uttered this remark. "Alas, everyone has their own aspirations. Not everyone shares our desire for public acclaim and resounding success. Let us just rest." The three women gradually fell silent. Mimi too succumbed to slumber, and after a while, she felt the bed shift, groggily observing that Pang Di had risen. "What are you doing?" "Just sleep. I'm going to relieve myself." After getting out of bed, Pang Di wore a strange smile as she approached the support beam and gently laid it down. Noticing Zhao Mo's hand still grasping the vine at the edge, she turned her eyes mischievously, entwining her fingers with her hair and lightly gliding them across Zhao Mo's tightened grip. This slight disturbance would hardly awaken Zhao Mo, yet the ticklish sensation caused him to loosen his hold, with his other hand instinctively scratching. The scheme successful, Pang Di joyfully returned to bed, this time moving with even greater caution. Exhausted from the day's activities, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 51. The song ranks Zhao Mo discovered that he had once again succumbed to the realm of dreams. In this ethereal state, he found himself enveloped in a soft, warm cloud, with a fragrant aroma of blossoms wafted up from below. This sensation was so enchanting that he wished to remain in slumber. Yet the relentless ticking of his biological clock roused him as dawn broke with the first light of day. With the intention of rising, he was abruptly aware of a weight pressing upon him. The warmth of breath from either side caressed his face. What was happening? He suddenly realized the peculiar circumstances he was in and carefully lifted his head to assess his predicament, hoping for a means of escape. He was utterly astonished by how deeply he had slept and how he had ended up in such a compromising position. To his left, Mimi sprawled like an octopus, her arms draped around his neck and one leg resting on his abdomen. On his right, Yaya was relatively composed, merely clutching one of his arms tightly to her chest. This was quite the awkward situation. He resolved to employ his flexibility skills to gradually extricate himself from this gentle entrapment. However, the two young women held on too tightly, and his slightest movement inevitably stirred them awake. "Zhao Mo, what are you doing?" They mumbled, still groggy. After a moment, realization dawned upon them. and with a sudden gasp, they sat up. "Ah, this is unexpected, truly unexpected. Please, continue to sleep," Zhao Emo thought to himself as he experienced a wave of embarrassment, his face burning with a flush. If the two women believed they had gained an advantage, there were not enough words to clarify his innocence. He decisively rose from his prone position and hurried to the seaside to wash up and clear his head. Initially, the two women felt a twinge of shyness, but upon witnessing Zhao Mo's hasty retreat, they could not suppress their laughter. "Mimi, Yaya, what are you two giggling about instead of sleeping?" he called out. "Nothing, just sleep," Mimi replied. However, she soon seemed to realize something was amiss and promptly dragged Fat D to her feet, demanding, "Tell me, was it you who removed the support beam last night?" "What support beam?" Fat D began, but then abruptly woke up, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "Did Zhao and Mo really come over?" "Not all," Mimi and Yaya replied in unison, sharing a fleeting glance that turned their cheeks slightly pink before bursting into laughter once more. That smile of his was simply too amusing. "This is the first time I've seen Zhao and Mo blush, huh? He truly is quite innocent," they mused. He was reluctant to answer that truth or dare question. "Do you think he might still be?" "Who knows? He really is adorably naive. I must find a way to tease him a bit." Fatdi, utterly bewildered by the conversation, chose to ignore it and return to her slumber. Emerging from the sea, Zhao Emo rinsed off with fresh water, relieved that he had risen early. Had he overslept and been caught on drone footage, it would have had significant repercussions for the two ladies. As for himself, he was indifferent, for he had no intention of mingling in that circle. When the time came to don a pseudonym and write online fiction, who would ever suspect his true identity? Returning to the place, the three women gradually rose, while Zhao Mo made a conscious effort to avoid their gazes. His demeanor only served to amuse me and Yi further, as if it were Zhao Mo, rather than themselves, who had endured the grievances of the previous night. Zhao Mo began to prepare breakfast, and before long, the drone was already hovering in the air. Feeling rather lazy that morning, he simply brewed a pot of coconut juice, added honey, chopped a couple of banana cores, and picked a few papayas, deeming it sufficient. The four of them casually tasted the meal, and Zhao Mo feigned busyness, stating, "If you have no business, feel free to pick some fruits nearby. Just remember to strike the ground with a stick to ensure safety before venturing too far." He then picked two types of fruits and placed them before them, instructing, "Only gather these two varieties, choosing the ripe ones, and refrain from indiscriminately stuffing other fruits into your mouths." After giving his instructions, he handed the signal gun he had unearthed from the sand to Mimi, saying, "I intend to head over there to retrieve the cage and traps. If any danger arises, do not hesitate. Fire the signal gun immediately." Seeing the seriousness in his tone, Mimi nodded earnestly, setting aside her playful demeanor. Once Zhao Mo had finished speaking, he began his trek over the mountains. The only downside to this area was the absence of bamboo. Otherwise, he would not have ventured over to retrieve the items, and could have simply woven a few during the day. Around 9 o'clock, Zhao Mo finally arrived at the original shelter. Surprisingly, the shelter proved quite sturdy. He was confident that, barring a typhoon, it could withstand a year without issue. As for what might happen during a typhoon, who could say? Such forces could lift even a bull into the skies. He first waded into the water to retrieve the cage, and to his delight, it yielded a bountiful catch. He spotted 2 large blue crabs, known for their exquisite flavor, along with a red grouper and an eel weighing 3 to 4 pounds. Upon witnessing this bounty, he hastened his motions, knowing that these were food. If he delayed and they spoiled, they would become worthless. On his return journey, he also collected several traps, though this time, they yielded nothing but emptiness. Meanwhile, at the office building of Star Shadow Entertainment, a man stifled a yawn as he entered his office. His name was Wong Soo-Kwon, a returnee from South Korea, where he had debuted as a trainee. To conform to contemporary aesthetics, he had even undergone cosmetic surgery. In truth, his time there had not been particularly successful. He barely managed to secure a spot in a third-tier group. However, upon returning, he was immediately elevated to stardom. He opened Weibo to check the day's fan messages, and after a moment, he scoffed. What utter foolishness! Most comments hailed him as the most beautiful in the world. I'm the most beautiful in the world. There's no need to say more. There were also private messages expressing desires for a delightful evening together. He decided to peruse the profiles of those who commented, wanting to ascertain their appearances and sizes. How mundane life was. Being constantly idolized had become a tiresome chore. Although I lack any cinematic works, and my singing leaves much to be desired, I shall not demean myself to the point of insignificance. I am beautiful enough, and at least my devoted fans would concur. Pondering my singing, I decided to check the performance of my songs. Traditionally, the first place might be a tad exaggerated, yet securing a position within the top 3 should not pose a challenge. Just as I was about to investigate, my manager unexpectedly entered. "Kunkin, your new song has performed remarkably well, currently holding the 2nd position on the download charts. The company wishes to host a celebration banquet, inviting hundreds of your fans." How tiresome these matters are. I felt a hint of dissatisfaction. "Come now, it's only because of your fame. Don't sulk, the time is already set. We are merely waiting for your approval to announce it." Wang Shuquan appeared to relish this attention, displaying a proud smile as he waved his hand dismissively. "Then let us proceed, but keep the timing in check. Those fans can be particularly noisy, and every encounter leaves my head pounding." The manager assured him it would be done and turned to leave, but Wang Shuquan glanced at his computer and suddenly called him back. "What is it?" the manager inquired, noticing the look of disbelief on Wang Shuquan's face. Moving closer, the manager peered at the computer screen, his breath catching in his throat. Earlier that morning, he had reviewed the charts. Why had the monthly rankings shifted so dramatically in such a short span? First place, Lu Igua, Spring, with 32.7 million downloads. Second place, Zhao Mo, Once You with 13.21 million downloads. Third place, Zhao Mo, Happy Birthday to You with 9.17 million downloads. Fourth place, Wang Shuquan, A Gesture of Kindness with 9.02 million downloads. Fifth place, was my Kunkin not in second place anymore? No. Now he wasn't even in the top 3. Who was this Zhao Mo? Where had he emerged from? Why had I never heard of him? And why had he not appeared on the charts yesterday? 2 songs occupying the 2nd and 3rd spots was astonishing. Lu Igua's first place was entirely expected. He is a superstar, a perennial fixture in the entertainment industry with a fan base spanning all ages. Moreover, Lu Igua had released his song at the beginning of the month, giving him nearly 10 additional days of data, which justified his numbers. However, Zhao Mo was a complete enigma to me. Lost in thought, I was suddenly jolted by the sound of crying nearby. I slapped my forehead and quickly changed my expression to a smile. "Don't fret, it's merely a trivial matter. I assure you, you will still be second. Now, there is no need for tears. Ancient sister, you must help me seek vengeance." The manager chuckled and gently stroked his face in reassurance. After calming Wang Shuquan, Gu Jing returned to her office and instructed her assistant, "Please look into a singer named Zhao Mo." The assistant was momentarily taken aback, uncertainly stating, "Gu Jia, are you referring to that participant in the 100-Day Survival Challenge? He isn't a singer, but rather." After pondering for a while, she struggled to articulate Zhao Mo's identity and finally said, "He's a fresh university graduate, majoring in philosophy, participating as an ordinary person in the survival challenge. Everyone assumed he would be eliminated in the first round, but Gu Jia, can you believe it? He turned out to be a survival champion, exceptionally skilled, overcoming one challenge after another with Mimi and the others." Initially, the assistant spoke in a measured tone, but as she continued, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her voice unconsciously rose slightly. "They say his personality is unappealing, yet there is a certain safety in his demeanor. Moreover, he is quite handsome, not in a conventional sense, but in a ruggedly masculine way. He possesses a lean physique, yet is well-muscled. Some claim that his physique is akin to that of a special forces soldier honed through rigorous training. Just the other night, in a special segment to celebrate Yaya's birthday, he even sang 2 original songs, one seemingly titled Happy Birthday to You, and the other, even more impressive, called the You of the Past. Gu Jia, truly, both songs are exceptionally beautiful. Some say he is of professional caliber as a singer, and both songs are his originals. It's simply astounding. He is my idol. Noticing the assistant's enthusiasm, Gu Jing was momentarily taken aback. She was not angry. As a manager, she was absorbing valuable information from her assistant. Is he truly that remarkable? Gu Jie, you can see for yourself, but I heard that Qi Gu is interested in reaching out, seemingly intending to sign him. Upon hearing about Qi Rui, Gu Jing scoffed softly, opening her computer to search for Zhao Mo's information. The current landscape of self-media is remarkably developed, with no shortage of individuals capitalizing on trends, providing commentary on the survival challenge, and even directly excerpting segments for viewership. Thus, for Gu Jing, there was no need to watch the live broadcast. Everything was crystal clear. She first opened a video titled "Who Else Has Muscles Like This?" The footage featured a ruggedly handsome man standing atop a mountain, beginning to shed his outer garments. At this point, Gu Jing's expression brightened. Having grown weary of dealing with individuals like Wang Xiuquan, she found this man to be quite appealing. As she watched Zhao Mo's taut muscles as he effortlessly pulled 3 young women up the mountain, her eyes widened in astonishment. Is it possible to do it this way? Does this person possess such strength? Her curiosity only grew, prompting her to finish one video and immediately click on another. This one was more pertinent. The video quality was not exceptional, but the audio was clear. Zhao Mo sat there, softly singing, and upon hearing the lyrics of the first song, she recognized it as the third-ranking piece, "Happy Birthday to You." He can compose. This is crucial. There are far too few local lyricists and composers, and most are of an older generation, unable to keep pace with contemporary trends or understand the needs of the youth. She mused, unaware that her assistant had quietly approached her from behind. She glanced back, not intending to reprimand, when suddenly a line from a song pierced her ears. Once dreamed of wielding a sword to roam the world. It was still a solo rendition, devoid of any accompaniment. Yet the excellence of this song seemed to have been predetermined from the very first note. After a while, she let out a deep sigh. The lyrics were exquisite, the melody enchanting, her physique commendable, and her appearance striking. She was truly a prodigy of a superstar. What could Qi Rui offer me to compete? With this thought, she cast a glance at her assistant and, after a moment of hesitation, said, in the fan group of Kuan, post an update stating that Kuan is heartbroken because his second place has been snatched away, rallying the support of fans to encourage them to download repeatedly. The assistant paused, took a few steps, and then turned back to remind her. Gu Jie, following the usual approach, shouldn't we undermine Zhao Mo, spreading some unfavorable remarks? Or perhaps find a few mentors to critique Zhao Mo's 2 songs? Although the assistant was reluctant to take such actions, she felt it necessary to offer her counsel. Gu Jing chuckled and asked, "What do you think of Zhao Mo's potential?" The assistant was taken aback by the question, but quickly responded, "If he navigates this circle and has someone like Gu Jie supporting him, he will undoubtedly reach great heights." Gu Jing nodded in satisfaction. The assistant knew how to articulate her thoughts. "Then it's settled. I shall sign him. At that time, certain individuals will no longer be of significance. Do you understand?" The assistant smiled in understanding and resumed her tasks. Meanwhile, in his office, Wang Xiuquan was still venting his frustration at the rankings displayed on his computer. "Humph. Let us see how long you can be arrogant. Soon you'll be a laughingstock. Do you realize that? Once Gu Jie takes action, what hope do you have? Second place belongs to me, and it will always be mine, ha ha ha." He remained oblivious to the fact that he had already been placed on the list for potential elimination. Otherwise, he would certainly be weeping bitterly. Chapter 52. The subtle thoughts of the 3 young women at this moment. The online atmosphere became quite turbulent. Upon witnessing the comments from the assistant, many fans of Kunbeo were utterly disheartened. Who dares to encroach upon the fame of our beloved Kunbeo? Zhao Mo. I just listened to the performance, and it was utterly dreadful. Moreover, it was an unaccompanied rendition, showing a complete lack of respect for the audience. How such a song could even grace the platform is beyond my comprehension. Let us head over to Zhao Mo's Weibo and express our discontent. Wait, why can't I find this person's Weibo? Aren't they a celebrity? Not even a Weibo account? How infuriating. A bumpkin, akin to a monkey sprung from a rock crevice, dares to compare themselves to my Kunbeo? Mothers, rally together. Each of you must download at least 10 times to elevate Kunbeo's standing. We must unite. Kunbeo cannot afford to lose. Hearing Kunbeo's distress pains my heart. These remarks inevitably spread across the internet, prompting many to shake their heads in disbelief. The mentality of these individuals is quite amusing. Were they my children, I would have to discipline them both day and night. It is indeed tragic how they have been so enchanted by someone so ambiguous in gender. The sorrow of education. Isn't it preferable for someone like Zhao Mo, who appears quite masculine? It is no wonder, having experienced little, they cannot discern the nuances as we once did. Dear friends, I am but a student. While I acknowledge your sentiments and share your admiration for Zhao Mo and the song Once Upon a Time, I can't help but feel that your words have unjustly implicated me. To the individual above, I too have been cautious and hesitant to voice my thoughts. But I am relieved to find a kindred spirit. Let us not overwhelm ourselves. Instead, let us promote Once Upon a Time, for it is quite pleasant to listen to. Regardless of the circumstances, we must support domestic originality. Nowadays, much of the music is merely covers of foreign songs, and some artists cannot sing without interspersing their lyrics with foreign phrases. I concur. We should promote more, not for rankings, but for the love in our hearts. The individual above embodies a poetic spirit. By noon, Wang Shuquan refreshed the leaderboard, and to his delight, his gesture had elevated him to second place. Competing with me? Yet, upon seeing Zhao Mo in third and fourth place, his mood soured once more. What on earth is Gu Jie doing? Why hasn't Tishi thoroughly discredited this person? He took out his phone, preparing to call Gu Jing, but reconsidered. It had only been 2 or 3 hours, and she was likely concocting a grand strategy to bring Zhao Mo down. After enjoying a pleasant lunch, he intended to check the leaderboard once more before indulging in a rejuvenating afternoon nap. However, upon refreshing the page, he was utterly stunned. He was no longer in second place. That accursed Zhao Mos Once Upon a Time had surged ahead. No, it couldn't be. Neither the third nor the fourth position was his. A glance revealed that he was absent from the entire top 10. This is impossible. It defies all logic. As he was about to call Gu Jing for an inquiry, a glance caught his attention as the system pushed a notification. Upon opening it, he nearly spat blood after reading the content. The song Sending a Favor, performed by Wang Shuquan, had been flagged by the platform for multiple IDs involved in repeated downloads, with a single ID peaking at over 700 instances. The platform initially concluded it was a case of vote manipulation and has since removed the song from circulation. Following an analysis by the data center, a decision regarding its potential re-release will be made. It is heartening to see that contemporary platforms still uphold integrity. This data is crucial for the artist's rating and the song's eligibility for awards, ensuring that short-term gains do not compromise the platform's credibility. In such circumstances, leniency is typically not an option. Of course, the platform has its own accounting methods, and while some ardent fans may understand the situation, there are generally established limits, such as a single ID not exceeding 100 downloads. Staring at this notification, Wang Shuquan was dumbfounded for several minutes, and in the next moment, tears streamed down his face as he dialed Gu Jing's number, exclaiming angrily, "Sister Gu, this is utterly unfair." Meanwhile, Zhao Mo returned to his residence, where 3 young women were chatting on the bed. Shortly after, a speedboat from the production team arrived to install a couple of cameras in their frequently used area, reminding them to conduct their final activities under surveillance before bedtime. Afterward, they retrieved their catch to inspect, relieved to find no unpleasant odors. "We'll prepare the meal." "I will." The 3 women chimed in unison, raising their hands. Zhao Mo, indifferent to who would cook, discarded the ingredients and picked up the trap, intending to find a suitable spot to cast it. Upon reaching the seaside, he knocked some oysters to use as bait. On his way back, he scouted several locations and set the traps before returning to the shelter. The crabs were cooked in a manner similar to his own, placed beside the fire, while the eels were boiled and the fish rested on a rack. Nearby, on a banana leaf, lay the wild fruits previously picked by the third girl. "Yaya, are you hungry? You can't eat seafood, so if you're hungry, I may have to go chop some banana hearts." Yaya shook her head and smiled. "Not at all hungry. You should take a moment to rest." Zhao Mo couldn't discern whether Yaya was being truthful, but with coconuts, papayas, and wild fruits nearby, there was enough to stave off hunger, so he decided to sit down. Before long, the fish was cooked, and the crabs had turned red. The two women handed the largest crab to Zhao Mo, while they picked up their chopsticks to begin eating the eel from the pot. Fat D took a bite and looked at Mimi, saying, "Sister Mimi, this isn't tasty. At least we have food, and you're being picky? What is it? Is my cooking bad and Zhao Mo's good?" Zhao Mo felt somewhat speechless. Mimi's words seemed to carry a hint of ambiguity. After Mimi finished, she took another bite, reluctantly swallowing before expressing her frustration. "You're right." She then pushed the pot toward Zhao Mo, saying, "This fish is unfair. It changed flavor after I cooked it. It must be because it's not fresh. It's all yours now." Zhao Mo accepted it, tasted a piece, and to his surprise, it truly did not compare favorably to his own cooking. He was puzzled, as the method was exactly the same. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that this was likely the result of the cooking skills rewarded by the system. The two girls then resumed their engagement with the large crab. After a single bite, their faces contorted in displeasure, and they simultaneously placed the crab before Zhao Mo. The chubby D chuckled awkwardly and said, "Zhao Mo, you look so thin and hungry. Do indulge a bit more." Yes, I and Chubby D have decided to eat vegetarian today." Yaya, fully aware of the underlying reason, sat there laughing heartily. What is there to comprehend? Is Chubby D's character about to crumble? It's quite evident that Mimi and Chubby D are eager to eat, but they must be able to swallow it first. I too find it perplexing. The cooking methods of the two are indistinguishable from Zhao Mo's. A novice in the kitchen, even with a chef's detailed instructions, cannot conjure a delectable feast. Indeed, a splendid insight. Haha, the antics of the two girls are utterly charming. It seems Zhao Mo is in for a challenge. P.S. A new chapter will be released shortly. I kindly ask everyone to provide feedback, send some power, and perhaps a nudge for an update, if you please. For those who enjoy treasure appraisal, you may also wish to explore my ongoing work, Heavenly Eye, Unmatched Treasure Appraisal. That book has been crafted with great care by the author. Chapter 53. The astonished production team at this moment, in a chat group of certain artists, many voices began to resurface. I just heard an extraordinary song, and it was performed a cappella. You must be referring to the past version of yourself. I have also listened to that song, and it is indeed remarkable. Who is Zhao Mo? A newcomer that has emerged? How come I have not heard of him before? He, you are out of touch. This individual is an amateur selected from the show 100 Days of Survival, though he is no longer an amateur now. Indeed, on the very first day of its release, this song surpassed Wang Shuquan, which is quite impressive. I had thought originality was dead, that the public had lost interest. It seems I was mistaken. Wuku, you possess the talent. You already have experience in this area. Push yourself to write a song that will outshine the competition. I have heard that several major media outlets have contacted the 100 Days of Survival production team, intending to sign Zhao Mo. Are there any fools among capitalists? With Zhao Mo's current popularity, releasing an album right after the show's conclusion could propel him into the second tier of fame. The cost of nurturing a star is remarkably low. The production team was equally astonished. While uploading the songs was intended for the program's exposure, they never anticipated that 2 songs would ascend to the second and third positions, an extraordinary feat moreover. Today's data revealed a 5 increase in new users watching the live broadcast, primarily drawn in by the Queen's group. Though May 5th seem modest, when the base is 30 million, it translates to an additional 5 million viewers. Huang Hao, upon reviewing the data, chuckled and shook his head, addressing Su Qing. It truly has become a sensation. This is favorable. No amateur from previous seasons has debuted, and this year we have produced one, which can be considered an achievement for our program. Su Qing nodded in agreement, recalling his brief interaction with Zhao Mo. Although the latter's demeanor was somewhat reserved, he was relatively easy to engage with. "Director, what should we do about the matters assigned by the leadership?" Huang Hao sighed, a wry smile on his face. Now there are even more eyes on him. Just wait and see. They might end up competing fiercely for his attention. Do you think my influence as a director can sway Zhao Mo's decisions? Therefore, I am merely responsible for conveying messages. If things go awry, I trust the station chief will understand. Having expressed his sentiments, Huang Hao shifted the conversation back to business. How is the preparation for the second segment progressing? Su Qing's smile faded as he reported seriously. The area has already been selected, located in a mountain 130 kilometers from our production team. We have chosen a side that offers ample space. Currently, inspections are underway to ensure there are no large carnivores present, and we have erected simple barriers around the perimeter. Huang Hao nodded, feeling reassured by Su Qing's competence. The two had collaborated on this program for 4 years. Following established protocol, after the first round concludes, there will be a 3-day break before officially proceeding. After dinner, Zhao Mo began his preparations. He intended to construct a small bed for himself. This time, he would forego the hammock and simply use a few wooden planks for support. If he were to tumble into a heap again, he feared he would find himself at a loss for words. Regarding the fallen wooden support from last night, he did not suspect anything amiss, attributing it to his own restless sleep. Upon seeing the shape of the small bed, Mimi's face flushed slightly, and the next moment, she glared at the nearby chubby D, blaming this mischievous fellow for the trouble. After assembling the bed, he instructed the 3 girls to stand aside and resumed his task of burning wood. Once the firewood was sufficiently charred, he added more to the circle, ensuring that certain items remained at a safe distance. In the midst of this flurry of activity, the sun began to set. Dinner was simple. He chopped 2 banana cores and some papaya, placing them in a pot along with a drizzle of honey to cook. The aroma was delightful. Mimi, the fish you cooked at noon resembled swine fare, he teased. Xiao Di, I see you're itching for a reprimand. The crabs you roasted were bitter, and yet you dare to criticize me? Even your pig would refuse to eat what you cooked. Zhao Mo paused in his bustling, feeling as though he had become an unintended target of their banter. One remarked on pig food, while the other was even more scathing, claiming that even a pig would turn its nose up at his cooking. Yet, the food was undeniably satisfying, having filled their bellies. After the meal, Zhao Mo calculated the time. With today's passing, only 2 days remained until the conclusion of the first phase. What troubled him was that the other 2 groups had not withdrawn. Had they chosen to exit, he and the 3 girls could have left as well, securing the 10 million. He had forgotten to inquire with the production team whether that amount was before or after tax. Paying 5 million in taxes would certainly sting. He felt accomplished having brought the 3 girls to the island, yet the thought of wandering through the jungle while being pursued by others weighed heavily on his mind. Zhao Mo, sing us a song. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the 3 girls began to tease him. Sing a hammer. Zhao Montac retorted irritably, reclining on a small bed. Chubby D was momentarily taken aback, then quickly registered her confusion. Both Ya and Mimi noticed Zhao Mo's low spirits and exchanged worried glances at his prone figure. However, upon witnessing Chubby D's expression of grievance, Mimi approached and gave her a comforting embrace. Don't mind him. He's just having a rough day, she quipped. The look of distress vanished from Chubby D's face, and after a moment, she remarked, I heard from friend that men have those days too. Is that true, Mimi? Mimi slapped her forehead, realizing how naive the girl was. Ha! I should be angry. After all, Zhao Mo is rather harsh with our Chubby D. But I can't help but find this amusing. From upstairs, someone chimed in. I was eating when I heard Zhao Mo sing a hammer, and I nearly choked with laughter. Another added, Indeed, men do have those few days each month. Enough from up there. That's merely your low emotional intelligence. You ought to learn to self-regulate, came a retort. Wait, does this imply Zhao Mo has low emotional intelligence? His stubborn demeanor hardly aligns with high emotional awareness. Mimi was momentarily defeated by Chubby D's comment. What is up with Zhao Mo? Although he usually has a cold disposition, he has always treated the 3 girls quite well. Perhaps something is troubling him. He was just sitting there, looking quite vexed. New viewers may be inclined to criticize Zhao Mo, but I feel it is my duty to assure everyone that he is not as they perceive. I am genuinely concerned and perplexed by his current state, which inexplicably tugs at my heartstrings. Indeed, if the 3 young ladies were more considerate, they would offer him some comfort. Zhao Mo is not so fragile. I trust that if he is facing challenges, he will swiftly regain his composure. Just as the discussion unfolded, Zhao Mo rose and approached Pang Di with a grave expression, uttering the words, I am sorry. As onlookers anticipated an explanation, he returned to his small bed and resumed sleeping. What manner of behavior is this? Zhao Mo's character is quite comprehensible. He felt his tone was too harsh, and thus offered an apology, yet he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate on the reasons behind it. The analysis provided above holds merit. Pang Di mused, why do I feel as though I am the one at fault? Chapter 54. The new panel unveiled. Zhao Mo's apology truly left Pang Di at a loss for words. After a moment, she turned to glance at the two women beside her, appearing even more aggrieved than before. Sister Mimi, why do I feel like I am the one at fault? It was then that Yi gently embraced her, chuckling. Zhao Mo simply has that temperament. He recognized that his tone was harsh earlier, hence the apology. There is no ulterior motive, do not overthink it. Before long, Yi moved to the side and adjusted one of the cameras slightly before returning to Zhao Mo's side. The bed, already narrow, felt even more confined as Yi sat beside him, her softness distinctly felt against his arm. He closed his eyes, striving to maintain steady breaths. Perhaps due to their days of interaction, the three women seemed to have lowered their defenses, and he sensed their actions becoming less cautious of his masculinity. Yi lowered her head slightly and noticed his eyelashes fluttering occasionally, indicating he had not fallen asleep. She chuckled softly. Zhao Mo, are you feeling down? If so, share it with us, and we can ponder over it together. Zhao Mo sighed, turning onto his side to minimize contact with Yi, keeping his eyes shut as he shook his head. I'm fine. There is no need for concern. Go comfort Xiao Di. I was the one who spoke too harshly earlier. Upon observing his sleeping posture, a mischievous smile crept onto Yi's face. As she stood up, she playfully slapped his thigh, causing him to roll over in surprise. Any man would understand that an unexpected strike to the thigh could provoke a sudden tension, and Zhao Mo was no exception. His flustered reaction elicited laughter from Mimi and Pang Di, who burst into hearty giggles. Yi, seeing him glare at her, stuck out her tongue playfully before departing with a smile. Zhao Mo felt utterly fatigued. Fortunately, he was lying on his side. Had he been flat on his back, it would likely have been Yi who felt the sting of his hand. Zhao Mo, you wish to eat insects. Your earlier apology was rather insipid. Zhao Mo glunged at Pang Di, weakly nodding. The little girl had finally cheered up. How wonderful it was to be a foodie. Just a morsel could bring joy. The three women lay down on the bed, and Mimi turned to Zhao Mo with a smile. In truth, I slept quite soundly last night. Why not join me? Zhao Mo decided to turn away, presenting his back to Mimi, recognizing her as a mischievous temptress. How did he even end up flipping over her and settling in the middle last night? Moments later, rain began to fall outside. Zhao Mo rose to inspect the rain cover over the fire pit. As for the flames, he felt powerless to manage them. He then placed a windbreak beside the three women's bed, aware that the temperature would drop with the rain, and he did not wish for any of them to catch a cold the following day. After attending to these tasks, he found himself damp and sat by the fire to dry off. Once he felt sufficiently warm, he returned to bed. Just as he lay down, the system suddenly chimed. Detection complete. Host has accomplished the fourth stage of the task. Reward: 1,500 reputation points, disguise skill, and 5 attribute points. Zhao Mo had adjusted to such notifications by now. Thus, he felt no significant surprise. Having first acquired the skill of camouflage, which promises significant utility in the subsequent stages, I proceeded to open the Wilderness Survival attribute panel. After some contemplation, I allocated all my attribute points to physical endurance, reasoning that my intellect would suffice for the time being. Upon reviewing the panel, it now displayed Intelligence, 133, Astute, Physical Endurance, 75, Robust, Durable, with Strong Explosiveness, Wilderness Survival Skill, 100, Master of Survival. Reputation points, 4,500, 1,500. I resolved to prioritize physical endurance for future attribute points, deeming a strong physique far more crucial than mere intellectual capacity at present. As I composed myself, preparing to sleep once more, the system suddenly chimed again. Ding! The system detects that the host's first round of tasks is nearing completion. The system will activate the jungle escape panel. Please ensure your current environment is stable. Unsure of what environment stability entailed, I simply clicked to activate it. Moments later, a wave of pain surged through my mind, and I discovered an additional panel had appeared. The jungle escape panel now read: Intelligence 133, astute, physical endurance 75, robust, durable, with strong explosiveness, sensitivity 61, standard, comprehensive jungle escape skill 79, mastery of techniques, camouflage skills, ample physical endurance, superior intelligence. Ding! The system detects that the host has bound a new panel, rewarding 10 attribute points and an encyclopedia of animal languages. And then it went silent. I was taken aback. Why was there no skill that would elevate my escape abilities to full mastery? Unbeknownst to me, the escape skill could never truly reach its zenith due to the constant presence of adversaries and unforeseen circumstances. The current rating was a composite score derived from intelligence, physical endurance, sensitivity, and mastered skills as calculated by the system. After some reflection, I deemed the knowledge of animal languages to be invaluable and hastily allocated the 10 attribute points to sensitivity, understanding the importance of well-rounded development. Indeed, following the acquisition of the skill and the allocation of attribute points, the comprehensive score for Jungle Escape now reached 83, with the newly acquired skill of animal language. Exiting the system, I yearned for slumber, but a sudden gust of wind chilled me to the bone. Moments later, I succumbed to deep sleep. The following morning, the three women rose as usual, counting the days, realizing that the survival segment would conclude within the next 2 days. With hearts lightened, they prepared for their morning routine, when Yaya's gaze fell upon the small bed beside her, prompting an unexpected startle as she hastily approached. The other two soon recognized the anomaly. Zhao Mo had yet to awaken, a peculiarity that had not occurred in the past 8 days. An inexplicable tension filled the air, and Yaya stepped closer, gently shaking him. When Zhao Mo finally opened his eyes, she exhaled in relief. "Are you all right? Not feeling well?" Zhao Montak, momentarily disoriented, felt the heaviness of his eyelids and a profound weakness throughout his body. "Zhao Mo, are you ill?" Yaya's voice quivered with concern, having just touched his forehead to discover an alarming warmth. He was clearly running a fever. At this moment, Mimi and Pundi approached. Mimi first tested the situation with her hand, finding it lacking in accuracy, and then pressed her forehead against Zhao Mo's. After a moment, she turned to the two women and declared, "Zhao Mo has a fever." Pundi, filled with concern, immediately shed tears, exclaiming, "Mimi, what shall we do? Indeed, what can we do?" Over the past 8 days, it could be said that rather than a group surviving in the wilderness, it was Zhao Mo alone who had endured, while simultaneously caring for the three of them. "Stop crying and show some resilience," Mimi admonished. She then turned to Zhao Mo and asked, "How do you feel? If it becomes too much, we can withdraw. Rest assured, your share of the prize will remain intact." At that moment, Zhao Mo had regained his composure. Upon hearing Mimi's words, he understood that the three women intended to ensure he received his full reward. He wished to demonstrate that he was indeed fine. After all, his constitution had become remarkably resilient, akin to a perpetual motion machine, and he was not concerned about such minor ailments. However, the sudden movement had caused him to feel a disorienting whirl. Chapter 55. At least when over the Queen's group, Zhao Mo nearly lost his balance, but fortunately, Yaya was nearby, swiftly catching him, while Mimi also offered her support. After taking a moment to rest upon returning to the bed, he felt somewhat better. Contemplating the situation, he inquired of the system in his mind, "Why does my constitution allow for colds and fevers?" Frustration welled within him, and he did not expect the faulty system to provide an answer. Yet, after a brief moment, the system did respond. When the host binds the new panel, it occurs at the host's weakest moment, typically recovering automatically after 15 minutes. The system had already reminded the host last night to ensure the stability of the environment. "Damn, so it's still my fault," he thought, refusing to give up as he asked, "Does the system intend to watch its master perish?" Ding! The system activated the sanitation mode, eliminating the host's ailments. With an estimated duration of 24 hours, the host was advised to endure. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mo felt a surge of joy. The system truly was like a devoted child, showing filial piety. Leaning against a nearby tree, he forced a smile at the three girls, saying, "I'm fine. Just caught a slight chill last night. A day's rest will suffice. There's no need to withdraw." As he attempted to rise to prepare breakfast, Mimi firmly pressed him down. Her strength surprisingly effective due to his current weakness. Since you wish to persist, then heed your captain's orders. Rest well. Xiaodi, stay here and keep an eye on Zhao and Mo. Pang Di nodded, pushing him back onto the bed. Perhaps unaware of Zhao Mo's lack of strength, Pang Di applied more force than intended, resulting in Zhao and Mo lying down while she collapsed atop him. His head throbbed, really throbbed. Why did she exert so much force? Her head knocked against the wooden surface, but it didn't hurt. Blushing slightly, Pang Di got up and asked, "Do you want some water? Is there anywhere else that hurts? Should I give you a massage?" Clearly, the young girl lacked caregiving skills. Zhao and Mo managed to sit up, noticing Pang Di reaching out to massage him. He quickly interjected, "Can I use the restroom first?" "Oh, okay, go ahead," she added after a moment's thought. "Just don't wander too far. No one will be peeking." Zhao and Mo nearly faltered again. Meanwhile, Mimi and Yaya were conversing nearby. "Yaya, do you remember what Zhao and Mo did when I had a fever last time?" Yaya pondered and replied, "He used alcohol to wipe down your body and then soaked your feet in sand." "Oh, and every half hour, he gave you a glass of water." Mimi nodded, recalling the details but seeking confirmation. Just then, the New Day's live broadcast commenced. In the culinary group, Jolie was busy cracking open oysters. "Let me tell you, these oysters are a treasure, rich in protein, trace elements, and vitamins. Regular consumption not only protects the liver and lowers blood lipids, but also enhances the body's immunity." Among the other 3 group members, one girl, a student of Zhou Lei named Hai Jing, looked at him with a pained expression and said, "Teacher, we've been eating this for 3 days straight. Does that count as regular?" Zhou Lei shot a glance at Hai Jing and then turned to the other 2, a young man and woman who wore expressions of utter despondency. Oysters are delectable, but they are best enjoyed on occasion, particularly when paired with minced garlic. Now, faced solely with the oysters after 3 consecutive days, the flavor had diminished significantly. Merely resisting the urge to vomit upon seeing the pallid delicacy was an achievement in itself. Zhou Lei forced a smile and remarked, "What can we do? The net we gathered these past 2 days yielded nothing. Let us hold on a little longer. Once this program concludes, I'll invite you all to my home for a feast: braised pork, roasted chicken, spicy stewed fish, and beer duck. If that is not enough, we can each enjoy a large pig trotter. I assure you, it will replenish our strength." The trio swallowed in unison at Zhou Lei's tantalizing words. He gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, realizing they could only find solace in the thought of future feasting. "Teacher Zhou, I actually think we've endured long enough. Why don't we just withdraw?" The young man Xin Chuan suggested softly. In his view, everyone wished to exit, yet their pride prevented them from voicing it. To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, the other 3 exclaimed in unison, "No way." Zhou Lei regarded Xin Chuan with mild discontent. He had anticipated the girl would falter first, but unexpectedly, it was Xin Chuan who spoke up. "Xiao Chuan, your group has withdrawn due to illness, but we are fit and healthy. It would be unreasonable for us to quit. Moreover, look at the Queen group, with 1 young man accompanying 3 girls. When the production team last visited the island for health checks, they reported numerous adversities, yet they have persevered until now. The next phase may involve chance, but in these 10 days of survival, we cannot claim to be less resilient than them. I don't care how the audience perceives us, but we must possess a spirit of defiance." The 2 girls nodded vigorously. To them, losing to the Queen group was simply unacceptable. They lacked the same stature as the trio of girls and had hoped to reclaim some pride through this program. If they were to lose again, it would be utterly humiliating. "Teacher, let us give it our all. We still have food, and only 2 days left," one encouraged. "Yes, Teacher Zhou. We can certainly hold out until the end. Let us go." Zhou Lei nodded approvingly at the 2 girls and then turned back to Xin Chuan. "I appreciate your concern for the team, but we are united in this endeavor." As a teacher, Zhou Lei understood how to foster solidarity within the group. If Xin Chuan were to bow out at this moment, the team would swiftly disintegrate. Thus, despite his inner displeasure, he spoke earnestly, interpreting Xin Chuan's intentions as being for the benefit of all. Meanwhile, the special operations team was also foraging for food. Li Jing was a fervent individual. At this moment, He instructed Ing Er and the others to gather shells by the seaside while he dived to check the traps. His activities mirrored those of Zhao Mo, who had crafted bamboo traps. Li Jing, however, utilized vines, achieving similarly effective results. He was now submerged, eager to assess the bounty of his traps. A delicate tendril, emerging from a narrow crevice, captured his attention. He swiftly swam to the left and, with deftness, grasped two antenna-like appendages, pulling out a lobster weighing over a pound from the rocky fissure. He first secured the lobster to his belt with a rope, then proceeded to retrieve the trap. "Wow, Jingge, how magnificent! We are in for a lobster feast," Ing Er exclaimed, her keen eyes immediately spotting the lobster dangling before him. "I've heard that lobster sashimi is exquisite," remarked another man, stroking his chin with a smile. The two girls rolled their eyes in unison. The Queen's team has persevered thus far. Everyone must rally together. Jingge beamed a radiant smile at the group. "We are bound to win the championship, Jingge." Indeed, the Queen's team must have experienced extraordinary luck to endure this long. Li Jing did not contest this, merely smiling while pondering whether it was truly luck. In his view, Zhao Mo was a true master. As an aside, I humbly seek your critiques and encouragement for updates. Thank you, esteemed peaks. Next, Zhao Mo's season of triumph is upon him. He is set to evolve from a caregiver into a cherished one. Furthermore, we are seeking suggestions for the leading lady. Feel free to propose anyone you wish to see in that role. Chapter 56. The treatment of the baby. News of Zhao Mo's illness swiftly reached the production team. How could this happen? Among the four, who would fall ill but Zhao Mo? Huang Hao paced restlessly in the monitoring room, akin to a restless bull in heat. This episode, centered around the captivating Queen group, previously spotlighted the three women, but now Zhao Mo was indispensable. Huang had hoped that the Queen group's maneuvers in the second segment would ignite the show anew, yet fate had dealt a cruel blow with Zhao Mo's sudden ailment. It was well understood that the Queen group had persevered thus far largely due to Zhao Mo's efforts. Should he falter, the uncertainty of their participation in the subsequent 2 days loomed large. Had they not fired the signal gun? As of now, no, and from their discussions, it seemed they had no intentions of withdrawing. Huang exhaled softly, contemplating a return home at noon to burn incense. Recalling the last time he had prayed for Mi's swift recovery, his wishes had been granted, though he had overlooked the most pressing need to pray for Zhao Mo's health. In the directing room, upon hearing of Zhao Mo's illness, the Gu's smile vanished, replaced by a deep sigh that lingered for some time. Ying Ying's expression reflected her concern as she questioned, "The Gu, isn't Zhao Mo quite robust? How could he fall so gravely ill?" The Gu slowly shook his head, his tone turning somber. No matter how strong one's physique, it cannot withstand the invasion of pathogens. The human body has its limits. For the past 8 days, Zhao Mo has been pushing his body beyond its capabilities. He hasn't eaten more than the other three, yet his exertions have been exponentially greater. To frame it simply, this illness is a form of self-preservation, a necessary imposition for him to rest. He may recover by tomorrow, or it could take several days. The timeline remains uncertain. As for his symptoms, it is quite understandable. The healthier and stronger the individual, the more acutely they perceive the presence of viruses. Given the extent of his exhaustion, his current state of weakness in his limbs is, in fact, a normal response. Perhaps he feels even worse than he outwardly shows, but Zhao Mo has been enduring silently. Upon hearing that recovery might take several days, Ying's anxiety resurfaced. Will they withdraw? The Gu shook his head slowly. This decision rests with Zhao Mo, not with me. Online, the live broadcast commenced, and viewers were immediately informed of Zhao Mo's illness. "No way, he's as strong as an ox. How could he be sick?" exclaimed one. I could envision countless scenarios leading to the Queen group's withdrawal, but never did I anticipate it would be due to Zhao Mo's illness. His ailment is a devastating blow to the Queen group. It's now evident how wise Zhao Mo was to relocate. Had he been across town, they would likely be announcing their withdrawal by now. On this side, at least the three women could forage for some wild fruits to stave off hunger. I told you, those who haven't undergone specialized training simply cannot match up. Look at Jingge. He is completely unscathed, while Zhao Mo has exhausted himself. Those upstairs don't stand there spouting off without understanding the situation. Reflect on Zhao Mo's workload before you speak, or else you're merely spewing nonsense. At this moment, uttering such words is indeed amusing. Everyone has witnessed how Zhao Mo has fared over the past 8 days. Degi is correct. Zhao Mo has overexerted himself to a considerable extent. My heart aches for him. I truly wish I could embrace him. The sight of a stalwart man succumbing brings tears to one's eyes. Zhao Mo, persevere. I pray for your strength. This moment serves as a trial for the 3 ladies. They are all delicate beings. Who among them will genuinely care for another? Indeed, observing Pandai and her clumsy demeanor, while endearing, truly lacks the essence of caregiving. Zhao Mo, in silence, realized that Pandai was not caring for him, but rather treating him like a prisoner, forbidding him from moving freely. The moment he attempted to rise, her small hands would press upon his shoulders, pushing him back down. I sat for a while, feeling dizzy and drowsy. At last, Pandai allowed him to stand. Concerned for his comfort, she surprisingly offered her back for him to lean against for support. This gesture warmed Zhao Mo's heart. Go assist them. I merely have a cold. It's not that severe, he insisted. But she responded, no, but go ahead. I can manage on my own. With a soft hum, Pandai went to help Yaya gather fruit. Suddenly left to his own devices, Zhao Mo found himself quite bored until Mimi approached a moment later. Hey, it's time to drink water. I've added honey. I don't want it now. You must heed my words. With no choice, Zhao Mo accepted the water and drank in one go. How is it? I added honey. It's not unpleasant, is it? Zhao Mo replied that it was quite nice, which brought a satisfied smile to Mimi's face as she departed. Moments later, she returned with a small bottle of alcohol, grinning. Shall I apply it for you, or will you do it yourself? Zhao Mo wished to assert that he possessed his own disinfectant capabilities, rendering such measures unnecessary, yet he recognized the futility of explaining. I'll do it myself. He refrained from removing his clothing, merely mimicking the act of applying it. Before he could finish, Mimi unexpectedly brought over a pot of sand. For your foot bath. Without further ado, she knelt, removed his shoes and socks, and thrust his feet into the warm mixture. Are you trying to murder me? Mimi rolled her eyes, pressing down on his feet. Stay still. If you move, I shall bind you. Are you treating my illness or seeking revenge? Mimi chuckled lightly, then placed her hand under his chin, saying, Be good. Today, you shall acquiesce to me. After a short while, Mimi left, and Yaya approached with a batch of freshly washed wild fruits. Have a taste. Just as Zhao Mo was about to reach for them, Yaya popped one directly into his mouth. He felt as if he were not merely suffering from a cold, but rather had been rendered completely paralyzed. As the 3 ladies attended to him according to this notion, netizens witnessing this scene were utterly envious. I feel as though Zhao Mo is on the cusp of becoming an emperor. How delightful. Hand-fed by Yaya. I would consume even poison if it were offered by her. Upstairs, this is a classic case of unrequited affection. Be good, dear. It's time for your medicine. At long last, a reversal has occurred. Who said that 3 women cannot take care of others? Clearly, they're doing quite well. Zhao Mo, I did not wish for this. I was compelled by them. Ha. Seeing Zhao Mo like this, it is evident that he is truly out of his element. Mimi's gesture of removing Zhao Mo's shoes and socks appears so natural, as if she harbors no disdain whatsoever. Mimi, your feet stink, but what about mine? Let us not jest. Mimi's comment about her own foot odor is merely self-deprecating. The reality is not as she claims. They persist without retreating. The Queen group is commendable in every respect. Am I the only one who envies Zhao Mo? To those upstairs, refrain from uttering such remarks. I am so envious that I could weep. Ask yourself, how many men do not feel envy? If Mimi treated me this way, I would willingly break my ribs to prepare soup for her. Ha. Are your ribs worth 20 yuan per pound? Chapter 57. Approaching the end for an entire day, the 3 women took turns caring for him, allowing him to experience the treatment akin to that of a giant panda. However, he found himself consuming an excessive amount of water, leaving his stomach perpetually distended. Throughout the day, the trio seemed quite occupied, only gradually settling down as evening approached. Why hasn't the fever subsided yet? Yaya inquired, mimicking Mimi by pressing her forehead against Zhao Mo's. The proximity of her crimson lips nearly tempted him to lean in. Please keep your distance. I could be contagious, he cautioned. The three women disregarded his plea, and as darkness enveloped the surroundings, Mimi pointed at him, stating, Considering your current state, you must sleep with us tonight. Zhao Mo was about to protest when Yaya interjected, You caught your cold because you slept here last night. I was sick because... Because of what? Do tell. They pressed. Fine, you are all correct. I cannot very well say it's due to a bug in the system. Can I? However, the notion of sharing a bed with all three women filled him with trepidation. Had it been just one, he might have consented readily, but with all three, he feared embarrassing himself. I'll just start a fire by my bed, he declared. Absolutely not. They chorused. Zhao Mo, you must obey my orders as your group leader. Besides, it's 3 against 1. We 3 girls are unfazed. Why should a grown man be so finicky? All right, perhaps I'm being overly particular. Reclining on the hammock, cushioned by an abundance of tree fluff, he had to admit it was indeed more comfortable than his own small bed. Yaya lay closest to him, followed by Pundi in the middle, while Mimi occupied the other side. It was quite a trial. He feared any physical contact, attempting to edge himself to the edge of the hammock, yet the combined weight of the 3 women clearly outweighed him. Zhao Mo, aren't you cold? It's fine. Come closer, Yaya urged. He had already rolled to the edge, but he was now exposed to the chilling breeze. Perhaps due to his lingering fever, he genuinely felt a chill. Sighing, Yaya reached out and draped her arm over his shoulder. Zhao Mo instinctively shrank inward, only for Yaya to pull him into an embrace. In a daze, he drifted back to sleep. The following morning, he awoke in disbelief, having somehow rolled to Mimi's side. How did I end up here? Feeling a newfound lightness in his body, he realized his cold had completely vanished. With a sudden movement, he sat up, rousing the 3 women from their slumber. All right, you may continue sleeping, he said, then moved away to address a pressing need, only to find himself unable to relieve himself. Fine, I'll just run to the sea, he decided, diving into the water. The swimming pool was vast enough. A little mischief wouldn't truly harm the environment. After cleansing himself of sweat, he swam over to retrieve the cage, as it would not be needed today. They were set to return early the next morning. Since he had not collected the cage yesterday, his haul had been quite satisfactory. He checked the traps, finding only 2 mountain mice, which he lazily discarded. Today, he had a grand project in mind. As a token of gratitude for the care he received from the 3 women, he intended to eradicate the banana worms in the area once and for all. The 3 young women heeded his words and reclined once more, surrendering to slumber. Yet, moments later, Yaya abruptly sat up, exclaiming, It seems Zhao Mo's ailment has miraculously subsided. He recovered in the dead of night, drenched in sweat, leaving my clothes thoroughly damp. Mimi, still in a state of drowsiness, had not yet fully awakened, and thus casually chimed in. Upon finishing her sentence, she appeared to realize the inappropriateness of her words. Well, this fellow is rather restless in his sleep. I'm unsure how he managed to roll over to this side. Pang Di expressed a hint of frustration, recounting, In the middle of the night, as I turned over, I somehow found myself rolling past him, startling myself in the process. The 3 young women then exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. At this moment, the live broadcast had commenced, and upon witnessing Zhao Mo's revitalized state, everyone collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. His robust constitution prevailed. He had managed to endure without medication. If I were Zhao Mo, I might have lingered in illness for a few more days, for such attentive care from the 3 young women is a rare privilege. For you, it is a luxury. For Zhao Mo, it is a burden. There remains but one final day, and I have yet to glean enough. Surely, there is the escape segment. I wonder who the production team has enlisted for the pursuit this time. The footage of outdoor escapes lacks clarity, as the cameras cannot capture the guests' hiding spots without the thrill of a chase. Huang Hao is currently in a meeting. We have nearly finalized preparations for the second phase of the task. As for the first phase, I am quite satisfied. Everyone has exerted considerable effort. Let us strive to complete the second phase with the same dedication. Now, let us delineate our responsibilities. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., Several yachts must be positioned at designated locations to receive participants. At noon, I shall treat 3 groups to a meal, followed by 2 days to attend to personal matters. Lao Su, inform all the tracking guests that during the initial 10 days, the capture team must not utilize any tools. After 10 days, specialized personnel will direct operations, accompanied by tracking dogs. Director Huang, I believe we could introduce a twist today. The escape team could resist, and this would be quite feasible, Su suggested. Indeed, Director Huang, I find Su's proposition intriguing. For instance, if the capture team were to be outmaneuvered, this would certainly captivate the audience. Huang Hao, intrigued by the idea, turned to Su Qing and inquired, elaborate on your thoughts. Do you think we can make adjustments in the next 2 days? It's quite simple. We merely need to equip each individual with an elimination button. Whoever presses it first shall be declared the loser. Of course, for the capture team, we could provide them with some capture tools, such as a non-lethal stun gun. A hit would signify elimination, thus adding an element of realism. Huang Hao nodded repeatedly, sensing the potential for greater engagement. Little did they know, this decision would soon embroil the production team in considerable trouble. Zhao Mo returned after a full 2 hours, and the 3 young women began to grow anxious, fearing he might have fainted somewhere, still unwell. However, upon observing the drones overhead, all appeared to be well, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, how much is this? Zhao Mo, you are truly remarkable. This is enough to satiate all 4 of us. Zhao Mo laid out a bounty of banana worms on the ground, weighing a substantial 4 to 5 pounds. The pot was cleansed thoroughly, and the process of simmering fish soup commenced. Zhao Mo then retrieved some honey, pouring a generous amount into the pot. Subsequently, he coated all the insects with a layer of honey before placing them on the grilling rack. It was the final day, and there was nothing to contemplate. One could simply indulge in comfort. The 4 of them relished the meal with great delight. After dining, Zhao Mo ascended a tree to harvest a few coconuts. Each person embraced a coconut, seated by the seaside, occasionally savoring a sip, which was exceedingly refreshing. Zhao Mo, after a 2-day respite, where do you intend to go? Zhao Mo, if you have nowhere to go, I can offer you shelter. It would be perfect for you to be my cook during these 2 days. Zhao Mo pondered for a moment. Returning home seemed impractical. Moreover, despite knowing he had a family and loved ones back home, everything felt so foreign to him, causing a sense of internal resistance. He decided to return to the dormitory and utilize the 2 days to pen the beginning of a novel. Chapter 58. The cowardly rich second generation. On the final day, one is naturally inclined to indulge in comfort. The nearby wild fruits were picked, and Mimi even managed to gather a substantial amount of papaya, claiming she would wait for the production crew to arrive and take them away. Erning unanimus preise fram ya en bangdi. Zhao Mo naturally allowed them this freedom. He busied himself only in the morning, spending the remainder of the day in repose. That night, he ended up sleeping alongside the 3 women once more. The following morning, the 4 of them rose, and the 3 women rushed to the seaside, exuberantly shouting, "I will definitely return to this island," exclaimed one, echoing a line reminiscent of a certain character. Alas, without a camera, it would have been splendid to capture a group photo of the 4 of us. No worries, when the crew arrives, we can borrow their phones for a picture, another suggested. I am truly remarkable. I never imagined I would last until the end. After a brief moment of jubilation, the yacht arrived. Mimi promptly sought out Su Qing, requesting him to snap a photo of the 4 of them. As they arranged themselves for the picture, Zhao Mo initially intended to position himself at the edge, but Mimi and Yi insisted he take center stage. They first took a group photo, followed by the 3 women taking another with their arms linked around him. Once aboard the yacht, each of the 3 women held a slice of cake, savoring it delicately. Around noon, they finally arrived at the hotel arranged by the production team. Upon receiving the bags the team had kept for them, Zhao Mo turned on his phone, only to discover 7 or 8 missed calls, one of which was from his mother, having called 3 or 4 times. Pondering the situation, he realized that occupying someone else's body came with certain responsibilities. Thus, he decided to return the call. "Hello. Haha. Son, I made a bet with your father. He said you wouldn't last until the end, while I believed you would. I won, haha. The tone of his mother was rather imposing, indeed. She then inquired about which of the three girls he favored the most. That question was certainly not one a mother would typically ask. Naturally, he liked them all. Just before hanging up, she advised him to take care and not to overexert himself. Before Zhao Mo could respond, she abruptly ended the call, sparing him the trouble of formulating a reply. After retrieving his clothes, he took a thorough shower, then collapsed onto the bed, setting an alarm. Before long, he drifted into a deep slumber. The sound of the alarm roused him, and he prepared to attend the banquet. As he stepped out of the hotel, searching for the production team's vehicle, a man suddenly rushed in front of him. "You are Zhao Mo. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Sign with my company, or perhaps you might consider signing with my company instead." Zhao Mo was taken aback. He scrutinized the man before him, who appeared to be of similar age and dressed quite unusually. What was wrong with his thought process? What did he mean by signing with their company? "Apologies, but I have matters to attend to," Zhao Mo began. "I know you are heading to the production team's banquet. My car is just over there. I can take you there, and we can discuss it further in the car." Zhao Mo instinctively resisted, but upon seeing the man's hesitation, he noticed tears welling in the man's eyes. "For heaven's sake, I just showered. Please don't wipe your tears on me," he exclaimed. All right. I will ride in your car." He attempted to shake off the grip, but the individual held onto his arm too tightly. Exerting force might inadvertently cause harm. Although he did not recognize the car brand, the vehicle was undeniably impressive. "Speak, what do you truly desire?" "I am Luo Jin. 6 months ago, I established an entertainment company with aspirations of..." It turns out to be a melodramatic family conflict. Luo Jin is a self-made mogul, decidedly affluent. His mother tragically passed away during childbirth. 3 years later, his father remarried and subsequently had another son. Due to the formidable nature of his stepmother, he grew up in constant trepidation. Now that both brothers have matured, his father intends to cultivate a successor. However, neither the internal members of his father's conglomerate nor the influences from his father's side have any connection with Luo Jin. His stepmother had already paved a path for his younger brother within the company, effectively positioning him as the heir, while Luo Jin was overlooked. This time, it remains uncertain whether his father is testing him or simply finds him a nuisance. He was given 50 million, challenged to demonstrate his business acumen within 3 years. Yet, he was utterly inexperienced. Tempted by a friend's persuasion about the lucrative prospects of managing stars and producing films, he registered a company, assuming the role of chairman while his friend became the general manager. However, after 6 months, his friend exploited the pretext of nurturing aspiring stars to lead a lavish lifestyle. While Luo Jin, perhaps due to the oppressive influence of his stepmother during his upbringing, endured until recently when he finally severed ties with his friend. The latter squandered nearly 20 million of the company's funds without achieving anything substantial before departing, leaving behind a mess for Luo Jin to clean up. He contemplated closing the entertainment company and returning the funds to his father, yet he felt an unwillingness to succumb to such a fate. He was not foolish. He understood that returning the money would condemn him to a life of mediocrity. The relationship between the brothers was strained, and once his younger brother inherited the family business, Luo Jin's prospects will be bleak. Coincidentally, as a fan of Yaya, he had seen Zhao Mo and heard him sing, discovering that Zhao Mo possessed a resolute character, which seemed to be precisely what his company required. Through assistant director Su Qing, he learned that Zhao Mo would be returning today and that he was staying at this hotel. Director Su mentioned that he would seek him out after their meal, hinting that he might not have any further involvement. Zhao Mo was taken aback, pondering whether he should be grateful to his parents for not leaving him an inheritance or thankful for being an only child. When the name Su Qing was mentioned, it appeared to be no jest, seemingly genuine. Yet, this contradicted his own aspirations. Writing novels was the legitimate pursuit he intended to undertake next. Noticing Zhao Mo's silence, Luo Jin spoke again. "Zhao Mo, just agree. Think about it. With your temperament, it might be challenging to thrive in other companies, especially since they already have established stars. You would merely be a substitute, unable to make a significant impact. My situation is different. If you sign, my company will grant you half, and you will have the final say in all matters. Together, we can surely expand the company. Zhao Mo secretly chuckled, recognizing the adeptness of this individual in persuasion. Was it a matter of naivete or an instance of profound wisdom? Truth be told, his proposition was genuinely appealing, stirring a flicker of interest within Zhao Mo. I still need to participate in the second phase of the task. Let us exchange contact numbers. After my activities conclude, I shall contemplate it further, but do not harbor excessive expectations. Upon hearing this, Luo Jin felt a surge of emotion, nearly on the verge of tears. Zhao Mo, however, warned him that should he cry again, it would be all over, prompting him to regain his composure. After exchanging their contact information, Zhao Mo proceeded into the hotel. Upon spotting Su Qing, he subtly shook his head, and Zhao Mo understood that he preferred not to disclose the recent events. Yet, he remained puzzled by Su Qing's intentions. To his surprise, the others had yet to arrive, leaving Zhao Mo somewhat bored. He took out his phone, intending to peruse the latest popular novels. Zhao Montak, having passed the first stage, the production team requires the registration of your bank card number. Su Qing approached, holding a pen and paper. Chapter 59. The banquet. Zhao Mo inadvertently left his bag at the hotel. However, he had the card number stored on his phone and casually shared it with Su Qing. Approximately 10 minutes later, a message startled him. It was a notification from his mobile banking app, informing him of a deposit of 15.2 million. Had the bank made an error? While pondering this, his phone suddenly rang, nearly causing him to drop it in shock. Upon seeing the caller ID, he began to piece together the situation. Oh dear, my company only has 34 million left. We had agreed on half of it. Once you return, our company will officially commence operations. After ending the call, Zhao Mo found himself both amused and bewildered. It was evident that Su Qing was a spy. Yet Luo Jin's audacity was rather astonishing. What are you doing just sitting there? Lost in thought, he was jolted by a voice beside him. He looked up to see Me, clad in a sleek black dress, standing before him. Did you spray perfume? It smells exquisite, quite expensive. Zhao Mo sneezed. He was somewhat allergic to perfumes. His reaction left Me feeling perturbed, and just as she was about to express her irritation, Pang Di and Yi approached as well. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Pang Di wore a fitted dress that accentuated her waist and fell gracefully to her knees, revealing her fair, slender legs, exuding youthful vibrancy. In contrast, Yi donned a loose t-shirt paired with straight-leg trousers. Did you arrive this early? Zhao Montak mused. Suspecting hunger was the reason for their prompt arrival. Mimi pointed at Zhao Mo just then, and at that moment, Jing Ji's group arrived as well. Ying Yi, devoid of any makeup, strode directly to Zhao Mo's side and remarked, "Well done, my friend. I just requested your segments from the production team, and I must admit, you are far more impressive than I." Zhao Mo admired this rugged screen hero. You flatter me, Jinggu. That is just his nature, Zhao Mo thought. Jinggu seemed to be aware of this and dismissed it, instead placing an arm around Zhao Mo's shoulder. Can you hold your liquor? Fairly well. Perfect. Let us indulge ourselves at lunch. Meanwhile, Mimi approached Xiao Ying with a smile. You must be disappointed. We actually managed to hold on. Humph. It's only because Zhao Mo is exceptional. Otherwise, you would have quit long ago. And if it weren't for Jinggu, do you think you could have persisted? After their exchange, both huffed and turned away from one another. Why do they bicker when their relationship is evidently amicable? He interjected, pulling Mimi with one hand and Xiao Ying with the other as they proceeded into the banquet hall. I need to discuss something with Zhao Mo privately. Otherwise, we want to be able to talk once the drinking starts. Huang Hao cheerfully halted Jinggu and Zhao Mo. Zhao Mo was somewhat perplexed, wondering what could necessitate a private conversation, but he still nodded and followed Huang Hao to a nearby private room. What is going on, Lao Huang? Who knows? Zhao Mo seems like an ordinary person, doesn't he? Goodness, doesn't he the production team sign anyone? They don't, but Lao Huang has numerous acquaintances in this industry. Mimi could surmise the situation and felt a twinge of frustration. Lao Huang, how dare you poach from me? She had just spoken with the company over the phone, and their intention was for her to persuade Zhao Mo to sign with them, to which she had consented. Yi felt a tinge of anxiety, as her own company had also made contact. However, after a brief moment, the two emerged, and Zhao Mo's expression revealed nothing. whereas Lao Huang wore a wry smile and shook his head. Sit here, Jingu said, pulling him to a nearby seat. To his immediate left sat Mimi. With a nervous expression, inquired, did Lao Huang mention that someone wishes to sign you? Zhao Mo was taken aback and instinctively nodded. Have you agreed? She pressed. Zhao Mo shook his head. Mimi's face brightened with a smile, as she playfully patted his shoulder, saying, it's your chance to fight alongside me. Why not sign with our company? Zhao Mo shook his head once more. Are you mute? Not signing. Mimi was momentarily taken aback. Is it really necessary to be so blunt? Then came Lao Huang's speech, which merely expressed gratitude for everyone's hard work and encouraged them to take a good rest over the next 2 days. He mentioned that the rooms would remain reserved, and they should keep their room cards to return and check in without hassle the following night. Zhao Mo's mind stirred. It seemed he might not need to return to the dormitory. Come on, Zhao Mo, for the escape round. Let us collaborate, Jingu said, raising a glass and downing its contents in one go, prompting Zhao Mo to finish his drink as well. You should drink on an empty stomach. Eat something? Yi insisted, promptly placing a large chicken leg in his bowl. Here, have a pig's trotter, Mimi added, nearly knocking over his bowl with her eagerness. And this, Zhao Mo, this abalone is exquisite. Fat D chimed in, perhaps influenced by the two sisters, as he placed a piece in Zhao Mo's bowl. Jingu stared in astonishment, then glanced at his 3 team members, only to find them engrossed in their meals, utterly oblivious to him. Bro, does your team need more members? If so, I might as well join you. The treatment here is exceptional. Aren't you worried about your wife misunderstanding? Mimi laughed from the side. Jingu immediately wilted, but the next moment he raised his glass and said, come on, let us have another one. Jingu truly had a remarkable capacity for alcohol. He finished his drink in one go. Zhao Mo's previous tolerance was lacking, yet now, with his body having undergone systemic enhancement, his response to alcohol had dulled somewhat. You all are inconsiderate, starting the meal without me, Zhou Lei remarked, entering with damp hair and a smile. Everyone rose to greet him. Zhou Lei had been delayed by matters and had informed the production team to commence without him. Lega, over here, let us toast. Zhou Lei could handle his drink as well, and upon catching a whiff of the alcohol, he turned to the approaching production team and said, go on. I'll sit with Li Jing. Once seated, he looked at Zhao Mo beside him and remarked, you're impressive, so talented, reminiscent of my youth. With everyone finally gathered, Zhao Mo and the 2 older gentlemen engaged in toast after toast. His bowl was never empty. Yiya and Mimi hardly ate much themselves, but frequently offered him bites, evidently concerned about his dining experience. Mimi has become even more outrageous. When she bites into a dish and finds it unpalatable, she simply places it into Zhao Mo's bowl. Hey, what's going on? Xiaoying noticed something amiss and inquired of the nearby Pang Di. Zhao Mo has had a tough time. Let him eat a bit more. Xiaoying rolled her eyes, realizing that this girl was truly naive, as she clearly did not grasp the implications of her question. The meal dragged on for 2 hours. Brother Lei rested his chin on his chopsticks, grinning foolishly, while Jingu seemed to have overindulged, insisting on engaging in a drinking contest with Zhao Mo, armed with 2 bottles of white liquor. Thankfully, someone intervened. Zhao Mo, too, was not in the best state, having drunk rather hastily, and was now grinning foolishly at Mimi and Yaya beside him. Look at your silly face. You can't hold your liquor, yet you persist. After the gathering dispersed, Jingu hopped into his manager's car, continuously waving at Zhao Mo and suggesting they continue drinking that evening. The manager, however, wore a look of exasperation, reminding him that they were meant to depart. Zhao Mo, where are you headed? Back to the hotel. Chapter 60. Enchanting night, Zhao Mo returned to the hotel, having indulged a bit too much in drink, and fell asleep the moment he hit the bed. Upon awakening, he was surprised to find you beside him. Do you want some water? How did you end up here? Zhao Mo recalled having locked the door. I happened to have some business and returned, concerned that you might have drunk too much, so I came to check on you. Zhao Mo felt a warmth in his heart. The truth, however, was that he had already taken a ride with her manager. Upon learning that there were no activities planned for the next 2 days, she had spontaneously decided not to go back, seizing the opportunity to rest well in the hotel instead of shuttling back and forth. The manager had not suspected anything and had agreed to her request. Upon returning to the hotel, she called Su Qing. The hotel they were in was affiliated with the television station, designed to protect the privacy of artists participating in programs. Su Qing instructed the hotel staff to unlock Zhao Mo's door. "What time is it?" "It's dark outside. You've been asleep for over 4 hours." Zhao Mo got up, feeling somewhat hungry. "How about we go out for dinner?" Ya's face brightened for a moment, but then fell again. As a celebrity, if they went out together and got photographed by paparazzi, it would cause quite a stir. Noticing her expression, Zhao Mo understood and suggested, "Surely the hotel offers room service. Would I be fortunate enough to invite the beautiful Ya to join me for dinner?" His words flowed quite naturally. Previously on the island, with the three of them and the burden they carried, he had been rather serious. It wasn't tea that he lacked emotional intelligence. Yaya's cheeks flashed slightly, and she smiled. "Can we still drink? How about we get a bottle of red wine?" Zhao Mo nodded and called the front desk. Since it was all on the programs tab, he decided not to hold back, especially since he was an artist who deserved something better. He ordered a bottle of red wine that cost over 1,000. Soon, 2 steaks, a bowl of noodles, and a bottle of red wine were delivered. "What kind of pairing is this?" "To me, a steak is just a side dish. I can't feel full without a staple." They sat down and began to eat. "Cheers to us completing the first round. Cheers to our new journey ahead. Cheers to our fateful meeting." Eve frequently raised her glass, which made Zhao Mo feel somewhat uneasy. His understanding of red wine was that it was merely a tool for pretentiousness. In his perspective, if he felt joyful, he would relish a hearty beer, and if not, a bottle of Erguo too for solace. He cut her steak into small pieces, pushing her plate toward Zhao Mo once finished, then took his steak to cut it into smaller bites as well. Of the 2 steaks, Zhao Mo consumed 1.5, while he only nibbled on the accompanying sides. "Zhao Mo, where's your hometown? Is it a nice place?" Zhao Mo was taken aback. His hometown? That was a profound question. Should he reveal that he hailed from the distant planet of Cybertron? "I hail from the Central Plains, where life flows at a leisurely pace, rendering it quite a habitable place. My residence is in close proximity to the provincial capital, and during my childhood, I would often visit my uncle who worked there every summer." With a serene smile illuminating her face, Yaya's adorable dimples are distinctly visible, her long eyelashes twinkling as she rests her chin on her hand, earnestly piecing together the imagery conjured by Zhao Mo's words. After chatting for a while, they shared a bottle of red wine. Zhao Mo consumed about 1/3, while the remainder was joyfully savored by Yaya. "Zhao Mo, would you sing a song for me?" she requested. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Mo replied, "Unfortunately, I have no guitar. Although this body lacks the ability to play, he had once practiced diligently in another dimension for the sake of pretense." "Wait," Yaya exclaimed, darting out of the room, only to return shortly with a guitar in hand. This hotel, aside from a flat clock, boasts an array of musical instruments. Zhao Mo found amusement in her words. This lively side of her stood in stark contrast to her usual tranquil demeanor. Taking the guitar, he chose not to sit in a chair, but rather perched upon the bed with his legs folded. Yaya adjusted her seat to face him directly. After testing a few chords, he realized that this instrument far surpassed the one he had purchased for hundreds of dollars in another realm. Contemplating which song to sing while gazing at Yaya's face, inspiration struck him. A cheerful yet slightly melancholic melody began to resonate. Instead of singing outright, Zhao Mo repeatedly played a single refrain before finally speaking. It is said that after death, one traverses the ghostly gates and embarks on the road to the Yellow Springs, where blooms the ethereal flower that reveals neither leaves nor roots. The flower and foliage are never seen together. Yearning and cherishing are eternally lost. At the journey's end lies a river known as the River of Forgetfulness, upon which stands the Bridge of Forgetting. There resides a woman named Meng Pa, who awaits the passing travelers, offering each a bowl of Meng Pa soup. Those who partake in this elixir forget all ties of this life, entering the cycle of reincarnation without a care, be it as a mortal, human, or beast. Meng Pa soup, also known as the Water of Forgetfulness, wipes clean the memories of past and present, erasing love, hate, and all of life's tribulations. The individuals who occupy one's thoughts in this life, and those who inspire aversion, will be strangers in the next. Yet, there exists a faction of souls, for various reasons, reluctant to drink the Meng Pa soup. In such cases, Meng Pa obliges, but marks these individuals with dimples upon their cheeks. Such souls must plunge into the river of forgetfulness, enduring the trials of water and fire for millennia before they may reincarnate, forever carrying the memories of their past lives, seeking the lovers they once knew through the telltale dimples. Yaya, are you in search of a lover from past life? Initially entranced by his tale, Yaya felt her cheeks flush and her heart race at his inquiry. Is that the significance of her dimples? Does it imply that she is searching for someone? Could it be the person before her? As she grappled with her confusion, the melody of the guitar shifted, and Zhao Mo began to sing. I'm still in search of shoulder to lean on and an embrace. Who will pray for me, worry for me, grow angry for me, and create a stir on my behalf? Yaya's eyes sparkled with delight. The melody was enchanting. Not only was the tune melodious, but the lyrics were equally captivating. Particularly striking was the line, "Fate draws us ever closer, and then solitude is devoured." Was Zhao Mo alluding to something deeper? Did the word fate refer to the bond between herself and him? She raised her hands, gently massaging her cheeks that felt ablaze. With her charming dimples and long eyelashes, she was irresistibly captivating. I slowed my pace, feeling as if I were intoxicated. The moment the first line of the chorus emerged, it made Yaya's heart race uncontrollably. Her eyes, which had once sparkled with laughter, were now similarly bright. Yet unbeknownst to her, glistening tears began to escape the confines of her lashes, slowly cascading down her cheeks as if yearning to kiss them. It was written for me. With those dimples and long lashes, was he truly enchanted? Or was he merely soothing his own heart? In that moment, Zhao Mo appeared to her as the most handsome man in the world, and that figure indelibly etched itself into her heart. The once vague and reluctant feelings she harbored transformed into a profound love that coursed through her veins. Chapter 61. A reunion. As the final notes of the song faded, Yaya unexpectedly dashed into the restroom, emerging moments later with a beaming smile. What's the title of that song? It's Little Dimples, just for you. Do you like it? Yaya's face lit up with joy, nodding enthusiastically. However, the atmosphere soon grew a tad awkward. The earlier display had completely exhausted Zhao Mo's limited emotional intelligence, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Zhao Mo, I'm heading back to my room. See you tomorrow. He rose to escort her to the door, but Yaya ambled slowly. Once at the entrance, she turned back with a smile, saying, "What a coincidence. You live in 807, and I'm in 907. Good night." After watching her step into the elevator, Zhao Mo returned to his room. Shall I watch television? He turned on the set, only to find Yaya's drama playing. Seeking distraction, he opted for a video game, only to encounter a teammate who was rather inept, leading to several minutes of frustrated exclamations, culminating in his inevitable expulsion from the game. With nothing else to occupy his time, having already indulged in too much sleep, he found himself wide awake. Yet, it wasn't the matter of being awake that consumed him. Rather, his mind was preoccupied with the digits 907. What could it signify? Was it a hint? Merely a casual remark? Should he embrace his more primal instincts? Or perhaps fall short of even that? Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he retrieved his phone and located Yaya's number. After a moment's contemplation, he typed, "I can't sleep. Would you like to chat for a bit?" The instant he hit send, regret washed over him. Alas, this was a text message, devoid of an option to retract. 3 minutes passed without a response, then 5, and finally he resigned himself to the notion that he had overthought the situation. A refreshing shower would surely help him settle down for the night. Just as he disrobed, his phone rang from the other room, prompting him to dash out, clad only in his bare essentials. To his delight, the message contained merely 2 words. The following morning, Zhao Mo awoke rather early, gazing at Yaya nestled in his embrace. Soundly asleep, the surreal nature of the moment lingered. It appeared he could no longer remain on the periphery. He needed to rise to prominence swiftly, for only then could he safeguard Yaya. Suddenly, Yaya's eyelashes fluttered, and moments later, they trembled again. He discerned that she was likely already awake, though pretending otherwise. Let us tease her a bit, he thought mischievously. Don't, she protested playfully after a while. Regretful? He inquired, watching her as his gaze gradually descended. A teasing smile gracing his lips. Not all, she replied, shaking her head, then cautiously asked, what about you? He glanced at her, his expression shifting slightly as he quipped, perhaps just a tad. I didn't expect it to be quite so intimate. Zhao Mo, it's too late for regrets now. You belong to me. The dynamics between them had shifted. The barriers had been breached, and everything else would follow suit effortlessly. For the next 2 days, they indeed took a break, neither harboring the desire to venture out. As the afternoon of July 16th arrived, guests began to trickle in. Zhao Mo returned to his room, opening the door to find Mimi already inside. I know you're in there. Hurry up. I brought you something, she called out, punctuating her words with playful kicks. Zhao Mo opened the door to find Mimi and Pundi inside. What brings you both here? He inquired. We work for the same company. Is that so strange? Hurry up. I brought you some food, Mimi replied, handing him the item she was carrying. She tossed her large pink suitcase onto the bed and began rummaging through it. Upon seeing the vibrant colors within, Zhao Mo instinctively averted his gaze. Here you go. We picked out some clothes for you. Honestly, your attire is only slightly better than that of the beggar next door, she teased. Zhao Mo felt a surge of indignation. The sharp tongues of the young women from the capital were indeed relentless. What on earth did you buy this for? Zhao Mo was at a loss for words. T-shirts, shirts, and pants were one thing, but 2 boxes of underwear? Haha, those were chosen by Pundi. Let's see if the patterns suit you. First, though, we should check if the sizes fit, Mimi chimed in. In terms of verbal sparring, he realized he was no match for Mimi. At least his own Yaya was endearing in comparison. As the three continued their conversation, another knock echoed through the room. Mimi hurriedly closed her suitcase, while Pundi opened the door. Oh, what a lively gathering, Jingu exclaimed upon seeing Pundi at the entrance. He hesitated at first to step inside, but upon noticing Mimi was also present, he confidently entered. Stop delaying. Time waits for no one. Let us get down to business, Lei Gu urged from behind, nudging Jingu forward. Should we leave you to it? Mimi inquired with a smile. Not all. As long as the production crew isn't here, Lei Gu replied, plopping down onto the bed and gesturing for Zhao Mo to sit. Zhao Mo considered for a moment before taking a seat, offering the 2 nearby stools to Pundi and Mimi. Everyone's here. Hurry, Yaya. Come inside and shut the door, Lei Gu encouraged, his excitement palpable. Yaya, have you been taking care of your skin these past few days? It looks so much better, Mimi remarked, only to remember that there were 3 rough men present and refrained from probing further. Yaya's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Zhao Mo a discreet glare. What we discussed today must remain confidential, Lei Gu emphasized, and everyone nodded in agreement. An idea seemed to strike him, and he chuckled before continuing. Are you all aware of the rule changes in the production team this time? Everyone shook their heads in unison. I heard from Old Sue that the previous escape scenarios involved passive capture, but this time it's different. We can fight back. Really? Jingo asked, his excitement palpable. Lei Gu nodded with a grin, saying, if we merely run away, it would be rather dull. So, I thought we could strategize together to eliminate a couple of capturing teams. A thought crossed Zhao Mo's mind. This was clearly a loophole, unless the captors were exceptionally strong. He turned to Lei Gu and asked, Lei Gu, has the list of captors been finalized? Lei Gu shook his head. It's definitely been decided, but Old Sue is notoriously tight-lipped. I took him out for drinks last night, and he still wouldn't spill the beans. Everyone simultaneously gave Brother Lei a thumbs up, truly a cunning old fox, aware enough to come early to gather information. Zhao Mo felt a twinge of anxiety. He thought, wait, Brother Lei arrived yesterday. Did he discover anything about me in Yaya? If he knocked on my door yesterday, with Brother Lei's sharp intellect, a casual inquiry would likely reveal everything. Is there an external force at play? Zhao Mo knew that at this moment, such thoughts were futile. Even if Brother Lei was aware, he wouldn't broadcast it to the world. What truly worried him was the potential fallout if this information leaked, particularly regarding Yaya, as he currently lacked the means to protect her. The other party possessed firearms, those realistic replica guns that could connect to the buttons on our bodies. A hit would signify elimination. He had heard rumors of tracking dogs, which posed a significant problem. Thus, one might consider scattering something pungent along our path to neutralize the dog's effectiveness. Jingo evidently had experience in such matters. However, it was a delicate situation. He feared scrutiny during any inspections. Chapter 62. Confidential Strategies. The indoor meeting continued. Leave the tracking dog issue to me. Zhao Mo spoke up, despite knowing the difficulty of addressing the canine problem. His assertion momentarily stunned the assembly. Jingo confirmed, "Are you confident?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Mo nodded. Having studied the Encyclopedia of Animal Languages, he felt capable of swaying one or two dogs without significant trouble. Lei Gu recognized Zhao Mo's typically taciturn nature. When such a person chose to speak, it was a cause for confidence. Very well, the dog issue is entrusted to Zhao Mo. Now, let's discuss the tracking personnel. Traditionally, the capture team would receive assistance from the central station, which would engage corresponding psychologists and seasoned detectives to form an expert advisory group. This group would analyze our hideout and relay their findings to the capture team. Suddenly, Zhao Mo furrowed his brow in thought. If we hide, 1T we lose the camera coverage. If there are cameras, 1T they know our location. Jingo, aware that Zhao Mo might not be familiar with previous programs, gave a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Each of us will have a camera, but it will only transmit to the production team, which remains neutral. The capture team and the expert advisory group will only see the drone's wide-angle footage. Zhao Mo nodded in understanding. Next, they discussed provisions. This time, each person was permitted to bring a week's worth of compressed biscuits, but only a single water bottle. I'm not an expert in this area. Jingo, what do you think? Jingo glanced at Zhao Mo, and they both nodded in agreement to take charge. How will we assemble? What if the production team places us in different areas? Lego posed a new question. Zhao Mo raised his hand to check his watch and gestured for Jingo to speak. Seeing Zhao Mo's gesture, Jingo smiled, realizing they were on the same wavelength. I checked the weather. The next few days will be sunny, and the sun will reliably indicate direction. According to my watch, true north is at 12 o'clock, and true south is at 6 o'clock, with 3 and 9 o'clock representing east and west, respectively. Regardless, we should gather towards the east. If we do not encounter anyone in the east, we will collectively head north. Zhao Mo and Zhou Lei nodded, while the three young women continued to examine their watches, pondering why they needed to complicate matters when their watches contained compasses. However, they quickly realized that the production team would never allow them to wear their own watches. If there is a capture team, we can truly sustain ourselves through conflict, Zhao Mo remarked, sparking a moment of clarity in Jing Ji's mind. Though Lei Gu could only chuckle at the playful ingenuity of the younger generation. Everyone, wait a moment. I brought clothes. Each of you take a set, and we'll change into them tomorrow. Jingu declared before stepping away. His room was just next to Zhao Mo's, so he returned shortly. Zhao Mo's eyes brightened at the sight of the items. A replica military camouflage uniform, vests, and even standard-issue water bottles. Valuable gear indeed. Let us find suitable sizes for ourselves, and we'll proceed with this plan. After Lei Gu and Jingu finished their conversation, they dispersed. Once the two had left, everyone began to select their outfits, and the 4 sizes appear to be quite similar. Mine is far too large. Zhao Mo took the initiative to step out of the room, granting them space to change. Moments later, he returned, and the others had also changed their clothes, although their harnesses remained unfastened. In the evening, Lei Gu organized a gathering at the hotel for a feast. Everyone dined and drank heartily, but the prospect of enjoying such a meal again would prove challenging. The 3 did not engage in excessive drinking, but simply poured themselves a bit of beer. Xiao Montag, do you have any plans to enter the entertainment industry? Perhaps you could join my company? Lei Gu inquired casually. Lei Gu, I haven't given it much thought. My temperament doesn't quite suit the corporate world. I came to participate in this program primarily for the prize and never considered mingling in this circle. I'll think about it later. Zhao Mo honestly conveyed his thoughts. However, unbeknownst to them, he had already made a decision in his heart at that moment. Mimi noticed that he often looked at Zhao Mo and smiled unconsciously, which struck her as odd. She then glanced at Pang Di, who seemed solely focused on eating destined to become a little chubby if he continued this way. She muttered under her breath in annoyance. Signing with anyone is fine. If you want to navigate this industry, come to me with any issues. Lei Ge leaned in and whispered in Zhao Mo's ear, including matters concerning Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mo, usually stoic, felt a slight flush on his face. Indeed, Lei Ge had picked up on subtle hints. Are you preaching? Jinggu, sitting nearby, leaned in as well. Haha, I'm telling this kid that we've already been through a lot together. If he ever faces difficulties in this industry, he can come to me, Lei Ge stated. Jinggu patted his chest and added, you can count on me too. Zhao Mo looked at the two with warmth, understanding that this circle was not as it was often portrayed, filled with those who would trample upon others to elevate themselves. Lei Ge clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and said, tomorrow we shall enter the battlefield. Now let my little brother, Zhao Mo, serenade us to uplift our spirits. The crowd erupted in applause. Wait a moment. Yi seemed to have remembered something, and she dashed out, returning shortly with a guitar, which she handed to Zhao Mo. Mimi narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss. What were these two doing behind my back? Is he truly that talented? Beside her, Xiao Ying, who was seated next to Yi, curiously inquired, does Zhao Mo sing? Yi smiled and nodded, pondering for a moment before saying, he writes new songs. It's as simple as drinking water or eating. Xiao Ying rolled her eyes, realizing she had asked the wrong person. Such a response resembled that of a fan gushing over their idol. She had experienced similar sentiments, claiming she could outshine any fresh talent even if she performed with her feet, yet who truly understood the hardships of spending 360 days a year on set. Can Zhao Mo really sing? Sweet leaned in with curiosity. Xiao Ying rolled her eyes again, astonished that this young lady was so oblivious to the world beyond her window. He can sing, and quite beautifully. Yi, with her amiable disposition, responded with a smile. Why haven't I heard of this before? She inquired. Alas, this question seemed to extinguish the lively atmosphere. Such is life's irony, where emotional intelligence occasionally falters. Zhao Mo shifted a chair to the corner of the private room, prompting everyone to adjust their seats to ensure they were facing him directly. This was not merely an expression of their faith in Zhao Mo, but rather a fundamental gesture of respect. One cannot simply turn their backs on another. Zhao Mo's fingers gently strummed the guitar strings as he pondered the song he wished to perform. Ocean vast and sky bound seemed somewhat incongruous, while Snail possessed an inspiring essence. However, in that moment, it felt overly tranquil. After a couple of minutes, Zhao Mo reached a decision, and the melody of the guitar shifted, becoming more urgent and invigorating. The prelude was quite commendable. Lei Ge nodded subtly, recalling his youthful days as a romantic artist, cradling a guitar and serenading the world. P.S. Another chapter will follow shortly. I am currently composing it. Chapter 63. The video is uploaded. Zhao Mo glanced at the crowd, feeling somewhat uneasy as he subtly adjusted his posture. This marked the first instance he sang in front of more than 3 people, and it was also the inaugural occasion where everyone recorded the performance on their phones. Even Brother Jing, the epitome of masculinity. He took a moment to gather his emotions and launched into a powerful rendition. Hey yeah, I wish to soar alongside the sun. The world awaits my transformation. The dreams I cherish, I fear not the gaze of others. Zhou Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Zhao Mo's vocal range to be so extensive. The first note soared high, a pitch he believed he could never reach. Brother Jing, holding his phone in one hand, rubbed his arm with the other, utterly taken aback by the goosebumps Zhao Mo's voice evoked. This song, I believe, is undoubtedly a delightful piece. Unlike most songs where the verses tend to be longer and the chorus is shorter, this one diverges from the norm. The verse is brief, constantly repeating the chorus. I believe I am me. I believe in tomorrow. I believe youth knows no horizon. The lyrics are straightforward, yet imbued with a unique strength. More importantly, the melody is simple. By the time listeners hear the chorus for the second time, they instinctively hum along. Is it inspirational? Naturally, it is an uplifting anthem, with its soaring melody compelling everyone to rise involuntarily with each affirmation of I believe. Yi's eyes transformed into crescent moons, while the nearby girls shifted from initial shock to admiration. When the chorus arrived, they surprisingly joined in, exclaiming, "I believe I." Upon finishing his song, Zhao Mo, guitar in hand, bowed slightly to the audience. In the small hall of just 12 people, thunderous applause erupted. "Zhao Mo, with your physique, your voice, and your creative prowess. Let me tell you, this circle belongs to you. Just go for it. After the show, release an album. I will certainly buy it. But singing endlessly loses its charm. Let us film an action scene together soon. It will surely be a hit." Before he could reach the table, Lei Gu and Jinggu each placed a hand on his shoulder, laughing heartily. "Zhao Mo, hurry up and release that album. We will buy it. I will even rally my fans. It's simply too wonderful." Xiao Ying chimed in, raising a glass of juice, prompting Zhao Mo to clink his cup lightly against hers. "Zhao Mo, I've dabbled in singing too, but I lack your talent. When can you write me a song? Rest assured, I will offer the highest price in the industry," Tian added. Although her words might seem somewhat brash, her intentions were genuine, simply expressing admiration rather than trying to wield money as influence. After all, since her debut, she has enjoyed ample resources and appears indifferent to her fame. Moreover, she constantly exudes a message to the world. Sister has wealth. Mimi watched the two girls warily, knowing they were the team's prized assets. Even if they were to pursue someone else, the team had plenty to offer. With her endearing innocence, clapped enthusiastically, her small hands flushed with excitement, oblivious to the world around her. Only Yaya remained quietly seated, watching her with a gentle smile. "We do not aspire to endure for an eternity, yet we must certainly outlast the previous cohort. I have faith in this, so let's raise our glasses," Brother Lei proclaimed, lifting his cup and shouting to the crowd. "I believe, cheers." The banquet was yet to conclude when this eager group hastily uploaded a video online. The discussion swirled around the second segment and its unfolding. To everyone's astonishment, the Queen team persevered until the very end of the first round. Had there been bets placed, this would have been deemed a shocking upset. Zhao Mo's survival skills now flooded his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. His proficiency was undeniable. Many of his actions left even Bay Air and to go baffled. In light of this episode, I envision Zhao Mo could initiate a domestic survival program akin to Bay Air's, and I would undoubtedly tune in for every installment. What a splendid idea. I surmise that numerous television stations are already keenly eyeing him. I just saw Xiaoling post on Weibo, mentioning that tonight appears to be a gathering. Indeed, I heard it was organized by Brother Lei. Xiao Ying's title was quite amusing, stating, "Tonight we feast to our fill, striving to conserve our stamina." This girl, unaware of her middle school status, even forced a rhyme. Oh, I almost forgot. Xiao Ying is indeed a middle school student. As a graduate of middle school myself, I finally glimpse a sliver of hope. Enough already. Xiao Ying is in a vocational school, all right? To those above, what is the difference? Wow, Xiao Ying actually shared a video. With that, the internet fell silent for a moment before erupting once more. Yaya posted too. Mimi shared, almost simultaneously. Even Pang Di and Tian joined in. What is happening? Even the notoriously inactive Jing Gu surfaced. What momentous event has transpired? They eagerly clicked on the video, finding nearly all of them identical, save for slight variations in clarity and angles. In the video, Zhao Mo donned a t-shirt emblazoned with a large hand, fingers curled, prominently displaying a middle finger. Unbeknownst to them, this shirt was a gift from Mimi, which he had initially resisted, deeming it juvenile. However, Yaya and the others insisted it looked good, and most importantly, he had no choice as his other garments were tossed into the bathtub. Zhao Mo sat quietly with the guitar, idly strumming its strings, and after a moment, he began to sing. "I want to soar into the sky." This prompted many phone holders to nearly drop their devices. Yet, after a few lines, they quickly found themselves immersed in the joyous essence of the song. Zhao Mo had surprisingly released a new track. How delightful, truly delightful. Zhao Mo's vocal range astonished me. When he performed Once Was You, I hadn't even sensed it. Such a talent should not remain undiscovered. He possesses both charm and voice, along with the ability to create. The person upstairs is indeed correct. Initially, I believed that Zhao Mo's participation in this program was merely for the sake of fame. However, upon reflection, it becomes evident that even without joining, given his exceptional level of artistry, it was only a matter of time before he garnered widespread acclaim. Quickly, watch Lei Ji's video. He even adjusted the angle of the camera. I too have seen it. The others, including Jinggu, appear as devoted fans, capturing moments with their phones. No wonder the visual perspectives differ. It seems each person was wielding their own device. The thought of it is rather amusing. Could this be Zhao Mo's intimate fan meeting? In this setting, his choice of song resonates profoundly. Indeed, this song is brimming with positive energy. Meanwhile, Gu Jing is indulging in a beauty treatment. Her daytime schedule is quite hectic, and tonight she has finally carved out some time for herself. Just as she begins to drift into a comfortable haze, her phone unexpectedly rings. She furrows her brow slightly and picks it up, only to discover it is her assistant calling. This assistant is quite considerate and typically refrains from disturbing her during work hours. Thus, the call must pertain to something important. As soon as she answers, she hears her assistant's voice, filled with excitement and nearly a roar. "Sister Gu, quickly check Weibo. Zhao Mo has released a new song, and it's absolutely delightful." Chapter 64. Theme song of a show? Gu Jing sprang to her feet, causing the nearby female technician to freeze momentarily, as if she had inadvertently pressed an acupoint. She opened her phone, ready to search, only to discover that the video had already surged to the trending list. The rapid rise to prominence indicated two things. First, Zhao Mo's popularity among the audience had significantly increased. Second, the quality of the song was exceptional. Regardless of either point, it was good news for her. As she played the video, she was enveloped by the melody, wanting to soar to the heavens side by side with the sun. The technician, initially somewhat timid, found herself leaning closer, her eyes fixated on the screen. The next moment, she exclaimed, "Zhao Mo has released a new song?" Gu Jing could hear the surprise in her tone, but she merely smiled at her before continuing to watch the video. After a while, her smile broadened. She shut off the video and made several phone calls, each one yielding good news. During Zhao Mo's 3-day break, he had not encountered anyone particularly complicated, at least. No one could confirm that he had signed with another company. As for the individual surnamed by her company, it was laughable to think he could be a rival. "Zhao Mo, you belong to me. No one could take you away." She chuckled softly and then turned to the technician, asking, "Do you really like him?" The technician blushed and replied, "Yes, I watch his live streams when I have the time. At first, I thought he was a bit aloof, but the more I watched, the more I found his demeanor quite endearing. Plus, he is so talented. I've even imagined surviving alongside him." Gu Jing reclined once more and suddenly inquired, "What do you think of his looks? Compared to Wang Shuquan and the others, whom do you prefer?" The technician resumed her massage while saying, "Sister, that's a tough question for me to answer. Just chatting casually, I used to think Kunkin was so handsome, and I liked him a lot. However, in comparison to Zhao Mo, it's hard to say. Zhao Mo may not be the type to impress at first glance, but the more you look, the more you realize that Kunkin simply cannot compare. Zhao Mo exudes a very masculine and robust aura. Before you know it, you find yourself. Oh, I don't even know how to articulate it." Though the technician's words were somewhat jumbled, Gu Jing fully understood her meaning. She lay on the bed, a subtle smile gracing her face, knowing that Zhao Mo was destined to become the next king of the industry, as long as he remained in her grasp. Suddenly, her phone rang again. It was Wang Shuquan calling. "Sister Gu, it's Kunkin. I need you to help me secure the copyright for that song. I believe I have something else to attend to." Gu Jing abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Wang Shuquan was left bewildered. Why did Sister Gu suddenly seem distant? She had never hung up on him before. A wave of grievance washed over him, and he found himself shedding tears of frustration once more. Meanwhile, the production team was still in a meeting, preparing for the official start tomorrow, ensuring that every aspect of the show would be flawless. In a moment, Su Qing's phone rang. After hanging up, he appeared somewhat bewildered, and after a while, he turned to Huang Hao and said, "Director, Zhao Mo has released another song." Huang Hao was equally taken aback, but soon laughed and said, "Let us pause the meeting for a moment. Let us refresh our minds and see what this fellow has sung." Su Qing nodded, fearing the volume on his phone was too low. He walked over to the nearby computer, opened Weibo, and activated the projector. Shortly, Zhao Mo's figure was cast onto the screen. Hey yeah, soaring through the sky, side by side with the sun. The audience, having felt somewhat lethargic due to the lengthy meeting, was instantly invigorated by this powerful shout. The entire piece was passionate and energizing, truly uplifting one's spirits. The more Huang Hao listened, the broader his smile became. It was simply perfect. As the playback concluded, Huang Hao slammed the table, ready to speak, but then asked Su Qing, "Has the song's copyright been registered?" Su Qing checked online and shook his head after a moment. "It's not in the copyright database." Huang Hao smiled, "Quickly help him register it. We need to remind this young lad tomorrow. He must pay attention to his legal rights." After a series of actions, Su Qing nodded at Huang Hao, indicating it was done, and then smiled. "I suppose he was inspired on a whim. I heard it was Zhou Lei who suggested he sing it at the last minute." Huang Hao turned to the others with a smile. "Everyone, Haven T, we've been lacking a theme song for our variety show." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened in unison, exclaiming how fitting it was. "Since there are no objections, I will have a chat with that young man tomorrow. What do you all think is a reasonable price?" Upon hearing this, everyone promptly fell silent. Su Qing, who had collaborated with Huang for the longest time and understood his character well, smiled and added, "Director, I believe we cannot regard Zhao Mo as just an ordinary newcomer. After so many episodes, we finally have a participant who meets the debut standards, so we must not diminish his stature. Moreover, the theme song is created by the participating artist, who has debuted thanks to our program. The symbolic significance of this is immense." Huang Hao, seated at the head of the table, nodded continuously. Once Su Qing finished speaking, he decisively declared, "Currently, top lyricists and composers in the country charge around 800,000 for a song, but considering the performance aspect, I believe too, 8 million is a more reasonable figure. What do you all think?" The crowd collectively gasped in surprise, with Su Qing's expression reflecting astonishment as well. While he initially intended to suggest that 5 million would suffice, Huang had nearly doubled it. Such a price could afford a leading singer. However, given the current success of the variety show, Huang Hao's standing had risen significantly, both within the production team and the television station. Whether it be 2, 8 million, or even 8 million, as long as he persisted, the station would likely approve it. After all, compared to the revenue generated, it was merely a drop in the bucket. With this thought in mind, the group once again hailed Huang Hao's prowess. As the song concluded, the evening banquet was drawing to a close. With the official start set for tomorrow, Brother Lei reminded everyone to rest well tonight. Each returned to their rooms to bathe and retire for the night. "Sister Me, what are you watching?" The hotel door was equipped with a peephole, and after her shower, Mimi pressed herself against it, remaining motionless. Pang Di, having finished his own bath, wandered over, intrigued by Mimi's peculiar behavior. "Don't mind me. If you don't wish to return to your room, feel free to watch television here," Pang Di remarked with a slight tone of unease, sensing something amiss. After a while, Mimi opened the door, peering at the elevator's location, and let out a menacing chuckle. "I still won't let you escape." At that moment, Yu was stealthily making her way onto the elevator. Chapter 65. The formal beginning. The youth, with their lively thoughts and elevated body temperature, in a few years will find that holding hands, akin to pulling the left hand with the right, reveals the truth that distance indeed cultivates beauty. The adage that absence makes the heart grow fonder rings profoundly true. Zhao Mo's door was ajar, having just finished a phone conversation with the other party. Mimi, that overly vigilant individual, made him apprehensive. Before he could finish his thought, his mouth was silenced. At that moment, could he contemplate anything else? Just as they were contemplating taking their relationship to the next level, a knock interrupted them. Yiya, in her endearing manner, pushed him aside and began to seek a place to hide. "There's no point in hiding. There's nowhere to conceal yourself," Zhao Mo remarked, moving to the door and peering through the peephole. He saw Mimi standing at the entrance, arms crossed defiantly. He feigned ignorance, asking, "Who is it?" "It's me. Open the door quickly. We can discuss matters tomorrow. I wish to sleep now." Zhao Mo intended to ignore her. "Zhao Mo, if you don't open the door, I will shout." I will kick it down, waking everyone up. Zhao Montag, exasperated, had no choice but to open the door. Upon entering, Mimi's large eyes glinted with mischief as they fell upon the blushing Yi seated nearby. Oh, Yi is here too. It seems I'm not the only one seeking Zhao Mo's attention. I hope I'm not intruding, she said, knowing full well that she was. Speak quickly, what do you want? Zhao Mo snapped, his irritation palpable. Mimi let out a playful huff. Didn't you just claim you were going to sleep? Why do you act as if you were the one in charge? Zhao Mo thought, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Mimi leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek, laughing as she remarked, "Consider this a stamp of approval." This unexpected gesture left Zhao Mo bewildered, while Yeo appeared torn between amusement and discontent, as if a cherished toy had been snatched away. Mimi chucked it. "I finished my business. Yeah. Do you have anything else? If not, let us head upstairs." With no further recourse, Yi cast a forlorn glance at Zhao Mo before following Mimi up the stairs. Zhao Mo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just as he was ready to strike, his target had vanished. He flopped onto the bed, pulling the covers over himself to sleep. A message chimed on his phone. It was from Yi. Mimi was indeed crafty. He had suspected she would catch on. How infuriating. On the way upstairs, she had even accused him of selfishness. "Should I lend you to her for a couple of days?" Zhao Mo was stunned by this suggestion, realizing the trap embedded within the question. Even with his limited emotional intelligence, he recognized the complexity of her inquiry. After a pause, he replied, "Your chest is too small to accommodate another." "Curse you, Zhao Mo. You can't go a day without hurling insults at me, can you?" "Just wait till I think of a suitable punishment," she retorted. Perfectly sidestepping the pressure, he felt a moment of relief. Moments later, Mimi sent another message. "Serve me well, or I will expose the two of you. Get lost." Zhao Mo replied tersely, promptly silencing his phone. Without a girl to hold, he settled for the embrace of the pillow. Just as he drifted into a semblance of sleep, the system's voice suddenly echoed in the room. Ding! The system has detected that the host has officially engaged in the second stage of the escape. The host is rewarded with the skill of capturing, along with the conventional operation of various firearms. Zhao Mo, feeling genuinely fatigued, directly initiated his learning session and fell asleep without even opening the escape panel. The next day, the earliest to rise was not the participants, but rather the legion of online viewers. After 3 days of anticipation, the event was finally set to commence. The excitement was palpable. Who among Jinggu and Zhao Mo would endure until the end remained to be seen. I believe Jinggu possesses a greater reliability in this escape segment. However, one cannot underestimate Zhao Mo, for he harbors immense potential. Who knows? He might be a hidden escape expert. Why has no one mentioned Lei Gu? Is he devoid of dignity? Ha ha! Perhaps we should let Lei Gu rest. Yet this segment might aid him in shedding some pounds. I am curious to see which individuals have been invited to the capture team. I hope to see some beautiful faces. Why hasn't it started yet? It's already 7 o'clock. The program is scheduled to commence promptly at 7:30, likely beginning with the introduction of the capture team, followed by the departure of the escape team. As discussions unfolded, the live broadcast from the director's room unexpectedly began. This time, however, there was no commentary guest beside her. She faced the camera alone. "Good morning, everyone. It is delightful to reunite with you all daily once more. Due to some procedural changes within the production team, today's broadcast commenced 15 minutes earlier. To enhance the program's appeal, it was decided that some of the previous escape regulations would be altered to allow for competitive elements. The escape team would have the ability to resist and even reverse eliminate the capture team." Listening to Ying Ying's explanation, the topic reignited fervent discussions. Can it really be played this way? Wow, it should have been like this from the start. It sounds more interesting. The game of cat and mouse may very well transform into a scenario where the mice capture the cat. With Jingo present, this possibility indeed seems plausible. I wonder if the production team's decision is still viable. They wouldn't employ professional special forces to capture Jingo, would they? This program is becoming increasingly intriguing. Nevertheless, Ying Ying did mention that the capture team would be equipped with realistic firearms, tracking dogs, expert guidance, and drones overhead, forming a comprehensive triad of suppression. What about the sea? Perhaps a salted fish will be suspended on their backs. Hurry, hurry. I can hardly contain my excitement. Let us commence swiftly. At this moment, Zhao Mo and the others had just arrived at the production team as venue. Huang Hao took the opportunity to discuss the theme song and copyright awareness with him privately. Zhao Mo felt quite grateful to Lao Huang. As for the price set for him, he was uncertain whether it was high or low. However, once he shared this matter with Lei Gu and Mimi, Lei Gu jokingly remarked, "Have you just ascended to the front lines?" Seeing Zhao Mo's confusion, Mimi and Yaya elaborated. It turned out that the price offered by the production team for either singing or songwriting rights was one typically reserved for top-tier levels. Once everyone had gathered, Su Qing began announcing the rules. There was no surprise regarding their uniform appearance. With Jinggu in attendance, such details seemed trivial. In response to the open confrontation, the crowd feigned excitement, as if they were unaware of the news, thus preserving a semblance of face. Should the leaders of each group be re-elected? The Special Forces team remains unchanged. The culinary team remains unchanged. When it came to the Queen's team, Mimi, with a flicker of her eyes, inquired, "How the rules of confrontation changed, or have other regulations been altered as well?" Su Qing interjected, "In principle, within the first 10 days of escape, if even one member of a group is captured, the entire group is deemed eliminated. However, after 10 days, as long as the captain remains uncaptured, the group is considered still in the fight, even if only one member remains." Upon hearing this, the three women almost instantly raised their hands and declared, "Our leader will be Zhao Mo." Su Qing smiled and nodded, finding this response entirely expected. "Everyone should prepare, as we will soon inspect the backpacks and distribute the necessary items designated by the production team, departing in half an hour." Brother Lei approached, lowering his voice to ask, "Who comprises the capture team?" Su Qing chuckled lightly, glanced at the side, and replied, "I cannot disclose that, but they're all your old acquaintances." Chapter 66. The grand unveiling. At this moment, in another hall, a live broadcast was underway, captivating the audience's attention as the members of the capture team were revealed. The host on-site was inquiring each participant involved in the apprehension. Upon seeing Zhou Bo's figure, the viewers were thoroughly unsettled. "Shouldn't he belong to the escape team? Pray tell, Brother Bo, aren't you supposed to be in the escape team?" The host seemed to hear the audience's unspoken thoughts and, suppressing a chuckle, posed the question. "You know nothing. My exit during the survival segment was premeditated, intended solely to join the capture team. Escaping is rather mundane. It requires thought, and one must always remain at the top of the food chain, you see." Upon finishing his statement, Brother Bo erupted into hearty laughter at his own audacious remarks. Next, the interview turned to Gugu. "As for me, I joined because Xiao Fei arrived. She fervently persuaded me, claiming that forming an immortal hero team would undoubtedly lead to victory." Just then, Tang Yu unexpectedly leaned into the camera, waving at the audience. Meanwhile, on the other side, the soldier ensemble was gathered: Zhang Yi, Wang Baobao, and Xing Jiadong. At that moment, the director entered, addressing the group. "Each trio will be paired with a tracking dog. The dog's owner will follow, but will not participate in the capture. Each of you will be provided with a realistic replica firearm." "Director, what about our food? We won't have to fend for ourselves like the escape team, will we?" Huang Hao chuckled in response. "Of course not. Aside from compressed biscuits, we will arrange for staff to deliver one meal to you each evening. Given the area's size, providing 2 meals daily is impractical, but one is certainly feasible." Upon witnessing these pairings online, the audience was instantly stirred. The production team has truly outdone themselves by inviting such prominent figures this time. When it comes to shamelessness, I bow to Brother Bo. Joking aside, in society, Brother Bo is indeed a force to be reckoned with. What a pity there are so few female artists. Oh, come on with Xiao Fei. She alone is worth half the entertainment industry. That is a bit exaggerated. I'd say she is at most worth 3/7. Gu Ye, who typically refrains from participating in variety shows, surprisingly made an appearance this time. The capture team possesses formidable strength, along with the soldier trio. Forgive my laziness. Let us assume this world has already filmed Soldier Assault. Go, let us get started quickly. Brother Bo, likely famished from the survival segment, seemed solely concerned with food. The director mentioned that there would indeed be wolf dogs accompanying them. How could they possibly play under such circumstances? Unless they could eliminate the dogs. Being apprehended was merely a matter of days, as such settings are not expansive. Do you have any idea the cost of training a tracking dog? Director Huang would rather sacrifice himself than allow harm to come to a dog. With this arrangement, even someone as formidable as Jinggu would find it challenging. It seems, like last time, they won't be able to last long. Let us all cherish this moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Mo and the others were already collecting supplies. Each set is equipped with a first aid kit, accompanied by 7 days' worth of compressed biscuits, a flashlight for each individual, and a supply of water. Lao Su, there's no water on the mountain. How far will a single bottle get us? Su King Chukka. We've hidden plenty of bottles of mineral water up there. As for whether you can find them, Lei Gu, that depends on your skills. Lei Gu nodded thoughtfully, then gestured toward his own flask, stating, each of us should carry a flask, and we should fill it to capacity. Su Qing sighed, wishing Lei Gu would allow for some flexibility. In the scene, Zhao Mo and Jinggu were engrossed in hushed conversation. The dog must be dealt with first. Otherwise, we could be in great danger. We need to work together while they come in a trio armed with weapons. If we don't subdue them immediately, we might encounter trouble. Jinggu suggested, I think we should find a place to hide them. At night, we can use the flashlight to draw their fire. Will you be setting some traps? Something non-lethal yet effective against the enemy? Zhao Mo nodded, and Jinggu, satisfied with this, felt considerably more at ease with Zhao Mo's presence. After 10 days, let those girls withdraw. They shouldn't have to endure the same trials as us. We'll have our fun with them. Upon finishing their conversation, they unwittingly shared a peculiar smile. Wise as ever, Lei Gu. Let us hope that flask can indeed hold a bottle-less worth of water. The flask appears capable of holding 800 milliliters, which exceeds a single bottle's capacity. I recall during my military days when alcohol was forbidden, we would secretly fill those flasks with beer during drills. Such nostalgia. Jinggu and Zhao Mo were deep in discussion, whispering for quite some time. They must be formulating strategies. No, Jinggu asked Zhao Mo if banana worms were palatable, to which Zhao Mo countered with a query about whether too much coconut might cause diarrhea. The upstairs analysis seemed rather insightful, especially given how slyly they were smiling. Upstairs, how dull you are. What is the texture of those compressed biscuits? Has anyone tasted them? During my military training, we were issued these things. They neither tasted particularly good nor bad. A piece with some water was enough to satiate my hunger. I envy the soldiers. I wish I could serve too. Meanwhile, Huang Hao organized the capture team before moving to another office. There were only 3 individuals present, intently watching the live feed of the escape group. Thank you, Teacher Wang, Teacher Su, and Teacher Liu, for your hard work. Director Huang responded, It's nothing. This isn't our first collaboration, and you are too courteous. The trio were experts engaged by the program. Wang Mingling, around 40, is a seasoned psychologist who has successfully assisted the police in apprehending fugitives through psychological analysis. Su Zheng, around 60, previously served as a battalion commander in a reconnaissance unit, possessing profound experience in camouflage and capture. Liu Jun, also in his 60s, is a renowned criminal investigation expert, having solved no fewer than 10 major cases. The 3 have participated in this program for 3 consecutive years, and under their guidance, the capture team had successfully completed their tasks within the first few days in the past. They believe this year would be no exception. The director's team has informed us of a recent alteration in the rules, allowing the escape group to eliminate the capture group in reverse. However, to the 3 individuals involved, the outcome remains unchanged. Li Jing requires particular attention, as he has undergone systematic training in the military, making him the focal point of concern. Who is the young man that Li Jing is whispering to? Upon a brief review of the previous survival segment, I discovered that this young man is Zhao Mo, possessing formidable physical prowess, arguably surpassing Li Jing. Yet, sheer physical strength alone is insufficient for escape. One must employ intellect. Without systematic education, there is little cause for alarm. Thus, our primary focus remains on Li Jing. Once he is eliminated, the game will likely reach its conclusion. Huang Hao, observing from the sidelines, felt exasperated. In the previous 2 years, he had contemplated extending the live broadcasts, but the trio resolutely ignored his suggestions, commanding the capture group with relentless vigor. He wished to plead with them for leniency, yet they unanimously retorted, "We cannot afford to lose face. It would be utterly embarrassing if we fail to capture anyone here." P.S. A subsequent chapter will follow shortly. Chapter 67. Zhao and Mo. Do not overindulge. The dogs have arrived. Humans have come too, accompanied by tracking hounds. Gathering their scent, Iya and Mimi appeared somewhat apprehensive of the dogs, each clutching one of Zhao and Mo's arms. In contrast, the oblivious Pang Di showed no fear and seemed eager to pet the dogs. One of the dogs bared its teeth, prompting Zhao and Mo to glare at it. To his surprise, the dog barked in response, while he emitted a sound of his own, causing the aggressive dog to turn tail and retreat, clearly intimidated. Had its owner not been holding it back, it likely would have fled. "Does the dog seem frightened of you?" Yi inquired curiously. "I told it to behave, or else I would stew it for dinner tonight. It understood. Do you believe that?" Zhao and Mo replied. Ian nodded with a smile, while Mimi rolled her eyes, remarking that love indeed makes one foolish, believing such ridiculous words. "Let us set off. Each group will take a different vehicle to distinct destinations. It will take us approximately 2 hours to reach our location," Su Qing announced, prompting the group to begin their journey. "Are we starting tonight? Surely the production team wouldn't be so heartless. You'll have ample time to find a place to hide before the official commencement tomorrow," Su Qing chuckled. "Old Su, if you keep grinning, I might just have to deal with you," Lei Gu retorted. "Old Zhou, don't say I'm bullying you. You might not actually win against me." Lei Gu's irritation was palpable, but just then, Li Jing and Zhao and Mo approached. He playfully grabbed one of each. Grinning at old Su, "I have 2 little brothers here." Su Qing chuckled awkwardly, yielding in defeat. Their camaraderie was evident, as Su Qing felt comfortable sharing information. Before they could depart, their watches and phones were confiscated, and the production team thoughtfully provided each participant with a solar-powered digital watch, a clever measure indeed. "Old Su, the journey will last at least 2 hours. Let the 3 of us sit together initially, and we'll switch vehicles halfway," he suggested. And Su Qing readily agreed without further dispute. Lei Gu signaled to the others and climbed into a vehicle, soon followed by Pang Di. Lei Gu took the front passenger seat, while Li Jing occupied one side of the back, leaving Zhao and Mo in the middle. Turning to the driver, Lei Gu issued a warning. "None of what we say is to be shared with others, understood?" The driver, bemused, pointed to the fixed camera in the vehicle. "Had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten," Lei Gu replied, promptly switching off the camera. Viewers watching the live broadcast found amusement in the unfolding scene. Zhao Mo was so unlikable that even the dog seemed disinterested in him. "You should emphasize how fearsome he is. Even the dogs are afraid of him." "Ha ha, that dog genuinely seems terrified." Perhaps it truly understood Zhao Mo's threat of being stewed. Director Su appeared quite theatrical, initially contemplating a display of bravado against Lei Gu, but quickly backed down upon the arrival of Jing, Gu, and Zhao Mo. A wise person knows when to yield. "I concede based on my assessment of the situation," he remarked. Lei Gu, the intellectual heavyweight, had turned off the camera. Was he planning something clandestine? To speak candidly, if the 3 of them were to form a group, it would undoubtedly be amusing. With Lei Ji's intellect, Jing Ji's agility, and Zhao Mo's physical prowess, they might well overpower the capture team. The capture team? Do I not have any dignity? How could you say such a thing? Upon hearing this, it seems as though Zhao Mo and Jinggu are devoid of intellect. With Lei Gu present, their cognitive abilities become irrelevant. Inside the vehicle, Lei Gu began to speak. "We anticipate arriving around 4 p.m. this afternoon. It would be ideal if we could gather this evening." Jing Ji's eyes lit up as he replied. "That's simple. We can utilize the lights tonight to easily converge." Zhao Mo shook his head and remarked, "The drones will undoubtedly capture footage around the clock. Otherwise, the nighttime segment will be difficult to produce. I believe we should refrain from exposing our alliance for now." Lei Gu cast an appreciative glance at Zhao Mo and nodded toward Jinggu. "I concur with Xiao Mo's perspective. With stars and the moon tonight, determining our position will not be challenging. Let us adhere to the plan we devised earlier. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Mo added, Lei Gu, if we have not gathered by 10 p.m., we should rest in place. The days are lengthening. They will require at least until 7 a.m. to arrive, leaving us ample time. The trio deliberated for a full hour, discussing every conceivable detail until they paused to switch vehicles. What were you discussing? Lei Gu and Jingu alighted, and Mimi and Yi entered. Mimi inquired curiously. The driver had just activated the live streaming camera, and Zhao Mo pointed and diverted the topic. You cannot consume too many compressed biscuits at once. Your appetites are already modest. Don't succumb to hunger and overindulge. Drinking water can easily satiate you. Upon hearing this, Mimi and Yi turned to Fat D in unison. We're talking about you. Did you hear? Oh. Fat D replied, somewhat aggrieved. She had never tried such compressed biscuits before. During the earlier discussion among Zhao Mo and the others, she had succumbed to temptation and taken a small piece to taste. Well, the flavor was hardly delightful, yet for a foodie, it was tantalizing. She was tempted to lick the salt to ascertain its level of salinity. Zhao Mo discovered they had arrived at a position on the mountainside. He surveyed the slope of the mountain and was relieved to find it relatively gentle. However, to his dismay, he noted that his group was positioned at the far west. I'm exhausted. We've finally arrived. After such a lengthy journey, let us stretch our legs and move, Zhao Mo declared, lifting Mimi, who had sat down. Her stamina truly caused concern. The four ventured eastward. It was nearly 5 p.m., yet the sun remained quite strong. Zhao Mo furrowed his brow. It appeared they would have to contend with this weather during their daytime activities. I'm unable to continue. I feel as though I can't catch my breath, Mimi lamented. Zhao Mo turned to her and approached, adjusting her camouflage jacket. Hey, I'll get sunburned like this. Zhao Mo ignored her and continued forward, all the while observing the surrounding environment, mentally calculating the linear distance to their destination. Approximately 1,700 meters in distance, the arduous path took over an hour to traverse. Along the way, Zhao Mo stumbled upon 4 bottles of mineral water, a commendable gesture from the production team, as each bottle contained 2 liters. He refilled the 3 ladies' water flasks, while he himself only sipped a few mouthfuls. At this juncture, we are roughly in the center of our route. Let us rest for 15 minutes. If anyone feels peckish, a small piece of compressed biscuit will suffice. Shortly, we shall continue our journey northward, and once we reach the northeastern edge, we can pause. Zhao Mo, we won't be subsisting on this the entire time, will we? Zhao Mo glanced at the plump D and then at the other 2 women. Due to the significant exertion, all 3 ladies were flushed, beads of sweat cascading down and adhering strands of hair to their faces. As long as you can persevere, I assure you that by the day after tomorrow at the latest, I will find you something delectable. The 3 women did not inquire about where Zhao Mo would procure food. Their trust in him was unwavering, resting at a steadfast 100. P.S. I kindly request continued encouragement for updates and support. The upcoming chapters promise to be even more thrilling. To those who criticize this as nonsensical, asserting that a celebrity could not survive for 100 days, I remind you that this is merely a fictional narrative, entirely plausible within its own context. I am at a loss for how to proceed, but dear readers, if you find enjoyment in this tale, it aligns with my intentions. Chapter 68. Positions assumed. By the time they reached the northeast, it was already past 7 in the evening, and the sun was beginning its descent. To his astonishment, Zhao Mo discovered that Lei Gu had already arrived. This was truly remarkable, as he had anticipated meeting up with Jingu first. Ha ha ha, Zhao Mo, don't be surprised. We were sent here and have simply been resting, waiting for you, Lei Gu said with a chuckle. Zhao Mo felt a sense of disbelief. Why was Lei Gu so fortunate? At that moment, a spark of realization lit up his eyes, and Lei Gu, noticing this, let out a knowing laugh, clearly sharing the same thought. The most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. Who would have imagined they would remain motionless at their rendezvous point? This was indeed their final hiding spot. Zhao Mo's gaze swept the surroundings. The dense forest provided an excellent concealment location. Lei Gu, shall we take a stroll together? He suggested. You should rest for a bit, replied Lei Ge. Zhao Mo shook his head. This level of exertion was as trivial to him as climbing 3 flights of stairs would be for an average person. After a brief exploration, Lei Ge inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Zhao Mo responded, "Tomorrow around 8 in the morning. Jingge and I will be active in the southwest region to draw the attention of the capture team. You should keep everyone here to rest. The spot we scouted earlier is ideal. Dense vegetation ensures that sunlight can't penetrate, keeping it relatively cool, and drones 1T be able to locate you." Lei Ji nodded. Having crossed into his 40s, he was past the age of proving himself. If he were 10 years younger, he might have insisted on joining Zhao Mo and the others. But given his current state and the burgeoning belly, it was wiser to remain behind and avoid complicating matters. Zhao Mo pondered for a moment before continuing. They may not discover our presence during the day, but with a psychologist among them, they are likely to decipher our feigned movements by evening. Therefore, everyone should rest as much as possible during the day. We will relocate to my previous hideout tonight. Our area of activity will closely align with yours, allowing us to shift repeatedly and keep them guessing our movements. Lei Ge contemplated this and added, "Your drop-off point is acceptable, but Xiao Jing's location is not advisable, as it may reveal a pattern to the opposing team." As they conversed, the sound of chatter approached, indicating Jing Gu's arrival. The seamless assembly of the 3 teams brought smiles to their faces. Lei Ge relayed their previous discussion to Jing Ge, who responded thoughtfully. "There's a large bamboo grove to the southwest. Our delay was due to us getting lost within it." Zhao Mo's mind raced. The presence of bamboo groves was indeed fortuitous. The director's team had stipulated that they would begin filming at 7 in the morning, and he suggested they practice using their cameras discreetly, avoiding any easily identifiable references. Although the production team maintained neutrality, there is no guarantee they wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics if they struggled to locate them after a few days. At this, Lei Ge laughed, recognizing the truth in Zhao Mo's words. Had he been part of the capture team, he certainly would not have played fair. After discussing a few more points, they returned to the gathering place of their group. "Fat D, you really shouldn't eat anymore. You'll only make yourself uncomfortable later," Zhao Mo admonished. "Sister Mimi, this is only the second piece. It has already been 4 hours since the last one." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Mimi pondered the constitution of Pundi, wondering how she could have such a hearty appetite. After all her running around and the oppressive heat, she currently had no desire to eat. The others appeared similarly disinterested, save for Pundi, who nibbled like a little mouse. Zhao Mo admired Pundi's ability to eat at such a time, indicating a strong adaptability of her body. He recalled that during their survival on the island, it was also Pundi who was the first to crave an apple. "At this rate, your rations for a week might be depleted in just 3 days." "No worries, Sister Mimi," Zhao Mo reassured. "There will be delicious food the day after tomorrow." Frustrated, Mimi lightly tapped Pundi's head, exasperated by her carefree attitude, as if she could not survive without Zhao Mo. The next day, Saturday, as the live broadcast commenced at dawn, over 20 million viewers tuned in. The previous day, the production team had released a survey online titled, "Which group do you think will be eliminated first?" with 4 options: 1. Special Forces Group, 2. Gourmet Group, 3. Queen Group, 4. Capture Group. Those who correctly guessed would enter a draw for a gift from the production team. Within 24 hours, over 2 million participated in the voting. The Capture Group received the least support, with less than 2, followed by the Special Forces, while surprisingly, the Gourmet Group ranked last instead of the Queen Group. Upon seeing this survey in the morning, netizens began to tease. If Brother Lei saw this survey, he would be heartbroken. The combined votes for the other 3 options do not even match the Gourmet Group. It was undeniable that Brother Lei was clever, yet this was a survival segment, and the very notion of escape seemed to imply everything. To one's astonishment, some had even voted for the Capture Group. If a group from the Capture team were to be the first eliminated, it would certainly be amusing. Anything was possible. What if, just hypothetically, the entire Capture Group were eliminated? How would that be handled? Would the production team issue orders for them to turn against one another? Surely, they wouldn't be so cruel. Given the production team's integrity, I wouldn't be surprised by any outrageous antics they might pull. Has the live broadcast begun? It started 5 minutes ago, the director mentioned. The capture group will reach their destination in half an hour. Looking at the camera, it was evident the capture group was truly engaged, complete with walkie-talkies. Brother Bo made me laugh. He declared that his target was Brother Lei, and he wouldn't even attempt to capture Jingge. Ha! He must be afraid of being overpowered by Jingge and getting caught instead. Meanwhile, in the woods, Zhao Mo and Jingge were bidding farewell to the main group. We have enough water for today. Both Zhao Mo and I will bring what we have collected, but we won't return until tonight. Brother Lei stood up, reminiscent of a family member seeing off their loved ones on a journey, and patted each of their shoulders, saying, "We'll be waiting for your glorious return." As these words escaped his lips, it seemed as though Brother Lei nearly succumbed to laughter, shattering the solemn atmosphere of the moment. "Be cautious. Do not overexert yourself." He is softly cautioned, standing beside Zhao Mo. "If you are eliminated, we shall be liberated. Zhao Mo, the decision lies with you." Mimicking Brother Lei, Mimi delivered a hearty pat on his shoulder, perhaps with excessive force, causing her to wince and shake her hand in discomfort. "You must pay heed to the button on your chest. Do not inadvertently press it, lest a wisp of smoke arise, and we find ourselves in dire straits. All right, let us depart. If we linger any longer, we may be swept away." Observing Zhao Mo as he briefed the three women, Jingge felt a twinge of irritation. It was as if they had transformed into ancient warriors preparing for battle. Finally, Brother Lei, with a cunning smile, remarked, "There are still 5 minutes until the lens opens. Let us pretend the clock has malfunctioned. A slight delay is of no consequence." Chapter 69. The Encirclement Strategy. At this moment within the command center, 3 instructors were meticulously analyzing their operational trajectories and the most likely hiding spots. I surmised that given Li Jing's capabilities, he would undoubtedly exploit this bamboo grove, especially since their drop point was adjacent to it. From a psychological perspective, in unfamiliar environments while attempting to evade capture, individuals typically adhere to 2 strategies: seeking elevated vantage points for a comprehensive overview and gravitating towards areas with abundant cover, which instills a greater sense of security. With Li Jing's specialized training, I believe that the bamboo thicket in the southwest was a plausible hiding place, particularly the denser region further north, which would facilitate easier observation. Were I in his position, provided that resistance was permissible, I would certainly lay numerous traps. This would provide opportunities for engagement. Even if the adversary could not be eliminated, it would serve as an early warning. As the 3 instructors concluded their discussion, the drone ascended, and the capture team took their positions, issuing commands. Team 3, led by Zhang Yi, was to proceed towards the bamboo grove. Team 2, under Gu Ji's command, was to maintain a distance of 50 meters in the same direction. And Team 1, directed by Zhou Bo, was to advance slowly along the eastern flank. The 3 instructors appeared to possess keen insights. Their focus on the southwestern area, coupled with the unexpected deployment of secondary team, suggested a ruthless strategy. If any team ventured into that zone, their demise would be imminent. I found myself anxious, fervently wishing to alert them to the presence of Team 2 trailing behind Team 3. The drone's aerial footage revealed no signs of movement, which was entirely plausible, as they were likely concealing themselves. "Everyone, pay attention," someone remarked. The bamboo grove seemed to have stirred momentarily in the recent footage. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the eye or the wind, another speculated. I too had noticed it and thought I was imagining things. Such an evident oversight could not escape the scrutiny of the 3 instructors. Lu Jun, a seasoned investigator, replayed the drone's footage in reverse and discerned that only a specific section of the grove had shifted, while the surrounding treetops remained still. The absence of large wildlife in the vicinity and the implausibility of wind as a cause led to only one conclusion: a team was concealed there. With this realization, he decisively commanded, Team 3, being the most physically capable, should traverse the bamboo grove from the western edge and descend from the north. The western area is a secure zone, so disregard it. Team 2, led by Gugu, will wait for 20 minutes and then proceed along the predetermined route. Team 1 will abandon the original eastern path and regroup to the west, thereby forming an encirclement with Team 3. Upon hearing Su Jun's orders, Lu Jun added, "Remember, Maintain a mindset oriented towards real combat. Upon sighting an individual, fire immediately without hesitation. Oh my, it truly is a person. Which sharp-eyed brother noticed that? It's over. The encirclement has been established, and that team is doomed. Hang in there, Li Jing. Could be the Queen team? If it's the Gourmet team, I would team mine it all. Laughter erupted, as it seemed everyone was secretly hoping for the Gourmet team's elimination. The likelihood of a royal group seems rather slim, yet one can never be certain. Just then, the cameras carried by the escape team flickered to life. Although the identities of those captured through the lens remained obscured, the accompanying sounds and nearby ambience offered a semblance of analysis. Due to the throng of individuals present, the screens could not be segmented, allowing viewers the liberty to choose which feed to observe. The majority opted for the female perspectives, including Me, Yiya, Fat D, and Xiaoying. I must tell you, back in my early days of filming, the conditions paled in comparison to yours, where daily wages are guaranteed without the need for negotiations over remuneration. The audience was taken aback, for the information revealed by the footage was abundant. Regardless of which female feed was chosen, it became evident that the crowd was substantial, comprising individuals from at least one more group. Moreover, the limited camera shake indicated the presence of trees rather than bamboo. The group appeared relaxed, sitting in a circle, attentively listening to Lei Gu recount tales from ancient times. I chuckled, realizing that Lei Gu had truly embraced his role as a teacher. During the peak of the survival segment, he would sit and boast with the team members, and now he was doing just that. They had surprisingly gathered together. I spotted Lei Gu, Fat D, and even Tian, indicating that 3 groups were congregated in this location. But which team occupied the bamboo grove? It became clear why Lei Gu had conferred in the vehicle earlier. They had evidently devised a plan the night before. I just observed Jing Ji's camera feed and deduced, through the surrounding environment, that he was indeed in the bamboo grove. I was watching Zhao Mo, who was also situated in the bamboo. It seems I am beginning to grasp their strategy. They're concealing the main force while 2 strong individuals take action to divert the attention of the capture team. As it stands, they appear to have succeeded, as the capture team has been lured to the bamboo grove. However, the greatest dilemma remains. They're surrounded. How will they escape? Goodness, even the drones have converged above the bamboo grove. The 3 teachers seem determined to leave no stone unturned. At this moment, within the bamboo grove, Zhao Mo balanced a hat crafted from slender branches atop his head, a thin bamboo skewer clenched between his teeth, his eyes half closed. Leaning against a robust stalk of bamboo, approximately 40 meters away from Jingge. The prior commotion in the bamboo grove stemmed from traps devised by the 2, awaiting the unfortunate soul who might trigger them. Suddenly, the sound of a tree branch snapping in the distance seized his attention. Positioned to the west, he soon heard a faint sound. Had it not been for his heightened physical sensitivity, he would not have perceived it. What puzzled him was that this group of individuals was navigating along the far western edge, heading north without venturing into the woods, showing no intention of releasing hounds. Zhao Mo's mind raced, contemplating a possible strategy. Encirclement. Upon this realization, he gestured toward Jingge in the distance. The gestures were straightforward, previously established on their journey. Pointing in a direction indicated the enemy's approach from that side. He pointed in 3 directions consecutively, and Jingge understood this signaled an impending encirclement. Jingge inquired if he had a plan. Zhao Mo slowly shook his head, gesturing to the ground, implying they should remain stationary, adapting to the changing circumstances with steadfastness. Ha ha ha. Through such an interaction, the 2 could see each other on camera. Their attire earns a commendable 99 points, even adorned with greenery atop their heads. I find myself increasingly concerned that they might be swept away in one fell swoop. I can only surmise that Lei Gu would emerge with his troops to surrender. Can we refrain from directing all our firearms at Lei Gu? Lei Gu, is it my fault for being a bit overweight? Does anyone comprehend the significance of their gestures? I have served in the military as a reconnaissance soldier, yet their signs do not resemble military hand signals. They appear to be improvised gestures devised by the 2. I am eager to witness the capture. Hurry, hurry. P.S. I I kindly request your favorable reviews and encouragement for updates. Thank you. Mountain Peak. Chapter 70. Zhao Mo. Brother Jing, you go ahead. I will cover you. Within the command center, the three instructors witnessed Group 3, led by Zhang Li, maneuvering to the northern edge of the bamboo grove. And a shared smile emerged among them. It was anticipated that one group would be eliminated on the very first day. Unbeknownst to them, as they were oblivious to the public surveillance, they remained unaware that Group 3 had merged and still believed there was only one group within the bamboo forest. Everyone take your positions. Now advance into the bamboo grove. Remember, we do not need to eliminate all, just one will suffice. This directive was issued by Wang Mingling. Such an instruction was beneath the dignity of Su and Lu, as its underlying implications suggested targeting the women or the weakest first. However, Wang Mingling was evidently results-oriented, caring little for the means, as long as victory was achieved. Due to the capture team's lack of deliberate concealment and camouflage, the drones could somewhat detect their movements. Observers watched anxiously as Group 3 encircled and advanced into the bamboo grove, fearing for Zhao Mo and his companion. No matter how formidable Brother Jing might be, it was improbable for him to contend against 9 individuals. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that they possessed firearms. A single hit would trigger the elimination button's response. I can't bear to watch any longer. I was uncertain whether Zhao Mo and Brother Jing felt any anxiety, but I was genuinely nervous. It appeared this episode would be shorter than previous ones. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, old Huang's countenance darkened. Why were these 3 instructors so obstinate? If this continued, would they be entirely eliminated by tomorrow? Should I discuss this with the instructors again? Su Qing's character resembled that of historical lobbyists, though he was more shameless and devoid of limits. It's futile. Last time I mentioned increasing their remuneration, I was met with scorn from old Su and old Lu, accusing me of trying to buy them off and disrespecting their dignity. But director, if both Li Jing and Zhao Mo are eliminated, how can the game proceed? Huang Hao's irritation was palpable. He understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, facing the stubborn trio of instructors, he could only pray to the heavens, hoping at least one of them would manage to escape. The reason Su and Lu participated was not for financial gain. Having retired, they found themselves idly spending their days at home. This opportunity was viewed as a drill, and since it was a drill, it mirrored real combat, where there was no rationale to spare the opponent. At this moment, Huang Hao could only stew in frustration, feeling utterly powerless against these individuals. Zhao Mo possessed exceptional hearing. At this moment, he and Brother Jing had moved to the easternmost edge of the bamboo grove. This location was chosen for its ample depth to facilitate their escape, and it was also where they had set their traps. Should we select a team for an ambush? Brother Jing suggested. Zhao Mo slowly shook his head, responding, given that there is a commander, the advancement of Group 3 will inevitably be synchronized. If we linger even for a moment, we will surely be targeted by the other 2 groups. Jing furrowed his brow, pondering the matter for a moment before nodding. I shall head directly north, while you proceed eastward. Under no circumstances should we veer towards the northeast. Zhao Mo acknowledged with a nod. Suddenly, an unusual sound pierced the air, prompting him to signal Jing to be silent and gesture towards the east, indicating that their nearest adversaries were in that direction. However, the dense bamboo forest obscured visibility, rendering both parties unable to discern one another. The greatest advantage of the bamboo grove lay in its impenetrability. The density rendered drone surveillance ineffective, posing a significant obstacle to the command center. Jing, I will create a distraction to lure them toward me. You should make your way to the far west and break through from that side, as there are currently no foes there. Just as Jing was about to refuse, Zhao Mo hastily interjected. Jing, your presence here is far more valuable than mine. Should I find myself unable to escape, you can still enjoy your culinary delights and your companions. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Li Jing's face. In a battlefield context, Zhao Mo was effectively providing cover for his retreat. Although the sentiment felt overly sentimental and somewhat impractical, he understood that Zhao Mo was competing for monetary gain. And at that moment, he had made up his mind. If his team emerged victorious, He would ensure that Zhao Mo receive his fair share. Jing placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Mo's shoulder, nodded in agreement, and cautiously made his way westward without looking back. All parties remained vigilant as Zhao Mo waited for 2 full minutes before beginning to rustle the bamboo nearby. The command center, of course, took notice and immediately ordered, Teams 3 and 2, accelerate your progress. They're holed up in the easternmost section of the bamboo grove. Well done, Zhao Mo, he thought. This plan at least guaranteed Jing's continued presence. Remaining so composed in such a precarious situation was no small feat. Zhao Mo had always been like this. From his survival instincts to the present, he had never wavered in his consideration for others. Sigh. Zhao Mo's withdrawal stirred an unexpected sadness within him. He was not alone in this sentiment. 3 young women would also accompany him in his departure, and the sacrifice was indeed substantial. One could only hope for a miracle, praying that Zhao Mo would not be captured. By exposing himself so willingly, he had effectively drawn the entirety of Team 3's attention. If they lacked firearms, Zhao Mo might still have a chance. But alas, the adversaries possessed ranged weaponry and ferocious hounds. It was over. The Queen's faction was doomed. As a veteran, he felt a profound sense of emotion at Zhao Mo's words. You cover my escape, bore significant weight. In the control room, Huang Hao exhaled quietly upon hearing Zhao Mo's strategy. Thankfully, there was still a chance to engage in the game. Currently, the escape team's greatest asset was Li Jing. As long as he remained, they could likely endure for a few more days. Huang Hao felt a twinge of regret, recognizing the imbalance in strength between both sides. Although counterattacks were possible, the escape team appeared utterly powerless. He could only hope they could last a little longer. Beside him, Su Qing remarked with a smile. Zhao Mo's strategic vision is commendable. He has made the most prudent choice at this juncture. Huang Hao nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. Last year's escape team had persevered for 11 days. This time, he had tempered his expectations, hoping for at least a week. Do you think Zhao Mo can survive? Su Qing was taken aback, then slowly shook his head, stating, it is highly unlikely. Huang Hao also revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness, and after a moment's sigh, he remarked, perhaps his remarkable display during the fight for survival led me to unconsciously believe in his invincibility. After saying this, he glanced at his watch, realizing that only 3 hours had passed, and already one group was about to be eliminated. Zhao Mo chose not to hide any longer. Remaining stationary was the most passive approach. He continued to create a commotion, running a few steps north while shaking a bamboo pole, then darting south to shake another bamboo pole. He aimed to create an illusion for the command center. Firstly, it suggested that several individuals here had likely sensed the danger and were planning to break away in different directions. Secondly, he intended to compel the encirclement to contract swiftly, as a slow approach might reveal some of their previous arrangements. Chapter 71. The suspended brother Bo. His actions indeed bore fruit, as Su Jun furrowed his brows and commanded, all teams, accelerate. The enemy has already detected your presence. There is no need for stealth. Quickly converge and capture them. Upon receiving the order, Team 3 abandoned their previous cautious approach, straightening up to swiftly encircle the center. Just as they were forming their encirclement, an unexpected event unfolded when Zhao Mo's camera caught sight of the enemy. Why hasn't Zhao Mo fled? Escape was futile. The 3 parties were surrounded. If he ran westward, he would undoubtedly drag Jing Ge down with him once more. Through his lens, although the face remained unseen, he appeared remarkably composed, mentally preparing himself for elimination. Indeed, what Zhao Mo aimed to achieve was to prolong the time as much as possible, hindering Team 3's progress in the bamboo grove. Look, Zhao Mo's camera has spotted Brother Bo. Why haven't they opened fire? They might want to capture him alive. Nonsense. This is visual interference. Having stared at a single hue for too long, Zhao Mo would be difficult to notice if he remained still. However, remaining still was no longer an option, as the other 2 teams were approaching. Release the dogs. The bamboo thicket was too dense for the dogs to be of much use. No. Which side are you on upstairs? I'm on the audience's side. It's taking too long. We haven't even seen a face after all this time. I'm dying of laughter. Everyone look at Brother Bo's team. Observe that awkward shot. Ha ha! Brother Bo is airborne. At that moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. The team led by Brother Bo was at the forefront, followed closely by Na Jia and Lei Jiaying. Quick, we need to score first. Brother Bo, didn't Tiwi agree to only capture Lei Ge? Who cares if it's that old fox? Let us catch someone and showcase our strength first. Brother Bo, I think I see someone. Where? Fire. No, I was mistaken. It should be right there. Hurry up. Ah. Suddenly, Brother Bo, walking ahead, felt something bind his leg, and then his body lightened, propelling him upwards. It turned out to be a trap meticulously designed by Jingge and Zhao Mo. The mechanism was straightforward yet effective. Utilizing the bamboo's resilience, they had created a triggering trap by compressing the bamboo to a certain degree. Regardless of its simplicity, it proved practical. If the captors inadvertently kicked the rope, the tension from the bamboo would tighten the noose below and launch them into the air. What is happening? The two stared in astonishment at Brother Bo, who was floating in the air, momentarily at a loss for words. Na Jia gazed at the airborne figure, equally stunned. After a while, both regained their composure. Rather than attempting a rescue, they burst into collective laughter. Stop joking around. Hurry and let me down. Hey, Dato, you and Na Jia lack the strength. If you drop me like this, I'll surely fall. Go call for help. Yet, neither had any intention of seeking assistance. Standing beneath and watching Brother Bo sway at a height of over 2 meters. Brother Bo, is it fun up there? Viewing the scenery from a different perspective, do you not find it more delightful? Dato, indeed, Brother Bo's fortune is remarkable. As for Zhao, I share the same sentiment. Given their concern for safety, Zhao Mo and Jingge naturally would not design the trap too high. Otherwise, Brother Bo would surely be swaying atop the bamboo shoots now. We are a team, and as the captain, I must remind you that should you dare to mock me again, Before I could finish, Dato feigned an attempt to untie the ropes, causing Brother Bo to immediately backtrack. Dato, our brotherhood is solid. I did not mean to threaten. Rather, I meant to say that once I descend, I shall treat everyone this time. Zhao continued to gaze up at Brother Bo, capturing his aerial antics through her lens, which was clearly transmitted to the audience. Ha ha ha. Poor Brother Bo, there is no longer space for him on the ground. Little did we expect that Jingge and Zhao Mo had devised a trap before the cameras started rolling. I could hardly contain my laughter as I watched Brother Bo ascend. It was delightfully amusing. Zhao, no longer joking, remarked that Brother Bo was merely enjoying the scenery from a different angle. What a charming girl she is. How could she become so whimsical in Brother Bo's presence? Well done, for they cannot act with impunity. Brother Bo quipped, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. One must be humble when necessary. Dato had the audacity to ask Brother Bo if he was enjoying himself. I see that this group is filled with lively characters. Brother Bo declared, I have traversed mountains and crossed seas, and now I soar through the skies. Who among you can compare? Meanwhile, in the broadcasting studio, Xiao Ying as the host should not have broken into laughter, yet upon witnessing this scene, she could no longer contain herself. After regaining her composure, she addressed the audience. Dear viewers, I was not laughing at Brother Bo. Rather, I was laughing at, while I should not explain further, I was indeed laughing at Brother Bo. Brother Bo is the only one in our several seasons of the show to have ascended, marking a historic moment that we must remember, never forgetting the joy he brings. Xiao Ying concluded, bursting into laughter once more. In the control room, upon seeing this spectacle, everyone froze for a moment before erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Director, little Bo has ascended. I see it. I see it. The show's effect is utterly maximized. Ha! Who would have thought that Li Jing and Zhao Mo had such clever tricks up their sleeves? Neither of them is benign. And the principle behind this trap is not complicated. It bears resemblance to their previous methods of capturing prey during survival segments. It seems that selecting Zhao Mo for this episode has proven to be our greatest surprise. After uttering this, I glanced at Su Qing beside me and said, Old Su, splendid work. The director's leadership is commendable. With that, we exchanged knowing glances and laughed heartily once again. Would they choose to rescue Little Bo first, or capture Zhao Mo? The two old gentlemen at headquarters would certainly prioritize capturing the prey, indifferent to Little Bo's discomfort, as he is unlikely to be in immediate danger. Zhao Mo's assistance to lead Jing has been substantial. Let us hope he can escape, for that may yield unexpected delights. Huang Hao sighed once more. This was merely a minor episode, as Zhao Mo remained ensnared, with no avenue of escape. Huang Hao's popularity surged dramatically. Oh, how much has it risen? The metrics were updating rapidly, nearing the level of the incident when Peng Di was bitten by a snake. What about the viewership? It surpassed 30 million, predominantly focused on the interactions between Zhao Mo and Na Jia. Huang Hao nodded, for this was anticipated. At this moment, Brother Lei, accompanied by a large contingent, was seeking refuge in the forest. Brother Lei, do you think they have engaged? Tyant, feeling somewhat bored, was seized by an urge to join Jingge and Zhao Mo in their confrontation. With the command center in place, they must have clashed by now. Surely they are not in danger? Yaya appeared anxious. Brother Lei glanced at her and chuckled. Worry not. Those are blank rounds. Being hit feels no more than a mosquito bite, hardly painful. Meanwhile, Jingge was sprinting with all his might towards the northeast. He bore the weight of 5 or 6 barrels of water, a considerable burden, as he aimed to deliver the water to the base before maneuvering southwest, hoping that his actions might alleviate Zhao Mo's predicament, assuming she had not yet been captured. P.S. Brothers, I kindly request your support with some electricity, favorable reviews, and encouragement for updates, as the peak is rapidly becoming a trough. Chapter 72, a successful breakthrough indeed. The command issued by the command center was for Dado to act as the temporary team leader alongside Naza to complete the encirclement. As for Brother Bo, he was to remain in limbo. Zhao Mo, of course, was attuned to the commotion from the east, although the previous moment presented an optimal opportunity for escape. He chose to remain. Every additional moment he could delay was advantageous. At this time of year, dusk fell around 7:30, leaving 2.5 hours until the ceasefire at 10 o'clock, which would mark the moment for him and Jingge to strike proactively. He heard footsteps approaching, merely a few meters away. Positioned towards the west, he leaned against a bamboo stalk, his right foot strategically placed on a protrusion, ensuring he could launch himself into a sprint with maximum efficiency. Suddenly, figures materialized before him. The first to appear was Tang Yu, followed closely by Xiao Fei, while Guge lagged several paces behind. The tracking dogs began to bark at him, yet he remained unruffled, flashing a smile at Tang Yu and Xiao Fei. Perhaps they had not anticipated their proximity, with mere meters separating them, leading to their momentary hesitation. At that moment, the command center's voice thundered through their earpieces. Draw your weapons and fire. What are you hesitating for? However, before they could react, Zhao Mo surged forward, pivoting and vanishing from their sight in an instant. They did raise their weapons, but their efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, the third team had received new orders. Widen your formation slightly. If you spot anyone, do not hesitate. Shoot immediately. The circle of the third team had already shrunk significantly, and they were poised with their realistic firearms, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Within the command center, 3 individuals exchanged glances, each revealing a smirk of satisfaction. How long had it been? 4 hours. Su Jin nodded appreciatively. Eliminating a team within 4 hours was commendable efficiency. Spotting what appeared to be Zhao Mo had invigorated the capture team, motivating them to strive for an end to the conflict by the next day. Lu Jun recognized him from the fleeting glimpse. Nearby, Wang Mingling chuckled. Old Lu, at this rate, Director Huang will be furious. He wanted us to stretch the show for maximum effect. Since he invited us, there's no room for leniency. What we face here is war. There is no time for mercy towards the enemy, so let us disregard his wishes. Old Lu, it has been ages since we last gathered. Shall we find a place for a drink once this is over? That sounds splendid. Xiao Wang, would you care to join? Bring your partner along. The atmosphere within the command center was remarkably relaxed, as if Zhao Mo were already a caged beast. Meanwhile, during this tense moment, many viewers shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight, though their fingers slightly parted to catch a glimpse. Run, Zhao Mo. There's no escape now. The encirclement is complete. All efforts are futile. Alas, Zhao Mo should have swiftly relocated the moment Brother Bo was suspended. Regrettably, he had missed the prime opportunity. The disparity in strength was too pronounced. Would this end by tomorrow? Indeed, There exists such a possibility. Should they adopt a strategy of encirclement, it would mean that upon discovery, there would be no avenue for escape. I have a fondness for Zhao Mo. It is truly a pity to see him eliminated. At this moment, Zhao Mo forced himself to compose his thoughts. Hearing footsteps approaching from 3 directions, he realized that the encirclement had shrunk to a mere 200 or 300 square meters, with him situated at the center. Presently, their visual miscalculations afforded him the advantage of remaining undetected, provided he did not move. Yet, this represented his sole chance for escape. The dogs were barking furiously, all 3 groups having evidently caught wind of his presence. He steadied his breath and, in the next instant, propelled himself from the ground like a bolt from a bow, dashing swiftly towards the east. Found him. Fire. Who is that? So quick. Big head. He's in your direction. Shoot. Voices echoed from various angles. Release the dogs. No, in this area, the dogs could get hurt. We cannot let them loose. Raise your weapons and shoot. Zhao Mo heard gunfire erupt behind him. Several shots struck the bamboo nearby. He crouched low, having already adopted a serpentine maneuver as soon as the gunfire began. Too fast. Can't hit him. Is that Jingo? How can he be so swift? No, I just encountered him. It is Zhao Mo. Big Head, be cautious. Big Head and Na Jia, each with a gun in hand, stood still, fixated on the oncoming figure of Zhao Mo. As they spotted him charging forward, they began firing rapidly. Zhao Mo increased his lateral movements, intentionally slowing his forward momentum. He counted the gunshots in his mind. The design of these replica guns mirrored that of standard automatic rifles, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. For Big Head and Na Jia, lacking such experience, they were oblivious to the concepts of effective shooting or crossfire. They fired almost simultaneously, never considering the cost of the replica bullets. They squeezed the trigger, unleashing a torrent of fire. When both guns fell silent, Zhao Mo recognized that his moment to break through had arrived. He approached the 2, and although he had the opportunity, indeed, the ability to press the buttons on their chests, some inexplicable force prevented him from doing so. The 2, upon seeing him approach, became exceedingly tense. Their lack of familiarity with reloading compounded their anxiety, rendering them unable to properly insert the magazines. Zhao Mo zipped past them, reaching out to grasp the magazines that had been in their hands. In the next moment, he vanished into the dense forest. Big Head remained frozen in place, while Na Jia shook her hands, recalling how Zhao Mo had pinched her hand when he had taken a magazine, causing a slight sting. Zhao Mo then arrived at the location where Bo Gu was suspended. With a mischievous spirit, he paused and gave Bo Gu, who was already hanging motionless, a playful shake. Zhao Mo, wait. Let us talk. Bo Gu, just giving you a little swing. After shaking the bamboo a few times, Zhao Mo accelerated once more, disappearing into the foliage, leaving no trace behind. What on earth are you fools doing? Are you truly allowing him to escape? Release me at once. I must personally apprehend Zhao Mo. Soon, the 3rd group of individuals gathered at the location where Brother Bo was suspended. Zhang Yi and the others exerted their strength to lower Brother Bo, inquiring, "Where did he go?" "Enough, he has long vanished. Let us await further instructions." "Big Head, how could you let him get away?" Big Head, visibly frustrated, retorted, "He was like an elusive eel, constantly twisting and turning. I could never get a clear shot." Jia, somewhat disheartened, added, "That rascal even snatched our magazines." Brother Bo was left in utter disbelief. "What is this?" "This is nothing short of provocation, blatant provocation." Xiao Fei, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter, realizing they had been played. Their opponent was formidable. Our vigilance must be heightened. "No worries, Captain. Just watch me capture this fellow and make him experience the might of Shaolin's child martial arts." Wang Baobao chimed in with a silly grin. "Oh, Baobao, you're still a child, are you?" Brother Bo's remark elicited laughter from the group. However, before long, their spirits sank once again. What had initially seemed like a foolproof plan had been so easily thwarted. Was their adversary truly that strong, or were they simply too timid? Chapter 73. Surprised, are you? Inside the monitoring room, nearly everyone stared wide-eyed and gaping-mouthed. Even old Huang was no exception. They could hardly believe the spectacle unfolding before them. "Director, Has Zhao Mo escaped? Old Huang mechanically nodded. It seems so. In the next moment, the entire monitoring room erupted in jubilant cheers. Zhao Mo, splendid work. Ha ha. Incredible, he actually broke through. Zhao Mo is so impressive. Ha ha. I truly wish to see the expressions on those two old geezers' faces. Director, remain calm. Stay composed. Huang Hao was genuinely elated at this moment. Those two self-righteous old men had prattled on about their theories of warfare, and now they could witness their downfall. After a brief moment of celebration, he did not forget his role as the director, addressing everyone quickly, stitched together all the footage to compile a complete video of Zhao Mo's escape from every angle. I want it ready in half an hour for release. Rest assured, director, we'll get right on it. Meanwhile, in the command room, the atmosphere was notably tense. After meticulously planning for several hours, just as they were about to close in, the fish had slipped away, mocking them through the screens. How could they possibly calm their frayed nerves? It's Zhao Mo. Old Su, did you notice something? You must be a professional, Old Su replied. Although the footage was chaotic, one could see his serpentine movements drawing fire, and ultimately exploiting the lull in fire to break free. The two exchanged a resigned sigh. Zhao Mo truly is the strongest, at least based on his recent performance. Observe his speed. Indeed, it's extraordinarily swift. Such velocity is formidable. We all thought that when Xiao Bo was suspended, it was the optimal moment to break free. But he has shown us that whenever he decides to escape, any moment is the perfect opportunity. What shall we do next? Xiao Wang, we previously underestimated Zhao Mo. Have you conducted an analysis on him? Wang Mingling's expression turned serious as she nodded. He was previously an unknown, but I have observed his performance during the survival segment. His physical strength is remarkable, and his endurance is beyond that of ordinary individuals. Over the 10 days, he accomplished everything alone, consuming significantly less food and fresh water compared to the three women. His demeanor is somewhat aloof, yet he is considerate of others, the type who quietly assists without drawing attention. However, such individuals have evident weaknesses. If we could capture any one of the three women, we could compel him to reveal himself. Yet, if we managed to eliminate one, he would inevitably follow suit, rendering it unnecessary. Are there no other weaknesses? Wang Mingling pondered carefully for a moment before shaking her head in resignation. Some claim his emotional intelligence is low, but from my observations, that is merely a facade. He adeptly controls his emotions, rarely exhibiting significant fluctuations, which means such a person will invariably remain more composed than others at any given time. Old Su and Old Lu exchanged glances, excitement flickering in their eyes. They suddenly perceived that he might be a seed of a warrior. Old Lu, what do you think our strategy should be? Wait a moment, I will call my old comrade and inquire about their experiences in confronting foreign special forces. What tactics do they typically employ when capturing prisoners? After a lengthy 10-minute call, he merely shook his head in resignation. What could be the reason? We overlooked a crucial point. The capture team lacks the capability to contend with someone of Zhao Maoping's caliber. It seems we must shift our focus and address other targets. Upon sharing these thoughts, both individuals felt a sense of frustration. Such a compromise of evading the strong in favor of the weak left them quite unsettled. The online community, however, did not fully grasp how Zhao Mo managed to escape. After all, the drone footage failed to capture a comprehensive view, and multiple angles were simply overwhelming. Yet, they were aware of one thing. Zhao Mo had broken through and was safe. How did he accomplish that amidst such a formidable encirclement? It was exasperating. From Xiao Fei's perspective, all they witnessed was running, with nothing else to discern. Indeed, Zhao Mo's escape must have been spectacular, yet they could see none of it, which was infuriating. From Zhang Yi's vantage point, expectations of witnessing a king in action were dashed, as this individual could not even outpace Baby, left only with a cloud of dust. I clung to that straw, and indeed, it proved fortuitous, for I at least caught a glimpse of Zhao Mo's figure. The use of cling here resonates deeply. I must find something to embrace as well. Could they not select a barren mountain instead? That would have made things so much clearer. Otherwise, it would not be an escape, but rather a wrestling match. What have I missed? I dared not watch Zhao and Mo any longer and switched to their headquarters channel to listen to Brother Lei boast. You missed a fortune. At that moment, the production team released a meticulously edited video from multiple angles, perhaps to vex the command center, and surprisingly, they sent a copy to the 3 individuals as well. Finally, the production team accomplished something worthwhile. They had become rather endearing. I shall partake in this first. The video commenced with footage from Gu Ji's second group, revealing Zhao and Mo, who astonishingly offered them a smile. Was Zhao and Mo provoking them? That smile is quite captivating. I am enamored. Is this confidence or a last-ditch effort? Perhaps it embodies both sentiments. Observe Zhao Mo's stance. He is poised to escape at any moment. Why haven't they opened fire yet? A traitor has been discovered. Swiftly apprehend him. Just as the crowd was deliberating, Zhao Mo suddenly sprang into action, vanishing from the frame in less than a second. What speed is this? Broad daylight. I felt a chill of sweat trickle down my back. This velocity is extraordinary. Is Zhao Mo a reincarnation of Sun Wukong, or perhaps a superhero? Initially, I believed Jingge to be the king, only to realize that Zhao Mo is the king of kings. Judging by speed alone, Jingge likely cannot match him. In terms of strength, Zhao Mo is no less formidable. A man has emerged who embodies the essence of a special forces soldier. In the following scene, Wang Baobao notices Zhao Mo's figure, who is about to raise his gun to shoot, only for Zhao Mo to initiate a true breakout. In a brief moment of 1 or 2 seconds, it vividly illustrates the essence of being as still as a maiden and as swift as a hare. Zhao Mo. Is there a particular finesse to his escape? Having served in the military, I recognize his serpentine movements, adeptly evading bullets. Furthermore, observe how he skillfully utilizes the terrain, always ensuring his back overlaps with the bamboo. This serves as a double safeguard. I must concede, his speed is astonishing. In such a dense bamboo grove, how does he manage to avoid crashing into the stalks? Do you truly consider Zhao Mo a mere rabbit, prone to colliding with trees? How amusing. This is no jest. Even if we set aside Zhao Mo's remarkable speed, anyone running normally would inevitably collide or trip. It cannot be denied that Zhao Mo's explosive physicality and agility are exceptional. Goodness, I am Zhao Mo's classmate, and whether it was a 3-kilometer or 5-kilometer run, he has never outpaced me. Was he perhaps holding back? Indeed, the truth emerges. It is not surprising that Zhao Mo would grant you a slight advantage. That is simply his nature. My word, it seems we know him so well. Zhao Mo is not difficult to comprehend. At present, he appears rather straightforward and pure. Chapter 74. Who is the mouse, and who is the cat? The album video continued to play, and the next scenes brought amusement to everyone. Zhao Mo suddenly dashed towards Big Head. At this moment, the camera clearly captured Zhao Mo's silhouette, his serpentine movements becoming increasingly expansive. Holy, Zhao Montak. Just get past these two, and you'll be safe. Though it was already known that he would successfully break through, a sense of urgency still lingered. Watching the protagonist of a drama face danger repeatedly is nerve-wracking, yet we all know they will survive until the end. It dawned on me that Zhao Mo was merely wasting Big Head and the other ammunition. The truth unfolded. Once they exhausted their clips, he would have his chance. As an experienced veteran, I couldn't help but wonder, had Zhao Mo ever served in the military? How had he cultivated such awareness? How naive. Those two need to learn to crossfire. They don't even know how to suppress. Hey up there, if you're so capable, why not take over? Just as the crowd expressed their thoughts, the gunfire ceased. In the footage, it seemed Zhao Mo had been waiting for this opportunity. His previously serpentine movements suddenly became more compact, and he dashed forward like an arrow shot from a bow, confronting the two. Eliminated. I gasped. Is he planning to eliminate that guy and Big Head? At this moment, the camera captured Brother Bo hanging from the bamboo. Zhao Mo approached, and with a swift motion, lowered his hand, seizing the magazines from both. Why isn't this an elimination? Indeed, given Zhao Mo's speed, and considering the two were likely momentarily stunned, it should have been an easy elimination. I can't comprehend. Perhaps he has other intentions. The magazines have been taken. How impressive, right? Wouldn't it be even more impressive if he could snatch a gun? Temporarily, a gun was not feasible, as it was strapped to their bodies, and Zhao and Mo could not afford a pause. Otherwise, the two groups behind would charge forward. Just as it was mentioned that Zhao and Mo couldn't stop. The next moment in the video showed him asking Brother Bo if it felt good to hang there, even shaking the bamboo. Zhao and Mo, what a character! How amusing. I never knew he had such a charming side. Brother Bo instantly deflated, truly hilarious. Brother Bo exclaimed, "Who have I offended? Why does everyone feel the need to provoke me?" This side of Zhao and Mo made me want to support him even more. He was simply adorable. Brother Bo had suffered a significant blow. Would he withdraw in frustration? At that moment, the three in the command center had also finished watching the edited complete version. Why did the production team send this to us? Su and Lu were somewhat puzzled, while Wang Mingling smiled wryly. What else could it be? Old Huang is petty. After we ignored his request for leniency, he is now sending us this video to mock us. Su and Lu furrowed their brows. Damn it, this is infuriating. Yet, despite their anger, there was nothing to be done. Who would have anticipated that the kid would be so formidable? Zhao Mo's speed and reflexes were indeed top-notch. To swiftly snatch the magazines from Big Head's duo while running was undeniably impressive. But why not seize the gun? Firearms are of no use to the capture team. Acquiring one would merely increase his burden. With Zhao Mo's caliber, could your soldiers, Old Su, have matched him? Old Su shook his head repeatedly, a bitter smile creeping onto his face as he remarked, "If I had even one such individual, they would be my treasure, my heart's delight. Do you understand?" Alas, until retirement, I have yet to encounter anyone of that quality. It infuriates me. We must expedite the capture of a team and show Xiao Huang a thing or two. Wang Mingling chuckled. The production team is neutral, Lu Lao. Neutral my foot. Can't you see what this video is? It's a challenge issued to us by Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, let us analyze the situation quickly and ascertain where the others might be hiding. Wait a minute. Zhao Mo is the team leader. Where are his team members? It seems we miscalculated. Zhao Mo's earlier commotion was intended to draw attention away from his teammates, facilitating their escape. Old Su, believing he understood the truth, promptly began issuing commands once more. Suddenly, Wang Mingling recalled something and inquired, "Su Lao, Lu Lao, why did Zhao Mo, who had the chance to eliminate the two and the other two, ultimately choose to spare them?" At that moment, the audience watching the live broadcast, including the production team, was equally curious about this question, leaning in to catch the answer. The two elderly men exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Old Su replied, "Xiao Wang, have you ever seen a cat catch a mouse?" Wang Mingling was taken aback, and the onlookers were equally perplexed. What sort of answer was that? Lu Lao, standing nearby, elucidated. When a cat catches a mouse, it does not consume it immediately. Rather, it plays with it, tormenting the mouse until it wishes for death. Only when a mouse gives up does the cat finally eat it. Zhao Mo's actions may stem from a desire to prolong the game, not wanting to eliminate his opponent too soon. Old Su added, "This kid is exceedingly confident, but now he is the mouse." Perhaps from the very beginning, he positioned himself as the cat, and indeed, he possesses the capabilities of one. If I had my team, I would eliminate him in an instant. Old Su, you're getting too caught up in this. Let us remember this is still a variety show. After breaking through the encirclement, Zhao Mo made his way to the southwest. He intended to leverage his ample physical stamina to create further disturbances in that area. Following the recent skirmish, he gained a comprehensive understanding of his abilities. This body of his is quite remarkable. Arriving here, he was hardly out of breath and glanced at his watch. It was only a little past 1 in the afternoon. With 6 hours until nightfall, he took out his biscuits, consumed a small piece, and drank a bit of water. He was quite disciplined in both respects. Overeating or excessive hydration would hinder his speed. Furthermore, consuming too much could lead to stomach discomfort while running, so he always refrained from eating more than a small morsel. Nearby, he found a large boulder against which to rest. He contemplated his next moves while also deducing the subsequent actions of the command center. They were aware that only one person remained, and they would likely conduct a thorough search for Yi and the others. Undoubtedly, considering the direction in which Jing Ge had fled, they must not disperse. Otherwise, it is uncertain which team may venture towards the northeast corner. Where might Jing be now? He should be approaching this direction, as previously agreed upon. If he cannot break through, he will come here to divert the attention of the capture team. Through the gaps in the trees, he glimpses a drone in the sky and suddenly breaks into a knowing smile. He removes his jacket, donning only a tank top, and climbs onto a large rock, which is sufficiently elevated for the drone to spot his figure. Once atop, he begins to wave his clothing and shouts exuberantly. As anticipated, the drone draws closer, capturing his words with clarity. Go, come on, come on. In the command center, old Sue witnesses this spectacle, his frustration causing him to leap to his feet in exasperation. This little rascal is infuriating. Where is he? Go and eliminate him. Chapter 75, a fatal encounter at this moment. Jingu had successfully infiltrated the base. From a distance, he emitted 3 distinct bird calls, a prearranged signal agreed upon by the trio. Upon hearing this, Lei Gu turned to the others with a smile, announcing their return. A flicker of joy spread across the faces of the group. Regardless of the circumstances, their presence made them feel more secure than when alone. Moments later, Jingu appeared. Me, and Pang Di's eyes were fixed behind him, eagerly awaiting the familiar figure. However, as Jingu took his seat, that figure did not materialize. Jingu, where's Zhao Mo? Mimi's voice trembled slightly with anxiety. Jingu sighed and recounted the events that had separated them, expecting disappointment from the 3 women. To his surprise, their expressions relaxed. As long as he hasn't been captured, they seem to think, hey, Zhao Mo is surrounded. He surely cannot escape. Xiao Ying interjected, genuinely trying to awaken them to the reality of the situation. Don't worry, I have faith that Zhao Mo will find a way out, came the optimistic reply. Yes, Sister Xiao Ying, you don't understand. Zhao Mo is capable of anything. He can do everything except have children, and he excels at everything else. Xiao Ying was at a loss for words. What kind of spell had Zhao Mo cast to cloud the judgment of these 3 women so thoroughly? Is that really Zhao Mo you were describing? You sound more like Sun Wukong. Jingu pulled Lei Gu aside, his tone slightly grave. Lei Jie, I need to discuss something with you. Go on. I expect the production team will soon arrive to take the 3 girls away, and Zhao Mo's chances of escaping are nearly non-existent. He joined this show for the prize money, so I was thinking Lei Gu placed his hand on Jing Ji's shoulder, interjecting, Little Jing, if your team comes in first, you should forfeit the prize money. Our team will hold out until the end, and I will forfeit my share as well. Let's not involve the others. Jinga nodded with a smile, understanding Lei Ji's sentiment. He intended to move towards the southwestern region next. If he were captured, Lei Ji's group would inevitably emerge victorious, so he hoped to assist Zhao Mo in this regard. Rest assured, the individuals coming here might find it entertaining, but they are primarily concerned with the exposure the show offers. As for the prize money, they are not truly invested in that. After their discussion, Jingu turned back to the 3 women, feeling a pang of guilt. How he wished Zhao Mo could remain with them. Alas, he was now left to fight alone. After exchanging a nod with Lei Gu, he stealthily made his way southeast. Meanwhile, Bo Gu and the others were searching to the west, feeling thoroughly exhausted. They lacked Zhao Mo's stamina. The tension and excitement of surrounding him had temporarily masked their fatigue, which now weighed heavily upon them. However, the command center showed no intention of allowing them a respite. Just as they contemplated searching for another 10 minutes before resting, the command center ordered them to hasten towards the southeast. I can't go on any longer, command center. I need a break, Bo Gu exclaimed into the microphone before collapsing onto the ground. Seeing this, the others followed suit, succumbing to their exhaustion. Especially the 2 young ladies, Xiao Fei and Na Jia, appeared exceedingly pale, a sight far from normal. While Bo Gu managed to hold his composure, it was the alarming countenance of the 2 girls that prompted him to take the initiative and call for a respite. Take a sip of water, but do not overindulge. At that very moment, within the command center, the 2 elderly men were seething with rage. Upon hearing Bo Ji's request for a break, Wang Mingling decisively severed the communication line. If these are my soldiers, I would execute them on the spot. Disobeying orders on the battlefield, encircling 9 men, and still managing to retreat. How dare they ask for rest? The 2 elders observed the drone's footage, and to their astonishment, Zhao Mo had changed the song. How lonely it is to be invincible alone at the peak, with the cold wind blowing incessantly. What can you two old men do to me? With Goulet present, the command center was well aware of the situation. Provoking a psychologist might be challenging, given their expertise in emotional management, but riling up the two elderly men was considerably easier. Zhao Mo has truly outdone himself. I am nearly in stitches. This doesn't seem to align with his usual character. It's magnificent and powerful, perfectly embodying his penchant for stirring the pot. Why has no one commented on Zhao Mo's impromptu creation? How lonely it is to be invincible. The song is utterly captivating. He sings it flawlessly. What can the two old men do about it? Zhao Mo is really putting himself on the line to draw fire. This fellow must be infuriating, even composing a song to toy with them. He has truly mastered the art of provocation. Haha. In the director's studio, Ying, observing the barrage of comments, recognized that despite the serious nature of the program, she found herself constantly amused. The screen was flooded with a singular phrase. How lonely it is to be invincible. What can the two old men do to Zhao Mo? She yearned to capture a screenshot and send it to the command center, curious about how the two elders would react to such commentary. In the monitoring room, the entire directing team was in fits of laughter. This program had aired for several seasons, yet never had there been a participant like Zhao Mo, who not only evaded capture, but actively sought to provoke, and in such a humorous manner. Huang Hao, grinning widely, was on the verge of tears from laughter, finally managing to suppress himself long enough to address Su Qing. Old Su, make sure to secure the copyright for any song Zhao Mo performs on this show immediately. I can foresee that how lonely it is to be invincible will become immensely. Haha, old Su and old Lu must be going mad. Su, this equipment is quite expensive. We cannot afford to break it, Lu implored, attempting to calm the situation. Please cool down, cool down. Oh dear, how did the water cup get smashed? Wang Mingling felt overwhelmed, trying to manage one issue while another arose. Su, in his frustration, was actually considering using a stool to smash the screen before him, while Lu's enamel tea mug lay deformed on the ground. The two of you must calm down. Zhao Mo is merely trying to provoke you. We cannot let him succeed. Wang Mingling's analysis was astute, yet at that moment, the camera captured Zhao Mo still repeating the lyrics. What can the two old men do to me? With one glance, he was singing, and with another, the previously subdued elders were once again reaching for their weapons. As Zhao Mo unexpectedly began to dance atop a large rock, singing and swaying, each movement seemingly laced with mockery, Wang Mingling decisively cut off the camera and began to persuade him gently. Lao Lu, what are your thoughts? Su Zhen, finally catching his breath, asked in indignation. We should lodge a complaint with the production team and request a change in the cast. Lao Su, can you reach out to a few of your former comrades? Wang Mingling facepalmed, realizing the absurdity of the situation. This is a variety show. What are you two thinking? We don't need to clash head-on with Zhao Mo. His antics are merely a ploy to draw our attention. We should remain steadfast and focus on capturing his teammates. No way. Wang Mingling's words were unexpectedly met with a unified rejection from the two elders. If we don't teach this brat a lesson, he won't understand his own limitations. Indeed, without instilling some wisdom in him, he'll remain oblivious to the greater forces at play. Meanwhile, viewers of the live broadcast were desperately clutching their stomachs, bewildered. Is this not a survival show? Have we now devolved into comedy? P.S. A new chapter will follow shortly. The mountain peak is currently being crafted. Chapter 76. The mountain will not come to me. Then I shall go to the mountain. The two elderly men, having finally quelled their indignation, recognized that this was merely a variety show. It was unrealistic to summon their younger companion, at least for the time being. Xiao Wang, activate the drone surveillance next to Zhao Mo, said Wang Mingling, hesitating. Sighing, Su Lao encouraged her, do it. We must understand the movements of our opponent. Seeing the elders' expressions normalize, Wang Mingling activated the drone. A wave of relief washed over her as Zhao Mo ceased singing and dancing, now seated upon a stone, seemingly deep in thought, occasionally glancing at his watch. However, her sense of urgency returned as Zhao Mo suddenly leaped from the boulder and sprinted towards the bamboo grove. The sight sent the breaths of the two elders into a heavy rhythm once more. Su Lao, what a splendid opportunity, Wang Mingling exclaimed. Su Lao let out a light grunt, fully aware of Wang Mingling's intentions. Yet, he felt an overwhelming frustration. There was no time to dwell on that now. The priority was to capture Zhao Mo. He instructed Wang Mingling to activate the communicator, addressing Team 3. Attention, Team 3. Zhao Mo has returned to the bamboo grove. All units move to the easternmost edge of the grove and conceal yourselves well. Remember, your marksmanship has not been systematically practiced, so if he remains unaware, allow him to approach before firing. Bo Ge glanced at the time. They had rested long enough. It was time to heed the orders. Clapping his hands, he stood and declared to the group, "Let us go. We are comrades who follow orders." In the command center, old Su grimaced at these words. "Damn it. As if Zhao Mo hasn't vexed me enough, now you come along." Zhao Mo, having waited for what felt like an eternity, found that no one had come to capture him. Over 40 minutes had elapsed without a hint of activity. This was highly unusual. Unaware that Bo Ge and the others were resting, he began to wonder if they had abandoned their pursuit and were searching for others instead. With this thought in mind, he jumped down from the boulder. If the mountain would not come to him, then he would go to the mountain. Resolute in his decision, he intended to return to the bamboo grove. Should they truly neglect him, he would have to resort to more forceful methods to ensure the safety of the base. Eliminating them one by one, the distance was over 700 meters. At Zhao Mo's speed, he could reach it in 10 minutes. What is Zhao Mo planning to do? Is he really intending to return to the bamboo grove? His audacity is astonishing. No, please, not after having escaped so narrowly. Do not walk into a trap. He was not invincible. Unaware of Bo Ge's team's rest, he might believe they had abandoned their pursuit. Sighing, it was originally thought that the survival segment would be challenging enough for Zhao Mo, considering he was leading 3, but the escape was proving to be even more arduous. One man leading 3 teams. With great power comes great responsibility. Perhaps this was his understanding. Please do not go. I cannot bear to see Zhao Mo eliminated. A person of great wisdom and courage, Zhao Mo is remarkable. Look, Su Lao has just issued orders. How cunning. The old man is quite clever. This is the best strategy, waiting for the opportune moment. The sight has provoked my ire. The elder's shamelessness is evident. This is a trap. Zhao Mo, do not return. Let them remain in their prone positions. This old man is quite cunning, yet I find myself amused. Indeed, this is a battle of wits. Should Zhao Mo venture forth, it would be tantamount to walking into a snare. Regardless of one's martial prowess, one must fear the kitchen knife. His previous escape was facilitated by the lack of effective coordination among the 3 groups. I trust that the command center has swiftly assimilated the lessons learned from that experience. Indeed, some watching the footage from the command center have noted the elder issuing commands once more. Should Zhao Mo approach, every member of each group is to fire first, while the group leaders will wait until their members have exhausted their ammunition before taking their shots. Remember, the trigger must be pulled and released swiftly. Do not hold it down. These 3 points, effective shooting, tactical firepower configuration, and uninterrupted shooting, are indispensable. Upon hearing Elder Su's words, the audience could not help but gasp in trepidation. Should they truly execute these 3 strategies, Zhao Mo's fate would be sealed. The audience was tense, and the production team was even more anxious. For them, Zhao Mo had become the focal point of the show. Through surveys, it was revealed that he accounted for a significant portion of the program's popularity. While people naturally have an appreciation for beauty, several of the girls, including Lei Gu, have become mere decorative figures, leading everyone to favor the most dynamic participant. Should he be eliminated, it would spell considerable loss for the program. Why on earth is he going back? A little humility wouldn't he hurt? Huang Hao remarked dismissively. Director, Zhao Mo must provide cover for his teammates. Otherwise, if his own members are eliminated, he will face the same fate. Huang Hao sighed. The rules are flawed. I was hasty. I should have stipulated from the outset that as long as the captain is not eliminated, all would be well. Perhaps Zhao Mo might yet turn the tables? Spare me the consolation. Old Su and Old Lu would be unlikely to let this opportunity for ambush slip by. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, Ying felt a surge of anxiety for Zhao Mo. He cannot return. Zhao Mo, I implore you, do not go back. It is a trap. They have not moved, still lying in wait at their previous positions. Do not approach. After muttering to herself several times, she seemed to recall her role as the director and promptly addressed the camera. Does anyone wish to see Zhao Mo eliminated? As for me, I have already become a fan. He is exceptionally handsome and remarkably talented. In an instant, the barrage of comments transformed into a unified chorus of "We do not wish this." Alas, I do not possess a communicator. Otherwise, I would surely alert him. At worst, I would receive a reprimand from Elder Su and Elder Lu. What a jest. Meanwhile, Jinggu had arrived at the southeastern corner. He opted for a concealed position, identical to the one previously occupied by Zhao Mo, sheltered by a large rock. This is a natural instinct. The stone offers greater safety compared to trees, as bullets cannot penetrate it. After circling the area without sighting Zhao Mo, he sighed. It seems Zhao Mo has indeed been eliminated. I imagine the three women have already boarded their return vehicle. Now, the burden rests squarely upon my shoulders. He took a deep breath, resolving that even if he were captured, he would find a way to eliminate two others. Otherwise, his training in the military would have been in vain. Remarkably, he made the same choice as Zhao Mo, stepping onto the large rock. He waved his hands energetically at the distant drone, and as it drew closer, he grinned and taunted, "Come and catch me." The eyelids of Su and Lu from the command center twitched in unison. There were no tigers on the mountain, only monkeys leaping about. Having spent merely half a year here, any of my soldiers could easily defeat you. Su's old teeth clacked together in irritation, pondering whether this episode would result in two falling. Old Su, don't worry about Li Jing for now. Maintain the existing orders and capture Zhao Mo first. Old Su remained silent, his gaze fixed angrily on Li Jing, who continued to wave. He subtly nodded, having made up his mind. Today, it's Zhao Mo. But tomorrow it will be your turn. Let you revel in your arrogance for just one more night. P.S. Exciting developments are on the horizon. Stay tuned for Zhao Mo's series of dazzling maneuvers. The mountain peak seeks support. Likes, positive reviews, and encouragement for updates are the driving force behind its continued efforts. Chapter 77. The audience. I must commend Zhao Mo. After exchanging pleasantries with the drone, Jinggu swiftly descended from the large stone and continued his dash towards the southwestern foot of the mountain, where the vegetation was notably more lush. Selecting a vantage point with a promising line of sight, he settled down, patiently awaiting the arrival of his adversaries. Unbeknownst to him, even if frost were to form upon his hair, no one would pay him any heed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Star Shadow in the capital city, Shaoli was experiencing a period of immense joy, serving as Gu Jing's assistant. During this time, Gu Jing had tasked her with closely monitoring the ongoing 100 Days of Survival program, particularly focusing on Zhao Mo. Finally, she had received an official mandate to indulge in a bit of leisure at work. One must inquire who would not relish such a role. Since yesterday, Shaoli had been fixated on her phone, working and then clocking out, much to the envy of her colleagues, who could hardly contain their admiration. Today, she continued to don her headphones, seated at her desk, engrossed in the live broadcast. The solitude of invincibility was palpable. Upon hearing the sound of singing, she instantly sprang to her feet, not because the melody was particularly enchanting, but because Gu Jie had instructed her to notify her immediately should Zhao Mo take to singing during the program. "Gu Jie, Zhao Mo is singing," she exclaimed, her voice amplified by the headphones. Gu Jing, initially furrowing her brow, was taken aback upon hearing the content, promptly snatching the phone from Shaoli's grasp. Beneath the drone, Zhao Mo was singing with great enthusiasm and even broke into dance moments later. As the provocative dance unfolded, Gu Jing could not help but burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. What on earth is he doing? Shaoli elaborated on Zhao Mo's intent to draw fire, embellishing the reactions from the command center, which had Gu Jing doubled over in laughter. This fellow certainly had a knack for provoking others. As she watched the video, Gu Jing's mind raced. Zhao Mo possessed immense potential. From the current observations, it appeared that Zhao Mo maintained good relations with various stars, particularly with Lei Gu, whose influence was considerable. With such allies, coupled with his innate talent and striking appearance. Debuting as a second-tier star was not out of the question. No, I must act swiftly. Such an individual cannot be afforded any opportunities by others. Just then, Xiaoli gasped softly, pulling Gu Jing back to reality. What is it? Gu Jia. Zhao Mo is about to take the initiative. He might very well be eliminated. After watching for a moment, Gu Jing grasped the gravity of Xiao Li's words. Elimination? What was she waiting for? Xiaoli, book me a flight. I need to leave immediately. Preferably, I want to take off within 2 hours. Once it's arranged, drive me to the airport. At this moment, Zhao Mo's intellect had soared to 133, and with his formidable acuity, he was certainly not foolish enough to charge recklessly into the bamboo grove. While he ran towards the grove, the drone captured his every move with clarity, given the prior distress experienced by the two elderly gentlemen. Regardless of whether Bo Gu and the others were in the bamboo forest, it was certain they would have called for reinforcements to lie in wait around its perimeter. Thus, as he sprinted, he did not head directly west, but rather towards the southwest, intending to enter the bamboo grove from its southernmost edge. Due to the dense foliage of the forest, the drone could no longer track his figure. He was merely running diagonally, without any conspicuous turns, leading observers to mistakenly believe he was walking into a trap. Zhao Mo reached the edge of the bamboo grove, and the camera captured the sight of bamboo. His movements became exceptionally cautious. After traversing a mere dozen meters, he would stop to listen intently to the sound around him. To my astonishment, Zhao Mo truly ventured into the bamboo thicket. I dared not watch any longer, as I anticipated that, in the next moment, 9 guns would be aimed at him. He remained vigilant, yet no amount of caution would suffice. This was a trap. After all, this show can be declared concluded. Once Zhao Mo is eliminated, I shall cease to watch. For those upstairs, it might be time to catch up on summer assignments. You all haven't noticed the inconsistency. Zhao Mo has already entered the bamboo grove, yet why hasn't he encountered any danger? Indeed, I just watched the footage from the capture team, and there was no sign of Zhao Mo. How curious. Could be that Bo Gu and the others have miscalculated their direction? Surely, it cannot be that simplistic. If that were the case, those 2 old men would likely meet their demise. But wait, Zhao Mo seems to be nearing the center of the bamboo grove. Where are the ambushes we were promised? Meanwhile, the capture team, concealed in the eastern part of the bamboo grove, was nearly dozing off. Bo Gu, why hasn't Zhao Mo arrived yet? You ask me. And whom shall I inquire? Let us just wait. It's better for him to come find us than for us to search for him. In my opinion, we should confront him directly. Does Zhao Mo possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Come now, you were just complaining about exhaustion. I heard that. Class monitor, I was merely maintaining a united front. If you all express fatigue, I must chime in to avoid appearing antisocial. Darling, have you really spent time in Shaolin? Of course. My set of Luohan fist is quite formidable. Once we're out, I shall demonstrate it for you. Let us make it clear. This time, we must capture Zhao Mo. Bo Gu, he once helped you swing. Can you truly bear to harm him? Gu Gu, continue, and I shall become irate. I warn you, do not push me to silence you. With that, the group shared a quiet laugh. Xiao Fei and Naza were together, and Naza turned off her camera, saying, Sister Xiao Fei, my backside itches. Then scratch it. But there are people around. How can I do that? Then just rub against the bamboo. That should alleviate the itch. No, that will only make it worse. Forget it. I'll just deal with it myself. At this moment, Zhao Mo had ventured deep into the bamboo grove without encountering anyone, and a thought crossed his mind. A peculiar smile crept across his face. It was evident that this group was indeed laying a trap, waiting for him to walk right into it. With this realization, he cautiously made his way eastward. Sure enough, he heard a faint sound. One must admit, the command center's plan was rather meticulous. This was indeed an ambush. Fearing that dogs would bark and alert Zhao Mo prematurely, they had deliberately left all tracking dogs from Team 3 at the far western edge of the bamboo grove. In their eyes, this decision was undoubtedly sound. However, Zhao Mo would soon make them acutely aware of the magnitude of their error. He stealthily advanced eastward, having already discerned human figures in the vicinity. What was Zhao Mo up to? To my astonishment, we were all mistaken. Zhao Mo did not enter the forest from the due west, but rather circumvented it from a north or south. How cunning! I admire that. Yet, one must wonder why he is suddenly so cautious. Perhaps he fears detection. To those above, your purpose here is to lure those individuals. If you remain undetected, what's the point? Amidst the discussions, Zhao Mo's lens captured the silhouettes of the ambushers. This revelation sent the audience into a frenzy, igniting a storm of comments. I cannot believe it. Zhao Mo has actually maneuvered to their rear. Zhao Montak, you are utterly audacious, and I quite admire it. Dashing, simply dashing. Is there anyone else who can compare? I can hardly wait to witness the expressions of the two old men. What is his plan? I am eager to see. If he can eliminate them, it would be absolutely exhilarating. However, if they are extinguished, we would lose the live broadcast. Zhao Mo truly excels. This maneuver is something even I, as a top-tier jungler, could not replicate. Such daring tactics. I am in awe of Zhao Mo. How did he conceive such an idea? Chapter 78. Baby, where is my Luhan fist? The production team was taken aback by Zhao Mo's maneuver. Who could have anticipated that Zhao Mo would stealthily position himself behind the capture team? In this game, who truly constitutes the capture team? It seems it could be rebranded as Zhao Mo and his quarry. Director, perhaps in the next season, we could invite Zhao Mo to join the capture team for a bit of fun. Nonsense. If he joins, what excitement would be left in the capture segment? It would be over in a day. Upon hearing this, the entire monitoring room erupted in laughter, the atmosphere shifting from tense to relaxed once more. Zhao Mo stood there pondering his next move. After a brief moment, a brilliant idea struck him. He scratched his head, contemplating whether this approach might provoke the two elderly gentlemen into a fit. Regardless, he stealthily approached the ambush point. He could already hear their murmurs. He caught snippets of their conversation, including Baby boasting about his skills. With his belt drawn out and gripped in his left hand, he began to accelerate. I realized I had betrayed my own expectations. I now found myself concerned for Bogu and the others. Up above, I must confess, I genuinely felt anxious for them. Is this game truly paving the way for a real-life Tom and Jerry scenario? Bets were placed. How many could Zhao Mo eliminate this time? I believe Zhao Mo's reckless charge was rather imprudent, considering the adversaries were armed. While you jest, I am on edge. Zhao Mo is practically serving himself up as prey. I'm also quite curious. Should Zhao Mo be discovered, he would have to flee. What, after all, is the purpose of his actions? Indeed, he seeks to attract attention. As long as he stirs up some commotion behind them, that would suffice. I cannot comprehend his reasoning. It eludes my understanding. Yet it seems unlikely he would willingly walk into a trap. If he expends his energy eliminating others now, he may very well find himself in jeopardy. Meanwhile, in the command center, the three were deep in thought. Something fell off. At Zhao Mo's pace, he should have already breached the encirclement ages ago. Wang Mingling pondered a moment before proposing a possibility. Su Lao, could it be that Zhao Mo anticipated our ambush and is deliberately hiding to keep the capture team occupied here? This scenario was indeed plausible. Old Liu, what do you think we should do next? After a brief pause, Old Liu suggested, let us wait another 5 minutes. If Zhao Mo does not appear, two of the teams should cautiously move southwest, while one remains on standby. The other two nodded in agreement. This arrangement was certainly a viable strategy. Su Lao, however, sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If I were Zhao Mo and knew the enemy was laying in wait, how would I react? In the next instant, he shouted as if electrified, not good. Zhao Mo has already flanked into the bamboo grove. His voice boomed, startling the other two, who quickly came to the same realization. Just as they were about to command everyone to change direction, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Zhao Mo, of course, would not foolishly become a target. Although his speed had increased, he could still land silently. At this moment, the gaze of the entire capture team was directed towards the southwest, completely oblivious to what lay behind them. Zhao Mo chose the far left of the encirclement, positioned to the north, where Wang Baobao was located. That old rascal had just boasted about his martial arts prowess, and Zhao Mo was genuinely intrigued to test it. Additionally, the northernmost area offered greater depth, making it more suitable for his escape. Of course, he had other options. The southernmost area, near Bogu, concealed two girls, but he truly found it difficult to take action against them. Wang Baobao, with his camera mounted on his head, was currently lying on the ground, extending his gun while simultaneously boasting to a nearby companion, his eyes fixed ahead. He had already resolved that should Zhao Mo reappear, he would swiftly eliminate him with a single shot. After all, he had martial arts skills and had practiced shooting while filming military dramas. So he was confident he wouldn't be outmatched. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed that someone had seemingly appeared beside him. The figure, like him, was crouched down, flashing a bright smile and greeting him. "Hey, Bao Bao." "Ghost." Wang Bao Bao was genuinely startled, nearly dropping his gun and scrambling to escape. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. "Enough already. You did this during filming, and now you still want to play? Keep your voice down, or you'll scare Zhao Mo away." It was indeed Bao Bao. Why shout so loudly? Since they were lying on the ground, Bao Bao's figure obscured Zhao Mo's presence, rendering them completely unaware, and they began to tease him. Just as Bao Bao attempted to rise, Zhao Mo kicked his supporting leg, causing him to fall again. With such close proximity, he had no chance to turn his gun towards Zhao Mo, so he resorted to throwing a punch at Zhao Mo's face, unafraid of injury. As they were both on the ground, and the force of his punch would not be significant. However, midway through his swing, it seemed as if something had suddenly restrained him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a belt. As he tried to use his other hand, despair washed over him as both hands were ensnared by the belt, and with a swift pull, Zhao Mo bound them together. "Bao Bao, where's your Luohan fist?" "Zhao Muntak taunted. Let me go, and we'll stand up for a round. Otherwise, I might just start shouting." Wang Bao Bao was certainly not foolish. He raised his voice significantly, a clear signal to his companions. "Bao Bao, why are you lying there talking to yourself? Bao Bao, have you had enough? Stop being so dramatic." They likely thought he was losing his mind from holding in his bladder. Bao Bao was infuriated. How could these people disregard his warning and continue to jest? Just as he was about to shout again, Zhao Mo swiftly stuffed a handful of dirt into his mouth. A gag. "Oh, Bao Bao, you can sing too? Playing rap. How cultured." It appeared to be original, quite catchy, though somewhat nauseating. It must be noted that nowadays, multi-talented artists were encouraged. So Bao Bao singing was not a problem at all. Tears streamed down the baby's cheeks, choked by a handful of dirt and infuriated by a group of incompetent teammates. Singing? What a farce. How about a little more decorum, Bogu? The audience erupted in laughter, while Baby Wang appeared utterly distraught. Yet, he continued to kick his legs in a desperate attempt to garner his teammates' attention. Recently, there was Zhang Yi, who had the audacity to turn his back on Baby Wang, engaging in playful banter with Bogu. What on earth is Zhao Mo trying to achieve? Who knows, as long as it's entertaining. That handful of dirt was a calamity. Baby Wang never anticipated such misfortune while lying there peacefully. Indeed, amidst the bamboo grove, the absurdity was overwhelming. If Baby Wang is to navigate the world of singers, this ridicule could provide me with amusement for an entire year. Zhao Mo has gone too far, binding Baby Wang and then questioning the whereabouts of the boastful Luohan fist. Do not underestimate Zhao Mo. His ability to accurately counter his opponent's strikes is quite impressive. It seems, without a doubt, that Zhao Mo is indeed a skilled practitioner. P.S. Friends, lend your support. The tales of Shan Feng, Shan Ao, will only grow more captivating, I assure you. Chapter 79. The kind treatment of captives in the production team. Huang Hao laughed heartily while slapping his thigh, turning to Su Qing and remarking, "There's an abundance of material. The editing will be quite the challenge." Su Qing understood his implication. Zhao Mo's performance that day was nothing short of sensational. First, he broke through, then provoked his opponents, and now he had infiltrated their ambush team directly. Each shot was brimming with explosive moments and humor, and it would be a pity to cut any of it. However, it would be unreasonable to claim that an entire episode of a variety show could be completed in just one day without any edits. Indeed, this was a delightful yet troubling dilemma. He recognized that Huang Hao was in high spirits, so he smiled and asked, "Director, what does Zhao Mo intend to do?" "I have no idea. Don't inquire of me. If my thoughts were to synchronize with his, I would have likely been eliminated already." In the command center, The three exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily stunned and unable to issue any orders. Zhao Mo had truly managed to sneak behind their ambush point. And this time he did not create any noise to attract attention, but had directly infiltrated their ranks. Su Lao's hair stood on end in disbelief. How brazen! Do they not regard us seriously? Gasping for breath, he approached the microphone at the control console and bellowed, "What are you all doing?" Wang Baobao has been captured by Zhao Mo. Fire at his position, quickly. Su and Lu realized they were no longer angry. It was exhausting to be upset with such individuals. Upon hearing the command from the command center, Bo Gu and the others finally reacted. Damn it, Bao Bao wasn't he lying? Zhao Mo is indeed with him. As they sheepishly recalled their earlier jest, they turned their guns around to fire. Hey, don't shoot Zhao Mo. Spare me. Although it was a fake gun, being hit still stung considerably. Zhao Mo took refuge behind Bao Bao's back, using Bao Bao's face as a shield against the bullets. Who is aiming at me? Hey, if you hit my chest, I can endure it, but who is trying to ensure my extinction? Brothers, cease firing. Zhao Mo hasn't hit a single shot. They VE all landed on me. Surprisingly, his shout proved effective. The gunfire indeed ceased. Bogu signaled to Tang Yu and Gu Gu to maneuver around and establish a line of fire. He needed to devise a way to divert Zhao Mo's attention. Zhao Mo, it's me, Bogu. You certainly know how to play this game. Release Bao Bao, and I'll let you go. How about that? I can assure you on behalf of all the capture team that the next time we encounter your group, we will let you off the hook once. Otherwise, tell us where that fatso is, along with Jing Zi, and I will eliminate them, ensuring your group takes the top spot. Zhao Mo, say something. Xiao Montak, hidden behind Bao Bao, had already heard the faint footsteps and wore a subtle smile. His opponents were not foolish. Zhao Mo was in trouble. He had acted impulsively. He should have rushed over earlier. At this moment, he was crouched down, temporarily safe, but it was only a matter of time. Oh no! Bo Gu is quite clever. He has actually ordered them to establish a line of fire. This is bad. As long as Gu Gu and the others maneuver to the other side, Zhao Mo will be trapped with no escape. This time is markedly different from the last. The previous incident struck unexpectedly, while this time, Bo and his companions are well prepared mentally. What should we do? We must ensure that Zhao Mo does not face elimination. Within the command center, the three finally displayed satisfied smiles. Old Su pointed at the camera and remarked, "Little Bo is commendable. At this juncture, a strategic maneuver is crucial. Ha! Let us see how Zhao Mo can still provoke us. Even if he tries, he is yet to endure a single day." And then there's Li Jing, that rascal, daring to leap onto the rocks and shout out loud. Who granted him such audacity? The sky is dimming. It's likely to be dark in about an hour and a half. We shall spare Li Jing today, but tomorrow he shall face elimination. Old Su, how many shall we take along? Sure, I'm not afraid of you, but we mustn't indulge too much. Let us aim to conclude the battle tomorrow, so we can enjoy a drink in the evening. The two old men, though hatless, would undoubtedly be celebrating with their hats if they had them. However, Wang Mingling wore a look of skepticism, choosing not to partake in the revelry. Zhao Mo is certainly not foolish. Why would he willingly entrap himself in a situation of certain demise? If Gu and his team maneuver to the other side, Zhao Mo will have no escape this time. Could it be that Zhao Mo possesses a means of extrication? Where could the flaw lie? While she is a psychological expert, she is not a battlefield specialist. Thus, she can sense something amiss, but cannot fathom its nature. Nevertheless, Zhao Mo soon unveils the mystery. Zhao Mo is aware that he cannot linger. Should Gu and his team encircle him, today would indeed spell doom. Get up, but move slowly. My hands are bound, and I cannot muster strength. If you could loosen my restraints, I will comply with your wishes. Zhao Mo chuckled. My dear, at this moment, does such cunning serve any purpose? He placed his hand on the shoulder of his companion, who, rather uncooperatively, shook his shoulder to evade Zhao Mo's grasp. Zhao Mo smiled and cautioned. You would do well to remain compliant. Me? I have always been most obedient. How could I be Su Sanduo? Despite the words, the shoulder continued to twist, preventing Zhao Mo from securing his hold. Growing weary of further banter, Zhao Mo tightened his grip slightly. I am compliant. I promise to be compliant. Zhao Mo, please release me." Upon hearing his companion's wail, Bo interjected, "Zhao Mo, are you mistreating a prisoner? That is not the honorable tradition of our army. Our tradition emphasizes compassion towards captives." "But Bo, your companion has yet to surrender," Zhao Mo retorted with a grin. Upon hearing this, Bo became even more exhilarated. "Just wait and see how long you can be so arrogant. Soon, you shall become mere filling for dumplings. Baby, quickly raise your hand and surrender." Heed Bo's words. Surrender is not shameful. If I were in your position, I would have surrendered long ago. Wang Bao gazed at his bound hands, nearly in tears. "Raise my hand? No way. Bo is undoubtedly a traitor. His weapon is his tongue." I have come to realize that even if Bao is not eliminated by Zhao Mo, he may very well be driven to his end by Bo's relentless provocations. Surrender is not shameful. This is undoubtedly a principle that resonates with Brother Bo. It is quite amusing to witness how firmly Baby's hands are bound, yet Brother Bo insists he raise them. Baby quips, "Is it permissible for me to raise my feet in surrender? I'm merely curious about the strength of Zhao Mo's grip. Why does Baby yield so easily under pressure?" For reference, consider the survival segment where Zhao Mo effortlessly hoisted the three women up the mountain. The preferential treatment of captives had me in stitches. What could Brother Bo possibly be thinking? He might as well proclaim that putting down the butcher's knife leads to immediate enlightenment. Why hasn't Zhao Mo made his escape yet? He is on the verge of being wrapped up like a dumpling. Zhao Mo's current objective is to flee, not to entertain. I confess I have found some amusement in this situation. Just as the discussion unfolded, Zhao Mo suddenly lifted Baby into the air. P.S. There will be another chapter shortly. Dear Comrade Sean Fong, I shall pen the words as soon as I finish work. Fellow friends, please lend your support. Chapter 80, Baby, I am not convinced. If you have the ability, let me compete again. At this moment, all the spectators were gathered around Bo Ji's camera. Aware that this was a variety show and that visuals were paramount, Bo Ge consistently directed his lens toward Baby. Suddenly, Baby stood up. Observing this, Bo Ge mistakenly believed that Baby had slipped from his control and shouted, "Baby, step aside." Baby thought to herself, "I would if I could, but Zhao Mo is gripping my shoulders with an iron hold. Any movement would send waves of pain coursing through me." In the next moment, the crowd was astounded. Zhao Mo, who had been hiding behind Baby, realized that Gu Gu and his companion were nearing their position and that they would be in serious trouble if they did not act quickly. He smiled and said, "Bo Ge, we shall meet again shortly." With that, he swung the part of his belt that protruded and back-to-back hoisted Baby onto his back, gripping her shoulders from behind with both hands. The next instant, he bent slightly and charged eastward. "I can't believe this. Zhao Mo, you rascal. Stop dawdling and fire." The simulated gunfire erupted again, and Zhao Mo heard Baby behind him begin to wail in despair, likely feeling the sting of bullets hitting her body. "Stop. My face is numb from the hits. You bunch of rascals. Zhao Mo, let's negotiate. Could you carry me normally? Let my backside take the bullets instead." Wang Baby began to rap again, with rhythmic phrases echoing through the air. Fortunately, their aim was poor, otherwise Baby's discomfort would surely have doubled. What remarkable tactic. Baby had become a human shield. Remarkably, the quality of this shield was exceptional. I must say, if I were Baby, I would certainly feel as if I were living in hell right now. Baby remarked, "In my youth, I also spent time at Shaolin Temple. Am I not shameless? I never anticipated that Zhao Mo would employ such audacious maneuvers. It cracked me up. Do you think Zhao Mo would capture them one by one and then have his team collectively defect? Ha ha! Capturing a live one. This is a brilliant strategy. In truth, he could have simply pressed Baby's button to use her as a shield against the bullets. No, no, no. It is far more entertaining this way. This scene is so vibrant and full of life. This series of actions left the three members of the command center utterly bewildered. Could it be executed this way? A human shield. This fellow seems unfazed, running swiftly while carrying another person. What should we do? Lu instinctively asked. Wang Mingling paused momentarily, unable to suppress her laughter. This capture was unlike last year's. Why was it so amusing? Previously, they had been pondering how Zhao Mo would escape. But little did they know he had already chosen his shield. Su's chest heaved violently as he realized that his own troops had been captured right under everyone's noses. The irony was that he was the commander. Moreover, Zhao Mo did not choose weaker opponents, such as two girls. Instead, he selected Wang Baby, who was skilled in martial arts. This was a provocation at every turn. The three individuals stared at each other for a while, and eventually, Su Lao sighed as if resigned to fate and said, "Let Team 3 pursue." The remaining two teams should head north along the western route to search for the others. Wang Mingling nodded, recognizing this as the correct course of action. Although it might appear somewhat cowardly and could invite ridicule from the audience, the goal-oriented approach was sound. Team 3 set off in pursuit, leading Zhao Mo to believe he had successfully diverted the capture team, while the other two teams searched for either the remaining members or Zhao Mo's allies. Meanwhile, laughter erupted once more within the monitoring room. It was quite amusing. How could Zhao Mo conceive of using someone as a human shield? Observing the distressed expression of Baby Wang, everyone couldn't help but laugh again. This young man was remarkably quick-witted. While everyone else deemed the situation hopeless, he effortlessly turned it around with a single clever move. Though Baby Wang was a bit shorter, he still weighed over 100 pounds, and it was unlikely anyone would think to carry someone else. Indeed, Zhao Mo possessed unwavering confidence in his physical abilities. Su Qing and Huang Hao were happily exchanging boasts when the door swung open, and a staff member entered, saying, "Director Huang, Gu Jing from Star Shadow Entertainment wishes to see you." Huang Hao's smile faded, fully aware of the visitor's intentions. He turned to Su Qing and quipped, "Look, I'm becoming quite the hot commodity. Everyone seems to have their eye on me." Su Qing's smile turned somewhat dry as he replied, "Shall I step out to assist you?" Huang Hao shook his head. "Star Shadow has a good relationship with us, and Gu Jing is quite a formidable character. I'll meet with her personally." Upon entering the adjacent reception room, they exchanged pleasantries. Gu Jing eagerly inquired, "Director Huang, has Zhao Mo been eliminated?" Huang Hao was taken aback, wondering where this news had come from. "No, his escape skills are exceptional. As of now, there are no signs of him being eliminated. Brother Huang, you must help me. Has Zhao Mo signed with another company?" Huang Hao forced a smile. The way she addressed him as brother immediately elevated the stakes. "Not yet, but little Gu, he certainly has many eyes watching him." Satisfied with the response, Gu Jing placed a gift in front of Huang Hao, saying, "Brother Huang, I heard you enjoy a drink. This is..." Meanwhile, Zhao Mo had reached the southwestern edge and estimated that Jingge had arrived. Slowing his pace, he began to mimic bird calls. Moments later, he heard a response in the distance, and his heart leaped with joy. Jingge appeared, and upon seeing Zhao Mo, his face lit up in delight. This young man truly had remarkable skills, managing to avoid elimination. The sight of him carrying someone left Jingge momentarily stunned. When he saw the released Baby Wang, covered in bullet marks, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "How did you manage to get yourself into this predicament?" Zhao Mo removed the communicator from Baby Wang and placed it by his own ear. "Baby, you've worked hard." Jingge patted Baby Wang on the shoulder and erupted into laughter once more. As Wang Bao observed the perpetually laughing Jingge, he suddenly began to writhe violently. "Zhao Mo, I refuse to accept this. If you have the audacity, release me and let us compete once more." "Zhao Montak, a soldier may be slain, but not humiliated. Do you believe I would resort to biting my tongue in despair?" Zhao Mo, disinterested, chose not to engage. Jingge, in high spirits, found amusement in the situation, primarily because Zhao Mo was still alive and, secondarily, because it was genuinely entertaining. "Bao, would you like me to stuff a lump of cow dung in your mouth?" "Bao, where am I? What exactly am I doing?" Jingji's laughter was almost infectious, leaving Bao with a psychological scar from this moment. His entire being felt awry, yet he sought no remedy. Wang Bao appeared as if he had just been reprimanded by the company commander. It was utterly hilarious. Bao was truly pushed to his limits, even threatening self-harm by biting his tongue. A soldier may be slain, but not humiliated. How ironic, for Zhao Mo was indeed contemplating your humiliation. Jingji's heartfelt remark, "Bao, you have worked hard," was delivered with such emotion that it seemed even more insulting than outright elimination. Zhao Mo, observing the restless Bao Bao, chuckled softly and remarked, "Are you truly prepared to compete? Will you behave once the contest is over?" Chapter 81. Baby, I want to die. Don't stop me, Zhao Mo. Do you really wish to compete with Baby? Baby possesses genuine skills, and it would be unwise to engage in such a contest. Indeed, many martial arts celebrities have remarked on Baby's exceptional abilities. I suspect that Zhao Mo feels secure enough to act this way because Jinggu is nearby. Baby's knuckles are calloused, reportedly a result of their rigorous training. If the two were to truly engage, it would be quite exhilarating. Inside the surveillance room, Gu Jing received the answer she sought and cleverly persuaded Lao Huang to grant her an opportunity for a private conversation with Zhao Mo after his current endeavor. Although she had yet to see Zhao Mo in person, this encounter had already proven immensely fulfilling for her. She was filled with confidence, believing that no young person, regardless of their maturity, could resist the allure of the dreams she conjured. Little did she expect that one day, someone would stand before her and paint a vision that made her heart flutter. Huang Hao could not remain in the surveillance room for long. Upon returning, he casually invited Gu Jing to come in, and to his surprise, she willingly accepted. Upon entering, she immediately saw on the screen that Baby had proposed another match with Zhao Mo. Zhao Mo knows martial arts? Gu Jing exclaimed in astonishment. Huang Hao shook his head and laughed. Don't ask me. I have no idea what he can do. At this point, if someone told me he could give birth, I would believe it. Gu Jing was taken aback, but soon joined in laughter. Zhao Mo's remarkable performance over the past 10 days had indeed created an illusion of omniscience and omnipotence. Meanwhile, the trio led by group leader Gu Gu made their way southeast. Old Gu, are we truly going to apprehend Zhao Mo? Dang Yu In Guit, Gu Yes Mi Lit. Slowing his pace slightly before responding, we must adhere to the orders from the command center, but we may not necessarily find him. Xiao Fei chimed in. He must be around here somewhere. Upon hearing this, Gu Gu halted completely, gesturing for the two to sit beside him. Xiao Fei, you must be overheated. Take a moment to rest. After turning off the pager, he added with a smile, have you seen Baby? Let us be honest and not deliver meals to Zhao Mo. It'll be evening in half an hour. Let us remain here for now. Xiao Fei retorted, Old Gu, Zhao Mo is infuriating. He is clearly provoking us. If we capture him, I will shoot him. With that, she raised her gun defiantly. Old Gu and Tang Yu exchanged glances, barely suppressing their laughter. Let us hope you don't end up being the target and get shot by Zhao Mo. I swear if I lose, I will obediently comply, Wang Baby declared, sitting on the ground with determination in her eyes. Zhao Mo smiled at Jinggu and said, Jinggu, could you please act as a witness? As he spoke, he untied the elimination device that bound him. It was not that he disregarded the rules of the game. Rather, it was cumbersome to compete while wearing it. He then freed Wang Bao Bao, saying, Let us remove the elimination device. I have no desire to eliminate you just yet. You can move your hands now. Jinggu leaned in and whispered to Zhao Mo, Do you have confidence? You need not intervene. I should be able to handle this, Zhao Mo replied. Jinggu felt a profound sense of reassurance at his words, though he could not quite fathom why he held such faith in Zhao Mo. He had never witnessed Zhao Mo in combat, yet at this moment he felt at ease. Finding a vantage point, he adjusted the camera to capture his face and restrained a chuckle as he addressed the audience. Good evening, dear viewers. Please enjoy this martial arts display featuring Zhao Mo and Wang Bao Bao, with commentary by Li Jing. He then directed the camera toward the two competitors, continuing, Now, both contestants are warming up. Bao Bao is a genuine disciple of Shaolin, proficient in Shaolin boxing, whereas Zhao Mo remains enigmatic. No available information indicates he specializes in any particular martial art. Ha, what a playful spirit, Jinggu mused, noting how Zhao Mo had transformed his demeanor. While Zhao Mo's personality could be described as somewhat aloof, their interaction seemed to spark a remarkable chemistry. Jinggu, your hosting is far superior to Xiaoying's, truly professional. Are there any friends of Zhao Mo here? Can anyone clarify whether he possesses martial skills? A classmate of Zhao Mo passed by and remarked, I genuinely have no idea. I can say this kid has never beaten me in a 5-kilometer race. You probably won't believe it. I can also mention he rarely trained at the facility during school. You might question my credibility. And I would assert he never sang. You might just laugh at me. What should I say? The moment of revelation approached as the match commenced. Thanks to Jingu's focused filming, the audience could see everything more clearly. Wang Baobao initially cast a wary glance at Jingu. Fear not. If you defeat me, you shall be free. I assure you, Jingu will not intervene. We do not deceive our own. Upon hearing this, Jingu nodded in agreement. Wang Baobao finally relaxed, laughing heartily. Zhao Amo, I spent 6 years in Shaolin. Soon, you will realize you have made a grave mistake. Are we ready? The sun is setting. With a swift motion, Wang Baobao rolled up his sleeves and charged at Zhao Mo, delivering a powerful punch. Zhao Mo did not evade. He simply raised his hand to parry. The punch was merely a feint, and at the moment of contact, Baobao swept his leg toward Zhao Mo. His stature was modest, which lent him agility, and his subtle changes in motion were difficult for his opponent to detect. Zhao Mo, undeterred by the impending sweep, seized Wang Baobao's fist. In the next instant, Baobao's leg struck Zhao Mo's waist, yet Zhao Mo remained steadfast, twisting Baobao's arm. "Oh, that hurts," he exclaimed, as Zhao Mo maneuvered him into a position where his back was turned, pinning his arm behind him. "You concede?" "I do not concede. Release me, and we shall continue." Zhao Mo chuckled, and indeed, let him go. However, this time, Zhao Mo did not grant him the opportunity to initiate an attack. Observing that Wang Baobao was sufficiently distracted, he charged forward with a swift move known as Fuhu. Caught off guard, Wang Baobao instinctively mirrored Zhao Mo's earlier stance, raising both hands defensively. Yet, with that one punch, he was forced to retreat 4 or 5 steps until his back collided with a tree, finally halting his backward momentum. In the next moment, he grimaced in pain, vigorously shaking his arms. It hurt terribly. Should he continue to fight? Yes. After uttering those words, he cast a fleeting glance to the side and then bolted in the opposite direction. What a farce. It was evident that he stood no chance in this battle. Although Zhao Mo had not employed particularly intricate techniques, he possessed the undeniable advantages of sheer strength and speed, rendering him a formidable opponent. To continue would be akin to seeking punishment. Observing Wang Baobao's hasty retreat, Zhao Mo chuckled softly, and without any visible preparation, he seemed to vanish from the camera's view. In the next instant, he reappeared, this time with Wang Baobao in tow, clutching him as if he were a mere rag doll. "How about you hand me the elimination device? Would it suffice for me to take my own life?" Chapter 82. All hands on deck. This segment of combat stands as the clearest and most complete depiction of the entire escape process thus far, leaving the audience exhilarated. If only there were tracking cameras, I believe the impact of this show would be greatly enhanced. However, the practicality of tracking cameras during the escape phase seems rather implausible. Given Zhao Mo's speed, one could easily envision the cameraman being left utterly exhausted. The crux is that even if he were exhausted, he would still be unable to keep pace. Silence. It has begun. Wow, Baby is determined to win. Indeed, it's quite impressive. Listening to Brother Jing's commentary, Baby's legs are the real weapon here. Goodness, is Zhao Mo truly that formidable? A single kick to the waist, and one feels nothing. Baby should take a step back and exclaim, "Zhao Mo, you have fallen victim to my 5 poisons palm. You shall not survive until the hour of the rat." Upstairs, have you been reading too many novels? Goodness, Baby seems so unfortunate, subdued in a single move. Baby, I may lose, but I refuse to submit. Wow. Zhao Mo's speed is astonishing. This moment calls for slow motion. Only Baby could endure that. Anyone else struck by that punch would likely be incapacitated. I have a penchant for strong men. Zhao Mo is simply too powerful. Haha, Baby has fled. Where are your principles? Baby, I refuse to submit. I shall run. As the camera captures Zhao Mo effortlessly retrieving Baby as one would a chick, the entire barrage of comments erupted in joy. Haha, Baby is on the verge of self-destruction. The damage is substantial, and the humiliation is palpable. In a speed contest against Zhao Mo, Babies would seem lacking. Zhao Mo, if I fail to catch you while carrying Brother Jing, consider it my loss. Is there a fitness coach present? I wish to inquire how one might train to achieve Zhao Mo's prowess. I am a fitness coach, and I too wish to know. Inside the monitoring room, Huang Hao and his companions were left in a state of disbelief. Can Zhao Mo truly possess such martial skills? At present, it appears so. He is at least superior to Baby. Old Su, tell me honestly, where did you find this prodigy? Director, I summoned him using a summoning talisman. Do you believe that? The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter once more. Beside them, Gu Jing trembled with excitement. What a treasure this is! No matter what, I must secure him for myself. Zhao Mo, you belong to me. There is no way you shall slip away. As she pondered this, Huang Hao's phone rang. Old Qi, I know, we are still in the midst of survival. After hanging up, Gu Jing felt a pang of anxiety. It was undoubtedly her colleague from the company. Just as she was about to speak, Huang Hao's phone rang again. He cast a wry smile at Gu Jing and said, Did you see that? I have never witnessed multiple companies vying for a newcomer. Brother Huang, it is fortunate for you that Zhao Mo gained prominence through your variety show. I must express my gratitude on his behalf. Huang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Gu Jing's words had effectively claimed Zhao Mo as one of their own. Beside them, Su Qing displayed a hint of nervousness and excused himself to the restroom. Leaving the monitoring room, the command center was eerily quiet, a silence that was almost unsettling. They could not see Li Jing's camera, and Wang Baobao's lens was also shut down by Zhao Mo. However, the considerate production team, led by the shameless director Huang, still provided them with a high-definition recording of Li Jing. In the footage, Zhao Mo's overwhelming dominance was vividly showcased. What a pity. For a long while, Old Su sighed and uttered this remark. Old Lu naturally understood his implication. This was a ready-made warrior. If he were to enter the military and master the use of modern weaponry, he would become a sharp blade, a weapon for defending the homeland, thrusting fiercely into the enemy. What should be done now? We shall discuss it tomorrow. Today, the capture team is weary, and tomorrow they will devote their efforts to apprehending the other members. Old Su also came to a realization. A person like Zhao Mo was beyond the current team's capacity to confront, unless he was permitted to bring in his own troops. Wang Mingling gazed at the map beside her, pondering for a while before saying, Elder Su, Elder Lu, from the fact that Zhao Mo and Li Jing are together, we can infer that the other members of the two groups must also be in proximity. If we broaden our thinking, we can conclude that Group 3 had initially conspired to hide under Zhou Lei's leadership, with the two of them responsible for drawing fire. The two nodded in agreement with this analysis. Wang Mingling then sketched a simple area map, pointing out, Zhou Lei's group certainly wouldn't be positioned in the center, as this area has multiple intersections, increasing the likelihood of being spotted. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo and Li Jing are active in the southwest and southeast, indicating that Zhou Lei and his group can only be in the northwest and northeast directions. At this point, she smacked her forehead and exclaimed, No need to guess. Their people must be in the northeast. Zhou Lei is indeed clever. We were blind to the obvious, as they have remained at the location where Zhou Lei established his base. The three exchanged glances, realizing their delay in understanding the situation. Once night fell, it would not be wise to take action, as they were all entertainers and needed to avoid injury. By tomorrow, would Zhou Lei relocate his group? In truth, our dogs played a minor role today. Tomorrow we can enhance the use of tracking dogs, for their sense of smell is 4,000 times that of humans. The two elders nodded, acknowledging that this was the only course of action. Shout Mo, shall we return to the headquarters? As the sky darkened, Li Jing inquired. Zhao Mo nodded and smiled at Bao Bao, saying, Will you walk by yourself, or shall I carry you? Bao Bao rolled his eyes, reluctant to respond. But when he saw Zhao Mo's hand reaching out, he decisively stepped aside. I'll walk. I can manage on my own. The trio moved swiftly, and within 20 minutes, they returned to the headquarters. Upon seeing Zhao Mo, the three girls, Yaya and her companions, lit up with joy, but their expressions turned to astonishment when they noticed he was holding a leash attached to Bao Bao. Zhou Lei was the first to react, bursting into laughter. Have you been captured? Upon hearing this, the others also caught on and erupted into hearty laughter. You even brought back a live one? Bao Bao, what happened to you? They teased. Bao Bao squatted on the ground, absent-mindedly drawing circles in the dirt with a short stick. How did you catch it? Asked the group. Let Zhao Mo explain, someone suggested. Zhao Mo briefly recounted the amusing tale, eliciting even more laughter from the crowd. Are you tired? He naturally settled beside Yi, who whispered her inquiry. Zhao Mo merely shook his head slightly, avoiding her gaze. Baby, do you want us to tie you to a tree, or should we just leave you there? Brother Lei, you can't mistreat me like this. If you continue to mock me, I'll have to see a psychologist after the show. The group fell silent, realizing they might have crossed a line in their jesting. Brother Lei playfully patted his head and replied, Do you even know what a psychologist looks like? Seeing one while trying to play tricks on me? Do you believe I could just hang you up? Brother Lei, stop. I was just joking with everyone. Don't take it seriously. Baby chuckled awkwardly, quickly conceding. Playing such games in front of the old fox was indeed a folly. P.S. I humbly request for updates and support. Dear readers, I beseech you to lend your blessings. Chapter 83. Conspiracy once more, is there enough water? Tomorrow should be no problem, replied Brother Jing with a nod. Could I have a piece? As he observed others munching on biscuits, Baby was also feeling hungry. Yet all his supplies had been confiscated by Zhao Mo. It was against the rules to let a captive starve. Brother Lei chuckled, tossing him a piece of compressed biscuit, while Zhao Mo handed him a bottle of water. Keeping you alive consumes quite a bit of resources. Perhaps we should consider ending it? Brother Lei said, unable to contain his laughter. Wang Baby rolled his eyes and said in a mock-crying tone, Zhao Mo won't let me commit suicide, otherwise. You wouldn't see the living Wang Baby. Oh, you are quite resilient, exclaimed one of them. It's a tradition in our army to extract confessions through torture before death. Tell us, Baby, what kind of punishment do you prefer? Waterboarding with chili, he replied. The tiger bench, another suggested. Perhaps we should resort to Ling Chi and see how many cuts Baby can endure, added another, sweet with a chuckle. To Baby's surprise, all the suggestions came from women, and he found himself momentarily disenchanted with their charm. Brother Lei pulled the two men aside and whispered they definitely won Tiak tonight. Where should we move tomorrow? Li Jing suggested, how about relocating to the bamboo grove in the southwest? Zhao Mo pondered for a moment and shook his head. Brother Jing, there should be at least 2 teams of captors there now. If we make noise during the night, even if they don't capture us then, they will relay the information to the command center. Thus, they will certainly surround the bamboo grove by dawn, and they possess tracking dogs. After considering this logic, both Brother Jing and Brother Lei agreed. Xiao Mo, where do you suggest we go? Brother Jing, your position this afternoon was quite favorable in the southeast. Isn't that too close to the foot of the mountain? Zhao Mo smiled and shook his head. Let us catch them off guard. After organizing his thoughts, Zhao Mo continued. Moreover, the command center must already be aware of our alliance in the 3 groups. Today, they suffered a minor setback at my expense, so they will likely strike at the base tomorrow. After we move tonight, we shall first operate in the southeast tomorrow morning. Zhou Lei understood Zhao Mo's intention and smiled, giving him a nod. You are quite cunning. The 3 returned to the others, and by this time, dusk had begun to settle. Once seated, Zhao Mo subtly pinched Yi's hand, to which she responded with a smile. Zhao Mo, how are you so impressive? I heard you know martial arts? I want to learn martial arts too. Will you teach me? It appeared that the girls had pressured Baby into recounting the events of the day. Mimi raised her eyebrows, sensing ulterior motives in the request for martial arts training. Clearing her throat, she said, Zhao Mo has had a tiring day. Let him rest for a while. At that moment, Zhao Mo had completely withdrawn from the light-hearted banter with Zhou Lei and Li Jing. He remained cold and distant, responding to the girls with merely 2 words, too tired. Don't lean against the tree tonight, Zhao Mo cautioned, noticing some individuals resting against the tree. He did not offer any explanation for his actions, so if he ends up feeling itchy later, he cannot blame anyone but himself. Upon hearing his words, the 3 girls, Yi, Mimi, and Fat D, obediently stepped away from the tree. Could you lend me your back for a moment? Sitting like this is quite uncomfortable, Mimi remarked, disregarding the gazes of others as she settled against Zhao Mo's back. Fat D and Yi found this arrangement rather agreeable, so 2 additional heads appeared on Zhao Mo's shoulders. The sight of this made Xiao Ying, Tian, and Hai Jing envious. Teacher, May I lean on you as well? Aren't you afraid of your wife getting angry? Tian searched for a moment, seemingly without anyone to lean on. Xiao Ying's gaze fell upon Jingge, who immediately jumped up and exclaimed, "No way, I'm married." At that moment, the baby lying on the ground sat up and said, "If you don't mind, We do mind. We mind a lot." The baby lay back down on the ground, conceding defeat, as it seemed no one was willing to offer their support. Just then, the baby's microphone crackled to life. Zhao Mo listened intently and instructed the three girls, "Sit up straight. I need to get up." The girls ceased their reliance on him as he suddenly stood and took a few steps to the side. Catching sight of two beams of flashlight in the direction of the bamboo forest and another one closer to the southeast, a knowing smile spread across his face as he pulled Jinggu aside and whispered something. Jinggu appeared bewildered. "Can we really do this?" The next moment, he seemed excited, as if the answer was a resounding yes. Although the current camera captured decent footage at night, the limited light in the forest meant the live broadcast could only convey vague outlines. Nonetheless, many remained steadfast, watching the stream. Wow, Xiao Fei brought quite an array of supplies, even a portable mosquito repellent lamp. Someone noted, Bo Gu and the others also brought plenty. I saw some floral water. Are they taking a break? Yes, Xiaoying mentioned that after dark, to ensure the safety of the capture team, they would all remain on standby until dawn. It seemed they were about to receive food, as Xiao Fei was already preparing to eat. Wow, how fortunate she is, surrounded by a group of men. Being the only girl in the two teams, her treatment was undoubtedly different. I'm watching the escape team's footage. Just look at Zhao Mo. Now that's what I call happiness. Someone laughed. Xiao Fei is encircled by a group of boys, while Zhao Mo is surrounded by girls. I'm drooling with envy. Isn't he a celebrity? He appears completely unconcerned. They've been fighting side by side for over 10 days. Just think of all that Zhao Mo has done for them. They trust him enough to lean in close. Indeed, let's not bring up any gender differences at this moment. Haha, we mind, several voices chimed in unison, causing the baby to feel a bit hurt again. The baby, too, was rather cheeky. One would think lying still and playing the role of a corpse would suffice, yet it insisted on rising to make a scene. Haha, Jingge has a strong sense of crisis. He immediately waved his hand, stating he has a wife. What is Zhao Mo planning to do? Unclear. I was struck by a thought. Zhao Mo is contemplating a robbery. Goodness, is it truly possible for him to act on such an impulse? Wasn't there an agreement for a ceasefire? While it was stated that the capture team would prioritize their safety and remain in place, there was no mention of a truce for the escape team. Oh my, I am eager to witness the aftermath of the heist. Which group will he choose? If he is mindful of sustenance, he will undoubtedly target Bo Ji's two teams. However, I find this scenario somewhat unrealistic. It seems likely that Gu Ji's team will bear the brunt of the consequences. P.S. Recently, many readers have expressed their dissatisfaction, claiming that the protagonist's character arc is shifting too rapidly. I, Shan Feng, will strive to address this concern. It is challenging to appease everyone. Previously, some readers commented that they would lose interest if the protagonist remained too aloof, while others now express their fondness for his cool demeanor. Alas, I am at a loss, uncertain whose opinions to heed. Additionally, regarding the survival segment being a 1-to-3 scenario and the protagonist being accused of favoritism, I wish to clarify. Firstly, the protagonist does not regard the three women as mere objects of admiration. I have endeavored to portray him as someone who believes in the weight of responsibility that accompanies greater power. From a purely masculine perspective, he engages in protective actions for the women, devoid of any notions of male superiority or feminism, as it is universally acknowledged that, in terms of physical capabilities, women are at a natural disadvantage compared to men. Secondly, if the three women were depicted as entirely incapable, one might draw parallels to how Belle supported female stars in survival situations, often adopting a caretaker role. If I were to endow each woman with distinct skills, then what purpose would the protagonist serve? This is a narrative dilemma that I must navigate. To illuminate the true essence of the protagonist, I must amplify his aura. Well, I have successfully elaborated for 400 words. Thankfully, the platform is free, so I implore you not to criticize. Lastly, I seek your support. Every bit of feedback is invaluable to me and to this book. Chapter 84. A feast awaits. What shall we do about their dogs? Jing contemplated another conundrum. Zhao Mo confidently asserted, this group certainly has no dogs. They must have followed closely behind me and baby. Moreover, even if there were dogs, they would not dare to unleash them at night. We could simply return, perhaps exhausting a bit of energy in the process. It's necessary. Let us proceed. Just as the two reached a consensus, Brother Lei arrived. What are you thinking? Those girls can't possibly survive on compressed biscuits every day. We should hunt for food. Jing replied with a smile. Are you serious? Do you have a plan? Zhao Mo responded. If all else fails, we'll return empty-handed. Then let us do it. Zhao Mo approached a pine tree, gathering numerous pine needles and slender branches, which he arranged around the three girls. Be cautious. Don't poke yourselves. This has a certain repellent effect against insects. He then opened his backpack, retrieving several pieces of cloth, and handed them to Brother Lei. Cover the flashlights completely with this cloth. That way, the light source won't be easily detected by others. Brother Lei glanced at him, smiling. You're quite meticulous. Once finished, Zhao Mo and Jing departed without looking back. How wonderful! How considerate! Why do only the three of you have such care while we do not? The three girls wore expressions of delight and pride. Fat D remarked, Zhao Mo is quite attentive. I must tell you, his cooking is particularly delectable. Oh, I can't bear to think about it. I'm salivating just recalling it, grilled banana worms and large yellow croakers. Mimi playfully kicked Fat D. You needn't brag about Zhao Mo. We all know how great he is. Noticing the tears welling in the eyes of the other three girls, she thought, this is the rhythm of becoming a werewolf. Mi Jia, why did you kick me? I was just saying how impressive Zhao Mo is. We couldn't climb the mountain, and he ingeniously made a basket to haul us up. And there's more. Mi Jia had a fever, and I got bitten by a snake. If looks could kill, Fat D would have been mercilessly slain by Mimi at that moment. Only he sat beside them, smiling serenely as she became lost in memories while Fat D recounted their experiences. Ing Air, Tian, and Hai Jing grew increasingly indignant. Why could the other three girls have such a splendid time? Why were they matched with a warm-hearted and handsome lad, while they were stuck with a rough fellow like Brother Lei, who had a protruding belly? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Glancing at Xian Chuan, who was still munching on dry rations, they snapped. Why don't you gather some pine branches? All you do is eat. Fat D was taken aback. That phrase sounded oddly familiar. Xian Chuan had no choice but to rise. He knew he couldn't afford to offend these young ladies. He was young and had initially intended to follow Zhao Mo and Jing to draw fire, but Brother Lei had dismissed him outright, relegating him to the ranks of the frail and helpless. On their way, Zhao Mo and Jing discussed the details of their ambush, how to neutralize their firearms, how to manage the situation, and engaged in a thorough discussion. Gradually making their way towards the southeast, the duo was guided by the intermittent beams of a flashlight, preventing them from losing their bearings. Nevertheless, traversing through the night proved to be quite arduous, their pace slowed to half that of daylight. In truth, Zhao Mo could have hastened his steps, yet he refrained, not wishing to outshine Jinggu and create a disparity between them. I am starving. Why is dinner taking so long? Xiao Fei sat on the ground, rubbing her belly. She appeared ethereal, yet her words and mannerisms were grounded in reality. Tang Yu nibbled on a biscuit like a mouse, while Gugu intermittently illuminated their surroundings with a flashlight, guiding the delivery team. Xiao Fei, if you're hungry, have some biscuits. They're surprisingly tasty, he suggested. With a huff, Xiao Fei retrieved a small piece of biscuit, taking a bite and chewing slowly. She wasn't being pretentious. Rather, she felt somewhat humiliated after being toyed with by Zhao Mo throughout the day. Gugu plopped down on the ground, chuckling, Xiao Fei, don't be upset. Think of the baby. We're doing much better than we could be. Upon hearing this, the two couldn't help but burst into laughter. What do you think the production team will prepare for us? Xiao Fei mused. You love chicken legs, so there must be some. Old Gu, stop talking. The more you say, the hungrier I get. A chilled beverage would be perfect, she continued. Xiao Fei, haven't you been quite busy lately? How do you find the time to come here? I'm just trying to challenge myself. The trio engaged in trivial banter, unaware that they had caught the attention of a lion. Zhao Mo and Jinggu had long been lurking nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation, biding their time until the meal arrived before making their move. Their plan was to subdue the two men first, as they believed Xiao Fei might be slower to react. "Where's the food? Can't they see that Xiao Fei is starving?" Xiao Fei exclaimed. "The production team is getting a poor review. If it takes any longer, we'll have to resort to late-night snacks." "Enough already. You just want to see them get robbed," she retorted with a laugh. "I want to see Xiao Fei's reaction if Zhao Mo robs her again. She must be absolutely furious with him. Will she develop a psychological scar? Zhao Montag syndrome?" Someone quipped. "Isn't it the baby who should be the one to have that syndrome? Speaking of the baby, I'm in the middle of dinner, and just mentioning it makes me want to spit. It seems like it's coming. I see that Bo Gu and the others have already started eating. It shouldn't be long now. Wow, old Gu, what a prediction. There really is chicken leg. Bo Gu claims it's better than what old Fox makes. That's hilarious. Director, what if the capture team gets their food and ends up getting robbed?" Huang Hao mused, scratching his head. They had agreed to come under the promise of a good meal in the evening. Now, if they were robbed, would they still receive a meal? What if they were robbed again? It would shift from delivering food to the capture team to serving the escape team instead. Let us see how they react first. They might feel too embarrassed to say anything. Su Qing contemplated, realizing the validity of this logic. "Ha ha, director, this is going to be a headache. What if the escape team can't catch anyone?" Huang Hao could not suppress a smile, and after a moment, he shook his head, remarking, "No, do not underestimate those three at the command center. Furthermore, the escape team has gathered everyone together. If the base is discovered, it would be disastrous. We recruited an ordinary person, Zhao Mo, and unexpectedly, he has become the most significant variable in two critical phases. Alas, next year will be challenging." Su Qing understood Huang Hao's intent. This season, with Zhao Mo's addition, the program's atmosphere had been enriched tremendously, providing ample intrigue. What would they do tomorrow? Would they really allow Zhao Mo to participate again? However, whether he joined the survival escape team or the capture team, it would severely disrupt the game's balance. Moreover, once the project concludes this year, Zhao Mo would undoubtedly become a celebrity. If he accepted that young man Luo Jin's offer, he would become the owner of a company. Would they still be able to engage him then? Who could have foreseen that Su Qing himself was once a classmate and suitor of Luo Jin's mother? Zhao Mo, hearing distant sounds, realized that the meal delivery had arrived. "Wow, how sumptuous!" he exclaimed. "There's even ice soda, my favorite. Xiaofei, you go ahead and eat." The three of them sat in a circle, placing 3 flashlights in the center for illumination. Xiaofei had already picked up her boxed meal, gleefully stuffing a chicken leg in her mouth for a bite. "Chop der obzit shichinch, Xiaofei, mine." All Mine Xiaofei had already begun her meal when Tang Yu and Gugu set down the flashlight and proceeded to open all the food containers. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes behind them. Before they could turn around, 2 shadowy figures suddenly lunged forth. "What on earth?" Startled, the 2 men reacted quickly, their hands swiftly bound behind their backs. The fright caused Xiaofei to unleash a high-pitched scream that resonated with astonishing length. Strangely enough, despite her terror, she still clutched the chicken leg in her hand, not a morsel having fallen. "Zhao Mo, why are you here?" Upon recognizing him, Xiaofei's wide eyes posed an adorably foolish question. Gugu, signaling her with his eyes, thought to himself, "Is this really the time for idle chatter? Hurry up and shoot." Zhao Mo and Jinggu each tied up one of the men, and after securing them, they unceremoniously tossed them to the ground. "Don't come any closer. You can't treat me like this. If you do, I'll call for help." Zhao Mo reached over, confiscating the gun from Xiaofei's side, then ignored her as he bent down to tidy up the food. Realizing what the two were up to, Xiaofei felt an overwhelming surge of determination fueled by her love for food. She boldly stepped in front of them, declaring, "Mine. All of it is mine. You cannot take it." Jinggu scratched his head, perplexed about what to do. They couldn't hit her, nor could they shove her aside. Having spent over 10 days with the 3 girls, Zhao Mo had gained some experience. Seeing Xiaofei spread her arms like a protective hen, he decisively extended his arms and gently grasped her waist, moving her aside. Jinggu was momentarily taken aback, then gave Zhao Mo a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're impressive." Ha ha ha, I knew it. I knew that when Zhao Mo set his sights on someone, it would be trouble. How could Tang Yu, a fitness fanatic, be subdued so easily? The truth is, they were caught off guard, their vigilance lacking. Haha, I suspect that come dinner tomorrow, they will have switched shifts. Xiao Fei, adorably puzzled, asked Zhao Mo how he had arrived, and I couldn't help but laugh at her charming expression. Mine, all mine. Xiao Fei's talent for guarding her food is commendable. Jingge found himself at a loss for what to do, feeling quite awkward. Haha, look at Zhao Mo, he said it again, acting a bit erratically. To my astonishment, he simply grasped Xiao Fei's waist and moved her aside. This scene reminded me of Lu Zhishan uprooting a willow tree. I wonder, Zhao Mo, is she soft? Did you not notice? Xiao Fei herself seemed bewildered. Xiao Fei's high notes were too talented for merely singing. Everyone take note. Despite her fright, she held on to that chicken leg. That is true love. Joyful and utterly delightful. I had thought the evening would lack excitement, but this unexpected turn of events was truly entertaining. Bogu and the others sat in a circle, enjoying their dinner. Whenever mealtime arrived, I found myself missing my little one dearly. A single remark from Brother Bo left Big Head in fits of laughter. Damn it, Brother Bo, during mealtime, refused to indulge in humor. Zhang Yi and his companion lowered their heads, wishing they could vanish into their lunchboxes. What happened to the trio of soldiers? What the promises to never abandon one another? What the deep camaraderie forged in battle? Now, with one captured, the two remaining indulged in their meal so heartily. Was this truly appropriate? At this moment, the most righteous course of action would be to cast aside their lunchboxes and seize their steel weapons, vowing to reclaim their comrade. They ought to see him alive, or, if fate decreed, to recover his remains. Baby, you must be safe, Zhang Yi thought, shoving a chicken leg into his mouth. Squad leader, this drumstick is quite delectable. Indeed, I give the chef top marks. As Zhang Yi and Xing Jiaodong chatted, the other three listened, sensing an air of despondency. Brother Bo, how shall we proceed tomorrow? We cannot hope to defeat that perverse Zhao Mo. Our efforts will be directed toward finding the old fox. What of our tracking dogs? They too need sustenance. Fear not, they will rendezvous with us at dawn. Gu Gu and his companions, a distance away, suddenly felt the absence of vibrancy. Brother Bo appeared to have a thought, chuckling, let me tell you, if I possessed Zhao Mo's skills within the escape team, I would simply snatch the food. Wow, Brother Bo, you're ruthless. Thank goodness you're not over there, or our days would be even tougher. After speaking, Brother Bo glanced at the packed lunch and asked, how can you, a lady, eat so heartily? Aren't female performers supposed to maintain their figures? If not, shall I help you with that chicken leg? The girl, clutching her lunch box, quickly turned away. Brother Bo, that's not fair. I'm your teammate. You cannot take from me. Haha, just practicing. A portion of the audience watching the footage of Brother Bo's antics found themselves amused by his antics. Brother Bo is a prophet indeed. The die is cast. Little did he know that another group was facing such torment. I find myself eagerly anticipating the clash between the old fox and Brother Bo. It promises to be a spectacle. Zhao Mo chose the wrong target. He should have aimed for Brother Bo. Did you not see Brother Bo keeping his weapon slung around his neck while dining? Such a keen sense of danger. Oh no, Xiao Fei has bitten him. The animosity had reached its peak, and her teeth were bared. Zhao Mo and Jingge began to pack the food strewn across the ground. Xiao Fei attempted to intervene, but twice was she dragged aside by Zhao Mo. Should we not leave her a portion? Jingge, unable to bear the sight of her distress, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet Zhao Mo clearly had no such intentions. Results were all that mattered. With 5 girls back at the base, even this would scarcely suffice. Once everything was tidied, Zhao Mo noticed Xiao Fei still clutching a chicken leg. How could he let this slip away? He swiftly snatched it from her grasp, leaving not only Xiao Fei bewildered but also Jingge, along with Gu Gu and Tang Yu, who lay on the ground, astonished by his cruelty. Hello. This is the last shred of perseverance from Xiao Fei. Is this truly fair to a young lady? Seizing the opportunity, the chef had prepared the dish quite well. The aroma was delightful. To her astonishment, she noticed that a bite had already been taken out of it. Zhao Mo, with an impassive expression, looked at Xiao Fei and asked, Did you brush your teeth this morning? Xiao Fei was genuinely taken aback and instinctively nodded. Of course, she had brushed her teeth. Using the renowned Lantian Labizi, and everything tasted exquisite. Zhao Mo nodded in response, and promptly tossed the chicken leg into his mouth. After a casual bite, it emerged as nothing but a bone. Xiao Fei was left in shock, staring at Zhao Mo's mouth. Her mind fixated on the chicken leg that had been reduced to mere bones in his hand. His skills with his tongue were remarkable. What on earth? My chicken leg. Jingu searched the two individuals lying down for any biscuits. After saying this, he picked up Xiao Fei's bag from beside him, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from reaching inside, offering it to Xiao Fei instead, asking, "Would you like to take it, or shall I assist you?" P.S. For heaven's sake, I heard several brothers saying they would wait and see. It frightened me enough to hastily pull out another chapter. Brothers, please don't wait. I fear I might be forgotten in the process. Chapter 86. Attacked by the tigress, tears welled up in Xiao Fei's eyes. Zhao Mo had truly gone too far. I have underwear on. Zhao Mo, if you dare to touch me, I will bite you to death. Perhaps her anger had reached a boiling point, for this girl really lunged at him. In moments of fury and crisis, one often discovers boundless potential, just as Xiao Fei did at that very instant. With items in his hands, Zhao Mo found it impossible to push her away. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. This girl was like a dog, truly biting him. He dared not shake her off forcefully for fear of damaging her teeth, which would lead to complications. Though it pained him, Zhao Mo's expression remained largely unchanged. Realizing the metallic taste of blood in her mouth, Xiao Fei suddenly came to her senses and released her grip, exclaiming, "Why didn't you dodge?" Zhao Mo, uninterested in responding to such a foolish question, simply walked away with his belongings, casually taking a portable mosquito repellent device as he left. Ultimately, he chose not to search through Xiao Fei's bag, leaving her a bit of sustenance. As they watched the two retreating figures, Xiao Fei cursed. "Zhao Mo, you bastard, you insufferable straight man. I curse you to remain impotent and never find a girlfriend." A little further back, Jingu burst into laughter upon hearing her words. What kind of hatred must she harbor to utter such a vicious curse? "Hey, can you let us go before you start cursing?" Xiao Fei shot a glance at the two of them, retorting, "Tang Yu, don't you claim to be a fitness fanatic? Why don't you teach Zhao Mo a lesson?" Tang Yu felt quite aggrieved. He had indeed tried to match Zhao Mo's strength, but it was futile. Though she was angry, she eventually released the two and retrieved some biscuits from her bag, distributing a piece to each while huffing, "Just make do with this." The biscuits seemed to transform into Zhao Mo in her mouth, crunching loudly as they were bitten, sending chills down Gu and Tang Y's spines, causing them to instinctively step back a little. However, moments later, she laughed again, saying, "I avenged you." I bit Zhao Mo's shoulder until it bled. Upon hearing this, the two unconsciously distanced themselves even further. I had thought that just a few days ago, Zhao Mo, Lei Gu, and Jingu had been together, chatting and laughing, but the material remained resolute. Titanium alloy, duly verified. Xiao Fei was simply adorable. How fierce she was, going straight for the bite. I should have been furious with Zhao Mo, yet I found myself unable to suppress a laugh. Fortunately, he did not confiscate Xiao Fei's biscuits, leaving them with some rations. I couldn't help but chuckle as Xiao Fei looked at the chicken bone in Zhao Mo's hand, her expression brightening. Speaking of which, how did Zhao Mo manage to turn a chicken leg into a bone in his mouth? It was quite simple, as long as the chicken leg was cooked to the point of tenderness. Why didn't Zhao Mo dodge? Once Xiao Fei had bitten down, it seemed he was determined to endure. Zhao Mo declared, "If you have the ability to bite, then go ahead. If I dodge or cry out, I admit defeat." What nonsense! If Xiao Fei exerted herself too forcefully, Zhao Mo's twisting might injure her teeth, a fact he undoubtedly comprehends, hence his immobility. Zhao Mo possesses this demeanor. He appears cold, yet is remarkably attentive, capable of considering all necessary aspects. Haha, what would Xiao Fei look like with two missing front teeth? It seems Zhao Mo would truly need to flee, for both the management and Xiao Fei's fans would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Xiao Fei is genuinely infuriated, exclaiming that she has bitten until it bled. "Tang Yu, I wish to resist, but I cannot contend with Zhao Mo. Meanwhile, at the command center, the three were preparing to end their shift. The live broadcast was swiftly concluding, and the time for nighttime silence had arrived, rendering their presence here unnecessary. However, upon observing the camera, they noticed Guji's group being robbed, causing their cheeks to flush involuntarily. This day had stripped them of all dignity. If that little rascal were caught, they ought to hang him first. Being eliminated would be too lenient a punishment. They requested the production team to send food again. But first, Gugu and his group should be relocated to join Xiao Bo's team for safety reasons. I am utterly infuriated. Zhao and Mo even failed to spare the half-eaten food of the girls. Lao Su, isn't this how it goes in battle? Calm down. Let us go grab a drink. Drink? Not a chance. Wang Mingling advised from the side. Lao Su, do relax. Zhao and Mo has at least left them some food. Oomph. He merely hesitated to rummage through a girl's bag, thinking he genuinely meant to leave some behind. I can see right through his intentions. The production team, witnessing this scene, collectively erupted in laughter. I foresee that this day will yield at least 2 episodes of footage. To condense everything into 1 episode would be a waste. Goodness, how could he be so cruel to a girl? Xiao Fei should have understood the situation when she was first embraced. Yet, she still came forth to protect him. Ha ha! Xiao Fei is quite fierce, gnawing on Zhao Mo's shoulder. It pains me just to watch. The most amusing part is when she asked Zhao and Mo why he didn't dodge. Ha! The portable mosquito repellent was brought by Xiao Fei herself. It would be inappropriate for Zhao and Mo to take it. If it gets damaged, the production team can simply replace it. What's the big deal? Director, what should we do? Just then, the command center's phone rang, requesting another meal delivery. Huang Hao chuckled. Send it over. It's just 1 meal. Let the others send another portion. Meanwhile, at Zhao Mo's home, his parents, who worked during the day, were now engrossed with their phones. I said I was hungry. Shouldn't we prepare dinner? His father, somewhat disheartened, remarked that since Xiao and Mo participated in this program, their family dinners had transformed into late-night snacks, and the quality of their meals had plummeted. Let us watch a bit longer. The live stream will end soon, and cooking some noodles will suffice. His father rolled his eyes. They had already consumed noodles for 5 consecutive days. Look, you're not teaching our son properly. Being harsh with girls won't help him find a daughter-in-law in the future. Nonsense. How can you claim that I taught you? In my youth. Xiao Zhigua. What was it about your youth? With your emotional intelligence, let me tell you, my agreeing to marry you back then was nothing short of charity, a form of aid. Do you comprehend? While others were receiving flowers or delectable treats on the Qixi festival, you merely presented 3 tea eggs. What were you implying? Zhao's father felt a flush of embarrassment, and after a prolonged silence, he remarked, those tea eggs were quite tasty. Zhao's mother rolled her eyes in exasperation, then anxiously pondered aloud, tell me, among these young ladies, which of them bears a marital resemblance to our little Mo? This is a variety show, after all. They are all celebrities. What are you thinking? Zhao Zhigua, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that our little Mo is inferior to the others? I believe she is worthy of a princess. Indeed, of course, you are her parent, so she is undoubtedly the best. Zhao's mother let out a light scoff, and it was a step in the right direction. Zhao's father sighed deeply. He ranked 4th in the household hierarchy. First was his wife, second their son, and third the family's little mutt. Just thinking about it brings tears to his eyes. Mo quietly walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and contemplated the past and the future. Chapter 87. Chicken Leg. I am not dog food in the broadcasting studio. Xiaoling suddenly perceived Zhao Mo at that moment as quite the man. It is peculiar how some women possess such strange psychology. If they plead softly, they may not be taken seriously. Yet if they exhibit a touch of coldness, they find them extraordinarily masculine. Xiaoling was one of those women. She even entertained the fanciful notion that it would have been delightful had she bitten Zhao Mo, hoping he might retaliate and leave a row of bite marks on her skin. Noticing her urgent need to relieve herself, she glanced at the time and realized the live broadcast was nearing its conclusion. She announced, "Dear viewers, today's live stream comes to an end. We'll look forward to seeing you at the same time tomorrow." With that, she abruptly cut off the live feed, feeling a pressing urgency to rush to the restroom. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo and Jinggu returned to the base with food in hand. The one most delighted by their bounty was not Brother Lei or any of the women, but rather Baby. Which group did you rob? Why didn't you capture one or two more people? Baby's remark incited another round of laughter among those present. Zhao Mo activated a portable mosquito repellent and placed it beside the group, prompting another cheer upon its appearance. Oh, the food looks quite good, Brother Lei commented after glancing at it, realizing it was only sufficient for a few of the girls, so he graciously stepped aside. Li Jing approached and recounted Zhao Mo's earlier actions, causing Brother Lei to burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Li Jing, you can't compete with him on this front. I assure you, if it were me, I would do exactly as Xiao Mo did. As they conversed, Zhao Mo approached as well. Brother Lei tapped a small stone beside him, suggesting he take a moment to rest. Why not let Baby go? This isn't much of a deal. Zhao Mo nodded in agreement. Brother Lei, has Director Huang mentioned when the eliminations will conclude? Brother Lei chuckled and replied, he hasn't specified. But let us wait a few more days. Once we have enough material, you and Jingzi can unleash your full potential. Meanwhile, the girls were engaged in a discussion about the meal. There are exactly 5 chicken legs, 1 for each of us. Originally, the capture group was supposed to have 2 chicken legs each, but Zhao Mo and Xiao Fei had shared 1, leaving 5 remaining. Wow, and there are chilled drinks as well. How does it feel to be so fortunate? Exclaimed one of them. Thanks to Jinggu and Zhao Mo, as a woman, I feel this moment of happiness. Beside them, Xi and Chuan was drooling profusely. Shall we share? The girls shot him disdainful glances, ignoring him entirely. Hai Xing, feeling familiar with him since they were on the same team, playfully offered him a bone, saying, you can suck on this for flavor. He took a small bite, but left the chicken leg mostly untouched. She rose and approached Zhao Mo, presenting the chicken leg to his lips, saying, I can't finish this. Could you help me out? Just as Zhao Mo was about to refuse, she shoved the chicken leg into his mouth. Seeing him eat it, she smiled and returned to her seat. What bliss! Brother Lei and Jinggu remarked with a hint of envy. Zhao Mo felt a slight warmth on his face as he spat out the chicken bone, poised to speak when Mimi arrived, promptly shoving a chicken leg into his mouth. I absolutely detest chicken legs, so you can take care of this for me. Noticing Zhao Mo's intent to return it, Mimi wrinkled her nose in disdain. Don't give it back to me. I refuse to consume your saliva. How revolting. With that, she strode away, leaving Jinggu and Lei Gu utterly astonished. As they contemplated uttering a comment, Pundi approached with a lunchbox, looking somewhat aggrieved. I've eaten the chicken leg. How about you have shrimp instead? A change of flavor. I'm not hungry. Zhao Montai protested. No way. You've devoured the portions from Mimi and Yaya. I have something delicious too. You must eat. Saying this, she picked up a large shrimp and stuffed it into Zhao Mo's mouth. Afterward, seeming to have greasy fingers, she brought her hand to her own mouth to savor the oil. Initially, Lei and Jing were envious, but upon the arrival of the second, their irritation grew. Observing how considerate others were towards their teammates, they turned to their own, who seemed solely preoccupied with gorging themselves, likely forgetting their own parents. By the time the third arrived, jealousy dissipated. Say, can you handle this? Knowing that the live broadcast had halted, Lei gestured for the others to turn off their cameras before smiling and asking. Lei Gu, don't spout nonsense. I understand. As if I've never been young. One must practice moderation. Jinggu chimed in, fanning the flames. It's all debts to be repaid. Zhao Mo opted not to elaborate further. Lei Gu rose and approached Hai Jing, expressing his frustration. Everyone knows to offer the chicken leg to the captain. What's your excuse? Hai Jing was taken aback, then offered her chopsticks. Why don't you eat what's left? Get lost, I don't eat leftovers. Jinggu joined them, but since he wasn't familiar with Tian, he refrained from making jokes. Zhao Mo walked over, releasing Bao Bao and saying, you may leave now. Bao Bao stood up, unsetin. Are you really letting me go? Zhao Mo, you're not trying to play tricks on me again, are you? To his surprise, Bao Bao sat back down instead. Oh dear, this has truly left a psychological scar. Lei Gu burst into laughter at Bao Bao's anxious expression. Quickly scram. If anyone has to be caught, it'll be you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Bao Bao dashed away like a startled rabbit, exclaiming, rest assured, I promise not to reveal your whereabouts. At this moment, Bo Gu, having finished his meal, set his backpack down and reclined against it. letting out a long sigh of contentment. The others followed suit, lazily refusing to move. Just as they were about to boast, a noise from the east caught their attention. Boga sprang up, pointing his gun in that direction. "Get up! Zhao Mo is coming." Upon hearing Zhao Mo's name, everyone instinctively sprang into action. "Don't shoot. It's us." With the recognition of Gugu's voice, the tension eased. Boga chuckled. "Didn't we say to rest in place? Why have you all come over?" "To eat." Tang Yu replied succinctly. "What is going on? Did the delivery not reach you? We don't have much here either." After Boga spoke, he noticed 3 figures. Xiao Fei let out a soft snort, while the other 2 looked dejected. "Boga, don't say anything more. Our meals were snatched away by that rascal Zhao Mo." Everyone was taken aback, and the next moment they burst into laughter. It was truly stolen. Guga sat down with a wry smile, saying Zhao Mo, and Jinggu launched a sudden attack. Before we could even take a bite, our food was gone. They didn't even spare Xiao Fei, who had just taken a bite of her chicken leg. Boga glanced at Xiao Fei and laughed heartily. Well, Xiao Fei was fortunate. She at least managed to have a bite. "Boga, I'm about to lose my mind. That scoundrel Zhao Mo even took my mosquito repellent. How outrageous. Tomorrow, if I catch him, I'll empty my entire magazine shooting at him." The group laughed joyously, with Zha supporting Xiao Fei as she sat beside him, enjoying the company. "Sister Xiao Fei, why didn't you protect yourself? Would he dare lay a hand on you?" Upon hearing this, Gugu and Tang Yu seemed to recall a previous scene and could not contain their laughter. "Old Gu Xiaobao, if you 2 keep laughing, we might not have any brothers left." We're not laughing, ha ha ha. "What happened? Share it with us to lighten the mood." Bogu inquired with great curiosity. Chapter 88. A new day begins ignoring Xiao Fei's murderous gaze. Tang Yu animatedly recounted how Xiao Fei had fiercely protected her food, detailing the process of Zhao Mo lifting her to the side 3 times in succession. As their eyes widened in disbelief, Bogu and the others erupted into hearty laughter. "Oof. You all laugh, yet in a single day, none of you have even touched a hair on Zhao Mo, while I have taken a solid bite out of him." With this declaration, Xiao Fei's words provoked even more laughter from the group. "Did you really bite him?" "Indeed, I broke the skin on his shoulder." Za, eager to inquire about the taste, held back her curiosity in the presence of so many others. Moments later, the food was delivered once again. After taking a bite, Xiao Fei inexplicably burst into tears, feeling wronged. "Dum shao montak, filthy shao montak. May I not cross paths with you tomorrow? Our feud is now officially sealed. Just wait and see how I will deal with you." As the trio continued their meal, another commotion arose nearby. In a sudden panic, Guga tossed aside his lunchbox and aimed his gun at the source of the noise. The rest of the group quickly rose to their feet. Xiao Fei placing down her lunchbox and pulling Za along with her, both of them firing wildly at the sound without a second thought. They only ceased when their ammunition was exhausted, at which point a voice called out from the opposite side. "Don't shoot. It's me. Oh no, I got hit in the face again." Then, Bao Bao appeared before the group, addressing them with a wry smile. "Is my face so striking that you all aim for it?" Bogu, momentarily stunned, quickly responded, "Bao Bao, it's not that your face is beautiful. You've merely become Zhao Mo's scapegoat. Every bullet we fired was aimed at him, yet it all ended up hitting you." Feeling disgruntled, Bao Bao joined the crowd and sat down on the ground. "Bao Bao, did they mistreat you? Share your thoughts on your capture. How did you manage to escape? Please enlighten us with your experience." Bao Bao shot a resentful glance at everyone, feeling that any reflections on his capture would be futile, as it had been nothing short of a living hell. Discontentedly, he asked, "Who fired the shots just now?" Upon discovering it was 2 girls, he found himself with no outlet for his frustration. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "By the way, whose dinner was taken?" Upon asking, he noticed Xiao Fei's silver teeth grinding audibly. It was clear to him what had transpired. Thus, with embellishments, he remarked, "Let me tell you, they ate so deliciously, especially that chicken leg." Xiao Fei is once again loading her weapon, overwhelmed by a desire to deal with Bao Bao right then and there. Luger reminded everyone to rest early, stating that they would need to relocate at around 4 in the morning, as soon as there was any visibility. Zhao Mo found a spot to lie down, and soon the surroundings were filled with the rhythmic sound of breathing. Being highly aware of time, He awoke promptly at 4 o'clock, but did not rush to move, for his legs were positioned such that one was resting beneath a head. Now, feeling numb, his right arm was enveloped by the embrace of the plump D. Hearing Lugu stir, Zhao Mo decided to move, urging the three girls to rise quickly. Being seen in such a manner could hardly be considered proper. He massaged his legs for a moment before rising to his feet. Were we to turn southeast as planned? Zhao Montag nodded in affirmation. Soon, everyone was awake. Brother Lei instructed the group to take their water and then began to move southeast. The main party set off together, their pace leisurely, taking over 40 minutes to cover nearly 2 kilometers. Upon reaching the foothills to the southeast, they settled down to rest. It was a chance for a brief nap, and if hunger struck, a biscuit would suffice. Brother Lei imparted a few words of advice, and then the three of them gathered to confer once more. This was the final day of their togetherness. It seemed prudent to disperse from tomorrow onward to avoid being caught all at once. Brother Lei spoke first. The others nodded in agreement. This strategy could only be employed for so long. How about beginning tomorrow, just the two of us, Zhao Mo and I, taking charge of the elimination of the capture team? Yet, there was a concern that they might become vigilant, making elimination more challenging. Zhao Mo pondered aloud. What will happen if the capture team is entirely eliminated? Uncertain, as there had been no precedent for such a situation. It was likely the production team had not anticipated this possibility either. However, the likelihood of a sudden replacement was low, given the difficulty in coordinating artist schedules. The most probable outcome would be their revival. Brother Lei considered this and proposed the most reasonable conjecture. They all understood that the inevitable conclusion would be capture. It was merely a matter of how many days they could endure before that fate. If they were not captured, the game could not proceed. I suspect there will be no confrontations this morning. The three exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the implications. They returned to their companions, awaiting the dawn of another day. As daylight broke, a new day was on the horizon. To my surprise, the production team exhibited their benevolence by airing a night special early in the morning. What a delightful surprise. I had expected the night special to be released closer to noon. Everyone, take a look at the progress bar. It shows a mere 4 minutes of content for an entire night, revealing the production team's apparent lack of commitment. As the group tuned in, the first scene featured the female contestants at the base camp, discussing the flavors of their meal. Watching them eat reminded me of the unfortunate Xiao Fei. How enticing it was, a morning filled with such temptation. I eagerly anticipated Zhao Mo's antics for the day. I must confess, I initially tuned in for the beautiful faces. Yet now I find myself captivated by Zhao Mo. Subsequently, the three conferred and released the baby, who surprisingly hesitated to leave, proving quite amusing. The next scene showed Xiao Fei and the others returning to Brother Bo, only to endure a barrage of teasing, leaving the audience in fits of laughter. If this continues, one wonders if the capture team might turn against each other. Their vigilance is remarkably high. At the slightest sound, they are ready with their weapons, making Zhao Mo's task increasingly difficult. Impressive reaction from Brother Bo. In that moment, I could see a reflection of Zhao Mo. Once again, Xiao Fei found himself in a precarious situation. The production team demonstrated their kindness, at least providing them with another meal. The way Xiao Fei bit into the chicken leg, one might think he was imagining it to be Zhao Mo. I tentatively expressed a desire to be a chicken leg myself. When the baby made an appearance, Xiao Fei and Naja unleashed a barrage of teasing remarks, leaving many in fits of laughter. The baby, feeling a deep sense of frustration, remained silent, his eyes almost radiating disdain towards these individuals. It was truly unfortunate. Having done nothing wrong, he found himself serving as a shield against their jests. After a long-awaited return, he faced yet another onslaught. However, this special nighttime segment was indeed brief, reaching its conclusion here. At this moment, the capture team also began to rise, activating their cameras. Shortly thereafter, the tracking dogs arrived, joining forces with the three groups. What shall we do today? We shall await instructions from the command center. Directives are expected to arrive soon. By the way, baby, how did you manage to escape yesterday? And where is their main base located? The baby sighed deeply and replied, I endured humiliation and bore the burden in silence. I feigned compliance so well that they let their guard down. During that time, I took advantage of their inattention to work on the ropes that bound me. Everyone listened in astonishment. Fortunately, the baby was trained, or else none would have been able to escape. Chapter 89. The next challenge. Oh dear, where is your face? My face. It was shot away by bullets yesterday. The baby replied nonchalantly. What purpose does that serve? Despite his innocent demeanor, he was clearly deceiving, as it was evident he had been let go by Zhao Mo, speaking as if he had bravely ventured into the jaws of danger. Had I not watched a nighttime special, I might have believed him. A group of individuals, each more shameless than the last. Just look at the expressions on Bo Gu and the others. They were utterly dumbfounded. And yet, they still aimed to draw lessons from this. It was evident they bore psychological scars, fearing capture. In the monitoring room, Huang Hao strolled in, stifling a considerable yawn. Director, did you not sleep well last night? Old Huang's face flushed slightly as he waved his hand dismissively. I was preoccupied with thoughts about the program's continuation and couldn't find rest until the late hours. The others cast him reverent glances. The director was truly dedicated. Reflecting on how soundly he himself had slept the previous night, a flush crept across his cheeks. Little did they know, when he returned home, his wife had ordered a daring set of body stocking online, transforming him into a werewolf the moment he opened the door. At nearly 50, still finding moments of passion, he felt a sense of pride, though he was slightly drowsy this early morning. His wife had urged him to return home early that evening, teasing that there was another set even more convenient. Rubbing his lower back, he pondered whether he ought to work late tonight. How are the viewing figures? The live broadcast commenced 3 minutes ago, currently boasting around 18 million viewers. Old Huang nodded. Achieving such numbers early in the morning was impressive indeed. Have the personnel at the command center arrived? They've been in position for half an hour, and Su Lao even stopped by to convey a message. Oh, what did he say? The reporting staff stifled laughter. He advised you not to celebrate too soon. One group will surely be eliminated today. Haha, that's Su Lao. Why is he so stubborn? If he has the capability, he should contest Zhao Mo director. You mustn't say that to his face, or you might provoke him into a fit. Laughter erupted among the group, and a deputy director on the night shift came by to greet him. Huang Hao, struck by an idea, remarked, Old Wu, you look exhausted. Don't come in tonight. I'll cover your shift so you can rest well. Old Wu was instantly touched, grateful for the director's thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, at the command center, Wang Mingling was studying her hastily drawn terrain map. The baby has reported. Our assumptions from yesterday were correct. Their main base lies in the northeastern direction, precisely where Zhou Lei and his group have settled. That is futile. They will relocate at night. We shall maintain our original plan. Wherever there is activity today, it undoubtedly means Zhao Mo is diverting attention, desperately trying to shift focus to the other two corners. Having watched the nighttime special, I found some solace in the fact that the vigilance of the capture team had notably increased. Xiao Wang, do you think it's possible they are still stationary? Lu Lao, there remains a possibility. Let's observe their movements today, if they're still in the southeast. We shall divide our forces to advance towards the northwest and northeast. The three individuals were engaged in discussion when the drone detected activity in the southeastern region. Initially, some small trees began to sway, followed by the sight of Li Jing standing atop a large rock, casually munching on a biscuit while greeting the drone. Let's draw the drone closer to discern what this young man is saying. As the drone approached, Jingger remarked, Good morning, esteemed seniors. I imagine you were quite vexed yesterday. I apologize sincerely. With the dawn of a new day, I hope you will redouble your efforts and not allow me to downcast. Wang Mingling promptly switched off the camera. How has Li Jing adopted such mischief from Zhao Mo? Now, elders, please do not be angered. He merely seeks to cloud our judgment. That rascal. I shall devise a plan to eliminate your team, and then we shall see how boastful you remain. Indeed, it is improbable anyone resides in the southeast. Immediately, I command the capture team to split into two and pursue the other two locations. Wang Mingling, relieved that the two elders were not acting impulsively, felt a flicker of curiosity. What of Zhao Mo? She reopened the drone's camera and discovered that Zhao Mo was now the one standing on the rock. At this moment, he stood tall and resolute, arms outstretched, reciting aloud, Whether you see me or do not, I am here, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Whether you capture me or not, my stance remains calm and unhurried. Whether you loathe me or not, your disdain lingers, unchanged. Whether you pursue me or not, my fate remains in my hands, neither fleeing nor hiding. Surrender willingly or allow me to eliminate you one by one. Struggle is futile, yet all is well. Upon finishing his recitation, Zhao Mo closed his eyes, seemingly absorbing the essence of the world around him. Wang Mingling was taken aback. This young man harbored quite the talent. With a few adjustments, his poem could convey profound meaning. Yet, was this merely a jest? It was a shame, truly. After a lengthy pause, she exhaled the words, "What a pity." A moment later, she was startled by 2 heavy breaths nearby. She internally chuckled, recognizing that this fellow was intent on provoking the elders to their limits. What a splendid poem had been transformed into a declaration of war by this individual. Should I capture this rascal, I shall personally deliver a few lashes. It is infuriating beyond measure. Su Lao, remain composed. We had agreed yesterday to refrain from engaging him for the time being. Su Lao, pointing at Zhao Mo on the screen, trembled slightly before exclaiming, "This fellow is utterly shameless. I see him clearly. It infuriates me." And he speaks of futile struggles. Inform the directing team that we shall command from the scene. I cannot restrain myself from delivering a kick or two to quell my indignation. Wang Mingling realized that, as a psychological expert, her primary focus now rested not on analyzing the escape group, but rather on providing psychological guidance to the 2 elders. What is this? Is it poetry? No. This is a declaration of war. Ha ha! Zhao Mo has me in stitches. The lack of rigor is quite evident. As a student of literature, I find this poem to possess profound artistry, and I am certain the original text is not as it appears here. Zhao Mo, gifted, yet I bear the blame. Zhao Mo believes that clamoring has become futile. Thus he resorts to such tactics for amusement. Alas, it is merely play. What can you do, old man? Both of you must take care of your health, and not let Zhao Mo's antics provoke any ill effects. Ha ha ha. Zhao Mo is indeed going all out, employing every possible means to incite. I still hope to attract the capture team to our side. However, I just observed the scene of the escape team, and it seems they have also relocated. I am uncertain which side this pertains to. I suspect the 2 old men will not be fooled again. The wisest course of action now is to relinquish the southeastern front and focus all efforts on the other 2 sides, for eliminating team members is the optimal strategy. My goodness, look quickly. The escape team has indeed gathered in the southeast. Is this a ruse? No. This is akin to the stratagem of creating something out of nothing from the 36 stratagems. Chapter 90. Quickly, release the hounds to bite Zhao Mo at Zhao Mo's residence. His parents were enjoying breakfast, seemingly unperturbed by the time as they engaged with their smartphones. "Oh, our son can compose poetry," remarked his father, a hint of pride in his tone. That is something to be proud of," responded his mother with a chuckle. However, she quickly added, "But I recall someone needed help to pen a love letter." Instantly, Zhao's father's face flushed, as if she had struck a nerve. Glancing at his phone screen, he exclaimed with indignation, "What poetry? This is mere nonsense." He shows no respect for his elders or care for the young. Look how agitated that old man is. Zhao's mother instinctively nodded in agreement, but quickly reconsidered, retorting, "They are enemies. Whether they understand respect is irrelevant. Your principles are quite flawed. No wonder you remain merely a middle manager. Look at Wang Gang, who joined the company after you, and yet he is now a departmental director." Zhao's father buried his head in his bowl, contemplating the monotony of daily life. Sensing her words may have struck a painful chord, Zhao's mother swiftly amended her statement. "But Wang Gang is not a good person either, always flattering others. Don't emulate him. Our family is doing just fine." At the Xingying headquarters, Gu Jing arrived early in the morning. As soon as she sat down, her assistant poured her a glass of water. Just as she was about to inquire about the day's agenda, Wang Shuquan unexpectedly entered. Gu Jing was taken aback. "So early? Gu Jia, I feel you no longer care for me," Wang Shuquan lamented, his expression revealing his inner turmoil. Upon seeing his face, Gu Jing inexplicably felt a wave of distaste, a sentiment she had not harbored before. Nonetheless, the current Wang Shuquan was a lucrative asset, prompting her to smile and reassure him. Kunkin, why are you here so early? You must ensure you get enough beauty sleep. Perhaps you should return for a bit longer? Gujia, you do not cherish me anymore. My favors have been removed from the platform, and you seem unconcerned. Moreover, that insufferable Zhao Mo, despite your vow to suppress him, he has surged into the top 10 of the music charts with a new song. And when I mentioned I wanted to sing I Believe, you didn't. Wang Shuquan rambled on incessantly. Gu Jing thought to herself that if he had not retained some value, she would have kicked him to the curb long ago. Guiye, Zhao Mo has written a poem. Wang Shuquan suddenly interjected. At that moment, Assistant Xiao Li, suppressing a laugh, chimed in. Gu Jing immediately stood up, her interest piqued. This guy can write poetry? What kind of poem? Since live broadcasts cannot be replayed, Xiao Li had already taken notes and recited the poem aloud. Gu Jing was initially taken aback, but after processing the content, she burst into hearty laughter. This fellow's temperament is bound to provoke those two old men. He must have composed the original piece earlier. It certainly wasn't written like this. We should have him release the original draft to truly appreciate the chaos. By the way, how's the online response been? Good, exceptionally well. It quickly made it to today's trending topics, and many people are trying to mimic it. Look at this, whether you see it or not. The exam paper is right there. How can one person possess such talent? Gu Jing mused, feeling a delightful yet vexing sense of happiness as she pondered when this troublesome show would finally conclude. On one hand, she hoped that Zhao Mo would not be eliminated. With his current level of exposure, it would be easier for him to attract fans. On the other hand, she was eager to see Zhao Mo sign the contract in her possession, allowing her to shape a brand new superstar according to her vision. After a while, her mood settled, and she took a sip of the tea brewed by her assistant. Xiao Li, the tea this morning is exceptionally good, she remarked, before sitting down and noticing that someone else occupied the office. Glancing at the despondent Wang Shuquan, she smiled and said, Kunkin, please continue. Wang Shuquan replied, What should I say? And how should I say it? Gujia, I'm heading out. Gu Jing nodded, and then added, Men must learn to mature. If you do not grow, no one will help you. Kunkin, engage more with your fans. In a couple of days, there's an advertisement you should shoot. Meanwhile, the command center issued new directives.